History's Strongest Husband Chapter 257 to Chapter 280. Raging Tide City looked normal on the surface, but there were surging undercurrents. Because of a terrible rumor. Xuanwu's Xianxia was already dead, assassinated by an expert from the Wu Kingdom. At first, many merchants scoffed at this rumor. Was this a joke? Marquis Xianxia was originally a martial arts expert, and he had several experts by his side. If they wanted to assassinate him, they would have to send a grandmaster. But which grandmaster in the world would be willing to be an assassin? That was true in a way. At the very least, the 6 grandmasters of the state of Yu did not accept any orders from the government. Basically, they drew a clear line between them. If not for the sake of saving his wife, Xianxia would never have listened to Shenlang and assassinated Sun An. Moreover, this wasn't the first time rumors of Xianxia's death had spread, so no one would take it seriously. But gradually, many people felt that something was wrong, because Marquis Xianxia had not appeared for a long time. As the Lord of Raging Tide City, it was not normal for him to not show his face for 3 days. In the following period of time, the representative of the Marquis Xuanwu mansion was Jin Shuriying, the nominal Raging Tide City Lord. His face was expressionless and it was impossible to see whether he was happy or sad. It was impossible to obtain the status of the Marquis of Xuanwu's life or death from him. However, there was one signal that was extremely clear. Marquis Xuanwu's fleet retreated, with part of it returning to the Raging Tide City's dock and the rest returning to the Kim family's dock in Tiannan province. The merchant caravans of the Heavenly Tao Association also officially stopped sailing. This was definitely not normal. The Heavenly Tao Association's trade fleet was always full of gold and silver every day. Why did it suddenly stop? Something big must have happened. Therefore, many people guessed that Xuanwu Xianxia might have really been assassinated. But at this moment, Xuanwu and Xianxia appeared again, but they were far away and wearing armor. It would have been fine if he hadn't shown his face, but once he did, it caused a lot of speculation. It seemed that the Marquis of Xuanwu was really dead. Otherwise, why would he send a substitute? This was not normal, it was very strange. Was Xianxia dead? Shui Zhaoyan wasn't sure either, because Bitterhead Joy didn't come back to find her. There were 2 possibilities. The first possibility was that Bitterhead Joy had failed to kill Xianxia, so he was too ashamed to see her. The second possibility was that Bitterhead Joy had already killed Xianxia, but he regretted it afterwards. He felt that he had done something wrong, so he didn't dare to come and see her. Whether Xianxia was dead or not was especially important to the following situation. But regardless of whether Xianxia was dead or not, Raging Tide City had to be attacked. The Yinyuan Society was determined to get the Raging Tide City. Because of the glass mirror, the Tiandao Society had regained the initiative in many trades, and the Yinyuan Society had suffered huge losses. The fall of Raging Tide City made things worse for the Hidden Origin Association. The current Raging Tide City wasn't just the trading center of the state of Yu's Eastern Sea. It was said that there was a secret workshop under the castle that specialized in making glass mirrors. This was too important to the Hidden Yuan Society. No matter how one looked at it, they had to take Raging Tide City. But if Xianxia died, it would be much easier to seize Raging Tide City. Raging Tide City was still the same as before, a free city. After the Kim family seized control of the city, this did not change. The city still had no city walls, so any merchant could come and do business. As such, the city was naturally prosperous. But it was also filled with crooks and honest folk. You had no idea who was behind these shops. In a secret underground room covered with leather, Shui Zhaoyan secretly met with the Yinyuan Society's envoy, Xu Tingyu. Bitterhead Joy didn't come back to find me, so I can't be sure whether he killed Xianxia or not. Xu Tingyu was silent. Shui Zhaoyan said, Jin Mulan isn't good at hiding his emotions. Do you want me to go to Xuanwu City? Xu Tingyu shook her head. No, absolutely not. This matter is too important. His Highness can't be dragged into it. Seizing Raging Tide City was the Yinyuan Society's strategy, but supporting the state of Yu's crown prince was the Shu family's greatest strategy. Xu Tingyu said, the 30,000 troops have been gathered. If Xianxia is dead, this battle must be fought. If Xianxia isn't dead, this battle must be fought. 30,000 troops, 30,000 troops to attack Raging Tide City? Where did this come from? Shui Zhaoyan said, the Crown Prince's secret intelligence. The Heavenly Law Association has already sensed danger and is sending a steady stream of warriors to Raging Tide City. Not just that. This was an incomparably huge game of chess. The Chu army was causing conflict at the border, and Zhong Yao's army was on guard. At this time, the border between Chu and Yu was heating up every day. The 200,000 troops were approaching each other, and a war could break out at any time. South of Tianqi province. New Chongqing Alutai's 40,000 troops had set off and would soon enter the state of Yu. Sunan's 20,000 troops had been gathered. Once Su and Chang united, the two armies would have 70 to 80,000 troops. In the blink of an eye, the heavens fell and the earth split. In a month's time, the southern part of Yu State's Tianxi province would fall. North of the state of Yu, monarch Ming Yuanxian had arrived at Xianxia city, personally leading the army. Not only did he mobilize the North General's Nangong Ao's tens of thousands of troops, but he also mobilized half of Yanzhou's Bianzhao's troops. It was as if he was going to fight King Wu. At this time, all eyes were on the border of Wuyue. After all, this was a battle between two kings. In the southern part of the state of Yu, General Zhu Lin had already pulled back the defensive line and defended the capital of the South Kingdom. Prince Jin took the opportunity to lead the Sand Barbaric army to recover their lost territory. For the state of Yu, it was truly an ambush on all sides and a crisis on all sides. Who would have thought that the fuse of this fatal crisis was actually Sunan alone? The emperor of the Great Yan Empire had already sent 3 waves of messengers to the camps of King Wu and King Yu respectively, to advise them to make peace. Of course, they had to do this on the surface. Even though the emperor of the Great Yan Empire could not wait to beat these countries into a pile of **T. The new policies of other countries might be fake, but the new policies of the Great Yan Empire were real. Not only did they target the old nobles, but they had also started to target the civil and military officials. The most terrifying thing was, the new policies of the Great Yan Empire were coming to an end. Once the new policies were completed, the power of the entire empire would be in the hands of the emperor. At that time, the other countries would not even have the courage to look the emperor in the eye. Back to business. The Great Yu Empire had become a huge chessboard. The chess pieces seemed isolated, but they were actually intertwined. For the Battle of Raging Tide. It was like an arrow knocked on the bowstring. Shu Tingyu said, "Do you know how much money monarch Ming Yuanxian borrowed from the Yingyuan Association?" Shui Zhaoyan asked, "How much?" Shu Tingyu said, 3 million gold coins. Shui Zhaoyan inhaled sharply. Borrowing so much money at once, it did not sound like a lot. After all, the Yingyuan Association had once lent Jin Yu Count 1 million gold coins, and the Heaven Dao Association had also lent Shen Lang 1 million gold coins. However, they had actual assets as collateral, so there was no need to worry about not being able to repay them. However, monarch Ming Yuanxian did not have any assets as collateral when he borrowed from the Yingyuan Association. More importantly, he had borrowed a lot of money before and had yet to repay them. Now, he had borrowed so much more. Shu Tingyu said, "And in order to seize the Raging Tide City, our Hidden Origin Association spent more than 1.5 million gold coins on lobbying and military expenses." Hearing these figures, Shui Zhaoyan felt her scalp go numb. The Yingyuan Association was extremely rich, but within the state of Yu, its annual net profit would not exceed 1 million gold coins. Therefore, the Battle of Raging Tide is like an arrow knocked on the bowstring. We have to fight even if Jin Shui is dead. The Yingyuan Association had already paid for the 30,000 troops a month ago. "Alright, your mission is complete. Leave the matter of confirming Jin Shui's death to me," Shu Tingyu said indifferently. Shui Zhaoyan froze. What else could Shu Tingyu do? Shui Zhaoyan left. Shu Tingyu ordered, "Activate the snowman. I must know for sure whether Jin Shui is dead or not." The subordinate was startled. The snowman was a very deep pawn of the Yingyuan Association in the Kim family. It had never been used before. Even when Chou Tianwei attacked Wangya Island, the Yingyuan Association was confident of success and did not use the spy. Now it was finally time to use it. It seemed like the situation had reached a critical moment. Half an hour later, in a shop not far from the Raging Tide City Lord's residence, a brand new signboard was hung. A three-clawed snowman with one eye open and the other closed. Of course, this attracted almost no one's attention. Because this shop sold all kinds of alcohol. In the hot summer, they also sold iced sour plum soup. Wasn't it normal to use a snowman as their signboard? Moreover, the shops in Raging Tide City were very modern. Some shops would change their signboards every once in a while. When everyone saw the new snowman signboard, they thought it was quite interesting. And a certain person on the castle wall of the Raging Tide City Lord's residence narrowed his eyes and his heart trembled when he saw the new snowman signboard. Has this day finally come? It was finally here. It's good that it's here. In the evening, Xianxia of the Inyuan Association met the snowman who had been undercover in the Kim family for a long time. Of course, it couldn't be considered a meeting. Because the two of them were talking through a thin wall. Xianxia still couldn't see his face. This was also a kind of protection so that when they met on another occasion, even the slightest flaw would be revealed. The other's voice was hoarse and couldn't be recognized at all. Has the snowman on the Great Snow Mountain melted? No, but the Great Calamity Palace is about to collapse. It broke 2 of the snowman's toes. Now there are only 3 left. The 2 of them finished the secret code. This secret code was unique and there was no possibility of impersonation. Xianxia asked, is Xianxia dead? The other party thought for a while. Xianxia said, this answer is very important. It is completely related to the next deployment of the Inyuan Association. The other party said, I didn't see Marquis Xianxia's body. I haven't seen him for several days. But I saw Xianxi's body being carried out. Although it was very hidden, I still found it because it had to pass through my eyes. Xianxia said, is this person very close to Xianxia? The snowman said, they are together all the time. Any food of Marquis Xianxia has to pass through his inspection. Xianxia said, did you see the night of the assassination? The snowman said, no, I wasn't there at the time. When it was my turn to be on duty, I never saw Marquis Xianxia again. Xianxia said, is there no reason? The snowman said, there is no reason. Xianxia said, there was no mention of the assassination case? The snowman said, no. Xianxia said, is there any movement from Marquis Xuanwu's residence? The snowman said, Jean Mulan has secretly entered Raging Tide City. Xianxia said, Jean Mulan is here? The snowman said, yes, it is still kept a secret from the outside. Jean Mulan had actually come to Raging Tide City. This wasn't normal. All along, it had been Xianxia guarding Raging Tide City and Jean Mulan guarding Marquis Xuanwu's residence. Marquis' residence was the root of the Kim family. Now, Jean Mulan had actually abandoned the residence and came directly to Raging Tide City. Xianxia said, when she came, did she look sad? The snowman fell into his memories, then shook his head, no, she was full of doubts. Xianxia closed her eyes. That's right, that's right. Marquis Xianxia was dead, but it was completely hidden from the outside world. Warriors of the Heavenly Tao Association were constantly arriving, and all the trade ships were almost completely stopped. Jean Mulan had secretly entered Raging Tide City, but even she didn't know that Xianxia was dead. Because she wasn't good at disguising herself, it was easy for her to be seen through. She was sent to Raging Tide City to manage the situation. The snowman said, I have to hurry back, I'm too important in the castle. If I leave for more than a quarter of an hour, I'll be noticed. Xianxia said, will they suspect you? The snowman said, how could that be? I'm the most trusted person in the Kim family, even I feel like I'm the Kim family's loyal dog. Xianxia said, then you should go back first and be ready to receive our new orders. The snowman hesitated for a moment, what do you plan to do with me after this? Xianxia was silent for a moment, then said, I can brag about you to the heavens, even offering you a title. But in fact, I can't be completely sure, because the situation is very complicated. This is a very big game with many big players involved. The snowman was silent for a moment, then said, I understand. Xianxia said, but I can guarantee that you'll be alive. And the Kim family is destined to become the first victims of this great conspiracy. No one in the world can save the Kim family. The snowman was silent. Xu Tingyu said, but in the next few years, we'll arrange for you to enter a higher position, that's your chance to soar. The snowman got up, goodbye. Then, he left. Xu Tingyu was right. At this time, the entire state of Yu was a big chessboard. For the monarch, the two most important chessboards were in the north and the other in the west. Raging Tide City was very important to the Kim family, but for the monarch, it was far less important. His attention wasn't even on Raging Tide City. At this time, he was completely focused on the game with King Wu. Decisive battle, personally leading the army. A war of national fate, a war of national fate. Ning Yuanxian's slogan was deafening. The war in Nanao was even suspended, and Yao of the Western Army had received an order to defend and not come out. Ning Yuanxian directly borrowed 2,300,000 gold coins from the Yingyuan Association as the military expenses for this decisive battle. The Marquis of North Suppression, Nangong Ao, had tens of thousands of troops, and Bian Shao had a total of 100,000 troops. Ning Yuanxian transferred 60,000 of them away. The remaining 40,000 troops had to defend Yanzhou, which was a bit of a stretch. It was said that Bian Shao smashed the table, which showed how angry he was. The most dangerous place in the state of Yu was Yanzhou, and now Ning Yuanxian transferred half of the main force there. At this time, the state of Yu had 100,000 troops on the defensive line of the North Heaven province. It was a battle that could topple a nation. The young King Wu was also shocked. He didn't expect Ning Yuanxian to react so violently. He had only defeated Ning Yuanxian at the border hunting, and then led 30,000 troops south to Xianxia prefecture to provoke him. It was all a cover for a strategic breakthrough in other directions. But he didn't expect that he would directly anger Ning Yuanxian, who would personally lead the army and fight a decisive battle. Not only that, Ning Yuanxian had many generals under him, including Marquis Zhenbei Nangong Ao, 3rd Prince Ning Qi, and Qingan Wu Zhaozhong. The country was completely thrown to the crown prince. The crown prince, who had just been supervising the country, was supervising the country again. Of course, the young King Wu didn't want to fight, but if Ning Yuanxian went crazy, he could only fight. Therefore, the King Wu could only desperately gather troops at the border of Wuyue. But he would never take the initiative to attack, because Su Nan's rebellion was imminent. When Su Chong's army killed their way into the West Heaven province of the state of Yu, it would be the best time to divide the state of Yu. In just half a month, the two kings gathered 200,000 troops at the border. At the closest point, the two kings were no more than 5 miles apart, facing each other from a distance. They moved the chess game to the west of the kingdom of Great Yu. Shen Lang led more than 200 warriors and took the lead to charge into Princess White Knight's city. Then, the most ferocious group of robbers behind him also charged in crazily. Kill, kill, kill. Kill them all, burn them all, rob them all. This group of people roared madly, holding all kinds of weapons, and rushed into the city of Dai Prefecture. This group of looters was ecstatic and excited. They finally came to this big city, and they could finally loot freely. Brothers, rush into all the shops and rob everything. Rob money, rob treasures, rob women, and have fun. Shen Lang's expression changed, and he shouted, I have ordered before, only the shops of the western region merchants can be looted, not the shops of the state of Yu. You can kill the warriors of the western region, but you can't kill the merchants of the state of Yu, and you can't rape/humiliate any women. This was indeed the iron law set by Shen Lang. Ha ha ha. A few of the leaders of the marauders laughed out loud. City Lord Shen Lang, do you think you can still control everyone at this time? Don't be delusional, this is the last city we hijacked. You have already opened the gate for us, and you are useless now. Yes, Governor Shen Lang, if I were you, I would run away quickly, the farther the better, because we are afraid that we can't control ourselves and capture you, and give you to Lord Su Nan. Brothers, this pretty boy wants to control us, stop us from looting, and stop us from sleeping with women, do you think we should agree? No, no. If the pretty boy dares to stop us, kill him, kill him. Many crazy bandits and hooligans roared. At this time, it was very easy to distinguish the composition of this group of people. The group at the front must be local hooligans and bandits, because they were the most daring. Governor Shen Lang, get out of the way, don't stop us from getting rich, don't stop us from sleeping with women, or we will kill you too. get out of the way, get out of the way. More and more looters rushed into the city gate, and more. There were hundreds, thousands of people. They all waved the machetes in their hands, as if they had gone crazy. Flower City was right in front of them, countless shops were waiting for them to loot, and there were even many beautiful women waiting for them to sleep with. Now, Xianxia wanted to suppress them? Was he dreaming? Pretty boy, get out of the way, or else we will sleep with you too. Ha 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 ha. Xianxia looked at this group of people deeply. He waved his hand and said, get out of the way. Instantly, more than 200 riders behind him made way. Ha 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 ha. Many of the looters were overjoyed. This pretty boy city lord is indeed a spearhead that looks like silver. He's useless at all, and he's scared by us. Charge, charge, let's get rich. Rob money, rob women. Thousands of looters rushed crazily into the city. Tonight, they were going to indulge. Because this was the last loot, they no longer had to suppress their desires. However, in the next minute, they looked up. On the street in front of them, there were 3 short walls, all of which were made of bamboo baskets filled with sand. These 3 walls were only as high as their chests. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Rows and rows of soldiers stood up abruptly. They appeared coldly in front of this group of looters. A full 1,000 fully armed elite warriors, the army that Xianxia brought from the capital. Release, 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 Xianxia gave the order, arrows rained down. Swoosh 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 swoosh, round after round of volleys. This group of looters was originally inside the city gate, completely crowded together. At this moment, the rain of arrows came. It was a complete massacre. This group of looters fell to the ground and died. Several bandit leaders were shocked at first. Then they shouted, City Lord Xianxia, you tricked us, you're so vicious, you're so vicious. Xianxia turned a deaf ear. Xianxia turned a deaf ear. Countless sharp arrows rained down like a rainstorm. Big fool, close the gate. Xianxia gave the order, Big fool slammed the city gate shut. Instantly, the looter team was completely divided. Thousands of the most ferocious local thugs and habitual criminals were blocked inside the city gate. Swish, 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 swish. The cold rain of arrows fell expressionlessly. Several bandit leaders shouted, brothers, fight them to the death, fight them to the death. Then, 5 people brandished their broadswords and madly rushed over. The reason why these 5 people became leaders was because they themselves were local tyrants, roughly equivalent to the status of Tianheng in Xuanwu City. Their martial arts were considered high. The 5 people madly led the charge. When they met on a narrow path, the brave would win. He had to carve out a path of blood and kill the pretty boy, Xianxia. However, they had only rushed up a dozen steps. In an instant, their heads flew into the sky. Grand Princess Xianxia retreated with one strike and killed the 5 bandit leaders. Swish, 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 the rain of arrows rained down. A quarter of an hour later, the craziest looters who charged and were all killed without a trace. Xianxia said to Xianxia, Sir Zhang, we have the military expenses. These thousands of people were the craziest looters, and each of them had tens of hundreds of gold coins on them. All the gold coins on these people were seized, and it was an astronomical figure. Xianxia said, Shen, you've gone too far. Xianxia, it's big. Originally, we wouldn't have met before the big battle. But after playing so big, we met again. I didn't expect this group of people to follow me like a snowball, getting bigger and bigger. In the end, even I couldn't control it. Xianxia said, from now on, who knows how many people in the entire White Knight County will hate you to the bone. The 2 of us will definitely stop crying. Xianxia, a man can't be ruthless. Sitting in our position, we can only stick to the bottom line of kindness. But we must not be soft-hearted. Those who are soft-hearted are all dead. Xianxia nodded in agreement. Then, he smiled and said, Shen, let's go up the city wall together. Su Quan's army will be here soon. Let's join forces and give him a huge surprise. Xianxia, I hope Su Nan won't vomit blood this time. Then, Xianxia and Xianxia climbed up the city wall. All of Xianxia's elite troops also climbed up the city wall. Xianxia ordered, Wu Lai, tell your men to pick up all the gold coins on the ground. Don't hide a single one. All of them must be returned to the public as military expenses for the upcoming battle against Sunan. Yes. Wu Lai said loudly. Sunan tried every possible way to get his hands on these gold coins. Now, this astronomical amount of gold coins was harvested by Shen Lang as military expenses for the battle against Sunan. If he knew, he would probably vomit blood. On the city wall, Shen Lang looked down. Nearly 20,000 looters were on the city wall, like a school of boiling fish on the sea when a big net was scooped up. They struggled and flailed wildly. The city gate was closed. These 20,000 looters couldn't get in at all. Suddenly, there was a burst of wailing and cursing. Castellan Shen Lang, you're so vicious. Goddamn pretty boy Castellan. In the distance, Su Quan's army was getting closer and closer. The sound of iron hooves hitting the ground was getting more and more deafening. Shen Lang roared loudly, fellow looters, run away. Run in all directions. It's dark now. You still have a chance to live if you escape. This is a game of life and death. You've snatched money that you can't earn in this life. You need to exchange your life for it. If you're lucky, you can escape and live a life of glory and wealth. If you're not lucky and can't escape, then die. This world is very fair, and fate is also very fair. If you want to curse me, Shen Lang, do as you please. If you don't escape, Su Quan's army will rush up and kill you all. Run, run. The sound of hooves behind them was getting more and more intense. Many of the looters clutched the gold coins they had snatched and fled in all directions. Like a herd of frightened beasts. They instantly dispersed. Countless people wept and cursed loudly. Su Quan's army charged even more frantically towards the city of White Night. He was really going crazy, completely crazy. Note, the second update has been sent. There are already more than 15,000 words. I will continue to write the third update. Brothers, give me your monthly votes, give me your support. Fight, thank you for the 10,000 coins *********. The Liuzhou archipelago had a total area of about 10,000 square kilometers. Liuzhou Island, where the Raging Tide City was located, took up about half of it. At the moment, it was already occupied by the Kim family. The Heavenly Dao Society, together with the Kim family, had migrated tens of thousands of people to Liuzhou in the past half a year. As for the other half of the Liuzhou archipelago, it had fallen into the hands of Zhang Chong. After Zhang Chong left Nujiang Prefecture, the remaining half of the Liuzhou archipelago was split into two. One half was ruled by Chou Ho, while the other half was handed over to Nujiang Prefecture's garrison. The monarch conferred the title of New Tiao City Lord to Jin Shiying, and conferred the title of Tianfeng City Lord to Chou Ao. As the adopted son of the pirate king Chou Tianwei, not only did Chou Ho survive the war, but he also became the Castellan, all because of Zhang Chong. He had made up his mind to follow Zhang Chong and let him be his backer in the officialdom. However, he didn't expect Zhang Chong to fall so quickly and be imprisoned by the monarch. Chou Ho would lose his backing. But it didn't matter. Soon, the third prince and the crown prince's men came knocking. After all, Chou Ho used to be a pirate. After mourning for Zhang Chong and His Excellency for 3 minutes, he decisively switched sides and sided with the crown prince. It was really cool under a big tree. Once he joined the crown prince's side, he would receive an endless stream of benefits. Chou Ho took the opportunity to expand. Originally, there were only 3,000 pirates left under his command. Now, it immediately expanded to more than 5,000. No money to build a ship, the Yinyuan Association immediately borrowed money, and new ships were built one after another. However, the time required to build a ship was too long. It would take about a year before his fleet could travel across the sea again. He only had one mission so far. Keep an eye on the Kim family. Keep an eye on Raging Tide City. Restraining and suppressing, however, good times didn't last long. About a month ago, Chou Ho's money was cut off and he had no money. He didn't collect any taxes in Skywind City, and all of his trade was in Raging Tide City. The entire Heavenly Wind Island had no other profits except for a large shipbuilding yard. The key was that the shipyard was a gold-devouring behemoth. It only ate money, not spat it out. Previously, when they were rich, Chou Hao continued to expand its army. But once the money supply was cut off, it would be troublesome. They would not even be able to pay the soldiers' salaries. His subordinates were all pirates. They were not allowed to plunder, nor were they paid. How could this work? If they did not pay, even if the heavenly king came, it would be useless. Even the pirate king Chou Tianwei would not be able to suppress him, let alone Chou Hao. His brothers were about to rebel. Skywind City Lord Chou Hao was burning with anxiety. He desperately tried to contact Shui Zhaoyan and the Yinyuan Association to ask for money. However, at that moment, the Crown Prince and Yinyuan Hui seemed to have completely disappeared. They completely ignored him. He made up his mind and went to find the third prince. He thought that the third prince's faction would happily accept him. But unexpectedly, the third prince's faction was also very cold. What should he do? I can't go and join the Kim family, can I? Not to mention, if Chou Ho was really forced into a corner, he would really go to the Marquis Xuanwu's residence. He was the leader of the pirates. What couldn't he do? But at this moment, the savior appeared with a few chests of gold coins. The envoy of the Wu kingdom, if it were Jin Zhua, he would definitely not accept even half a gold coin. But what was Chou Ho afraid of? He accepted it on the spot. But when it came to the request of the envoy of the Wu kingdom, he changed the topic. I, Chou Ho, only accept money. I don't do anything. It's basically impossible for me to betray the state of you. But recently, the situation had completely changed. First, the king of Yu and Wu lost the hunting competition at the border. Then, Sunan rebelled and led a few hundred people to kill in and out of the capital. Then, the Chu army approached, and the Wu army went south. The Su and Chang army united in the west, and the south lost the battle. The state of Yu seemed to be in danger. I can't get through this. Even if I manage to get through, I only have half a breath left. The thigh of Yu state is already not thick enough. Is it time for me to find another thigh? At this moment, the envoy of the Wu kingdom appeared in front of Chou Hao again. Where's the money? Why didn't you bring the gold coins? It's time to pay the soldiers again. How can I pay them without money? If I don't pay them, my brothers will rebel. City Lord Chou Hao, have you thought it through? Chou Hao refused to give in. He smiled and said, this is a serious matter. I need to think about it. The envoy said, City Lord Chou Hao, you don't know the outside world from Heavenly Wind Island. You don't have time to think about it. Chou Hao said, what do you mean? The envoy said, first, Sunan is about to rebel. The Cheng army is about to attack the state of Yu. Second, the battle between the Wu and Yu kings is about to start. What do you think the outcome will be? Although Chou Hao wasn't a military expert, he knew that the Su and Cheng army would have 70,000 to 80,000 soldiers. The state of Yu's West Heaven province would not be able to stop them. Once the southern part of West Heaven province fell, the situation would be shocking. The Su and Cheng armies could attack Zhongyao's army from the north, or attack the fragile capital from the west. No matter what, if the Yu kings were to care about their heads, he would definitely lose the battle against the Wu kingdom. The state of Yu would lose at least a quarter of its territory. The envoy sneered, City Lord Chou Hao, you are more important if you join the Wu kingdom now. If you wait until the Yu kings are defeated before joining us, you won't be as important. That was true. But to join the Wu kingdom so rashly, that would not do. The envoy said, there's another important piece of news. Jin Zhua is dead. Chou Hao couldn't help but shiver. He's really dead? Of course, he had heard the news of Jin Zhua's death. He believed it, but he also didn't dare to believe it. The envoy said, Bitterhead Joy killed him. Chou Hao said, that's not right. Bitterhead Joy only kills those who have committed the most heinous crimes. Although Marquis Jin Zhua was my enemy, his character is clear for all to see. I, Chou Hao, cannot lie through my teeth. How could Bitterhead Joy kill him? The envoy sneered, because Bitterhead Joy is a weapon raised by a certain important person in the state of Yu. Chou Hao was taken aback when he heard this. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it made sense. The envoy said, City Lord Chou Hao, don't you find it strange? Why did the Crown Prince of the state of Yu suddenly ignore you? The Yinyuan Association also ignored you? Are they not afraid that you will join Xianxia? That's right? Chou Hao couldn't understand this point. I, Chou Hao, am of great use. Why did the Yinyuan Association suddenly abandon me? The envoy said, our state of Wu is in a hurry to seize Raging Tide City, but the Yinyuan Association is even more in a hurry. Chou Hao knew that. Previously, when his foster father pirate King Chou Tianwei was guarding Raging Tide City, the entire trading rights were handed over to the Yinyuan Association. When Raging Tide City fell, the Yinyuan Association suffered the greatest losses. The envoy said, I'll be honest with you. The military expenses that we gave you were not given by the state of Wu, but by the Yinyuan Association through us. Chou Hao was shocked. The envoy said, for this battle, the Yinyuan Association gave us an astronomical amount of military expenses in advance. One of them is for you, City Lord Chou Hao. It's a very, very large amount. As long as you agree to join us, this money will immediately be yours. Chou Hao trembled. How much? The envoy said, 350,000 gold coins. Chou Hao's liver trembled. He had never seen so much money before. This amount of money was enough for him to pay for several years of military expenses. The envoy said, in order to seize the entire Liezhou archipelago, our king is acting with that madman Ning Yuanxian. A decisive battle between the two kings is about to break out soon. In order to seize Raging Tide City, the Yinyuan Association gave us an advance of more than 1 million gold coins and even lent that madman Ning Yuanxian an astronomical amount of gold coins. After paying such a huge price, both the state of Wu and the Yinyuan Association are determined to seize Raging Tide City. City Lord Chou Hao, do you think you can resist this trend? The envoy's tone was no longer respectful, but rather threatening. And Chou Hao was truly frightened. He wasn't an ambitious and ruthless person like Chou Tianwei. The Yinyuan Association and the state of Wu were both supergiants. These two giants had paid such a huge price just to seize Raging Tide City. Could Chou Hao resist? No, Chou Hao wouldn't be able to resist these two giant wheels. Moreover, there were people in the state of Wu secretly cooperating with the state of Wu and directly abandoning Chou Hao. Moreover, the state of Wu was about to face a calamity. I, Chou Hao, have no other choice. In fact, I can't even pay the soldiers' salaries. Chou Hao said, if I surrender to the state of Wu, can I become the Lord of Raging Tide City? The envoy shook his head. Impossible. The king paid such a huge price to seize Raging Tide City. How can he give it to you? He will definitely send his trusted aides to oversee Raging Tide City. Chou Hao said, but I can't have nothing. The envoy said, Skywind Island is still yours. Chou Hao trembled. Skywind Island was originally mine. The envoy said, Cliff Island is also yours. After the Kim family is destroyed, Jinshan Island and Cliff Island can no longer be kept. Chou Hao said, but Jinshan Island and Cliff Island belong to the state of Wu. They are too close to the mainland of the state of Wu. The envoy sneered. After the state of Wu is defeated, do you think Ning Yuanxian will still care about Cliff Island and Jinshan Island? Moreover, when the time comes, our army will be at Raging Tide City. Ning Yuanxian won't dare to send his navy to attack you. Chou Hao said, anything else? The envoy said, City Lord Chou Hao, don't be too greedy. Chou Hao licked his lips. Can you give me a title of nobility? The envoy was startled. A pirate like you coveted a title of nobility so much, indeed, he coveted it. The last time Zhang Chenhua came to persuade him, it was because of the Marquis of Raging Tide that he took the bait. Of course, in the end, Raging Tide City was lost and the title of Marquis of Raging Tide was left unsettled. But for a person like Chou Hao, he desired to become a noble. The envoy smiled. There is a title of nobility prepared for you. Chou Hao said, what title of nobility? The envoy said, in this battle to take over Raging Tide City, the Kim family's forces on the sea will be handed over to City Lord Chou Hao. If you can become a Grand Duke, our king is willing to confer you the title of Count of Tianfeng. Chou Hao closed his eyes. His blood started to boil. I have no other choice, right? I can't stop the two giants of Wu State and Yinyuan Association. Chou Hao gritted his teeth and knelt. I am willing to pledge my loyalty to King Wu. The envoy stood up. Chou Hao, receive the decree. Chou Hao knelt down. I confer Chou Hao the title of Lord of Tianfeng City and General of the Sea. Chou Hao kowtowed. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness. I will sacrifice my life to repay you. The envoy was overjoyed. Jin Shuo was dead, and Chou Hao had pledged his loyalty. His plan to destroy the Kim clan and take over Raging Tide City was already half a success. Now that everything was ready, the east wind was coming. The day of success was just around the corner. Another prefecture was about to appear in Wu State, and it was like a nail hammered into the belly of the state of Yu. The envoy said, General of the Sea, be prepared. In a few days, the army of Wu State will move south and gather at Tianfeng City to rest and reorganize. Then, tens of thousands of troops will move out to destroy the Kim clan, take over Raging Tide City, and take over the Liezhou archipelago. Chou Hao said loudly, I will prepare everything to welcome the king's army south. White Knight City. Su Quan was really going crazy when he led the army to the city of Princess White Knight. He saw a huge flag hanging on the city wall. Then he looked at the people on the city wall. Wasn't it Shenlang and Zhang Chong? Then he looked at the city wall. It was densely packed with Zhang Chong's troops. Looking at the situation in front of him, his eyes were about to pop. Zhang Chong, that old thief, wasn't he dead? Why was he alive and well, and even took over White Knight City? Was he able to fly? He just entered the city last night and took over the whole city in one night. Did Xiao Wucheng and the others eat sh*t? The entire White Knight City government and garrison were all lackeys raised by the Su clan. Zhang Chong was only one person, and he still managed to turn the tables. How did he do it? What's more, what should Su Quan do next? His more than 10,000 troops had been besieging Shenlang's more than 20,000 mobs, but they still couldn't be destroyed. Why was this? This was a sheep-herding strategy. There were too many mobs. If he attacked rashly, he was afraid that they would scatter in all directions. So he needed to drive them into the sheep pen, so that not a single sheep could escape. And he had to carry out the Lord's plan of killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Not only would he kill these mobs and take back all the gold coins, but he would also take the opportunity to take over White Knight City. Of course, Sunan also had an unspeakable idea, that was to let this group of mobs rush into White Knight City and plunder. Then it would really be a businessman falling and Sunan eating his fill. Moreover, when Sunan's army killed these mobs, the people of White Knight City would be grateful to him and welcome his army into the city as if they were welcoming their savior. But who knew how the situation turned out like this? According to Suer's report, Zhang Chong was already dead. Last night, Zhang Chong only brought 1 follower to the banquet, and there were dozens of experts from the Su clan lying in ambush in the Snow Mountain Tower. He should have died, so why was he still alive? The situation was already in chaos and was on the verge of collapse. Nearly 20,000 mobs did not enter the sheep pen. After letting this group of mobs into White Knight City, Xiao Wucheng and 3 Qianhu troops were stationed in the city, and his more than 10,000 troops were stationed outside. With the 2 armies working together, it would be easy to catch them. The little bastard Shenlang and the 20,000 mobs would not be able to escape even if they had wings. Now, these 20,000 mobs were like a frightened herd of beasts, frantically fleeing in all directions. How could they catch them in the middle of the night? Most importantly, Zhang Chong's army was on the city wall. If his army was too close to the city wall, Zhang Chong's army would shoot arrows. However, these 20,000 mobs were really like headless flies. They were really like a frightened flock of sheep, fleeing in all directions. Some of them directly ran into Su Quan's army. In just a moment, many of them were killed by Su Quan's army. Shenlang shouted from the city wall, "You fools, run along the city wall." Shenlang's strength was too weak. The big fool was like his megaphone, shouting, "You bunch of sand, run along the city wall." The more than 10,000 mobs suddenly woke up. Then they all ran along the city wall in both directions. Su Quan's heart was really bleeding. How many gold coins had these 20,000 mobs plundered? An astronomical number. Originally, the Su clan wanted to take this opportunity to make a fortune. What they needed the most in the upcoming rebellion was money. But now the majority had been taken away by Shenlang and Zhang Chong, and the rest were still fleeing. In Su Quan's eyes, these fleeing mobs weren't people at all, but piles of gold coins. His Su clan's money, they just ran away with long legs. Su Quan suddenly shouted, stop them, kill, kill, kill. Immediately, the three-eyed evil mounted bandits rushed out. They split into two groups to intercept these mobs. Shoot arrows, kill, kill. Following Su Quan's order. The army behind him shot arrows like rain. But they weren't shooting at the city wall, but at the frantically fleeing mobs. Suddenly, countless people fell to the ground and died tragically. Under the curtain of night, the smell of blood soared to the sky. This was what Xianxia meant when he said that fate was fair. You people have robbed money that you can't earn in a lifetime, so you can exchange it with your lives. If you can escape, you can live comfortably for more than 10 years, marry a wife and have children, that's enough. But if you can't escape, you will die here. Then don't blame the heavens. Of course, if you want to curse Xianxia, please do as you wish. I, Xianxia, am a vicious person. I came to the Western Heaven province to take revenge, to destroy the Su clan. I'm not going to be a king, so I don't need to buy people's hearts. Su Quan madly killed this group of mobs. His eyes looked at Xianxia on the city wall. This child's viciousness really makes people's hair stand on end. He obviously has no strength to truss a chicken, but he's more ruthless than me. From then on, the entire White Knight province, when Xianxia is mentioned, their reputation will definitely be polarized. A portion of them would be filled with gratitude because Xianxia had changed their fates. A significant portion of the honest people would start to feel uneasy and leave the plundering team after they had snatched enough money. They would flee to the countryside to hide and prepare to live a peaceful life. And some people will hate Xianxia to the bone and curse him day and night. Because this group of people died under Xianxia's evil plan. It is said that success is built on the bones of 10,000 people. You, Xianxia, have not achieved success, but there are already more than 10,000 corpses. But you, Xianxia, don't be complacent, your time of death has come, you may not know, but Chu's Grandmaster Ban Rua has come down the mountain. Suffering Dida also brought a dozen experts, and together with me, there are 3 top experts. Su Quan said, Grandmaster Ban Rua, Grandmaster Kuhai, next, we will use our top martial arts to kill Xianxia and Zhangchong. We must kill them in one strike. Chu's Grandmaster Ban Rua said, I am not an assassin, I only know that my enemy is Li Xianxiu. Su Quan said, okay, leave Li Xianxiu to Grandmaster Ban Rua. Leave Zhangchong to Suffering Dida, and leave Xianxia and the big fool beside him to me. No problem. We must kill them in one strike. Then, Su Quan, Suffering Dida, and Grandmaster Ban Rua gathered all their chi. Kill. The 3 of them climbed up the wall like lightning. Behind them, dozens of experts also climbed up the wall. Xianxia, die. Zhangchong, die. Su Quan, Suffering Dida, and Grandmaster Ban Rua thrust their swords at their respective targets. Their speed was extremely fast, top experts must be killed in one strike. If they missed the opportunity, there would be no second chance, Grandmaster Ban Rua versus Sword King Li Xianxiu. One strike to determine the victor, Grandmaster Ban Rua lost by half a move and staggered backward. This was within Su Quan's plan. Grandmaster Ban Rua's purpose was not to defeat Sword King Li Xianxiu, but to restrain him and prevent him from saving Zhangchong. In this way, Suffering Dida could easily kill Zhangchong. He, Su Quan, could easily kill Xianxia. That big fool was heaven-defying, but he was not fast enough. He could stop Su Jianyan, but he could not stop Su Quan. Compared to Su Nan, Su Quan's martial arts were only slightly inferior. However, what happened next was completely beyond his imagination. Suffering Dida originally wanted to kill Zhangchong, but the one who rushed up to meet him was a completely unfamiliar middle-aged ugly man. Who was he? His martial arts were actually so high, and he was only a step away from becoming a grandmaster. However, Suffering Dida was also at this level. This ugly middle-aged man was, of course, Suisi's junior sister, eldest Princess Xianxia. Ding! Suffering Dida and eldest Princess Xianxia's swords clashed. Sparks burst out in the air. Eldest Princess Xianxia took half a step back, and Suffering Dida also staggered half a step. The martial arts of these two were indeed on par. Su Quan's target was Xianxia. But if he wanted to kill Xianxia, he had to first break through the big fool's defense. And the big fool was best at blocking swords. Other than Zhong Chuk and Li Qianqiu's swords, no one had been able to break through the big fool's defense. "Shenlang, you little thief, die, die!" Su Quan roared in his heart. The sharp sword in his hand was extremely fast, and he fiercely stabbed towards Shenlang. The big fool rushed forward, the black iron rod in his hand dancing wildly. "I block, I block, I block." However, the big fool only blocked one sword strike. Su Quan was too powerful, his sword was too fast. The big fool couldn't block the second strike. "I'm finally going to kill this little thief." Su Quan was overjoyed. The sharp sword in his hand was like a poisonous snake, stabbing towards Shenlang's neck. With this stab, Shenlang would definitely die. However, in the next moment, a figure suddenly rushed forward, blocking in front of Shenlang. Zhang Chong attacked. Su Quan was shocked. Why was Zhang Chong here? Shouldn't he be killed by suffering Duda? Ding! Zhang Chong and Su Quan's swords clashed. Su Quan's sword swung away Zhang Chong's sword and slashed into his chest. Blood spurted out. At this moment, the big fool's iron rod suddenly smashed over. Bang! Su Quan hurriedly raised his sword to block. Then, his whole body flew out and fell from the top of the city wall. Note, third update. Today's update is 21,000. Brothers, I beg for your monthly votes and support, I really need it. Woo woo, please remember this book's domain name. Mobile version, M. Congratulations to Ding Xiao for becoming the new leader of this book. I'm grateful. State of Yu, Tianbei Province, Xianxia City. The entire city had become a huge military camp. The monarch, Ning Yuanxian, had borrowed a huge sum of money to fund the military. 100,000 soldiers had gathered on the defense line. Gold coins were being poured out like water every day. However, Ning Yuanxian did not feel the pinch at all. As long as they survived this crisis, a few million gold coins was nothing. Exquisite people had one thing in common, and that was squandering. Perhaps it was because of the gold coins, or because of the monarch, the morale of the State of Yu's army at the Tianbei defense line was soaring. The atmosphere of the final battle was getting stronger. The State of Yu's army even took the initiative to attack a few times and fought a few small-scale battles. Although the third prince, Ning Qi, was a little cold, he was really powerful on the battlefield. He was a natural-born general. He won a few battles. Not only that, the third prince was clamoring every day. Wu Wang, do you dare to come and fight me? Wu Wang, you're still wet behind the ears. You're not fit to fight my father. These shouts were still normal. Suddenly, a thunderous roar came from the third prince's side. Wu Wang, come and lick my big bird. Immediately, everyone looked at the person. It was like Zhang Fei was alive, or Fan Kuai was reborn. This person was called Lan Bao. He was also a war refugee from the Great Battle 20 years ago. After the Great Battle between the Great Yan Empire and Jiangli, at least a few million war refugees were born and fled in all directions. Bitter Joy was a war refugee, so was Lan Bao. He was first adopted by the Zhong family. Because of his particularly violent temper, he was named Zhong Bao. After entering the Zhong family, he rose quickly due to his amazing bloodline talent. His personal martial arts were not very brilliant, but his martial arts on the battlefield were heaven-defying. He was usually a man of few words, but once on the battlefield, he became a madman. He was cruel and bloodthirsty, and was nicknamed the Devil Incarnate. However, his murderous nature was too strong, so Marquis Xianxia removed his surname. When he was a teenager, he learned martial arts from Grandmaster Lendo, and changed his name to Lan Bao. However, when he was 28 years old, he was expelled by Grandmaster Lendo because his murderous nature was too strong. This Lan's surname is not allowed, it will be changed to Lan Bao. Wu Wang, you little brat, get over here. I'm going to F***CKU. Wu Wang, you little brat, I'm going to crush your balls and rip off your penis, ha ha ha. This super valiant general's voice was like thunder, and could be heard clearly from far away. The young lord of Wu remained calm. It was as if he hadn't heard anything, but his trusted eunuch could clearly see that his knuckles were already bulging. He was already very angry. Your Majesty, King Yu sent more troops. Great General Wu Ji said. King Wu said, more troops? Was Ning Yuanxian crazy? Where else can the state of Yu deploy troops? Great General Wu Ji said, Yanzhou. King Wu sucked in a breath of cold air. Yan province's army of 100,000 has already been mobilized by him, and he still wants to mobilize troops from Bianshao? He has completely lost his mind. Wu Ji said, recently, King Yu's army has been provoking us daily. Especially that Lan Bao, he has led his army to attack a few times. King Wu's gaze turned cold. Steady, steady. Ning Yuanxian was crazy, but he was not. This time, his strategy was very simple. He wanted to take advantage of Su Nan's heaven-sent opportunity to seize the Liezhou archipelago and even Jinshan Island. In this way, it was equivalent to a sharp sword against the state of Yu's stomach. Once this goal was achieved, the next step would be to adapt to the situation. If Su Chong's army swept through the entire Tianqi province and directly killed their way to the state of Yu's capital, Ning Yuanxian's rear would be in chaos, and his so-called personal expedition would become a complete joke. At that time, it would be time for King Wu to go south and take back all the 9 counties that had been ceded. At that time, the state of Yu would have lost at least a third of its territory and become a second-rate kingdom. The state of Wu would leap up and become the overlord of the south. Great General Wu Ji said, Your Majesty, Ning Yuanxian is so crazy. I am afraid that one day, he will not be able to control himself and directly fight with us. And if we are not sufficiently prepared, I am afraid we will suffer greatly. King Wu frowned. He had originally led the army south to put on a show, a cover to seize the Liezhou archipelago. He had not expected that he would directly anger the madman Ning Yuanxian, who would actually personally lead the army, as if he was going to fight to the death. Helpless, King Wu could only continue to increase the number of troops. But after the incident in Yanzhou 20 years ago, the state of Wu's strength had been greatly reduced. There was a gap between the state of Wu and the state of Yu, and the total number of troops was not as good as the state of Yu. Send another 20,000 troops. King Wu said. The king of Yu is in the city, and we are out in the wilderness. We must maintain our military superiority. Great General Wu Ji said, we also have no more troops to deploy. King Wu said, deploy from the west. Yanzhou's garrison is already less than 40,000, and there is no need for us to hoard so many troops there. At this time, a black armored warrior walked in. This person was a black water station of the state of Wu. Your Majesty, Chou Ho has officially surrendered to our country. The opportunity to seize the raging tide city and the Liezhou archipelago is here. It was done. King Wu stood up excitedly. The king of Yu, Ning Yuanxian, did not place much importance on the Liezhou archipelago and the raging tide city, but he did. Because the Liezhou archipelago was close to the state of Yu. Once it was seized, it would be equivalent to blocking the eastern gate of the state of Yu. Ning Yuanxian was already old, and only cared about the land and not the sea. But King Wu knew that the sea trade was becoming more and more prosperous, and seizing it was important. Order the army to board the ships and follow the current. Gather at Tianfeng City first and meet up with Chou Ho's army. We will attack the raging tide city and seize the Liezhou archipelago. Yes, Your Majesty. With King Wu's orders, the state of Wu's 20,000-strong army boarded all kinds of ships and headed south. Seizing the raging tide city and the Liezhou archipelago had officially begun. The king of Yu, Ning Yuanxian, frowned. Outside, fierce General Lan Bao's thunderous curses, even though he was so far away, he could still hear them. Too vulgar. It was as if he had ked King Wu's wife, parents, and even King Wu himself. Ning Yuanxian was a delicate person, and he could not stand such vulgar words. But Lan Bao was, after all, a super valiant general on his side. Recently, he had been attacking frequently, and he was almost invincible in small-scale battles. But under normal circumstances, Ning Yuanxian did not dare to use him. He was bloodthirsty, and the key was that he had no military discipline and was vulgar. Ning Yuanxian did not like him at all. Therefore, Ning Yuanxian had excluded him from the last hunting at the border. Now that he thought about it, he regretted it. Your Majesty, the Duke of Weiwu has asked if we can act now. Ning Yuanxian frowned. Normally, this was a good time to act, because the whole world believed that Ning Yuanxian would fight with King Wu. In order to put on this show, Ning Yuanxian personally led the army to the battlefield. Not only did he mobilize all the famous generals, but he also borrowed more than 2 million gold coins from the Yinyuan Association for military expenses. The Wu army on the line of defense in Yenzhou was relatively empty. "No, it's not time yet," Ning Yuanxian said. "When is the enemy the most relaxed and unguarded?" Eunuch Li Sun said, "At the most dangerous time for the state of Yu." Ning Yuanxian said, "The moment when Sunan rebelled is the most dangerous time for the state of Yu, and also the time when Wu state is most relaxed. That's when Bian Shao will attack crazily, and fight a fierce battle that will shock the world. He will kill the people of Wu state, frighten the surrounding countries, and force Ju state to retreat. Order Jingtua to continue to show weakness, and close the day-night gate. Don't show any intention to go south." "Yes." Eunuch Li Sun's scalp went numb. He also thought that the monarch had gone crazy. This gamble was too big. It was like dancing on a tightrope. Once they fell, there would be countless sharp blades below. "I hope that this little viper, Zhang Chong and Shen Lang, don't disappoint me," Ning Yuanxian said. "I hope these two people and Jing Tua can block Sunan's rebel army in the day-night county." Li Sun didn't dare to speak, but it was too difficult. Zhang Chong only had 3,000 people, and Shen Lang only had a few hundred people. Even with Jing Tua's army, it would be extremely difficult to block Sunan's rebel army. In fact, the monarch was more anxious than anyone else. The day-night county was completely Sunan's territory. Shen Lang and Zhang Chong were going deep into the tiger's den, and there was a slim chance of survival. But don't doubt the people you use, and don't use the people you doubt. Shen Lang might not have any other skills, but he should be able to harm people. What was the situation in the day-night county? "Shen Lang, Zhang Chong, don't let me down." At this moment, Eunuch Shaoli rushed in and said, "Your Majesty, urgent report from the day-night county." Ning Yuanxian suddenly stood up. He didn't even wait for Li Sun to pass it to him, and directly snatched it. After reading the secret letter, Ning Yuanxian felt that his hair was about to stand up. F***ck, he was the monarch, so he had to say a lot of things in a dignified manner. That was why he kept asking Zhang Chong and Shen Lang to go to the day-night county to stabilize Sunan and not let him rebel. There were many things that he couldn't say, so he could only give an edict and act at his discretion. He knew in his heart that Shen Lang would definitely understand. His subtext: messing up the day-night county, constantly creating problems for Sunan, and making him restless. But after reading the secret letter, Ning Yuanxian was still shocked by Shen Lang's means. "Shen Lang, are you crazy? How many people did you kill, directly or indirectly? At least tens of thousands. How many people in the entire day-night county were killed by you? Shen Lang, you're more than just audacious." The wealth that the Western region merchants had accumulated in the day-night county for decades was instantly looted by you. The secret letter only mentioned that Shen Lang had kidnapped tens of thousands of people and plundered the entire day-night county. Sunan's army was madly chasing and killing these tens of thousands of people. The secret letter didn't have time to explain the final outcome because it hadn't happened yet. But Ning Yuanxian could already see that Shen Lang planned to use these tens of thousands of looters as victims. This person is really vicious. I think you're capable, and I think you're very good at causing trouble. But I didn't expect you to cause trouble to this extent. With your own strength, you simply turned the entire day-night county upside down. How bold. The monarch handed the secret letter to Li Sun and grinned. From now on, Shen Lang's reputation in the day-night county will be as bad as a child's cry, and I will also be stinking in the day-night county. He's a madman. When we were in the capital, he listened to every word I said seriously and was very well behaved. But as soon as we arrived at the day-night prefecture, he threw my words out of the window. This general who doesn't obey the orders of the monarch when he's on the battlefield has been thoroughly played by him. After Eunuch Li Sun read it, he also felt a chill down his spine. Is this still the pretty boy who slept naked in the same bed with Princess Ning Yan? Is this still the well-behaved and shameless little thing? In less than half a month, the entire day-night county was cleaned up by him, and several cities were almost wiped out by him. All the Western region merchants, Western region warriors, and the lackey bureaucrats of the Su clan were all killed. Almost all the cities in the day-night county were now in a state of no government. Ning Yuanxian said, everyone says that I, Ning Yuanxian, have killed a lot. How can I be compared to this bold bastard? Issue a decree to reprimand Shen Lang for his audacity. Give him 10 whips. Issue a decree to reprimand Zhang Chong. How did he manage his subordinates? Isn't this behavior disappointing the hearts of the people in the Day-Night County? The monarch was shocked and overjoyed. He really didn't expect this little thing to be able to do this. However, his guts were really as big as the sky. Sunan is going to start a rebellion ahead of time. He probably can't wait to meet with the Chang Kingdom. Li Sun said, is Shen Lang really that powerful? The monarch said, is he really that powerful? He directly forced Sunan to the edge of the cliff. Sunan is such a vicious person, and only someone more vicious than Shen Lang can subdue him. Li Sun said, but this little thief's reputation is completely ruined. It's obvious that he really has no ambition. He's only going to take revenge. The monarch scolded, you old dog, you don't have to beat around the bush to put in a good word for him. I can tell if he's ambitious or not. Li Sun bowed and said, Your Majesty is wise. The monarch stood up and was so excited that his body was burning. He said, inform Bian Shao to get ready. The time to strike is coming. Then, he walked out of the camp and embraced the strong wind outside. The wind was really blowing, and the clouds were flying. The grand scheme was about to begin. I, Ning Yuanxian, have Bian Shao, Zhong Yao, Yan Chuang, Zhu Hongzhu, and Zhang Chong. Why would I worry about not getting through this crisis? And then there was the little poisonous snake, Shen Lang. The grand scheme was about to begin. I'll personally set the stage for you and beat the drums for you. Bian Shao, Zhang Chong, Shen Lang, the three of you should put on a good show. The Day-Night County main city, Su Quan descended from the top of the city wall. Then, the suffering monk and Grandmaster Ban Rua landed. More than a dozen masters also landed. However, a few of them were killed, and their bodies fell. The top masters were all about killing in one blow. If they missed this opportunity, they wouldn't have it again. Su Quan roared loudly. He was really unwilling. He personally took action and even invited Grandmaster Ban Rua, but he still couldn't kill Zhang Chong and Shen Lang. Who was that ugly middle-aged man? He was so powerful, with such a top master protecting Zhang Chong, the possibility of killing Zhang Chong through martial arts was almost zero. Not to mention that Zhang Chong's martial arts was also very high. It was also at this time that Zhang Chong was exposed. If he hid among the thousands of troops, even a grandmaster couldn't assassinate him. However, Su Quan's sword had been smeared with poison, and Zhang Chong had been stabbed by him. He hoped that he could die. But he thought too much. Zhang Chong was just in the middle. Shen Lang said directly, De Zhuang, suck out all the blood from Lord Jing's wound. The big fool was a freak. Although he wasn't invulnerable to poison, he wasn't far from it. The big fool stepped forward and directly sucked out all the blood from Zhang Chong's wound. For a moment, Zhang Chong was almost trembling. Because, this mouthful of blood sucked out was almost half a caddy. Not to mention poisonous blood, even a lot of normal good blood had been sucked out. Bah! The big fool spat out more than 100 milliliters of blood. Then, Shen Lang took out a knife and quickly cut off all the flesh on Zhang Chong's wound. Then, he sutured it with a needle and thread and applied medicine to the wound. His movements were very fast. Even if Su Quan's sword was poisoned, it was no longer a problem. Next, Shen Lang would write a few prescriptions for Zhang Chong to take every day to remove the remaining poison. He observed the blood on the ground. Sure enough, Su Quan's sword was smeared with poison, and it was the poison of a poisonous snake. It's all right. Shen Lang said, although this kind of snake venom is amazing, it hasn't entered Lord Jing's body yet. Next, you just need to take a few medicines to stop the inflammation. Zhang Chong looked down at the wound on his chest. It was a full 3 inches long. Su Quan's martial arts were really good, only a little worse than Sunan's. Neither of them said thank you. Previously, Shen Lang saved Zhang Chong's life. And this time, Zhang Chong blocked a sword for Shen Lang, which could be considered as repayment. But immediately, Shen Lang saved him, therefore, this life-saving grace was already entangled. Shen Lang said to the ugly middle-aged man, Princess Ning Buhan, in the upcoming battle, please bring the experts of the Black Water platform to protect Lord Zhangcheng at all times. Don't give Sunan any chance. In fact, Shen Lang didn't even know about Princess Ning Jia's existence. The monarch was really sinister. Ning Buhan, everyone immediately looked at Shen Lang. What? What kind of nickname was that? Shen Lang quickly shut up. He was really embarrassed, he said it out loud. Princess Ning Jia glanced at Shen Lang. She wasn't interested in men, but she completely understood their dirty thoughts. She instantly understood the nickname that Shen Lang gave her. However, she merely shot a cold glance at Shen Lang and did not bother with him anymore. Shen Lang said with a smile, Grandpa Zhang, our first step is a success. Next, Sunan's arrow has no choice but to be released. He will rebel before he can meet with the Chong kingdom. Zhangcheng said, Shen is amazing. What was the most crucial point in this battle? Cut off Su Chong and prevent the two armies from meeting. Sunan wanted to kill 3 birds with 1 stone, and Shen Lang was also using a carrot to keep Sunan in suspense. Now, he was forced to the cliff. Sunan's plan to kill 3 birds with 1 stone is very good and vicious, but he's too greedy. Zhang Chong agreed. Benefits moved people's hearts. The best thing about Shen Lang was that he treated money like dung and power like dung. In the Battle of the New Tiao City, Shen Lang had displayed this to the fullest. In order to seize the New Tiao City, in order to attract Chou Tianwei, Jinshan Island was thrown out as he pleased. Tens of millions of gold coins were thrown out as he pleased. And it was the same now. How many gold coins had he plundered with tens of thousands of people? An astronomical number. But he didn't put it in his eyes at all. He was using it to lure Sunan's army. Tens of thousands of rioters carrying an astronomical number of gold coins. In Sunan's eyes, this was a piece of super fat meat that could be easily eaten. The only thing he wanted was to eat it completely and not let the fat meat escape. Just like that, Shen Lang used this fat meat to lure Su Clan's army to the edge of the cliff. Then, he suddenly flashed and killed more than half of the tens of thousands of looters. He left Su Quan's army hanging on the cliff. Towards the astronomical number of gold coins, Shen Lang was not tempted. Towards the tens of thousands of looters, he was not tempted at all. In the eyes of other ambitious people, these tens of thousands of looters were an army of tens of thousands. If used well, what kind of power and influence would that be? But Shen Lang didn't. He turned around and threw them away, pushing them off the cliff. Sunan was too smart, he wanted too much. So in this battle, he almost didn't get anything. He had killed 3 birds with 1 stone and missed. Now, Su Quan's army was at the city gates. He only ate a small piece of this fat meat. What could he do? Retreat? Impossible. What kind of blow to the morale? People thought that his army of more than 10,000 was scared off by Zhang Cheng's army of a few thousand. If he didn't retreat, he would besiege the city. Not good either, because Zhang Cheng had already taken over the main city of White Night and obtained an astronomical number of gold coins. He could continue to recruit the city's people into the army. As long as Zhang Cheng was given time, his army could grow stronger day by day. The only way was to make the best of the mistake and immediately attack the city. The arrow was already on the bowstring, it had to be released. While Zhang Cheng was still standing firm, he would immediately attack the city with the army, but in this way, even if he rebelled in advance and became independent, he wouldn't be able to wait for Su Cheng's army to join forces. So Zhang Cheng said that the first step was completed, forcing Sunan to rebel in advance and separate Su Cheng's army to join forces. Shen Lang, in 3 days at the latest, Sunan will announce that he will rebel against Vietnam and become independent. At that time, his army of more than 10,000 will madly attack White Night City. At that time, you will be under unparalleled pressure. Wasn't that right? Zhang Cheng only had 3,000 to 4,000 troops in his hands, and he had to defend against about 4 times the number of enemies. This battle to defend the city was destined to be extremely tragic. Zhang Cheng said, I can only say that I will do my best. If the city is here, the people will be here. If the city is destroyed, the people will die. This was the bottom line set by the monarch. It would take at least a month or 2 to stop Sunan's rebellion in White Night City. If White Night City fell during this time, then both Shen Lang and Zhang Cheng would lose. Shen Lang wrote a prescription and handed it to Zhang Chong. Master Zhang, after a short meeting, we have to separate again. While Su Cheng's army hasn't surrounded us yet, I have to leave. Princess Ningjia was stunned. Shen Lang actually didn't want to stay to defend the city? Where are you going? Zhang Chong said. The key to this battle is the Cheng army. Once the Cheng kingdom and the Su clan meet up, then no matter how capable we are, we will definitely lose. With just a few thousand of us, we won't be able to stop Su Cheng's army of tens of thousands. Grand Princess Ningjia said, but His Majesty's order is only for you to stop Su Nan's rebel army for a month or two. When the situation in the north becomes clear, the main army will head south to fight Su Nan in the Western Heaven province and destroy him in one fell swoop. Zhang Chong said, but Shen doesn't want to wait for His Majesty's main army. He wants to rely on the two of us to exterminate the Su family. Grand Princess Ningjia's scalp instantly went numb. Are you crazy? How is this possible? Ningjia said in a low voice, the two of you only have 4,000 troops at most. If you can delay Su Nan's rebel army for a month, even if it's a huge victory, wanting to destroy Su Cheng's army of tens of thousands is just a pipe dream. His Majesty's decree is very clear. He wants you to join hands with General Jin Tua to restrain Su Nan for a month or two so that he can buy time for the war in the north. Shen Lang, when the general is outside, the monarch's orders are not accepted. Then, Shen Lang cupped his hands towards Zhang Chong and said, Master Zhang, farewell. Please hold on for at least a month. When the time comes, I will definitely lead the army to attack from both inside and outside, and kill all of Su Nan's rebel army. Zhang Chong said, Shen, take care. I can only say that if the city is here, the people will be here. If the city dies, the people will die. After that, Shen Lang mounted his warhorse and led the 200 men, each man riding on 2 horses, and quickly departed. Taking advantage of the fact that the White Night City had not been surrounded by the enemy, he left through the east gate and disappeared into the night. Grand Princess Ningjia looked at Shen Lang's disappearing figure and said in a low voice, what is he going to do? Zhang Chong said, destroy the main army of the Cheng kingdom. Ningjia said, just with his 200 people, he wants to destroy 40 to 50,000 of Arutai's troops? Zhang Chong said, and it has to be done within half a month. Grand Princess Ningjia was about to go crazy. The Cheng kingdom's main force is 40 to 50,000 troops, and you, Shen Lang, only have 200 people, and you don't even have the strength to truss a chicken. 200 people want to destroy 40 to 50,000, are you dreaming? Ningjia couldn't help but say, Master Zhang, Shen Lang is crazy, are you also crazy? His Majesty's order is clear, to restrain the Su Nan rebels for a month or two, not to annihilate them. Zhang Chong said, Your Highness, do you think I can stop Shen? He said long ago that he would take revenge and wipe out the hatred, and that he would wipe out the entire Su clan. Ningjia said, what enmity does he have with Su Nan? Zhang Chong said, it's probably because the Su family threw stones at the Kim family when they were down, and Su Jianting cut his mother-in-law in the back. Grand Princess Ningjia's teeth turned cold. Just this little bit of hatred? I thought it was for killing my parents. Just because your mother-in-law, Su Peipei, was cut in the back, you, Shen Lang, want to kill the entire Su family? You're too narrow-minded. Zhang Chong said, moreover, in the capital, Su Nan used Ho Tsai's case to murder Shen in an attempt to put him to death. Grand Princess Ningjia looked at Zhang Chong for a long time and said, Master Zhang, you're really amazing. The meaning was very clear. Lord Zhang Chong, you and Shen Lang definitely have a life and death feud in Nujiang County, right? In fact, the number of times you two have fought is far more than Su Nan. In the end, Shen Lang wouldn't rest until Su Nan was dead, but he treated you, Zhang Chong, as if you were a close friend. Zhang Chong said, I don't have any personal grudges with Shen. Grand Princess Ningjia said, Shen Lang only brought 200 people to destroy the main army of the Cheng kingdom. What does he plan to do? Zhang Chong said, I don't know. Ningjia said, you don't know, and you still believe him? And you still trust him with your life? Zhang Chong said, I have no other choice. This time, His Majesty sent me and Shen to the White Night County. On the surface, I am the leader and he is the assistant, but Shen is unwilling to be left behind. We can't have internal strife, so he will be the leader and I will be the assistant. Xianxia said, then do you think Xianlang can destroy the main force of the Cheng kingdom with just 200 people? I don't know. Zhang Chong said, probably. Yes. Xianxia said, crazy, you're all crazy. I must report this matter to His Majesty. His Majesty's order is very clear, it is to restrain Sunan's army, not to annihilate, not to annihilate. Zhang Chong said, Your Highness, please do as you please, but Sunan's arrow is on the bowstring, we have no choice but to shoot. We are also on the bowstring, we have no choice but to shoot. Su Quan carried out the final count, of the 20,000 looters, 8,000 had been killed, and the remaining 10,000 had escaped under the cover of the night. And all of them had fled along the city walls, like rabbits, burrowing into the fields and forests and disappearing without a trace. I only collected 300,000 gold coins, the rest are all gone. The 5,000 people who plundered the most were led into the city by Xianlang and then killed all of them. This batch of gold coins was taken by Zhang Chong, and will probably be used for military expenses. Sunan was really going to explode. My army of more than 10,000 worked hard for so long, but in the end, the fat was taken away by someone else. I've worked hard for nothing, the plan to kill 3 birds with 1 stone had all failed. He didn't get the gold coins, Xianlang also ran away, and he didn't take down the White Knight County city either. Moreover, he even gave Zhang Chong hundreds of thousands of gold coins as military expenses. Su Quan said, how much gold coins did we lose this time? About 1 million. The savings of the merchants in the western region over the years were all looted. Su Quan felt dizzy. His lord had wanted to kill 3 birds with 1 stone, but all of them had failed. He had really suffered a double loss. What should he do next? Attack the city immediately, that would be preemptive rebellion. The Cheng Kingdom's army hadn't arrived yet, but retreat? Impossible, it would be too damaging to their morale. Surround them and not attack, that wouldn't work either. Zhang Chong had already gained a foothold, so the earlier they attacked, the better. At this moment, a scout came to report. Sir, Xianlang led 200 warriors and left the White Knight County city from the east gate. They disappeared. Su Quan trembled. What was this little snake going to do now? Where was he going if he didn't stay in the city? Soon, he understood, Xianlang's target might be the Cheng Kingdom's main army. Master suffering. Before Su Quan could say anything, the Great Tribulation Temple's monk suffering immediately led 2,000 monk soldiers to chase after Xianlang. Now, Xianlang and the Great Tribulation Temple had a deep hatred for each other. Then, the Chu martial Grandmaster Ban Rua also rushed over. She only had one target, the Sword King Li Qianqiu. Su Quan said, Su Yong, report this bad news to the Lord. What should we do next? Let the Lord decide. Yes. Su Yong mounted his horse and galloped toward the Marquis residence. The next day, in the Marquis residence, Sunan held Su Quan's secret letter, his body trembling, and his hands were completely cold. He couldn't believe it at all. The plan of killing 3 birds with 1 stone could be said to be a brilliant plan to bring peace to the world. Although it wasn't foolproof, it was definitely 80 to 90% confident. He would be able to obtain an astronomical amount of gold coins, be able to legitimately enter the day-night region, and even kill Xianlang. But what happened in the end? None of them succeeded. Xianlang, that little thief, had run away again. The White Knight County city was also occupied by Zhang Chong. Almost all of the 1 million gold coins were lost, and half of them fell into Zhang Chong's hands, becoming his military expenses. The battle between him and Xianlang could be said to be a complete loss of face. He had been slapped in the face by Xianlang. Note, the first update has been sent. After writing for a few hours, I fainted from hunger. I'm going to eat and continue writing. I'm begging for support and monthly votes, thank you for the 10,000 coins of vinegar. He suffered a double loss, he was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Xianlang was so vicious that he killed tens of thousands of people, even with Sunan's self-restraint, he couldn't help but feel dizzy, and his chest was blocked with anger that he couldn't release. Xianlang hadn't been in the White Knight Prefecture for long, but he had already made the Su clan suffer 2 big losses. The loss this time was even more painful. Over 1 million gold coins had flowed out of his hands like water. Was this thief really the son of a farmer? Did the son of a farmer treat money like dirt and human life like grass? Probably only Ning Yuanxian would be so wasteful. Su Nan had been in a high position in the imperial court for a long time, so he certainly knew the degree of extravagance of the monarch, which could be described as extravagant. How many gold coins did the state of Yu owe the Inyuan Association? Only God knew the exact number. But how long has it been since Xianxia got rich? Millions of gold coins were wasted just like that. Su Nan, really can't learn this kind of courage. You don't know how expensive rice and firewood are unless you are in charge. And you've already spent so much twice. The first time at Wanya Island, Xianxia used an astronomical amount of gold to create a shocking rumor that killed Chou Tianwei's pirate army and seized Raging Tide City. Su Nan heard that the ancient gold vein forged with hundreds of thousands of gold coins was still sunk at the bottom of the big pit and hadn't been completely scooped up. The second time at the White Knight Prefecture, he took the lead to rob several years of savings of the merchants in the western region, but he didn't take a single copper coin. In the face of tens of thousands of mobs, he wasn't the least bit tempted, which could be transformed into an army. He really didn't know whether to say that Xianxia was powerful or had a big heart. I'm greedy, greedy. Having said that, Su Nan didn't regret it. His strategy of killing 3 birds with 1 stone was not wrong. More than 1,000,000 gold coins, even Ning Yuanxian would be tempted, let alone Su Nan. Su Nan let out a long breath and walked to the big window, looking at the great snow mountain not far away. I've suffered 2 big losses and suffered 2 setbacks. Su Nan muttered to himself. Looking at the majestic great snow mountain, he finally felt a little better. Let bygones be bygones. It was meaningless to dwell on what had already happened. But that's nothing. The overall situation hasn't changed. Su Nan muttered to himself, no matter how much Xianxia tosses and turns, Zhang Chong will not be able to summon out the troops on hand. He only has a mere 3,000 troops and horses, he can't overturn the heavens. Su Yong said, Your Highness, Lord Su Quan's army has surrounded Day-Night City. Should we attack? Right, should we attack, surround them but not attack? No, wouldn't that be letting Zhang Chong off easy? The Su clan needed to sweep the entire southern part of the West Heaven province in the shortest amount of time possible. An undeclared war, that wouldn't do either. It would be detrimental to morale, since they were going to fight, then they had to fight with a bang. Was it time to declare war? That was the fuse that would instantly ignite the upheaval of the state of Yu. Is there any movement from Jingtua of White Knight Pass? Su Yong said, still nothing. The city gates are tightly shut. What about the Chang Kingdom? Where is Arutai's army? Su Yong said, the Crown Prince just sent an intelligence report. The Chang King Arutai's army of 40,000 is very fast. They are less than 100 miles away from Arunana's tribe. Once Arunana is eliminated, they will immediately head east to join us. Su Nan walked to the large map. This is Arunana's Snow Mountain tribe. The Chang King Arutai's army should be here. He pointed to a point on the map. From the map, the Chang King Arutai's army was really close to him, just a few hundred miles. They just needed to go around the snow mountain. Su Yong said, in half a month, the Chang King Arutai's army will join us. Su Nan said, what about Chu? What about Wu? These 2 are the biggest beneficiaries of this upheaval in the state of Yu. They can't be all bark and no bite. They can't just wait for me to attack first. These 2 are bigger. If we have to fight, they should be the ones to attack first. Su Yong said, the Eastern Sea is too far away from us, and the intelligence can't be sent in time. But Wu King is determined to get the Lizhou archipelago, and the Inyuan society is determined to get the trade rights in the East Sea. The key is Chu. Su Nan's gaze fell on White Knight Pass. Although Jingtuo's army wasn't big, it was like a sword hanging over his head. Su Yong said, my lord? Are we going to war? Lord Su Quan is waiting for your order. Su Nan frowned and thought for a long time. No. Don't move first. Go tell the Chu envoy that I will only move when the Chu army moves. Su Nan still suppressed his strong impulse. This was different from what Xianxia had expected. Xianxia had originally thought that the Su clan was like an arrow on a bowstring and had to be released. But Su Nan was really hard to figure out. Sometimes he was extremely bold and greedy, and sometimes he was extremely conservative. He thought that he would rebel when the army was already at the gates. He didn't want to, but he forcibly suppressed his impulse. A moment later, the Chu envoy hurried in and directly bowed to Sun An. "Su Ho, the arrow on the bowstring has to be released. It's time to shake the world." Obviously, he had also heard about what happened in White Knight City. The Su clan's army was already at the gates, so they would definitely go to war. The longer they didn't fight, the more advantageous it would be for Zhang Chong. "Su Ho, let's go to war, while Zhang Chong is still not stable," the Chu envoy said excitedly. The Su clan suffered a big loss in White Knight City. It was bad news for Sun An, but it might not be bad news for Chu. Sun An picked up his teacup and said, "No hurry, no hurry." The Chu envoy said, "Su Gong, Zhang Chong is very powerful. If he is given time, I'm afraid he will really manage White Knight City." Sun An still said, "No hurry, no hurry." The Chu envoy said, "When will Su Gong be in a hurry?" Sun An said, "When the Chu army stops acting and really attacks Zhong Yao's army. When Jingtua is too busy, it won't be too late for me to make a move." This was not releasing the eagle without seeing the rabbit. In this game, the country that wanted to take advantage of the situation the most was Chu. The army gathered the most, the thunder was the loudest, but the movement was the smallest. Look at King Wu, his determination to seize the Lizhou Islands was unwavering. Look at Sun An, his determination to rebel and stand independent was unwavering. The Chu envoy said, "Soon, soon." Sun An said seriously, "Your Excellency, this drama started because of me, Sun An, but among the few, I have the smallest capital. If Chu doesn't make a move, I won't make a move. Anyway, King Cheng's army hasn't come to meet me." All eyes in the world were on Sun An. They thought he was like an arrow on the bowstring that had to be fired, but he turned around just like that. Everyone was waiting for the southwest of the state of Yu to instantly collapse. In the end, there was no sound. Of course, the Su clan was not completely silent. The Su clan's army appeared one after another. Previously, there were only 5,000 private soldiers, but now there were more than 10,000, and this did not include the thousands of horse bandits. The wandering warriors of the western regions entered the Su clan's territory in groups and began to reorganize into an army. The monk soldiers of the Great Tribulation Temple also kept moving east. More and more troops gathered in the Su clan's territory. Xianxia City was the northernmost city, closest to White Knight Pass. On this day, Xianxia City Lord suddenly asked Governor Zhang Chong and Marquis Zhenyuan Sun An for help, saying that a large number of bandits had appeared in the city and were robbing merchants and rich families. "Damn it, who are you trying to fool with these words?" Shen Lang had already led his men to plunder Xianxia City. At that time, the city lord had already fled upon hearing the news. Half a month had passed, and now you're saying bandits have appeared? Governor Zhang Chong was already surrounded by the army, so of course he couldn't send troops to rescue him. Marquis Sun An naturally couldn't refuse. Immediately, Marquis Sun An's younger brother, Su Zhan, led 5,000 troops to Xianxia City. Xianxia City was less than 100 miles away from White Knight Pass. Once Sun An rebelled, the Western Peace General Jingtuo's army would first encounter Xianxia City. These 5,000 troops blocked the way of Jingtuo's army to the south. Then, a 3,000 Western Region warrior mercenary army left the Su clan's territory and went to White Knight City to join Su Quan's army. At this time, the Su clan's army surrounding White Knight City had increased to about 15,000 troops. Almost all eyes in the world were on Sun An. "You old thief really can endure, why aren't you making a move? Aren't you afraid that Zhang Chong will continue to recruit troops in White Knight City?" Zhang Chong, Wu Wang, Yu Wang, Chu Wang, Bian Shao, and other big shots almost held their breath, staring at Sun An without blinking. As long as Sun An announced the start of the army, it was the end of the world. A single move would affect the whole situation. Yu Wang Ning Yuan Xian. He had just received Princess Ning Jia's secret report and was about to jump up. Then he read it over and over again. He was really afraid that he had seen it wrong. In the end, Ning Jia wrote it clearly. Shen Lang took a few hundred people to destroy Chongqing's main force. A few hundred people to destroy tens of thousands of troops? Am I crazy? Or is the world crazy? At this moment, Ning Yuanxian really regretted sending Xianlang to White Night City. This is a wild dog. Once out of the door, it disappeared. In the capital, it could be considered well-behaved, but once it was out of sight, it was boundless when it went crazy. Previously, he had led tens of thousands of mobs to loot the entire White Night City. Although he was extremely daring, he had made a great contribution. Moreover, his cooperation with Zhang Chong was flawless, causing Sun Nan's plan to kill 3 birds with 1 stone to fail. On the surface, the monarch was reprimanding, but he was secretly happy in his heart. However, he was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. But now, the shock he had received was too great. I have already made it clear that Xianlang, Yu, Zhang Chong, and Jing Tuo will work together to restrain Sun Nan's army for a month or 2. When the war in the north is over, it will be a success. Restrain, do you understand? I am not asking you to destroy the Su clan's army, nor the Chang kingdom's army. Even if I, Ning Yuanxian, am crazy, I would not dare to ask you to lead a few thousand people to destroy Sunan. In the end, you are leading a few hundred people to destroy the Chang king's army of tens of thousands. It doesn't matter if you screw up. You will cause the entire chessboard to be destroyed. Ning Jia was a typical person of few words. Previously, the secret letter she had written to Ning Yuanxian was at most a dozen words. But this time it was a voluminous few hundred words, as if she wanted to explain every detail clearly. Why? Because she was also afraid. Is this Xianlang really the son of a farmer? Ning Yuanxian said with a trembling voice, this audacity, is he born of a farmer? Ning Yuanxian felt a headache coming on. People say that a person is like a knife. If you don't know how to use it, you might cut yourself. How is this Xianlang just a knife? He is simply, Ning Yuanxian did not know the term grenade. Otherwise, he would definitely use it on Xianlang. It was fierce to blow up the enemy, but if he was not careful, he would also blow himself up into pieces. Fortunately, this madman only brought his own people, not Zhang Chong's army. It doesn't matter if this little madman screws up. At least there is still Zhang Chong and Jing Tuo. Ning Yuanxian muttered to himself. At this time, no matter how angry he was, he would not be able to stop Xianlang. At this moment, the Blackwater platform's secret messenger rushed in. Your Majesty, urgent military news, urgent military news. 800 miles urgent, 800 miles urgent. The secret messenger knelt in front of Ning Yuanxian and presented the Blackwater platform's top secret information with both hands. There were 3 crow feathers on it. Ning Yuanxian's scalp went numb again, and his entire spine suddenly stood erect. What happened again? Did Sun Nan raise his troops? Absolutely not, there would be an urgent report every 4 hours from the battle in the west. Then something happened somewhere else, could it be the southern kingdom? Also not, the state of Yu did not have the national power to fight 2 wars, so Zhu Lin's army had already pulled back their defensive line and gathered at Nanao City. There would not be a big war. Monarch Ning Yuanxian opened it. Instantly, his mind was blown. The secret report said that Liezhou Archipelago's Lord Qiu Hao had betrayed the state of Wu. The state of Wu's army was heading south towards Raging Tide City. Xuanwu's Lord Jin Zhua was suspected of being assassinated. Ning Yuanxian closed his eyes and endured the impact of this news. He did not expect this, he, Ning Yuanxian, was playing a diversion, but the young king of Wu was playing a diversion. His target was actually Liezhou Archipelago. Jin Zhua was assassinated? Qiu Hao betrayed the state of Wu. If that was the case, how could they resist the state of Wu? Ning Yuanxian felt a little uncomfortable. After all, Jin Zhua was a noble person, and he was Xianlang's father-in-law. But that was it, King Wu was determined to get Liezhou Archipelago, but Ning Yuanxian did not care much. Compared to the sea, he cared more about the land. Liezhou Archipelago belonged to the state of Yu in name, but in the end, it belonged to the Kim clan. This must be the Yinyuan Association's doing. Ning Yuanxian sneered. Merchants did not have a country, especially an organization like the Yinyuan Association. What a big move, lending money to me with one hand and lending money to King Wu with the other. Does the Yinyuan Association really think of itself as the black hand that controls the world? Ning Yuanxian was a little angry. And then, that was it. Raging Tide City was the foundation of the Kim family, so let the Kim clan defend it. I am powerless. Whether or not I can defend it, it is up to fate. Lizhou archipelago had fallen into the hands of the state of Wu. Ning Yuanxian was naturally furious and extremely unwilling. But that was only because of his political reputation. He did not care about the actual benefits. At least, Ning Yuanxian did not have any benefits in Lizhou archipelago. In fact, King Wu's focus on Lizhou archipelago would be of great help to Bianzhao's surprise attack. Compared to Lizhou archipelago, Ning Yuanxian was more concerned about the outcome of the war in the north and the result of Bianzhao's surprise attack. Now was really a heaven-sent opportunity. King Wu's attention was all on Lizhou archipelago and Raging Tide City. The other half was on Xianxia City and Ning Yuanxian's 100,000-strong army. He would probably ignore the western defensive line to the extreme. At this moment, Ning Yuanxian suddenly realized that King Wu was somewhat similar to himself. Both liked strategic blackmail, both liked to take risks, but both could only focus on one direction. For example, Ning Yuanxian's eyes were fixed on Bianzhao's surprise attack, and so he furiously laid the groundwork, desperately creating opportunities. But Lizhou archipelago had been neglected by Ning Yuanxian. Was this a form of narrow-mindedness? Then what about Shenlang? Had he also been too focused on a certain goal and neglected something else? Now, his backyard was on fire, and Raging Tide City was about to be lost. He had actually led a few hundred people to destroy King Chong's main force. Was this not caring about the head but not the tail? On the eastern sea, the state of Wu's hundreds of ships were majestically heading south. Looking down from the sky, this fleet stretched for dozens of li. Although it couldn't be said to cover the sky, it was definitely boundless. Nearly 30,000 troops. This was already the limit of King Wu's ability to attack Raging Tide City. But it was enough. Xianxia had been assassinated, and Raging Tide City's garrison would not exceed 5,000. Without a leader, the people would definitely be panicking. This battle was certain to be won. The Wu Kingdom's southern expedition commander, Wu Mu, stood at the bow of the ship, feeling the sea breeze. Your Majesty, just wait for the good news of my success. The heavens have decreed that I, Wu Mu, will achieve great feats. Inside Raging Tide City, in a secret room in a large castle, Jean Mulan said awkwardly, I really don't know how to act. Father is clearly safe and sound, but you want me to pretend to be sad all the time. I don't know how to do it. Mulan really couldn't act. Her parents were both healthy, and she and her husband loved each other so much. She was a happy person. She really didn't know how to make him sad and sorrowful. Jean Hui hesitated for a long time. So what if he died? Then Yu said, Miss, son-in-law has already slept with Princess Ning Yan in the capital, and more than once. He was also caught by the monarch. As soon as this was said, Mulan baby's eyes instantly turned red. Scumbag husband, you said before that you and Ning Yan were just brothers, and there was no love at all. I would rather you go to the brothel and find those prostitutes. I also don't want you to have emotional entanglements with the women around you, especially those cute women. Cheating is definitely not allowed. At this moment, Anxietian said, Yes, miss, that's your expression. These few days, when you feel that you can't be sad, you think about son-in-law's affair. Everyone knows that you don't know how to act. Once you see your sad and angry look, everyone will believe that the Lord has been assassinated. Marquis Xianxia was speechless. Was it really like this? Mulan gritted her teeth and said, Scumbag, just you wait, just you wait. When you get home, I will definitely kill you. Last time in Lane County, Jean Mulan, was too lenient and let you only wake up the next day. Don't you know what you're capable of? You can't even handle me, Jean Mulan, alone, and you still want to go out and steal? You're so weak, and you still have the face to cheat? At this moment, there was a voice outside. Lord, the Wu Kingdom's tens of thousands of troops are already heading south. Anxietian sighed. The battle at Raging Tide City is about to break out. Although son-in-law is not here, his strategy is still there. We will definitely win this time. Marquis Xianxia said, Everyone, prepare for battle. At the foot of the snowy mountain, Aru Nana's tribe, Because there was free vaccination here to prevent smallpox, 100,000 people came to join them in just a few months, forming a large tribe. The Chang Kingdom's tradition had always been to follow the strong, so most of those who came to join Arunana were old and weak. But even so, it could be said that the population was flourishing, and the momentum was great. During this period, however, the entire tribe was in a state of panic, and countless people lived in constant fear. That was because the Chang Kingdom's internal strife had ended, and the new king, Arutai, had taken office. Previously, the old king, Aragang, still had some father-daughter feelings for Arunana, so he didn't send troops to encircle her. Now, Arutai didn't have any sibling feelings for her at all, even though they had the same father and mother. After killing 3 of his adult brothers, Arutai led a 40,000-strong army straight to Arunana's tribe. The 40,000-strong army approached day by day. The new king's envoy had to shout at Arunana's Snow Mountain tribe every time. "If you don't want to die, scram. The king is willing to accept all the herdsmen. Everyone, bring your cows and horses to welcome the king. When the king's army arrives, anyone who dares to follow Arunana will be killed." To be honest, these people really did support Princess Arunana. Not only did she give everyone free vaccination to prevent smallpox, but she also gave them very little exploitation. Life in her tribe was much better than in other places. But what could be more important than their lives? Arunana only had 3,000 to 5,000 warriors around her. How could they fight against the king's tens of thousands? If they stayed in the Snow Mountain tribe, they would only be waiting for death. And so, the herdsmen left one after another. Every day, someone left. The number of tents in the tribe decreased, and so did the number of cows and sheep. Princess Arunana's heart ached. Her confidants kept persuading her not to let anyone escape, or they would be killed. As long as they surrounded the army and blocked the valley, it would be impossible for the herdsmen to escape. Princess Arunana sighed. Even ants live without purpose, let alone humans. What right do I have to send these innocent herdsmen to their deaths with me? In the past, she would never have said something like this. In the past, she had a fiery temper and completely regarded human life as worthless, but ever since she contracted smallpox and experienced life and death, she had changed completely. She began to understand the value of life. Especially after sleeping with the big fool and having a baby in her belly. Her understanding of life had deepened yet again. That's right, she was pregnant for more than 3 months now. The big fool was amazing, hitting the target with one shot. So, not only did she not stop the herdsmen from leaving. Instead, she announced it publicly. She would not stop anyone who wanted to leave the Snow Mountain tribe. She even took the initiative to send the herdsmen off. For some of the more impoverished herdsmen, she even gave them cheese, tea bricks, and dried meat. Instantly, countless people knelt in front of her and sobbed. In the Chang Kingdom, they had never met such a kind master. "We are not leaving. We will live and die with Her Majesty. We are not leaving, we are not leaving. At most, we will fight Aru. Her Majesty is benevolent. If we leave her at a critical moment, wouldn't we be worse than animals?" Many people's eyes were filled with tears. They pulled out their machetes and stood behind Arunana again. But there were very few people who were not afraid of death. Most of them still left, they left with boundless reluctance and guilt. They cried as they walked. They could only pray to the heavens and hope that the gods and saints would protect Her Majesty. But, Her Majesty probably would not survive this disaster. Such a good queen probably should not have appeared on the Chang Kingdom's soil. Perhaps her death was also fated, the end of the Snow Mountain tribe had come. Her Majesty's end had come. "Queen, Aru's army is still 50 miles away from our tribe. They will come at noon tomorrow." A warrior knelt in front of Arunana. "How many people do we have left?" Arunana asked. The warrior said, 3,000. Arunana was shocked. There were still 3,000, she had thought that everyone would run away and that she would be the only one left to guard the entire Snow Mountain tribe. But 3,000 people stayed. Only 2,000 of the 5,000 warriors had left. "Her Majesty has been very kind to us. We have warm blood flowing in our veins, not cold water. Even if we die, we will protect Her Majesty until the last moment." Arunana had never called herself a king. But after Aru Gang's death, the people in the tribe gradually changed the way they addressed her. They called her queen. Because indeed, no master had ever treated them so well. Not only did she treat them, but she also gave them vaccinations against smallpox. She also sent an army to give them a lot of tents. If the cows and sheep were sick, she would send people to treat them. Sometimes, she would even personally deliver the cows and sheep. And the previous Chang kings were completely synonymous with cruelty, completely treating the herdsmen as pigs, dogs, cows, and sheep. Aru Nana had a very simple castle, less than 1,000 square meters in size and less than 15 meters high. Her entire tribe was in a valley, because it was under the snow mountain. It was nourished by the snow water all year round, so the water and grass here were quite abundant. Aru Nana walked out of the castle and came to the balcony. At this time, the entire valley was empty. But many tents were still there, just that there was no one in them. Many herdsmen had left, but they did not tear down the tents. This was probably a kind of remembrance. It meant that although they had left, they regarded the Snow Mountain tribe as their permanent home, so they left their tents here. They saw Aru Nana walk out. 3,000 warriors knelt down neatly, their eyes full of determination as they looked at her. Aru Nana said, "Aru's army is 50 miles away and will arrive at noon tomorrow. You still have a chance to escape now. I will not blame you." 3,000 warriors knelt on the ground, motionless. "Live and die with Her Majesty. Live and die with Her Majesty." Aru Nana said, "Aru is my brother, but he is ruthless and will never show mercy. I can't beat him. If you stay, only death awaits you. Live and die with the queen." 3,000 people shouted. Aru Nana said, "Maybe I should run, but I don't want to run. I don't know where to run." The big fool was not there, and Master Shuayin was not there either. Even the mountain behind her was Master's home. Aru Nana did not want to escape. Although she no longer regarded human life as worthless, she was still as hot as fire. She could die, but she would never escape without a fight. What's more, where could she escape to? The state of Yu, the Su clan was the enemy. The state of Chu? The Sand Barbarians? No, she could not go anywhere. Live and die with Her Majesty. 3,000 people kept repeating this sentence, solemnly and resolutely. Their words were full of the determination to die. 3,000 people against the Chang King Aru's 40,000 army. There was no possibility of winning at all. Aru Nana covered her stomach and said loudly, "Well, tomorrow we will fight to the death with Aru. I, Aru Nana, would rather live standing than die kneeling, and never run away like a stray dog. Fight to the death. Fight to the death." 3,000 people shouted wildly. Was the end of the world coming? Then descend. At worst, I'll just die, and at this moment, there was a fierce sound of hooves outside. Her Majesty, there is a cavalry approaching. Aru Nana was shocked. Wasn't Aru's army 50 miles away? Why did they come so quickly? But if they came, why should I, Aru Nana, be afraid? Big fool, you are a fool. If I die, will you miss me? But even if I die, you have to be a widow for me. If you dare to marry other women, I will not forgive you even if I become a ghost. Aru Nana jumped down from the castle and rode on White Bull. She picked up his green dragon crescent blade and said loudly, "Follow me and kill our way out." Then, she rode on White Bull and led 3,000 warriors out of the valley. What a reckless woman. She did not even know if they were enemies and just charged out indiscriminately. When they were out of the valley, she could not help but be stunned. Wasn't that her man? Big fool. In her eyes, there was only the big fool running away. Shen Lang did not exist at all, and she completely ignored the 200 cavalry around him. Because Big Fool was too eye-catching. He stood taller than others on horseback and ran faster than others on horseback. Big Fool roared as he ran. Wife, I'm coming. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid." Tu Dum said that he will help you destroy Aru's army of tens of thousands and make you the queen of the Chang kingdom. Wife, what is a queen? Then, Aru Nana rode on White Bull and charged out. When the two were still more than 10 meters apart, Aru Nana leaped from the bull's back and rushed out, pinning Big Fool to the ground. Then, she kissed and tore at his clothes, trying to sleep with him. F***ck, so intense? So wild, Xianxia was completely dumbfounded. Although it was night time, they were still in full view of the public. Wu Lai, go quickly. Bring dozens of sisters and use a curtain to block my sister-in-law's butt. Don't let people see her butt. Note, the second update will be delivered. Today's 2 updates are 16,000 yuan. Please support, please monthly votes. Thank you Asa Kula, Feng Hu, 161106095403180201711251915555055086, 10,000 yuan tip. Xianxia had expected to hear a squeal like a pig being slaughtered. The memory of Aru Nana's wildness was still fresh in his mind. But there was none. Aru Nana's voice did not penetrate the clouds. The battle between the two was intense but not violent. Xianxia listened for a while and found it very boring, so he left and entered the valley of the Shuishan tribe. I'll come back when this adulterous couple is done enjoying themselves. Xianxia would not admit that he felt inferior. It was fake. Anything more than half an hour was fake. Not only did Xianxia leave. The 3,000 warriors of the Shuishan tribe also left. It was not that they felt inferior, but they instinctively did not want to see their queen march on a man. It really felt like their idol's halo had been shattered. Xianxia strolled through the valley. It was densely packed with tents, and in front of each tent was a piece of wood carved into the shape of a vulture's head and a wolf's body. This was not the first time Xianxia had seen this monster. He had seen it a few times near the Chang Palace. The eagle-headed monster was called a griffin, so what was the vulture-headed monster with a wolf's body and wings? The Chang people called it the Sirius vulture, which was the emblem of the Chang kingdom's royal family, the Aru family. However, the Sirius vulture statues were very rare in the Chang Palace. It was said that the Aru family didn't like them and felt that they were ominous, so they burned them all. According to Xianxia's theory, this should also be the Su family's plot. They would first dilute the Aru family's emblem and totem, then gradually dilute the Aru family, and finally replace it. Instead, when he reached Aru Nana's tribe, it was densely packed with Sirius vulture totems. These wooden Sirius vulture totems all had the same sentence written on them. God bless our queen, ugh, how could there be a 60-year crown prince, huh? Why did these words pop up in my head? Xianxia squatted down to study the words. He had never known that the Chang kingdom had a written language. However, after careful study, he realized that the Chang language was completely based on Chinese characters, and seemed to have the style of cuneiform. In short, this language was far more symbolic than practical, and basically no one used it. In the entire tribe, not only were these words written on the wooden totems, but every tent was also filled with these words. God bless my queen. It could be seen that Aru Nana was very popular in this tribe. It seemed like the medical and veterinary books he had prepared for her had been useful. She had gained the support of countless people. Saving lives and livestock was probably the most powerful method in the Chang kingdom. A warrior followed behind Xianxia. He looked very valiant and powerful. He was also bald. He was Aru Nana's best general. This person seemed to have the blood of the western region, the Oriental, and the Chang people. You are? Xianxia asked. The warrior replied, I am the queen's #1 general, Eagle Yang. Xianxia looked at his bald head and the scars all over his body. Xianxia had never seen a person with so many scars. There were more than a few hundred scars. These scars were like armor, making him look like some kind of ferocious beast. I was first a slave, then a slave. After winning for 7 years, I was accepted as a disciple by the Great Tribulation Temple. Eagle Yang said, but the Great Tribulation Temple and I pursued different paths, so I betrayed them and became a mercenary. After fighting for a few years, I became the leader of the mercenaries. My team was infected with smallpox, so I came to the queen. She cured me of smallpox and also gave everyone a vaccine, making them immune to smallpox for life. Thus, he was loyal to Aru Nana and became the #1 general of the queen's tribe. Xianxia said, I also have a girl who used to be a slave. Her name is Wu Lai. Do you know her? Eagle Yang said, you have dozens of slaves around you. I can smell them right away. But I don't know this Wu Lai, but she is no match for me. These words were very arrogant. Xianxia said, slave fighting came from the far west, and it developed to the extreme in the countries of the western region. But your eastern world slave fighting isn't good. It isn't cruel and bloody enough. You are too civilized and can't give birth to truly powerful slaves. This sentence made sense. Xianxia said, are you the only warriors left in the tribe? What about the others? Xianxia said, they're all gone. Xianxia said, the thousands of slaves from the state of Yu also left? Xianxia said, the queen's tribe had 130,000 people at its peak. Even in the end, there were still 20,000 people left. But Her Majesty chased them all away. Although they are loyal to Her Majesty, they are all weak slaves. They will only be sacrificed for nothing if they stay. The battlefield and sacrifices are the warrior's business. It has nothing to do with the civilians. You have a strong sense of honor. But Xianxia understood this mentality. He was like a very powerful gladiator. Since he was young, the only thing that kept him going was the desire to live and the sense of honor. Xianxia asked, which tribe has the most warriors under you? Xianxia said, the Sand Primitive tribe. Xianxia asked, why? Xianxia said, because the men of the Sand Primitive tribe are the most violent and the best at fighting. So, they have the most people in the western region slave fighting. Most of my mercenaries are from the Sand Primitive tribe. Xianxia asked, do the warriors of the Sand Primitive tribe have a sense of honor? Xianxia said, yes, very strong. It's just that the Eastern world can't understand it. Xianxia asked, do you know the Prince Jin of the South Kingdom? Xianxia said, I do. He is a very great person. My Sand Primitive tribe warriors also worship him. This was bad news for the state of Yu. Neither Xianxia nor Xianxia expected that the war in the South Kingdom would develop to this point. Prince Jin had always been in the capital of the state of Yu before he came of age. He was regarded as Xianxia's adopted son and used to have the highest honor. The people of the state of Yu could even discredit the prince, but they could not discredit Prince Jin. The king of Yu killed the previous Prince Jin and sent countless officials to take over the political affairs of the South Kingdom. After more than 10 years, almost all the power in the South Kingdom was in the hands of the officials of the state of Yu. Only now did Xianxia release Prince Jin back to the South Kingdom and betroth Princess Luo to him. In everyone's eyes, Prince Jin was just a puppet in the South Kingdom and could not do anything. Later, Prince Jin poisoned Luo and Prince Jin rebelled. The general of the south, Zhu Lin, led 30,000 troops into the South Kingdom to quell the rebellion. It was thought that this rebellion could be completed in 2 or 3 months at most. Zhu Lin not only had 30,000 troops, but there were also countless people in the South Kingdom who were loyal to the state of Yu. Unexpectedly, when the war was at its most desperate, Prince Jin went to the Sand Primitive tribe alone to ask for reinforcements. Logically speaking, this was a suicidal act. The Sand Primitive tribe hated traitors the most, and the kings of the South Kingdom were the biggest traitors. The South Kingdom used to be a member of the Sand Primitive tribe, but it was bribed by the state of Yu and betrayed the Sand Primitive tribe, becoming a vassal of the state of Yu. With the help of the state of Yu, the weapons and equipment of the South Kingdom were far better than those of the Sand Primitive tribe. Every time the state of Yu expanded to the south, the king of the South Kingdom led his army to the front line and killed his own people without mercy. It could be said that the throne of the king of the South Kingdom was built with the corpses of countless Sand Primitive tribe members. He was the biggest traitor of the Sand Primitive tribe. In the war 10 years ago, how many Sand Primitive tribe members were killed by the allied forces of the South Kingdom and the state of Yu? The number of soldiers and civilians added up to 100,000. As the biggest traitor of the South, Prince Jin went to ask for reinforcements from the Sand Primitive tribe. Wasn't he dead for sure? Not only would he die, but he would also be subjected to the cruelest torture. The cruelest torture was to bury the person's lower body in a cave where there were hundreds of venomous snakes. The person's upper body was smeared with honey and tens of thousands of white-bone venomous ants were placed on his body. After a few minutes, the person's lower body would swell up a few times and his upper body would be left with only white bones. Everyone was waiting for the news of Prince Jin's sudden death. However, not only did he not die, he even married 3 tribal chiefs' daughters and 2 female tribal chiefs. He brought back 5 wives and 10,000 Sand Primitive tribe soldiers. After that, the South Kingdom's war was plunged into a quagmire. The state of Yu kept sending more troops and the Sand Primitive Tribe's army kept entering the South Kingdom. Prince Jin's reputation was growing. He was now the hero of the Sand Primitive Tribe. Eagle Yang said, perhaps it won't be long before Prince Jin becomes the first king to unite the Sand Primitive Tribe. When that time comes, the state of Yu will lose the war in the South Kingdom. The war in the South Kingdom originally had nothing to do with Shenlang, but it would soon be related to him. However, it would soon be related to him. If Great General Zhu Lin was defeated, it would be good news for Shenlang. If Ningjing wanted to rise to power in the future, the South Kingdom was the best stage. Master Lang was really crazy. Now that the Chong Kingdom and the Su clan had not been destroyed, he was already thinking about how to kill the Crown Prince and the Third Prince. What was a genius? It was someone who started thinking about how to harm you 200 days in advance. Eagle Yang said, I think that Prince Jin could have won long ago and killed your state of Yu's Zhu Lin. However, he purposely chose not to win. Shenlang couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when he heard this. If that was really the case, then this Prince Jin was really something. He was using the war in the South Kingdom as a tool to unify the entire Sand Primitive Tribe. If that was the case, when he unified the Sand Primitive Tribe, Zhu Lin's army would be completely wiped out, and the war in the South Kingdom would completely collapse. However, the state of Yu knew nothing about this. Zhu Lin's army still won more than they lost, and the three major cities in the South Kingdom were still under his control. Shenlang had no right to read Ming Luo and Great General Zhu Lin's reports, but judging from the monarch's reaction, although the war in the South Kingdom had fallen into a quagmire, the state of Yu felt that the war was going well. Ducks knew when the spring water was warm. As for Jingjuan's strength, it was the warriors at the lowest level who had the clearest perception. Now, even the Sand Primitive warriors under Princess Arunana's command were beginning to worship Prince Jin. This was already a very frightening sign. It seemed that this Prince Jin was really quite impressive. There were so many beauties in the world. There were so many heroes in the world. However, at least for now, Prince Jin was still very far away from Shenlang. Right now, the person Shenlang had to face was King Chong, Aruda. Shenlang asked, what do you think about tomorrow's battle? Eagle said, if the queen is willing to escape, we won't die. But if she doesn't, we will definitely die. When talking about life and death, Eagle was also very indifferent. This was very similar to Wu Lai, as if they were not afraid of death at all. Shenlang was on top of Arunana's small castle, overlooking the entire tribe in the valley. This was a good place. However, the defense was too weak. The only barrier was the stone wall at the entrance of the valley. This stone wall was a full 5 miles long, but it was very rough. It was only 3 meters high and 2 feet thick. Part of it was stone, and the inside was mud. This could not be called a wall at all. 3,000 people against 40,000 people, relying on this stone wall was definitely not enough. Even if a deity fought this battle, they would definitely lose. Nearly 4 hours later, the adulterous couple finally returned. Not only did Arunana have sex with the big fool several times, but she also took the big fool to take a bath. She even changed into a new set of clothes. After entering the castle, the big fool's face instantly turned red. Too dumb, I'm leaving first. Then, he hid in his room, not daring to show his face before tomorrow. Even the big fool knew how to be shy. On the other hand, Arunana's expression did not change, as if the person who had been fooling around in front of everyone just now was not her. Too dumb, I should be pregnant, but I'm not very sure. Help me take a look. Shenlang was shocked. You're already pregnant, and you're still fooling around? Based on the time, it should be more than 3 months. This is when the fetus is the most vulnerable. Do you understand what you're doing? Then, Shenlang hurriedly examined her. It turned out that she was indeed pregnant, and the fetus was very healthy and strong. It was rare for a 3-month-old baby to be so strong. The big fool's seed was really awesome. Yes, I'm pregnant, and the baby is very healthy. But you have to be mentally prepared. Your baby may be much bigger than ordinary children, Shenlang said. Arunana was overjoyed. The bigger the baby, the better. Then, Nana said, the big fool said that you can help me defeat Arutai? Xianxia said, yes, I can help you destroy Arutai's army of tens of thousands and make you the queen of the entire Chang kingdom. Nana's expression was a little complicated. Arutai was coming to kill her, so of course she would resist. But she had no intention of taking the initiative to kill Arutai. She was not too interested in becoming the queen of the kingdom. Xianxia said, after the Su and Chang unite, the Su family will annex the Chang kingdom within 10 years at most. At that time, there will be no Aru family, and there will be no serious vulture totem. The entire Chang kingdom will belong to the Su family. Stop. Nana said, don't talk to me about family and national affairs. I only know one thing. If Arutai wants to kill me, then I will kill him. Fine, Nana said, are you sure you can destroy Arutai's army of tens of thousands? Let me tell you, I definitely can't beat him. Not to mention that I only have 3,000 men, even if I had 30,000, I probably wouldn't be able to beat him. Xianxia said, I'm sure I can defeat Arutai's army of tens of thousands, but you have to listen to me. Sure, no problem. Nana said, although you are scum and want to sleep with my master, you won't harm your own people. But you won't harm your own people. Everything you boasted about has come true. I believe in you. I don't like the sound of these words coming out of your mouth. It was both difficult and simple to deal with a woman whose brain was full of muscles. When she didn't believe you, no matter what you said, it would be useless. She would just swing her green dragon crescent blade at you. But when she believed you, everything was extremely simple. I'll leave tomorrow's battle to you. I'm going to sleep with the big fool. Nana left immediately. Sleep again? The Chang king, Arutai, marched through the night and stopped to set up camp 20 miles away from the Snow Mountain tribe. The Chang kingdom relied on herding for a living. There were countless cattle, horses, and sheep. Cavalry, which was extremely precious in other countries, could be found everywhere here. Therefore, almost half of Arutai's army of 40,000 were cavalry. Along the way, he was full of pride and excitement. The Su clan sent another woman over. A widow, the 33-year-old Su Xiao. 3 daughters of the Su family, 3 stunning beauties. Fortunately, Arutai's body was made of iron, and fortunately, he had some self-control. Otherwise, he would probably die of exhaustion. Su and Chang united. This was the Su family's intention to annex the Chang kingdom. Arutai was not a fool. He could see it clearly. But he felt that it was not certain who would annex who. You want to control me, Arutai, just by putting a few women around me? Dream on. At least now that the Su and Chang united, I, Arutai, am the king, and you, Su Nan, are just the prime minister. Arutai was different from Aragang. He felt that although his father was domineering and invincible, he was very vulgar and uncivilized. Just look at his vulgar palace. It was built so big, but it was vulgar. Look at his treasure vault. It was full of gems and gold. Were there any antiques or paintings? Aragang felt that the best place in the world was the Chang kingdom, his palace. But the new king, Arutai, yearned for the colorful world of the east. The Chang kingdom was too desolate. There were no cities, no silks and satin. This time, the Su and Chang united and rebelled, and the main force still depended on me, Arutai. But once the Chang kingdom army entered the Tianqi province, they would not leave. I, the Chang king, will also enter the city and become the king of the civilized world. Which city should I make the new capital? White Knight City? Tianqi City, or repair the Great Calamity Palace? But he absolutely did not want the original Chang King Palace. It was too vulgar. After this battle, he would melt all the gold in the palace and use it to build a new palace. But as the army advanced east, his good mood gradually disappeared. It was replaced by boundless anger. Because he heard countless songs, all praising Queen Nana. Along the way, he saw many totems, all with the words, God bless my queen written in Chang language. Every day, he sent messengers to Nana's tribe, forcing the untouchables to leave. Either get out or die. Sure enough, the herdsmen all got out and left the Shuaishan tribe. Along the way, Arutai met many herdsmen of the Shuaishan tribe who had fled. But these herdsmen did not kneel to him, nor did they pledge their loyalty to him. Instead, they walked into the distance. As they walked, they cried and shouted songs. Although these songs were very vague, the meaning was very clear. They were complaining that the gods were blind. Such a good queen was going to die soon, and the fierce king was going to rule the entire grassland under the snow mountains. The closer he got to the Shueshan tribe, the angrier Arutai became. There can only be one king in the entire Chang kingdom, and that is me, Arutai. My other 3 brothers have been killed, let alone a woman. How dare she call herself a king? Moreover, I, the Chang king, have always been high and mighty. I will never do anything to buy people's hearts. Arunana has broken her vows. At this moment, another group of herdsmen passed by. They were probably the last group to escape the Shueshan tribe. They cried and sang along the way, cursing the evil king and crying for the queen. Arutai was furious and was about to give the order to kill all these herdsmen. Suemo hurried forward and said softly, "Please don't be angry, Your Majesty. These people are the most ignorant and easily bought over by small favors. However, they are also the most forgetful. After Arunana dies, they will forget her completely in less than half a year. By then, they will only have one king, and that's you." Suning said in a sweet voice, "Furthermore, Your Majesty has ambitions. In the future, you will be the king of a great country on equal footing with the Chu kingdom and the state of Yu. These lowly herdsmen are like rats on the ground. How would they understand the thoughts of the eagles in the sky?" Only then did Arutai's anger subside. However, he was even more determined to kill Arunana. There can only be one king in the Chang kingdom. Anyone who wants to take the throne from me must die. My sister is no exception. Then, Suemo, Suning, and Suting stripped off their clothes and entangled him. These 3 women were so beautiful, Chang King Alutai gritted his teeth and rejected them. Tomorrow's battle is to kill Arunana. Today, I will abstain from sex. Then, he walked out. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. King Chang saw a figure looking up at the starry sky. It was Su Jianting. "What are you looking at?" Arutai asked. Su Jianting immediately bowed and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Arutai said, "I am asking you, what are you looking at?" Su Jianting said, "I often look up at the starry sky at home. I want to try and distinguish if the starry sky here is different from home." Arutai laughed and said, "Everyone under the sky is an ant. Ants look up at the sky. It's the same everywhere." Su Jianting was stunned. How could Arutai say such philosophical words? Arutai said, "I didn't say that. It was Prince Jin of the South Kingdom. He said that stupid people shouldn't look up at the sky too often because it's easy to become even more stupid. They'll forget that they're in the dust and forget to work hard to make a living. Smart people shouldn't look up at the sky too often because it's easy to get lost in it." Su Jianting, are you a smart person or a stupid person? No wonder. It was not surprising that a hero like Prince Jin would say something like that. Su Jianting smiled and said, "I am a moderate person." Arutai said, "People who revere the heavens too much will let their imagination run wild. For example, you people from the east will think if a meteor is a sign from the heavens. When a few meteors fall, the monarch will even inexplicably condemn himself. Of course, it's not good to have no respect for the heavens at all. Just like my father, he has no respect in his heart. In other countries, the son does not talk about the father's mistakes. Because to rule a country with filial piety was to worship the ancestors. But in the Chang kingdom, the strong were respected. There was no such thing at all. The moment the old Chang king died, no one respected him anymore. Even now, no one cared about how Aragang died. But Su Jianting did not dare to reply. He did not know what Arutai was trying to say. The Chang king Arutai said lightly, "My father actually burned the Aru family's totem and family emblem. That's too disrespectful to the heavens. The Aru family's totem is the celestial wolf vulture. The celestial wolf swallows the moon. The Aru royal family has the strength and wildness of a wolf, and the eyes and wings of a vulture. That's why we can soar in the sky and receive the protection of the gods. So it was wrong of him to burn the family totem. From now on, I will erect the family totem again. The celestial wolf vulture totem will become the flag of our new kingdom." Su Jianting's heart trembled when he heard that. Arutai was secretly warning him not to treat him as his father, Aragang. Don't think I don't know that you encouraged my father to burn the family totem. First weaken the celestial wolf-vulture totem, then weaken the Aru royal family, and finally swallow the entire Chang kingdom. Don't even think about it. Su Jianting bowed and said, Your Majesty is wise, I support you. I will make the celestial wolf-vulture flag tonight. The Chang king Arutai shook his head. No need, we can use the flag after we kill Aru Nana. Because the flag had already been used by Aru Nana, Arutai could not use it before she died. The Chang king Arutai said, Sleep. We will set off tomorrow morning to kill Aru Nana. The day after tomorrow, we will enter the state of Yu and meet up with your father. We will sweep through the entire Tianqi province and make the king of Yu, Ning Yuanxian, cry. Su Jianting bowed. Yes, your majesty. The Chang king Arutai laughed. Your father must be anxiously waiting, ha ha ha. My sister, why don't you sleep? Do you think I'm too ugly? Su Jianting bowed. I dare not, your majesty will sleep immediately. That night, Su Jianting held his breath and slept with Arutai's 17-year-old sister. Then, he began to doubt his life. She was actually very beautiful, but the key was that she had a strong scent, and her posture was extremely skilled. Although she was only 17 years old, she was already an old knight. For the great cause of the family, I, Su Jianting, have really sacrificed a lot. The next morning, before dawn, Arutai's army of 40,000 had already finished eating. Let's go. The order was given. More than 20,000 cavalrymen charged in front, while the 20,000 infantry marched behind. They marched majestically towards Aru Nana's Snow Mountain tribe. The distance of more than 20 miles could be covered by the cavalry in an hour at most. The 20,000 cavalrymen advanced with a special rhythm. They were not running, and they were not walking. The infantry behind them could catch up if they ran as fast as they could. After daybreak, the Snow Mountain tribe was clearly visible. In the valley, there were countless tents and countless celestial wolf-vulture totems. The stone wall at the entrance of the valley was also clearly visible, and it was covered with flags. That was Aru Nana's royal flag, and on it was the Aru family's totem, the celestial wolf-vulture. This 5 miles long stone wall was the only line of defense for the Snow Mountain tribe. However, in Arutai's eyes, this stone wall was completely vulnerable. It was not like the city walls of the eastern countries. This stone wall was thin and short, and it could be easily knocked down. It was impossible for Aru Nana's 3,000 people to rely on this stone wall to defend the tribe. When they were 5 miles away from the stone wall, King Chang Arutai gave the order. Stop. Next, the army began to gather. A charge, they could completely destroy this fragile stone wall. They could flatten Aru Nana's tribe. At this moment, another army rushed over from the north. All of them were bald. They were the monk soldiers of the Great Tribulation Temple. Leading them was Monk Suffering, and there was a female Taoist nun. Arutai glanced at the nun's butt and between her thighs. He looked at any woman in the same way. Then, he imagined in his mind how to get rid of her. King Chang wanted to f***ck all the women in the world. Grandmaster Ban Rua of the Chu country did not care. Most men in the world wanted to f***ck her when they saw her in her Taoist robe. All men in the world were filthy, and she could not care less. She only had one thought in her mind, and that was to kill Li Qianqiu. Of course, there was no enmity between her and Li Qianqiu, but the hatred between her master and Li Qianqiu's father-in-law, the previous Sword King, was huge. He was the shame of the Demon Cliff Mountain Dao Palace. This shame could only be washed away by killing the South Sea Sword King. King Chang, how have you been? Monk Suffering laughed. The Great Tribulation Temple's strategy was to cooperate with the Su clan, not King Chang. This was because the last time in the Chang kingdom, King Chang had watched Monk Suffering seize death. Between the Su and Chang, the Great Tribulation Temple favored Sunan. King Chang Arutai smiled. Guru Suffering, how have you been? What are you doing here? Monk Suffering replied, I'm going to the Great Tribulation Temple. The Great Tribulation Temple was on the Great Snow Mountain. It was once the largest palace complex of the Great Tribulation Temple in the state of Yu. Not only did they build a palace on the mountain, but they also built a square for tens of thousands of believers to worship. King Chang'erutai said, "What a coincidence. I'm also planning to go to the Great Tribulation Temple. I'm even planning to repair it and make it my new kingdom's temporary imperial residence." Monk Suffering's face twitched. He temporarily put aside this dispute and said coldly, "I'm here for another matter. I want to kill Shenlang." "Shenlang?" King Chang'erutai said, "He's here too?" Su Jianting's heart skipped a beat. "Shenlang, that little bastard, was here too?" Monk Suffering replied, "Yes, that little poisonous snake, Shenlang, is in the Snow Mountain tribe." King Chang'erutai said, "This lad must be killed." Monk Suffering said, "This lad must be killed." Su Jianting said, "This lad must be killed." Su Mo, Su Ning, and Su Ling said in unison, "This lad must be killed." Monk Suffering said, "Then let's put aside the dispute of the Great Tribulation Temple and kill Shenlang first." King Chang'erutai said, "Sure." Then, the 2,000 monk soldiers of the Great Tribulation Temple joined forces with King Chang'erutai's army. Army, gather. Formation. Advance. More than 40,000 soldiers marched majestically towards the fragile stone wall of the Shueshan tribe. They were getting closer and closer to the 5-mile stone wall. 3 miles, 2 miles, 1 mile, King Chang'erutai roared, "Charge! Kill the traitor, Arunanana! Charge!" Instantly, 20,000 cavalrymen charged forward. Every cavalryman held a hammer in their hands. They wanted to use the momentum of the war horses to smash the 5-mile stone wall. The monk soldiers of the Great Tribulation Temple carried a thick piece of wood and used it as a battering ram as they charged forward. Instantly, the entire ground shook. Murderous cries filled the air. Within a radius of 10 miles, all the insects and beasts fled in panic. King Chang's 20,000 cavalrymen charged forward quickly. Moreover, they were getting faster and faster. The dust storm they stirred was like rolling dark clouds. Kill, kill, kill. They were getting closer and closer to the stone wall of the Snow Mountain tribe. Release! 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 Following the order, the soldiers behind the stone wall shot out arrows. Thousands of arrows arced through the air and landed in the midst of King Chang's cavalrymen. Pu, King Chang's cavalrymen did not have heavy armor. The arrows easily tore through their skin and pierced their bodies. One by one, King Chang's cavalrymen fell from their horses and were trampled into meat paste. 20,000 cavalrymen were too densely packed. Release! Release! Following the orders of Shenlang and Arunanana, wave after wave of arrows rained down. King Chang's cavalrymen and even the monk soldiers of the Great Tribulation Temple fell to the ground, dead. However, this precious opportunity to kill was too short. It was only a distance of 100 meters. In less than 10 seconds, Qin Xiaobei's eyes lit up. At most, it would kill 200 to 300 people. Very quickly, King Chang's 20,000 cavalrymen charged to the stone wall. The hammers in their hands smashed against the stone wall. Bang bang bang, loud sounds rang out, the fragile stone wall shuddered. Charge, charge, charge through the stone wall and kill Arunanana. Kill all of Shenlang's subordinates. Following the order of King Chang, countless Chang warriors leaped from their horses and onto the stone wall that was less than 3 meters tall like countless beasts. In a short moment, countless Chang warriors surged onto the stone wall like a tide. The battle had just begun, and it was the most intense. Even if they had to drown an army of 40,000, they would drown Arunanana and Shenlang's mere 3,000 men. Note, first update delivered. I only had a bowl of porridge in the morning. Now my blood sugar is low and my limbs are weak. I'm going to eat and then write. I'm begging for monthly votes and support. Dear sirs, thank you for the 10,000 coins from the Dreamland of Death. Baidu search 881 Chinese network yen. Yen. Lizhou Archipelago, in Tianfeng City, the Wu country's ships were docked one after another. Troop after troop of soldiers entered Wind City, if this could even be considered a city. The state of Wu did not have many real naval forces. The state of Wu was a little better, with a few thousand sailors. But only a few thousand. This time, most of the soldiers heading south were ordinary soldiers. The scariest thing about an ordinary army crossing the sea was seasickness. They would vomit until they were dizzy and weak. They would not be able to fight and would need to rest for a few days. Wind City was less than 100 miles away from Raging Tide City. Therefore, the 20 to 30,000 soldiers of the Wu country would rest in Tianfeng City for 3 days before heading south to attack the Raging Tide City. Wind City Lord Chou Hao was overjoyed as he held the new official seal and 100,000 gold coins. Commander Wu smiled. General Xianxia, how is the Kim family at sea? Chou Hao said disdainfully, a bunch of landlubbers. The Kim family soldiers were indeed not good at fighting on the sea. But after taking over Raging Tide City, Xianxia had allocated 3,000 people to the Kim family's navy to train on the sea every day. And the backbone of these 3,000 sailors were the 1,000 pirates who had surrendered to Chou Tianwei. But the Kim family lacked a navy commander. This was too difficult. They could not just randomly pick someone to fill the position, but they could not hand the navy over to the pirates either. Luckily, the pirates in the Eastern Sea were almost extinct, so the 3,000 sailors could still be used to maintain the sea. But at least until now, the Kim family's sea combat power was still not strong. General Wu said, then I'll leave the sea to General Chou Hao. In 3 days, our army will head south to land at Raging Tide City. During this time, we need to ensure that we have control of the sea. No enemy ships can threaten us and ensure that the landing goes smoothly. Chou Hao patted his chest. Leave it to me. Once my fleet is out, I guarantee that there will be no enemies on the sea. Then I'll have to trouble you, General Xianxia. Several hours later, with the encouragement of countless gold coins, Chou Hao's 4,000 sailors boarded their ships and left Wind City, heading towards the Raging Tide City. It was no wonder that Chou Hao was so arrogant, because a long time ago, the Kim family's fleet had completely retracted and almost never appeared on the sea. Not only that, but the Heavenly Law Association's merchant ships had also stopped sailing long ago. It would not be difficult for his pirate army to seize control of the sea. A ship left Mujiang County's Yangwu City's pier and headed towards Raging Tide City. The ship was very small, but it was very fast, and it could also travel long distances. In addition to the sailors of Heavenly Path Water, there were more than a dozen people on the ship. Huang Tong of the Heavenly Tao Association stood respectfully in the cabin. She sat cross-legged in the cabin alone. Her hair was white, and her clothes were whiter than snow. It was summer, and the Eastern Sea region was extremely hot, but she was still wearing a thick Taoist robe. She was Huang Feng's teacher, Snow Mountain Witch Lin Cheng. He was the top expert who often fought with Zhong Chuk. There were only 6 Grandmaster slots in the entire state of Yu. To become a Grandmaster, one had to defeat one of them and replace him. Everyone felt that Grandmaster Zhong Chuk was the weakest among the 6 Grandmasters. Therefore, everyone went to challenge him. This made Zhong Chuk very dissatisfied. What was the meaning of this? Picking the weakest persimmon to bully? Why didn't you challenge Li Qianqiu, Yan Nanfei, or the old ancestor of the palace? Everyone said that I ranked last among the 6 Grandmasters, but I taught the world's #1 disciple and scared everyone to the point of wetting their pants. Of course, the person ranked last was still a Grandmaster. Up until now, everyone who had challenged Grandmaster Zhong Chuk had lost. Snow Mountain Witch had challenged him 3 times and lost every time. The last time was just a few months ago. This made her lose face. She had not intended to meet anyone, but the Heavenly Tao Association had begged and paid a huge price to finally invite the Snow Mountain Witch to guard Raging Tide City. This Grandmaster was really difficult to serve. She was clearly not a Grandmaster, but she was even more arrogant than one. However, she did owe the Heavenly Tao Association a huge favor. Why did she say that? Snow Mountain Witch Lin Cheng was a disciple of the Demon Cliff Mountain Tao Palace. She thought highly of herself and was unwilling to submit to anyone. However, how could she be willing to let Ban Rua become the successor of the Demon Cliff Mountain Tao Palace? She had challenged Ban Rua more than a dozen times. She had lost more than a dozen times and lost face. In a fit of anger, she had betrayed the Demon Cliff Mountain Tao Palace and established her own Snow Mountain Tao Palace. Unexpectedly, she had just arrived at the Great Snow Mountain and met Goddess Shuiyin again. How could this be? I am Snow Mountain Witch, and you are Goddess Shuiyin, you have the same word as me. Do you think I don't exist? If I use the word shui, no one else can use it. Thus, Snow Mountain Witch Lin Chang went to fight Shuiyin again. Back then, before Shuiyin had become a grandmaster, Lin Chang had thought she was a pushover. In the end, she had lost again. She had lost 3 times, she had lost, so be it, that bitch Shuiyin didn't accept disciples or establish a sect. When people mentioned the Great Snow Mountain, they only knew the Snow Mountain Palace and not Shuiyin. She had been thinking too much. Even though Shuiyin only had 1 disciple, when the Great Snow Mountain was mentioned, everyone thought of goddess Shuiyin and not Snow Mountain Witch Lin Chang. This was really *ket up. Thus, Snow Mountain Witch Lin Chang was always angry. She felt that everyone in the world had wronged her. Of course, her Snow Mountain Palace wasn't stable either because she was a traitor of the Demon Cliff Palace. Grandmaster Ban Rua had repeatedly led experts to attack her Snow Mountain Palace. Every time there were more people in the Snow Mountain Palace, Ban Rua would come and beat them up. Then, the disciples would defect and return to the Demon Cliff Palace. After all, the martial arts they learned were similar. Wasn't this bullying? Snow Mountain Witch Lin Chang was furious, but there was nothing she could do because she really couldn't beat Ban Rua. Even if her cultivation was a little weaker, it didn't matter. At this time, the Heavenly Society appeared. Using some unknown method, the Demon Cliff Palace stopped attacking Snow Mountain Witch Lin Chang. From then on, Lin Chang's Snow Mountain Palace stabilized a little. However, Lin Chang's Snow Mountain Palace had no income and no production. But food, clothing, and shelter all needed money. Lin Chang was surly and arrogant, so no one dared to provoke her. Every year, the Heavenly Society donated a sum of money to the Snow Mountain Palace. That was how she managed to survive. So, what was so good about cultivating in this world? Lin Chang was only half a step away from becoming a grandmaster, but she still had to rely on others for basic food and clothing. There was also Sword King Li Qianxiu. There were no more than 5 people on Sword Island, and their total assets didn't exceed 300 gold coins. There was also Grandmaster Zhong Chuk. He could be considered a flexible person. The disciples he accepted were all from rich and powerful families. That was why he had a mountain and built a small castle on it. Among the 6 grandmasters of Chu, Yan Nanfei was the only one who enjoyed wealth and glory. Grandmaster, the meal is ready. What wine would you like to drink? Grape wine, rice wine, or fruit wine? Huang Tong asked respectfully. Snow Mountain Witch Lin Chang glared at him and said coldly, "What? Are you mocking me? You clearly know that I am not a grandmaster, but you still call me grandmaster?" Huang Tong's scalp went numb. He quickly changed the way he addressed her. Sect Master Lin, what wine would you like to drink? Lin Chang said, anything. Huang Tong said, then shall we drink some grape wine? Lin Chang said, no, it tastes like blood. It's sour. Huang Tong said, then shall we drink rice wine? Lin Chang said, no, it tastes rancid. Huang Tong said, then shall we drink some fruit wine? Lin Chang said, that thing is sweet. It doesn't taste like alcohol at all. Huang Tong was about to cry. He said with a trembling voice, Grandmaster, we only have these 3 kinds of wine on our ship. Please pick one. Lin Chang said, I already said anything. Are you deaf? No wonder everyone hated her. She was so hard to serve. Lin Chang couldn't help but mourn for Ho Jinzhua of Xuanwu. His suffering was about to end. His task of receiving guests would be over after he sent this ancestor to the castle. Next, he would be in the hands of the Kim family. This time, the entire Snow Mountain Palace was mobilized to protect Raging Tide City and Xuanwu Ho Jinzhua. There were 19 people in the Snow Mountain Palace. There was nothing they could do. The entire Snow Mountain which only had 19 people. First, because they were poor. Second, because Snow Mountain Witch's temper was too bad. She had no patience to teach her disciples. Many disciples couldn't learn from her anymore. It was better to go to the Demon Cliff Palace. The martial uncles and senior sisters there were beautiful and pleasant to listen to. They would feel at home there. How much did it cost the Snow Mountain Palace to protect Ho Jinzhua of Xuanwu? 5,000 gold coins for 3 months. No bargaining, of course. This was also because of the invitation from the Heavenly Law Conference. If it were someone else's money, Lin Chong wouldn't take it. But it was still the same sentence. There was no future in practicing martial arts. 5,000 gold coins could only last Xianxia for a few days. So, it was better to live off a woman. While eating, Lin Chong took a sip of wine. This wine was really casual. It was a mixture of wine, fruit wine, and rice wine. It was quite delicious. Snow Mountain, which Lin Chong said, the world is going to be chaotic again. The good days of us martial artists are coming. You are just in time. A dozen disciples put down their chopsticks and said in unison, "That's right." This conversation was very familiar, as if they had heard it somewhere before. Huang Tong walked to the deck and gazed at the vast sea. He looked east in the direction of the raging tide city. The Heavenly Law Conference had paid a huge favor to invite Snow Mountain Witch to protect Marquis Xuanwu. From now on, he wouldn't have to worry about being assassinated. Although this Snow Mountain Witch had never won a fight in the past decade, she was actually very powerful. She was only second to the 6 Grandmasters. With her protection, even a Grandmaster would find it difficult to assassinate Marquis Xuanwu. However, she was only capable of protecting people. Want her to fight? That was impossible. Martial arts were completely different from martial arts on the battlefield. Even if one's martial arts reached Sword King Xianxia's level, killing 100 people would exhaust his qi. Once his qi was used up, the Grandmaster would no longer be able to do anything. On the battlefield, there were tens of thousands of soldiers. That was why it was rare to find someone like Chou Yaoer, whose martial arts were heaven-defying and even more heaven-defying on the battlefield. In a one-on-one fight, even 10 big fools wouldn't be Li Qianxiu's match. But on the battlefield, Li Qianxiu wouldn't be as useful as the big fool. This time, the Wu Kingdom and Chou Ho Alliance had more than 30,000 soldiers. And within the raging tide city, the Kim family and the Heavenly Law Conference's army wouldn't exceed 5 or 6,000. Huang Tong really didn't have much confidence in this battle. Raging Tide City couldn't be lost. If the Kim family lost Raging Tide City, it would be a disaster. So would the Heavenly Law Conference. The current Raging Tide City was already the center of the Heavenly Law Conference in the east. The amount of money and resources the headquarters had invested was astronomical. If it was lost, the entire Heavenly Law Conference would suffer a huge blow. At the foot of the Chang Kingdom's Great Snow Mountain, Aruna Nana tribe. More and more warriors from the Chang Kingdom climbed over the walls and charged in. The Big Fool and Aruna Nana led 3,000 soldiers to fight. Then, Xianxia was dumbfounded. Sword King Li Qianxiu was also dumbfounded. Big Fool and Aruna Nana, this pair of parents, were really too strong. The Big Fool didn't use his black iron rod. He picked up a 10-meter-long tree trunk and swung it wildly. Aruna Nana used a 2-meter-long green dragon crescent blade. No one could get close to her. This was especially true for the Big Fool, because he hadn't been practicing martial arts for long. He probably couldn't even beat his wife in a one-on-one fight. But on the battlefield, he was truly invincible. Other martial arts experts would run out of energy, but his energy seemed to be limitless. Others relied on inner energy and jinqi, but he relied on brute force. Swoosh, 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 with a sweep of the 10-meter-long tree trunk, more than 10 enemies were sent flying. It didn't matter if they were wearing armor or not. Their internal organs were all shattered, and when they fell to the ground, they didn't become a box but a pile of mud. Moreover, he was wearing heavy armor, so any arrows that landed on his body were useless. He was an invincible general. Sword King Li Qianxiu had counted. In less than a quarter of an hour, the Big Fool had killed more than 200 people. That was almost the battle prowess of two Li Qianqius. Aruna Nana had also relied on brute force. Even though she was pregnant, she still swung her blade and killed more than 100 people. Li Qianxiu stood on high ground and sighed. What's the point of practicing martial arts? Xianxia didn't say anything. 13 couldn't help but look at the Sword King. Even the Sword King said so. Sword King Li Qianxiu didn't make a move because his jinqi was precious. Xianxia had heard that Lan Bao, the subordinate of 3rd Prince Ning Qi, was also such a powerful general. However, he was a pervert. He went berserk on the battlefield and was known as the Battlefield Ripper. Once he was on the battlefield, he only loved one thing, and that was to tear his enemies apart. If he grabbed someone's hands, he would tear them apart. If he grabbed someone's legs, he would tear them apart. If he grabbed someone's head, he would tear them apart. Because he was too bloodthirsty, the Zhong clan made him change his surname. Later on, Grandmaster Lendo made him change his surname. When he saw the brave and invincible Big Fool, Emperor Chang felt his scalp go numb. He had seen the Big Fool many times. Although he heard that he was a martial arts genius and more than one person said that he would be the world's #1 expert in the future, he didn't think much of it. However, he didn't think much of it. He was just an idiot with a bit of brute strength. But now, there was only one sentence in his mind. There shouldn't be such an awesome person in this world. Such a person should just die. Grandmaster Ban Rua's eyes were filled with envy. Why didn't such a genius appear in the Devil Rock Palace? Although the Devil Rock Palace doesn't have any male disciples, we can make an exception if we meet such a genius. We can even marry all the female disciples to him. Zhong Chuk, the last ranked disciple, was about to make a comeback. Great Tribulation Temple's ascetic monk had the same thoughts as Emperor Chang. There shouldn't be such an awesome person in this world. He should die. Ascetic monk said, Grandmaster Ban Rua, how about you kill this blockhead? How can the prosperous martial vein of the East be destroyed in my hands? Am I not afraid of the wrath of the heavens? Her target was Li Qianxiu, and she didn't care about killing Shenlang. This was because she could smell the scent of scum from Shenlang's body even from a distance away. But she couldn't bring herself to kill the Big Fool. At this moment, the entire battlefield was in a state of chaos. After all, the number of Chang Kingdom's warriors who could climb over the wall was not that many. The 3,000 men led by the Big Fool and Aru Nana could definitely hold them off and even gain the upper hand. Bam, 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 the strong men under Emperor Chang pounded on the wall frantically. The entire ground trembled. The 2,000 monk soldiers of the high priest carried a huge wooden block as a battering ram and pounded on the stone wall with all their might. Finally, just a quarter of an hour later, the 5-kilometer-long stone wall could no longer withstand the force. With a loud bang, it collapsed. Instantly, the tens of thousands of Emperor Chang's army flooded into the valley. The tide of battle was about to turn. Shenlang shouted, Big Fool, cover the retreat. Retreat. Following Shenlang's order, Aru Nana and Shenlang's 3,000-strong coalition army quickly retreated. The Big Fool, Aru Nana, Xian Nu, and 100 other heavily armored soldiers covered the retreat. Emperor Chang roared, charge, charge, kill them all, kill them all. And at this moment, boom, 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 dozens of flames blazed fiercely. When Shenlang and Aru Nana's army retreated, they set all the haystacks and tents on fire. Unfortunately, it was summer, so the grass was still relatively wet and not easy to burn. But the tents were still very easy to ignite. It was precisely because the haystacks were relatively wet that when they burned, thick smoke billowed out. In an instant, the entire valley was filled with thick smoke and flames. No matter how brave the Chang Kingdom's warriors were, they wouldn't dare to charge into the sea of fire. And the enemies who had recklessly charged in earlier were also wailing and howling in agony. The sea of fire immediately separated the two armies. Behind the sea of fire, Shenlang ordered loudly, abandon all the warhorses, put on thick clothes, and bring enough rations. We're going to the Great Snow Mountain. It was summer, so the foot of the mountain was filled with lush forests. There was only snow halfway up the mountain, and it was all white the higher up. The snow on the Great Snow Mountain hadn't melted for almost 100 years. Aru Nana said, up the Great Snow Mountain? There's nothing on the mountain. We'll starve to death. Shenlang said, don't worry, that won't happen. Aru Nana said, we'll freeze to death. Shenlang said, that won't happen. Aru Nana said, the Great Snow Mountain is so big, where are we going? Shenlang said, the Great Calamity Palace. He took out a map. There was a very obvious location on it. The Great Calamity Palace, built on the Snow Mountain, the Great Calamity Temple used to be the largest building complex in the East. Not only did it have a palace, but it also had a square that could accommodate tens of thousands of worshippers. Not only that, but the Great Calamity Temple had also used countless manpower to open a 6-foot path along the snow mountain, leading to the Great Calamity Palace on the mountain. After a huge battle 20 years ago, half of the Great Calamity Palace was in ruins. But even so, at this time, the Great Calamity Temple wanted to make a comeback and rebuild the Great Calamity Palace. Even King Xianxia wanted to rebuild the Great Calamity Palace, either as his palace or as a temporary residence. Because the Great Calamity Palace was too glorious, it left an indelible mark on countless people. In order to return to the east, the Great Calamity Temple sent 7,000 monk soldiers to support Sunan. But Arutai and Monk Suffering were not the only ones who had their eyes on the Great Calamity Palace. There was also Xianxia, what was a genius. It was someone who had been thinking about how to harm you since a few months ago, 2 to 3 months ago, when Xianxia decided to support Arunana. He had already decided to set the location of the final battle at the Great Calamity Palace. No, not the place of the final battle, it was the place where King Xianxia and the tens of thousands of soldiers from the Qing kingdom were buried, because they hadn't found any saltpeter. Xianxia's gunpowder production had been maintained at a very low level. It wasn't even enough to fight a battle. But it was more than enough to defeat 1,000 caddies with little effort. Xianxia pointed at the Great Calamity Palace on the map and said, "I've already set up a trap here. Once King Chang's army arrives, they'll be wiped out easily." Arunana said, "Anyway, everything you boasted about has come true. I'll listen to you." Following Xianxia's order, more than 3,000 people from the Allied army marched along the 6-foot road towards the Great Calamity Palace on the snowy mountain. They waited for more than 2 hours. The flames in the valley were finally extinguished. King Xianxia and Monk Suffering led their army into the valley. But both Arunana and Xianxia were nowhere to be seen. "How many of us died?" King Xianxia asked angrily. 3,000. Arutai said coldly, "How did so many of us die?" "Less than 1,000 died in battle, but 2,000 were burned to death." King Xianxia roared. They hadn't even caught a single strand of Xianxia and Arunana's hair, and they had already lost 3,000 people. This was enough to make one vomit blood. "How many of them died?" King Xianxia asked. "Next to nothing." King Xianxia asked, "Where did the rebel Arunana and Xianxia's army go? Why did they disappear without a trace?" Even though he asked this, he already knew the answer. Because his gaze was already on the snowy mountain. Scouts have reported that Xianxia and Arunana's army should be heading towards the Great Calamity Palace. Because this road only led to the Great Calamity Palace. Immediately, Monk Suffering's eyelids twitched. King Chang's temples twitched. How dare they go to the Great Calamity Palace? Both of them saw the Great Calamity Palace as their private property. The Great Calamity Palace is now a pile of ruins. Do they still want to rely on the Great Calamity Palace to defend themselves? What a daydream. Arutai said coldly, "At the end of this road is the Great Calamity Palace, and it is a dead end. They are digging their own graves." Monk Suffering laughed and said, "There is nothing in the Great Calamity Palace. There is nothing to eat, nothing to wear. They did not bring anything with them. The mountain is cold and covered in snow. If they escape to the Great Calamity Palace, they will freeze to death or starve to death." King Chang ordered, "Prepare thick clothes, enough rations, and enough cow dung. Go to the snowy mountain, go to the Great Calamity Palace, and kill Arunana and Xianxia." The moment he said this, Su Jianting and Su Mo panicked. Although this place was not far from the Great Calamity Palace, and the road that the Great Calamity Temple had opened was wide enough, there was snow on the mountain, and the army would move very slowly. This delay would take many days, and the time of the Su and Chang armies meeting would be delayed again. However, once Chu officially attacked Xiongyao's army, his father, Su Nan, would definitely rebel. There was no way to delay this. Su Jianting hurriedly advised, "Your Majesty, Xianxia and Arunana only have a little more than 3,000 people. Even if they escape to the Great Calamity Palace, they will freeze to death or starve to death. With such a weak army, why would you need to personally lead the army? That would be like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. Why don't you split the army and go to the Great Calamity Palace to kill Xianxia and Arunana? Your Majesty can bring the army to the West Heaven province to meet up with my family. King Chong said coldly, there can only be one king in the entire Chong country. I must cut off Aru Nana's head with my own hands. Su Mo said, how about this? Your Majesty will split the army. You will bring 20,000 troops to the Great Calamity Palace to kill Xianxia and Aru Nana. You will send a general to lead the remaining 20,000 troops to the West Heaven province to meet up with the Su clan. Alutai said coldly, only I can lead my army. Splitting the army? What a joke. Once my army is split, what if the Su clan swallows it up? As King Chong, Alutai would definitely hold on to any military power and not give the Su clan any chance. Su Jianting said, Your Majesty, Xianxia is extremely cunning. I am afraid that there are traps and ambushes at the Great Calamity Palace. At Cliff Island, he used unfathomable means to kill Chou Tianwei's 30,000 troops. We must guard against him. Ha 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 ha. King Chong Alutai laughed and said, Su Jianting, you have really been scared out of your wits by Xianxia. He and Aru Nana only escaped to the Great Calamity Palace because they had nowhere else to run. My army is hot on their heels. What kind of trap can he set? With just over 3,000 troops, can he ambush me on the mountain? Of course, Su Jianting did not know what kind of evil plan Xianxia would use, but his heart was filled with instinctive unease. King Chong Alutai suddenly laughed and said, Master Cuckoo, aren't you anxious to return to the Great Calamity Palace? Why don't your monk soldiers go ahead? This Alutai was really cunning. If Xianxia had any traps, he would let the Great Calamity Temple's monk soldiers go ahead. The Chong Kingdom's army would definitely be able to sit back and relax. Ha 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 ha. Monk Cuckoo laughed and said, everyone says that King Chong is extremely brave. I didn't expect him to be as timid as a mouse. Alright, I'll take the lead. The Great Calamity Palace, it was a place that Monk Cuckoo dreamed of. It was once the Great Calamity Temple's holy land in the east. Returning to the Great Calamity Palace was the dream of almost every monk. The next day, the two armies had prepared all their resources. Monk Cuckoo gave the order. Go up the mountain and head to the Great Calamity Palace. Following Monk Cuckoo's order, 2,000 monk soldiers marched up the 6-foot mountain path towards the Great Calamity Palace. King Chong Alutai roared, let's go to the Great Calamity Palace and destroy the rebels. Immediately, King Chong's 37,000 troops marched up the 6-foot mountain path and up the snowy mountain, heading towards the Great Calamity Palace. Su Jianting followed closely. He knew Xianxia the best. Even if he had any schemes, he could warn him immediately. But for some reason, as they got closer and closer to the snow, Su Jianting felt more and more uneasy. But he did not know where this uneasy feeling came from. Jinyuan Marquis residence, Su Nan looked calm on the surface, but his heart was burning with anxiety. His 20,000 to 30,000 troops had already been deployed. With a single order, they could move. In an instant, they could sweep the entire Western Heaven province. The entire southern part of Western Heaven province was like a huge piece of juicy meat, right in front of him, easily obtainable. But he had to endure it. If the Chu army did not make a move, he would not make a move. Once the Chu army made a move, his army would attack like a tornado. Chu, when are you going to make a move? When are you going to make a move? And at this moment, Su Yong rushed in. My lord, great news. The Chu army has made a move. They've started fighting. Su Nan was overjoyed. He rushed forward and said, is it a real fight or an act? It's a real fight, a real fight. It's been extremely fierce since the start. Zhong Yao's army has been beaten senseless. The Chu army has already taken over a dozen castles and camps. Su Nan still endured it. But then, reports came one after another. Each one was more urgent and clear than the last. That's right, the Chu army had started fighting. Su Nan trembled with excitement. The moment had finally come. My Su family is finally going to rise from the ashes, yes. Su Nan used all his strength to say, raise the troops, let's go to war. From today onwards, my Su family will rebel. Army, attack. Attack. Instantly, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The entire state of Yu almost reached its climax in an instant. Note, today's 2 chapters are 16,000 yuan. I've been shocked today. All of you, please cry for monthly votes and support. Please help me calm down. Thank you book friend 1611060954033180 for the tens of thousands of coins. The Marquis of Xianxia, Sunan, officially issued a declaration. He condemned the king of Yu, Ming Yuanxian, for 13 major crimes. He was extravagant, cold and cruel, looked down on virtuous officials, got close to villains, killed loyal and good officials, filled the court with treacherous officials, tyrannical and heartless. All the people in the world had no way to live. The people of the state of Yu had suffered for a long time because of the Ning clan. They also said that Ning Yuanxian was unjust. The South Kingdom was so loyal, but 2 generations of the king of the South Kingdom were killed by him. As a king, he conspired to usurp his son-in-law's country. It was shameful and sad. They also said that Ning Yuanxian was greedy and shameless. He seized the property of the nobles in the name of new policies. The tragic situation of Dongjiang Count House, Jinhai Count House, Lanshan Viscount House and so on made people cover their faces and cry. They also said that I, the Marquis of Xianxia, Sunan, was loyal. Ning Yuanxian listened to slander and wanted to kill my whole family. The Su family has been loyal to the Ning clan for generations. If the king wants the officials to die, the officials have to die. It's fine if you kill the Su family, but why did you vent your anger on the people of Dainite County? Why did you send the treacherous officials Zhang Chong and Shen Lang to harm the people of Tianqi province and kill the innocent? The Su family didn't rebel at first, but for the safety of the people of Tianqi province, we have to rebel now. If the king treats his officials like his own hands and feet, the officials will treat the king like a confidant. If the king treats his officials like dogs and horses, the officials will treat the king like a fellow countryman. If the king treats his officials like dirt, the officials will treat the king like an enemy. Now, the Su family has rebelled against the king of Yu and won the hearts of the people. From today onwards, the Su family will lead the 7 counties of Tianqi province to become independent and completely break away from the rule of the state of Yu. I, Sunan, call on all the old nobles of the state of Yu to fight against the tyranny of the king of Yu with justice. The heavenly axiom is with me. What is there to be afraid of? The declaration was written by thousands of people, and it was delivered at Sunan's command. It was immediately spread all over the world. Chu State, Wu State, State of Yu, the South Kingdom, Chong State and other countries. Within a few days, Sunan's declaration of war against Vietnam was plastered all over the streets and small alleys, spreading to all the countries. This was because the declaration letter and the troops had already been prepared. As long as Sunan gave the order, these declarations could then be spread out crazily and spread throughout the entire world. As soon as the declaration was issued, the world was completely shaken. King Wu expressed his concern and sent a messenger to the Su family. He also asked King Ning Yuanxian to stop harming the old aristocrats of the country. The king of Chu expressed his sympathy and support. He was willing to recognize the autonomy of the Su family's territory at the first opportunity. He expressed his strong indignation at the cruelty of the king of Yu, Ming Yuanxian. The king of the southern kingdom, Prince Jin, issued a declaration of war in response to Sunan, condemning King Wu Ren and expressing that the southern kingdom was willing to form a brotherhood with Su Chong. The Chong kingdom's envoy sent a message. The Su clan's enemy was the Chong kingdom's enemy. For the people of the Su family, for the people of the Western Heaven province, the Chong kingdom is willing to shed every last drop of blood to protect the Su family and the people of the Western Heaven province. The Empire of Great Yan urged both sides to remain calm and sit down to negotiate. They wanted peace, not war. Sunan's rebellion instantly lit the fuse. It ignited the crisis of the entire state of Yu. In an instant, the entire state of Yu was in danger, as if it was going to collapse at any time. Then, as soon as the declaration of war was issued, the Su family's army was like a whirlwind, moving from one victory to another. Today they seized one city, tomorrow they seized 2 cities. All the cities of the White Knight County were determined by the declaration. The Lord of Snow Ridge City, Lord Shuiliang City, and all the other officials led the officials and citizens to welcome the Su family's army into the city. Countless people gulped down their food and shouted, "We're saved." The treacherous official sent by the king of Yu, Shen Lang, has caused us great trouble. Su family's army, why are you so late? Sunan's tears streamed down his face as he helped a miserable old man up. He picked up his muddy rice wine and gulped it down in one gulp. He then faced the people who came forward to welcome him and said, "Dear fellow villagers, Sunan is late, I'm sorry for making you suffer." Then, the Su family's army took out a large amount of cloth, food, wine, and meat to give to the people. Countless people shouted, "Fair and righteous, Su Jun is righteous." In just 3 days, Sunan's army seized 6 cities in Dainite County at lightning speed. The entire Dainite prefecture instantly changed color, leaving only the main city. Sunan sent an order to Su Quan. "The cities of the Dainite region have been saved by me from the tyranny of the king of Yu, so why are the people of the county lord's city still suffering?" The treacherous minister, Xianxia, was tyrannical and cruel. One could imagine the misery of the people in the city. "I, Sunan, am unable to sleep at night whenever I think about it, as if I can always hear the cries of the people of White Night City." "What can you do to save the people in the city?" Great General Su Quan wept bitterly. "If the master is humiliated, the subject must die. I will do my best to eliminate Xianxia and save the tens of thousands of innocent people in the city." Hence, Su Quan's army of 10,000, Western region's 5,000 mercenaries, and Great Tribulation Monastery's 3,000 monk soldiers attacked White Night Prefecture city day and night. The battle instantly entered a state of white light. Outside the city, 18,000 enemy soldiers attacked the city in a frenzy. Xianxia's garrison in the city was less than 4,000 to 5,000, and there was a great disparity in strength between the two sides. Then, Sunan added another 3,000 troops to Xiluoliang city. At this point, the Su family's garrison in Xiluoliang city had reached 8,000, firmly nailed to the road that Jingtuo's army had to pass through. Sunan of Marquis Jinyuan's mansion suddenly let out a long sigh of relief. Everything was much smoother than expected. He really had to thank Shenlang. Previously, he had brought people to bring disaster to the entire Dainite prefecture. It was like a great flood washing the ground clean, allowing his Su clan to take over the 6 cities of the Dainite prefecture without any obstacles. Next, as long as they broke through the Dainite prefecture city defended by Xianxia, his army could sweep through the entire southern part of Tianqi province. At that time, he could attack Dainite Pass in the north and attack Zhong with the Chu kingdom. He could attack Zhu Lin's army in the south with Prince Jin. He could attack east, forget it. It was impossible for the time being. The capital of the state of Yu was too strong and huge. With his 20,000 to 30,000 troops, even with the 70,000 to 80,000 of the Chang Kingdom's coalition army, they still couldn't take the capital. In short, the situation was not a small one, but a great one. The only one who was slightly unhappy was probably the Chang king. Shenlang had fled to the Great Snow Mountain, and the Chang king had already chased after him. Sunan was furious. "Alutai, is this necessary? Shenlang and Arunana only have more than 3,000 people, and you can only send 10,000 people to chase after them at most. Is it necessary to send 30,000 to 40,000 people to chase after them? Are you so worried that your military power will be taken away by me?" But Alutai didn't think so. He hadn't had a decent victory since he became the king of the Chang kingdom. Alusi and the other 2 princes occupied the Snow Mountain temple to confront him, and it was the 2 women of the Su family who took it down. They quelled the civil strife without sacrificing a single soldier. Of course, it was a happy result. But this also made Alutai unhappy, and he was full of vigilance. The people of the Su family were too capable, weren't they? Besides, Arunana was already the king, but there could only be one king in the Chang kingdom. I, Alutai, must personally cut off Arunana's head, so that my throne can be justified. Since I, Alutai, want to kill Arunana personally, then he should lead 10,000 troops to chase after her, and leave the remaining 30,000 on the grassland, so as to save troops and food. That won't do. I'm the new king, how can the army leave my side? The Su family is eyeing me covetously. What if I leave my army for too long, and the Su family steals it? What can't they do? Dainite city was defended by Xianxia. Killing shook the heavens, there were flames, blood, and corpses everywhere. The ground was densely covered with arrows. The Su family's army was extremely fierce on the first day of attacking the city, which made people tremble with fear. The Su family's army was well equipped and disciplined. The monk soldiers of the Great Tribulation Temple were highly skilled and fearless. The western region's warrior mercenaries were cunning and experienced. In short, none of the three armies were easy to deal with. When Zhang Chong came to Day-Night City this time, the monarch squeezed out 3,000 elites for him, but assigned him 6 officers who were above the rank of Qianhu. Every general could be called a dragon or phoenix among men, and there were as many as 10 of them who were martial artists. Regardless of military tactics or martial arts, they were all first-rate. The only thing they lacked was actual combat. Because the state of Yu had been at peace for nearly 20 years, until last year's the South Kingdom Rebellion, a real war broke out. Most of the generals had not experienced actual combat. A Qianhu officer who was a martial scholar said, "Governor, the battle situation is so fierce today, I'm afraid I can't hold on." Zhang Chong glanced at him. The other party said this not because he was afraid to fight, but because the armor on his body was already full of scars. It was obvious that he was very brave and would never be afraid to fight. Instead, he was full of pessimism about the situation. The battle has only started for less than an hour, and the enemy has already climbed the city wall 3 or 4 times. There are too many of them, at least 4 or 5 times more than us. Zhang Chong smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. In the past, when sieging a city, it has always been a drumbeat of vigor, a second drumbeat, and a third exhaustion. It is only on the first day that the battle situation will be so intense." The young Qianhu said, "Really?" Zhang Chong said, "Why would I lie to you?" The young Qianhu said, "Then I know what I'm doing." Then he casually bandaged his wounds, rested for a quarter of an hour, and was about to replace his colleagues to continue fighting. Eldest Princess Xianxia stood on the side without saying a word. She saw through it, but didn't say anything. Of course, she knew that today's battle was very fierce, but the next day would be more difficult than the last. The terrifying days had just begun. This army is very good, and these officers are also very good. It's just that they lack the tempering of actual combat and their will is not strong enough. They will slowly get better. Zhang Chong comforted. However, he clearly knew that the so-called experience meant bloodshed and death. So had Zhang Chong experienced a battle before? He had. His father was a mid-level general, and he had followed his father into several battles when he was young. He had participated in the Wuyue War. He had also participated in the war that killed the king of the Southern Kingdom. He had even participated in the war that destroyed Ning Yuanwu's rebellion. Of course, there was no record of this battle, as Ning Yuanxian had deliberately erased it. Ning Jia said, "When will Jingtuo's army come south?" Zhang Chong said, "When our garrison is almost unable to hold on, Jingtuo's army will appear, but he will probably never reach the White Knight City." Ning Jia also understood this point. Jingtuo's army was like a stimulant. When the White Knight County's garrison was exhausted and in extreme pain, the news of Jingtuo's army going south would bring a boost in morale. To put it bluntly, it was to squeeze out the will and combat power of the White Knight County's garrison to the extreme. Monarch Ning Yuanxian never expected Zhang Chong to win, he just hoped that he could hold on for a long time. To be precise, it was to hold on until the battle in the north broke through and Bian Shao won a great victory. In Ning Yuanxian's eyes, Zhang Chong's 3,000 troops were to be sacrificed, regarded as cannon fodder. Kill, kill, kill. Once again, the sound of killing shook the sky. The Su clan's coalition army once again rushed up like a tide. This posture, it was as if every minute was a decisive battle. As if it was difficult to hold on for a day. However, this was just the beginning. Zhang Chong had to rely on these 4,000 to 5,000 people to hold on for nearly a month. This was simply a hellish test. Su Quan, the commander of the coalition army, looked at the momentum of the attack, and his blood couldn't help but boil. The time for the Su clan's Phoenix Nirvana had arrived. This was a rare opportunity. The Battle of the White Knight County City was almost the only battle. Once the White Knight City was taken down, the entire southern Tianqi province would no longer have any resistance. At that time, Su Nan would be a duke, and he, Su Quan, would also be a marquis. Thinking of this moment, Su Quan was excited and roared, "Attack the city, attack the city, attack the city. I promise the Lord, within 3 days, we will take the White Knight City. At that time all the property in the city will be yours to take." Suddenly, the morale of the Su clan's coalition army was once again high, and they madly attacked the city, the northern front of the state of Yu, inside the Wu king's camp. Ha 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 ha. Sunan finally rebelled, finally rebelled. The opportunity for my state of Wu to wipe out the shame is finally coming. The world is attacking you, Ning Yuanxian, you also have this day? That day in Yenzhou, you cut off the 9 counties of my state of Wu, did you think that this day would come? Wu King couldn't suppress his excitement, a great era was coming. In the east, his 20 to 30,000 troops would soon take the Lizhou Islands. In the west, the army of the state of Chu was frantically attacking the border of the Zhong family. In the southwest, Sunan's tens of thousands of troops rebelled, and soon it swept across the entire southern Tianqi province. In the south, Zhu Lin's army kept shrinking, and Prince Jin kept recovering the lost land of the southern kingdom. Who else in the world could save the state of Yu? Who else in the world could save Ning Yuanxian, Wu Chufengyu? My Wu country has been in decline for more than 20 years and is finally going to rise again. King Wu was dressed in military attire and held a sword in his hand, ready to strike. The 2 kings had gathered more than 100,000 soldiers at the border. With a sharp weapon in his hand, his killing intent rose. Originally, King Wu only had one goal, to take advantage of the chaos in the state of Yu to seize the Lizhou archipelago. However, now that the state of Yu was about to be annihilated, this was a golden opportunity. If you don't take what the heavens give you, you'll be punished. If you don't welcome it when it's time, you'll be punished, Sunan rebelled. Once Sunan and Chang united, they would have 70 to 80,000 soldiers. After sweeping across the entire southern part of Tianqi province, Ning Yuanxian's backyard would be on fire. If Sunan's ambition grew any bigger, even the capital of the state of Yu would be under attack. What would Ning Yuanxian do then? He definitely had to send troops back to the capital of the Shur kingdom. At that time, Ning Yuanxian was bound to be in a difficult situation, and it was also the time when he was at his weakest. At that time, would I be able to turn this show into reality? Would I be able to send more than 100,000 soldiers south and stage a real showdown between the 2 kings? How could I avenge this humiliation? How could I make my state of Yu stand at the peak of the south? How could I, Wu Qi, become famous throughout the world? Of course, it was to defeat an overlord. If I defeated Ning Yuanxian's main force, who in the entire Tianbei province could stop me? At that time, it wouldn't just be taking back the 9 prefectures. King Wu's breathing quickened. He really couldn't resist this temptation. But reason told him not to be blinded by greed and not to fight a battle unprepared. The showdown between the 2 kings was so important that it concerned the fate of the nation. How could he be careless? But the art of war also said that opportunities were fleeting, and he couldn't miss them. Immediately, King Wu ordered, continue to mobilize troops. If the state of Yu falls into internal strife, and if I have to fight Ning Yuanxian, we can't be unprepared. Marshal Wu Ji's voice trembled. Your Majesty, where are we going to mobilize troops? Wasn't our showdown with the king of Yu fake? King Wu said, mobilize troops from the west. The showdown between the 2 kings was fake, but it might become real now. Once Sunan sweeps through the southern part of the Tianqi province, his army can directly reach the capital of the state of Yu. What will Ning Yuanxian do then? Marshal Wu Ji said, send troops back to reinforce the capital. King Wu Ji said, when that time comes, wouldn't it be a golden opportunity for us to defeat the king of Yu? Marshal Wu Ji also felt that it was reasonable, but there was no showdown in the original strategy. King Wu Ji said, we don't have to fight, but it's better to be prepared. Marshal Wu Ji said, yes. The king of Yu, Ning Yuanxian, held Sunan's crusade in his hand, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Good, good, well written, well scolded. You're making me out to be a despicable ruler from ancient times. Why don't you say that I'm the most incapable ruler in history, the most tyrant? There's even a Shenlang in this crusade? What a joke, a mere 6th rank official is actually in Sunan's crusade. What a joke. Damn it, even being scolded is based on seniority now, just because I, Shenlang, am a lowly official, I can't be in the crusade? Can't I be scolded? Don't look down on me. Ning Yuanxian was extremely angry and furious. The situation was as he imagined, but it was worse. He originally thought that Chu was just putting on a show and wouldn't really fight. After all, Chu was in a huge conflict with Liang and New China in the north. How could it be resolved just like that? Yet, they really fought, Ning Yuanxian was shocked when he heard that Chu's 100,000 troops attacked the border that Xianxia was guarding. At that moment, he really felt that a disaster was imminent. Is the Great Yu kingdom really going to be finished? However, he quickly calmed down and fell into a kind of masochistic pleasure. It was similar to that kind of feeling. The more terrifying the situation is, the stronger I am. Of course, some women are like this too. Hubby actually will buy me a big diamond ring? You actually treat me like this. The more hardships I encounter, the stronger I become. Of course, Ning Yuanxian was really strong. This kind of person was very strange. When things were going smoothly, he was easy to get carried away and finally did some unimaginable things. However, once he entered a difficult situation, he would fall into another state, a state of madness and wisdom. General Li Sun said, "Your Majesty, Duke Bixia should be able to attack now, right? The earlier he attacks, the earlier Zhang Chong can get out of trouble." No. Ning Yuanxian's eyes were red, and he said with a trembling voice, "It's not time yet." At that moment, both Li Sun and third Prince Ning Qi were scared. They were in a hurry, but it was not time yet. It's not time yet. It's not time yet. Ning Yuanxian's eyes were red. He paced back and forth in the camp and muttered to himself. Then, Ning Yuanxian said, "Ning Qi, lead 30,000 troops south and return to the capital." Third Prince Ning Qi said with a trembling voice, "Father, this is too risky." It was, of course, extremely risky. At the defense line in Xianxia City, the state of Yu had gathered 110,000 troops, while Wu Kingdom had gathered 120,000. Both sides could be said to be evenly matched. Now, Ning Yuanxian ordered Ning Qi to bring 30,000 troops back to the capital. Ning Yuanxian only had 80,000 troops with him, while King Wu had 120,000 troops. There was a huge disparity in military strength between the two sides. This would be a fatal temptation to the young King Wu. I have 120,000 troops, while Ning Yuanxian only has 80,000. Why don't we make it real and start the war? After defeating King Yu, Wu Qi, will be famous all over the world. Ning Yuanxian said, "It's decided." How can the enemy be tempted if the benefits are not great enough? Since I, the monarch, am putting on a show, I will do my best. Issue the decree that Sunan is rebelling. I am shocked. I order third Prince Ning Qi to lead 30,000 troops south and return to the capital. You can set off immediately. Ning Qi knelt down and said, "Father, why don't you lead the troops back to the capital? I will stay here and confront King Wu." Ning Yuanxian said, "You can't. I, the king of Yu, am enough to attract Wu Qi. If Zhang Chong can take the risk, so can I." Everyone was shocked. The monarch was taking more than a risk. It was a gamble. Was he really that crazy in his bones? Was he so adventurous? No wonder he worshipped Jiangli like crazy 20 years ago. He thought he would become more mature after being a monarch for 20 years. He didn't expect his crazy nature to still be there. It's decided. I will be the bait. Let's make it more tempting. Third Prince Ning Qi kowtowed and said, "I will obey." Father, take care. A few hours later, third Prince Ning Qi led 30,000 troops south and returned to the capital. The valiant General Lan Bao was greatly disappointed and cursed Nan Bao furiously. Everyone was shocked. Was the king of Yu, Ning Yuanxian, out of his mind? What a stupid move. You were worried that Sunan was rebelling, so you didn't send troops to defend Western Heaven province. Instead, you angrily gathered the troops north to fight against King Wu. Now that Sunan is rebelling, you are worried that the capital will be lost, so you hurriedly ordered third prince to lead the troops back. Ning Yuanxian is really muddle-headed and ignorant in times of crisis. Now, you only have 80,000 troops on the northern defense line, while King Wu has 120,000. This time, he was tempted even if he wasn't. With a sharp weapon, his killing intent was aroused. Who could resist the temptation of destroying a king, especially for a young King Wu who had just ascended to the throne? If King Yu was defeated, more than half of Northern Heaven province would become Wu Kingdom's territory. That would be a great achievement. Wu Kingdom could become the overlord of the south again. The news that third Prince Ning Qi of State of Yu led 30,000 troops south and returned to the capital reached King Wu's camp. Wu Qi was overjoyed. Ha 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 ha, this Ning Yuanxian is 100 times more muddle-headed than I thought. Strong on the outside, weak on the inside. This is the kind of person who is bluffing. When he lost the hunting competition at the border, he angrily led his troops to fight against me. Now that Sun An's troops are still thousands of miles away, he is also worried that the capital will be lost. He is also the one who hurriedly sent troops back to defend your capital. Ning Yuanxian wants to retreat now, but he doesn't dare to. He is afraid that he will be laughed at by the world. With such a dilemma, it's no wonder that the state of you would be destroyed. If I don't take what the heavens give me, I will be punished. Ning Yuanxian is so muddle-headed. If I let him go, I will become the laughing-stock of the world. Issue the decree. Dispatch 30,000 soldiers from the west to the east to reinforce my camp. As soon as he said this, a few old officials tried to dissuade him. Your Majesty, you must not advance rashly. You should follow the original plan and advance step by step. The so-called battle between the two kings was a strategic blackmail. It must not be turned into reality. King Wu said sarcastically, back then, King Father wanted to act against Bian Shao. It was you who kept advising him not to advance rashly and advance step by step. Otherwise, he would force the Bian family to rebel. What happened in the end? Bian Shao escaped from capital Wu and returned to Yan province. After that, there was the change of Yan province, which caused the Wu kingdom to sink for more than 20 years. As soon as he said this, many of his trusted old officials lost their faces. King Wu said again, this is a golden opportunity. Once Ning Yuanxian retreats to Yu capital, we will lose this golden opportunity. A heaven-sent opportunity is fleeting. If everyone is as cautious as you, talking about advancing step by step, then my ancestors could not conquer this land. My ancestors couldn't conquer this land, so I'm just a fisherman now. Now that the state of Yu is in danger and may be dismembered at any time, if the Wu kingdom is not prepared, will the Chu kingdom yield to us when it comes to dividing up the state of Yu? Suddenly, an old official said, Yan province is empty now. Why not attack Yan province? Taking back Yan province is also to restore the glory of our ancestors and wipe away our shame. King Wu said, is defeating Ning Yuanxian more rewarding? Or defeating Bian Shao more rewarding? Of course it was Ning Yuanxian. After all, he was a monarch. King Wu said again, Bian Shao and Ning Yuanxian, who was easier to defeat? Of course it was Ning Yuanxian. Although he knew martial arts, he was still a king of scholars. Bian Shao was a famous general and would be difficult to defeat. King Wu said again, is Yan province more dangerous or Xianxia city more dangerous? Of course it was Yan province more dangerous, while Tianbei province was flat. Once broken through, it would be like a hot knife through butter. King Wu's many trusted old officials were speechless. They could not refute him. Give the order to mobilize 30,000 troops from the west and station them in my camp. With King Wu's order, there was no turning back. Give the order. The 30,000 troops of the Wu kingdom marched eastward towards King Wu's camp. Ning Yuanxian's gamble was a success. He was so excited that his body was trembling. He stood on the map at all times. He calculated the position of the Wu kingdom's west army. Time was tight. He could not let the 30,000 troops enter King Wu's camp. Otherwise, when the time came, King Wu would have 150,000 troops while he, Ning Yuanxian, only had 80,000. If they really fought, he would be at a disadvantage. He had to let the Wu kingdom's west army reach halfway. Bian Shao charged forward. The 30,000 troops of the Wu kingdom were 400 miles away from the Wu kingdom's camp, 300 miles, 200 miles. It was time. King Yu, Ning Yuanxian, gave the order. Order Bian Shao to attack the Wu kingdom's west border. Kill them all, burn them all, loot them all. Speed is the most important thing in war. Don't occupy cities, don't fight. Keep advancing, advance, advance. Make Wu kingdom tremble in fear, make King Wu's soul scatter. 2 days later, Bian Shao received the order from King Yu. He had been preparing for a long time. The most elite 5,000 troops even changed into the new armor and blades of the Kim family. Following Ning Yuanxian's order, Bian Zhao's 20,000 troops charged out of Yanzhou and into the western region of the state of Yu. In an instant, it was like a bolt from the blue. They killed and burned along the way, kill, 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 don't attack the strong city, don't take over the city. They charged all the way into the heart of the Wu kingdom. Heads rolled and corpses piled up, great snow mountain, Xianxia marched with difficulty. At the start, it was easy. However, when they reached the middle of the mountain, it gradually became more difficult. That was because the snow was getting thicker and thicker. Although the Great Tribulation Temple opened up a 6-foot mountain path, it could be considered wide and flat. However, no one had used this path for a long time and the path was covered in thick snow. Along the way, Xianxia had to clear the snow on the road. Even though he was prepared, he still underestimated the cold on the mountain. They could only cover 20 miles a day at most and it got slower and slower. After coming to this world, this was the first time Xianxia came to the Great Snow Mountain. It was really majestic and it made one feel fearful. His entire field of vision was a vast expanse of whiteness. Xianxia couldn't help but admire the Red Army of the future. There were tens of thousands of them who crossed the snow mountain and there was no path. Although the Great Snow Mountain that Xianxia climbed was bigger, at least the Great Tribulation Temple opened up a smooth path. Walking on this 6-foot path, Xianxia was in awe of the Great Tribulation Temple. Are they crazy? Building the palace on such a high mountain, this path is at least 100 miles, how did they open it up? Xianxia couldn't imagine how much manpower the Great Tribulation Temple used to open up this path and how many people died. But thinking about the history of Earth, 1,300 years ago, the Tufan Kingdom built a 360,000-meter palace complex on a 3,700-meter mountain. It was much more amazing than the Great Tribulation Palace in front of him. When the Tufan Kingdom was at its peak, it only had a few million people. A full 5 days later, Xianxia finally reached the peak of the snow mountain. Of course, this was just the snow mountain as there was an even taller snow mountain in the distance. Following which, he saw the famous Great Tribulation Palace. This was one of the biggest palaces of the Great Tribulation. Temple in the east. Of course, half of it was in ruins. But when Xianxia arrived at the Great Robbery Palace, he was still shocked. This was because as compared to the palace in the Tufan Kingdom, this palace was much higher. However, the area was a little smaller. Xianxia estimated that the entire Great Robbery Palace was only about 200,000 square meters, which was 300 acres. But the square was huge. There were a total of 3 squares on the snow mountain. There was one in front of the palace. A few hundred meters below the palace, there was one at the front and one at the back. At the start, Xianxia didn't know. Worshippers could just come to the square in front of the palace, so why did they have to build a few squares below? Now, Xianxia understood. Firstly, when they built the palace, they needed large amounts of stone to pave the roads. So, they opened up a stone quarry on the mountain and dug it up to form a square. Moreover, there were castles on the square which were used to defend against enemy troops. To take down the palace, they had to break through the 2 defense castles first. Of course, the defensive line castles on the 2 squares had already been reduced to ruins at this time. After 2 battles, they were demolished. Xianxia and Aru Nana's allied forces entered the Great Robbery Palace, which was still relatively intact. The Heavenly Tao Association's warriors skillfully opened the underground palace and took out cotton-padded clothes, food, and an iron pot. Not only that, but there was also a lot of dried cow dung, which could be used as fuel. Aru Nana was filled with disbelief. You had all these things? Of course, when Xianxia decided to make the palace the burial ground of Emperor Chong's army, he used a huge amount of manpower to complete it. Aru Nana was really a muddle-headed queen. The dried meat and cow dung were all purchased from her tribe, and then transported by the Heavenly Order Society to the cellar of the Great Calamity Palace. Xianxia asked, "How far are the enemies from us?" Eagle said, "Very far, they will arrive in 2 days." Xianxia said, "Send scouts to the square below the palace. Report immediately if there are any signs of enemies. I will go personally." Yin Yang and Wu Lai led their most elite warriors and went down to set up defenses. Aru Nana asked, "What do we do next?" Xianxia said, "Eat, sleep, wait for the enemies to arrive, wipe them out, and then leave." Aru Nana said, "Are we not going to fight?" Xianxia said, "Is there no war to fight in the palace?" There was no war. Once the enemies arrived, the sky would fall and the mountains would shake. Then the enemies would all be gone. 2 days later, Wu Lai reported. The enemies are here, the enemies are here. Shenlang sighed. The miracle of killing tens of thousands of soldiers in an instant was about to happen again. Note, first update, my neck is sore again, so I went to massage it for an hour before coming back to write. Dear sirs, please give me your monthly votes and support. Thank you to Abyss Ceiling Snow Moon, Limitless Sun Generation, Book Friend 1611060954033180 for your 10,000 coins. Congratulations to me 1216 for becoming the new leader of this book. By the way, please give me your monthly votes. I'm grateful. Raging Tide City. It's really a changing king's flag. A shopkeeper sighed and then closed the door of the shop. Now almost everyone was sure that Marquis Xianxia had been stabbed to death. Because he hadn't appeared for a long time. Now the person in charge of the big castle was Jean Milan, the young lady of the Marquis's mansion. Everyone knew that this princess of Xuanwu City was the worst at acting. Every time she saw someone, even though she tried very hard to hide it, it was still difficult to hide her grief and indignation. Her incomparably beautiful big eyes were red almost all the time. She was so sad and angry. If it wasn't because of Marquis Xianxia's death, could it be because of her husband's affair? Not only that, all the warships of the Kim family had entered the port and stopped sailing. The Kim family's army had all retreated into the 3 castles. Now that the Kim family had even lost control of the sea, Qiu Hao, the lord of Tianfeng City who had surrendered to the Wu state, was running amok on the sea. Now, not only the merchant ships of the Heavenly Law Association, but everyone's merchant ships had stopped sailing. Even the manned ships between Yangwu City and Raging Tide City had stopped sailing because Qiu Hao had said that before the war was over, no one was allowed to go into the sea. Apart from the Wu state's ships, any other ship that appeared in the sea would be sunk without hesitation. Many people already knew that the Wu state's army was taking a final rest on Tianfeng Island not far to the north. Soon, they would go south and land in Raging Tide City. When that time came, it would be another earth-shattering war. How long had it been? It had only been less than half a year since the Kim family seized Raging Tide City, and now they were going to change owners again, but it didn't matter. Anyway, it would only be closed for about half a month. After the war, everyone would still be able to do business and make money. It was just a change of people paying taxes. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have given so many gifts to that pretty boy Shenlang. That bastard, he only accepted gifts and didn't do anything. Those gifts were just like feeding dogs. Once the state of Wu takes Raging Tide City, everyone will have to bleed again. Many people had already found out that the commander-in-chief of the Wu army was called Wu Mu, the younger cousin of King Wu. After they conquered Angry Tide City, he would become the new master of Angry Tide City. They had even found out his official position, Liezhou Prefect and Navy Admiral. Look at how different the Wu country was. When he was in the state of Yu, the Liezhou archipelago was merely 2 cities in Nujiang Prefecture. When they reached the Wu nation, it was directly upgraded to a county. Many merchants had already begun to inquire about Lord Wu Mu's preferences, thinking about what gifts they should give to please him. Because in the minds of all the businessmen, the Kim family was finished, and the Kim clan was bound to lose this war. He closed the door of the shop and locked all the valuable goods in the cellar to avoid the disaster. However, there shouldn't be any problems. The last time the Kim family seized the Raging Tide City, they didn't plunder wantonly. Presumably, the kingdom of Wu wouldn't either. Just as the shopkeeper was closing the last door panel, a figure walked in. However, the shopkeeper acted as if he didn't see it at all and directly closed the last door panel. The tall figure walked into the secret underground room, sat down, and said, "Time is tight. Speak." The candle was lit. "No, don't light the candle," the tall voice said. He directly waved his hand and extinguished the flame of the candle that had just been lit. "Ha ha ha ha." The other party laughed. "General Jean Shurying, are you that afraid to meet people? Every time you meet, you talk in the dark? Even when you do things, you smear the reputation?" It was a woman with a very pleasant voice. And this tall figure was Jean Shurying, the adopted son of Marquis Xianxia, the lord of Raging Tide City. He actually came to the secret underground room to meet someone. Then, the woman insisted on lighting the candle. Jin Shuring instinctively looked away. But he still saw the woman in front of him. She was very beautiful, and most importantly, her body was very fit and attractive. Her waist was like a snake, and her legs were slender and straight. She was also wearing a snakeskin outfit. She carried the candle, leisurely walked in front of Jin Shuring, and directly sat on his lap. Astonishing elasticity. Jin Shuring turned his face away, looking somewhat unnatural. Lang Jun, you've already slept with me a few times, why are you still so shy? The woman asked. While saying so, she stuck out her tongue and kissed Jin Shuring's ear. Jin Shuring spoke in a hoarse voice, that was also your trick, I originally thought you were just a woman in trouble, that's why I saved you, that's why you drugged me and foolishly slept with me, the woman softly said, that was only the first time, did I also drug you the second time? You were clearly the one who got addicted and tried to do it to me. Jin Shuring's face trembled. The woman said, Lang Jun, you used to like to look at me the most, even staring at my face when you were doing things, why do you not want to see me anymore? Every time we meet, you have to talk and do things in the dark? Jin Shuring replied, because I'm facing a liar. Yo, the woman softly said, my Lang Jun is angry, I'll apologize to you, okay? The woman kissed Jin Shuring's lips, then took off his clothes. I'm not in the mood. Jin Shuring refused. The woman softly said, it's already like this, and you're still not in the mood? Your brother is much more honest than you. Then, the woman stripped Jin Shuring naked, and the two of them slept together again. Along the way, Jin Shuring blew out the candles a few times, but the woman lit them again, and even poured the candles tears on her chest. What a crazy woman, it was hard to stop. After a whole hour, the beautiful woman lazily lay in Jin Shuring's arms. Lang Jun, the Wu Kingdom's army will be marching south tomorrow, you no longer have time, it's time to make a choice, the woman softly said. Jin Shuring did not say anything. The woman said, even if you don't think for yourself, even if you don't think for me, you should think for our child. Suddenly, Jin Shuring could not help but tremble. The woman grabbed Jin Shuring's hand, touched her belly, and softly said, we've slept together 7 or 8 times, the baby in my belly is already more than 2 months old. Jin Shuring almost stopped breathing. Why? Are you afraid? Do you not want to take responsibility? The woman softly said. After a long while, Jin Shuring said, who are you? What's your name? The woman said, Wu. Jin Shuring was stunned, Wu? The woman said, don't misunderstand, I'm not a princess, nor am I a princess. Maybe a few hundred years ago, I was a family with the king. Now, I'm probably General Wu Mu's cousin. Jin Shuring said, Lord Wu Mu really thinks highly of me. The woman said, of course he thinks highly of you, because you're too outstanding. Jin Shuring said, you're really scheming, using a honey trap to drag me down more than 2 months ago. The woman Wu Yu said, Lang Jun, you used to be very important, we placed all our focus on you, even giving me, a great beauty, to you. But now, I'm not afraid that you'll be unhappy, because you're not that important anymore, because Jinzhua is dead, the entire Raging Tide City is without a leader, and the state of Yu is completely unable to support the Raging Tide City, the most powerful member of the Kim family, Shenlang, is trapped in White Knight County. Taking over the Raging Tide City has become easy, so you're not that useful anymore. Jin Shuring did not say anything. Wu Yu kissed Jin Shuring's chest and said, but you're my man, I've already fallen in love with you, and I plan to spend a long time with you. I hope to see you have a bright future, a bright future. Jin Shuring said, what does it mean to have a bright future, a bright future? Wu Yu said, Lang Jun, with your martial arts and talent, you should have passed the martial scholar exam and become at least a 4th-rank general in the future. In the end, you were trapped by the kindness of the Kim family. You're a general in name, but you're actually a servant with no military power. Jin Shuring said, Lord Marquis is very kind to me, everything I have was given to me by the Kim family. Wu Yu said, Lang Jun, are you going to be buried with the Kim family? There's no hope for you in this battle. Jin Shuring said, we still have 5 or 6,000 troops, and we have an impregnable fortress. Wu Yu said, yes, Cho Tianwei's fortress is very sturdy, we can't take it down with 10,000 men, but what about 20,000 or 30,000? Most importantly, Jinzhua is already dead, who can you be loyal to? Jin Shuring was silent. Wu Yu said, the king of Yu, Ning Yuan Xian, conferred you the title of Raging Tide City Lord, but do you have any power? In order to defend yourself, you didn't hesitate to harm yourself, even kneeling to a son-in-law like Xianlang. You're an adopted son, he's a son-in-law, and his status is clearly inferior to yours. You actually have to kneel to a son-in-law, isn't that a great humiliation? The woman grabbed Jin Shuriying's hand, feeling the scars on it. Wu Yu said, Lang Jun, I'll say it again. If you don't think for yourself, don't you think for me, don't you think for our child? Jin Shuriying was still silent. Wu Yu said, after we seize Raging Tide City, Wu Mu will become Lizhou's governor and naval admiral. As for my husband, you will become the true Raging Tide City Lord and Wu Kingdom's fourth-rank general. Jin Shuriying trembled. Wu Yu said, in the future, Raging Tide City's status will be very high, probably on par with Pingan County and Wanyan County, and the city lord will be a fifth-rank minor city lord. Jin Shuriying's breathing stopped for a moment. Wu Yu said, Lang Jun, are you willing to be a slave for the rest of your life? Are you willing to let your child be a slave when he's born? General Wu Mu is King Wu Qi's cousin. He lacks a true confidant, and you have no foundation, so you're the best candidate. Once you swear loyalty to Wu Mu, he will definitely treat you as his confidant. Jin Shuriying didn't speak, but her heart was already beating faster. Wu Yu said, Lang Jun, even trash like Cho Ho can become the lord of Tianfeng City and a fourth-rank general of the sea. Are you willing? You're clearly much more outstanding than him. Raging Tide City Lord and a fourth-rank general of the sea. Don't you want this high-ranking position? Jin Shuriying said, the price is for me to betray the Kim family? Wu Yu said, the Kim family is already going to be destroyed. What does your betrayal have to do with it? No matter what you do, you won't be able to save the Kim family. You're the one who needs this opportunity to make a great contribution, to prove your loyalty to Marquis Wu Mu. Jin Shuriying closed her eyes and didn't speak for a long time. Wu Yu said tenderly, Lang Jun? I'm following you because I'm innocent. This is a honey trap, but it's also a meat bun used to hit a dog. It's a one-way trip. I'm a meat bun, and you're a dog. You can't just eat it and leave it be. After a long while, Jin Shuriying said, how will you deal with the Kim family in the future? Wu Yu said tenderly, you're talking about Jin Mulan, right? Jin Shuriying didn't speak. Wu Yu said, I'm jealous. Jin Mulan is already married, but you're still having wishful thinking about her. Jin Shuriying said, I don't have any improper thoughts about Mississippi. Wu Yu said, Jin Zhua is dead, and the Kim family losing Raging Tide City is a foregone conclusion. Wangya Island and Jinshan Island are also gone. The Kim family only has their own fief left, so they definitely can't support these private armies. They'll probably become second or third-rate nobles. As for Jin Mulan, we won't kill her. You also know that your country's crown prince Ning Yi is determined to get her. Yin Yuan will send her to the crown prince's bed in one piece. Jin Shuriying clenched her teeth, her temples throbbing. Wu Yu said tenderly, Lang Jun, you're not a savior. You can't save so many people. Besides, what's so bad about Jin Mulan following the state of Yu's crown prince? Even if the state of Yu suffers a great loss this time, Ning Yi is still the crown prince. Becoming the crown prince's concubine is much better than marrying a lowly commoner like Xianlang. Jin Shuriying said, son-in-law Xianlang is amazing. Wu Yu said, he is indeed amazing, but his vision is too narrow. He only thinks about revenge and only wants to destroy the Su family. He doesn't care about Raging Tide City. What a joke. After all, he was born as a lowly commoner and doesn't have any great prospects. Lang Jun, don't learn from him. You need to have a bigger goal. I'm still waiting for you to be made a marquis and a general. A wife will have to depend on her husband. Jin Shuriying trembled. What do you want me to do? Wu Yu said, after Jin Zhua's death, Jin Mulan will hold the highest authority in Raging Tide City. You'll be the second in command. Jin Shuriying nodded in the darkness. Wu Yu said, you must have many trusted brothers. Jin Shuriying said, if I'm loyal to the Kim family, of course I have many. But if I'm to betray the Kim family, then I don't have many trusted brothers, just a few dozen or 100. Wu Yu said, that's enough. You're now the strongest general of the Kim family, so it's only natural for you to guard the castle gates. Xianxia nodded. Yes. Wu Yu said, what you need to do is simple. Open the castle gates and let our army charge into the castle. Your mission will be considered complete. Leave the rest to us. Xianxia said, the hardest part of attacking Raging Tide City's castle is to break the gates, right? That was true. Qiu Tianwei, that pervert, had built Raging Tide City's castle too big and sturdy. The walls were tall and thick, and the castle gates were indestructible. Under normal circumstances, Wu's army of 30,000 would have to pay a huge price to break the gates. Who knew how many casualties they would have to pay? A few thousand would be the minimum. But once the gates were broken, what would happen next would be easy. Wu Yu said, Lang Jun, this is the most cost-effective contribution. It's as easy as blowing off dust for you. You just need to open the gates from the inside. When we take down Raging Tide City, you'll get the most credit. Xianxia's voice trembled as he took in deep breaths. I have a condition. Wu Yu's voice also trembled. She was finally going to succeed. She didn't know how many times she had tried to persuade this man. She had said everything and used all kinds of methods. Xianxia said, after this is done, let the Kim family go. Don't kill the innocent. Wu Yu said in a sweet voice, oh, my Lang Jun is really affectionate. Can't you share some of it with me? Xianxia said coldly, I'm not joking. The woman once again rode on Xianxia's body and said, as you wish, as you wish. You're such a loyal and annoying person. Great Snow Mountain, even though they had prepared everything, King Chong's 30 to 40,000 troops were still shivering in the cold. There were two plazas below the Great Calamity Palace. King Chong Alutai and the Great Calamity Temple's army were on the first plaza. This place was about 100 meters away from the Great Calamity Palace. Looking up, one could see the majestic Great Calamity Palace. However, it would take a long time to walk. It was about 5 kilometers away. The first plaza was the first line of defense for the Great Calamity Palace. There used to be a castle, but it had been demolished. There were ruins everywhere. Ascetic Duda stroked the ruins, his eyes slightly red. The battle of the Great Calamity Palace had happened decades ago, but it was still fresh in his mind. The one who destroyed the Great Calamity Palace was Jiang Li's general. Under Jiang Li's command, China, state of Yu, Chu, and Wu nations formed a 60,000-strong army to attack the Great Calamity Palace. They killed almost all 20,000 monk soldiers and turned the beautiful palace into ruins. How glorious was the Great Calamity Temple in the east! In fact, many monarchs were disciples of the Great Calamity Temple, and all the state teachers in the court were the Great Calamity Temple's masters. The Great Calamity Temple drew a circle, and the mountain belonged to the Great Calamity Temple. The fields and people at the foot of the mountain also belonged to the Great Calamity Temple. The Great Calamity Palace in front of him had a few hundred years of history. When the Great Robbery Palace was built, there were 5 countries in the Eastern world, and dozens of nobles contributed money, manpower, and effort. It was all Jiang Li's fault. He single-handedly uprooted the Great Calamity Temple from the east and chased them to the western region. After Jiang Li's death, the Great Calamity Temple thought that they could make a comeback. Unexpectedly, the Great Yan Empire's emperor gave them another blow and ordered the arrest of the Great Calamity Temple. Suffering Duda kept rummaging through the ruins. After searching for a full 15 minutes, he finally found a stone with 2 words carved on it. Suffering, this was carved by him. Back then, he was just a small soldier monk. Touching the words on the stone, Monk Suffering sobbed uncontrollably. Senior brother, junior brother, your souls have returned. Master, your majesty, I have finally returned to the Great Calamity Palace. I swear that I will restore the Great Calamity Palace to its former glory. Seeing this tragic scene, the 2,000 soldier monks under Monk Suffering's command became solemn as they chanted silently. Return to the Great Calamity Palace. Restore the Great Calamity Temple's former glory. As for Grandmaster Ban Rua, he was only exploring the ruins out of curiosity. She had no feelings for the Great Calamity Palace and even clapped her hands in joy at its destruction. This was because she worshipped His Majesty Jiangli. Whatever His Majesty Jiangli opposed, Ban Rua also opposed. However, she remembered that when senior sister Lin Shang betrayed the demonic Cliff Dao Palace, she wanted to build the Snow Mountain Palace on top of the Great Calamity Palace. However, Lin Shang gave up after a month because it was too far away and inconvenient. She had to travel hundreds of miles just to buy toilet paper. Although Ban Rua had led people to destroy the Snow Mountain Palace several times, she did not feel much enmity towards senior sister Lin Shang. Instead, she felt some sympathy. Old Demon Snow Mountain was extremely powerful, but he had never won a fight. This sentence had spread throughout the martial arts world of the East. Old Demon Lin, who had been defeated in every battle. On the other hand, Chang Emperor Aruda was in a completely different mood. Bold and majestic, he had already decided that he would rebuild the Great Calamity Palace. This place could not be used as a palace, but it could be used as a temporary residence. When you reach the top, you will look down on all the mountains. Aruda obviously did not know this poem, but his state of mind was similar. Living in this palace on top of the Snow Mountain was the peak of life. Compared to his father's ugly palace, this Great Calamity Palace was the real miracle of the world. When I take over the West Heaven Province, the entire Snow Mountain will belong to me, Aruda. The Great Calamity Palace is like the jewel in my crown. When I destroy Arunana, the fake king, I will be the only king of the Chang Kingdom. The Su family will crawl under my feet, and the entire West Heaven Province will become my hunting ground. No, 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 I don't just want the West Heaven Province. I want half of the state of you. I want to be the overlord of the Eastern world. It must be the will of the heavens that I came to the Great Calamity Palace. This is the place closest to the Sky God. It is also the will of the heavens that I will kill the fake King Arunana in the Great Calamity Palace. Let me start my plan of hegemony by killing Arunana. As for Shenlang, he was just a clown, not worth mentioning. Although he was cunning, he was still a clown. Prepare for battle, kill the fake King Arunana. Kill Shenlang. Following Alutai's roar, a gust of wind blew, and then snow began to fall from the sky. Aruda laughed and said, "This king is so mighty." My roar actually pierced through the sky, causing snow to fall. At this moment, Su Jianting's fear had reached its peak. My king, I am extremely uneasy. This Shenlang must have a trick up his sleeve. Su Jianting said, "My king, you must not go up again. How about I lead the army to destroy Arunana and Shenlang?" Aruda was heroic and rebuked, "You think you are worthy? Only I am qualified to cut off the fake King Arunana's head. This Great Calamity Palace is a miracle in the world. It led me here to kill Arunana. This is the will of the Sky God. My plan of hegemony will start here. The state of you is in chaos, and this is a heaven-sent opportunity. I don't just want the southern part of the West Heaven Province, I want to become one of the overlords of the Eastern world. The Sky God and the Great Calamity Palace shall bear witness." The three beauties knelt down and begged, my king, Shenlang is cunning. We must guard against him. He must have set up a trick." King Chang laughed and said, "What trick do you think he has set up? Where did you set up the trap?" Su Mo said, "I don't know, but he is cunning. He must have set up a trap in the Great Calamity Palace. My king, you must not fall for it." Aruda's eyes darted around and he said, "Master Suffering, why don't you let your monk soldiers be the vanguard to attack the Great Calamity Palace?" His meaning was clear. He wanted the monk soldiers of the Great Calamity Temple to scout ahead. If there was a trap, Dida Suffering's monk soldiers would be the ones to step on it. Dida Suffering laughed and said, "King Chang, you are as timid as a mouse. Even if you don't say it, I will be the first to attack the Great Calamity Palace. Great Calamity Palace, here I come. Master Ban Rua, will you follow me?" Grandmaster Ban Rua reluctantly threw away the stone in his hand. The carving was exquisite. It was a carving of two people having sex. Most importantly, the two people were neither male nor female. They had both male and female characteristics. Grandmaster Ban Rua said, "Attack." The Demon Cliff Palace and Sword Island are irreconcilable enemies. Dida Suffering shouted, "All the monk soldiers of the Great Calamity Temple, follow me and kill all the bastards in the Great Calamity Palace." Instantly, the 2,000 monk soldiers charged forward in a frenzy, snow flew everywhere. This was the Great Calamity Palace, the sacred place of the Great Calamity Temple. That was why the 2,000 monk soldiers seemed to be aided by God. They ran as fast as they could, as if they had inexhaustible strength. They charged straight to the great Calamity Palace at the top of the mountain. Xianxia could not help but sigh. He had thought that there would be no need to fight in the great Calamity Palace. He did not expect King Chang to be so cunning. His army did not come up first, but he sent the monk soldiers to attack first. There was no other way. They could only fight. Aruda Nana and Xianxia's 3,000 troops were fully armed and stood guard in the ruins of the great Calamity Palace. The 2,000 monk soldiers of the great Calamity Temple were getting closer. Xianxia could see their fanatical expressions. They were not afraid of death. At the foot of the mountain, these monk soldiers were far from being so brave. But now, all of them seemed to be protected by a godly technique. Kill, kill, kill. The 2,000 monk soldiers seemed to have gone mad. Dida Suffering shouted, "Great Calamity Palace, I am here. Master, Monk King, I am back in the Great Calamity Palace. Kill, kill, kill. Release, release, release." Along with Aruda Nana's order, Xianxia and her troops shot down like rain. Great Calamity Temple monk soldiers fell one after another. But they were still fearless and continued to charge. After 4 waves of arrows, the monk soldiers of the Great Calamity Temple charged right in front of them. They clashed. The two armies clashed madly with each other. Fresh blood splattered and broken limbs flew. The snow was thick and the sounds of killing shook the heavens above the Great Calamity Palace. Xianxia and Aruda Nana's troops instantly felt immense pressure. Although there weren't many monk soldiers, they were too fanatical and their combat strength was too strong. They did not fear death at all, as though they had entered a frenzied state. Very quickly, the Alliance army suffered casualties. Kill, kill, kill. Kill all these despicable pigs and dogs who stole from the Great Calamity Palace. Dida Suffering also seemed to have gone mad. The two armies fought fiercely at the peak of the snowy mountain. Meanwhile, Xianxia was extremely anxious. Why wasn't Emperor Chang Aruda's army coming up yet? That was because his inescapable net was unleashed in one place. There was no choice. There was a limit to the gunpowder. He could only create a huge avalanche on one side of the mountain. Previously, Aruda's army had spread out for tens of thousands of miles. However, the snowy mountain was simply too big. An avalanche might not be enough to wipe out his entire army. He had to strike when the enemy was the most concentrated in order to achieve the greatest lethality. Right at that moment, a deafening sound of killing rang out from below. Aruda's army was charging over. They were here, they were finally here. Emperor Chang Aruda was also extremely anxious. He was worried that Dida Suffering would be too brave and kill Aruda Nana. Aruda had to kill this fake Aruda Nana with his own hands. Otherwise, he would not have the right to become the emperor of the Chang kingdom. Hearing the sounds of killing from the top of the mountain, he was extremely anxious. At that moment, the 3 women of the Su family were still kneeling on the ground, hugging his legs and crying, begging him not to be rash. Right at this moment, a warrior scout rushed over at lightning speed. Emperor Chang Aruda shouted, "How is it? How is the battle on the mountain?" The scout said, "The monk soldiers of the Great Tribulation Temple have already clashed with the fake Aruda Nana's army." Emperor Chang Aruda said, "Is there a trap? Is there a trap?" The scout said, "No, the Great Tribulation Temple at the top of the mountain is in ruins. The monk soldiers of the Great Tribulation Temple are very brave. Aruda Nana's army is no match for them." Emperor Chang Aruda was even more anxious. Aruda must not be killed by Dida Suffering. Immediately, he roared, "Army, charge! Kill the false king." As soon as he said that, the 3 women of the Su family desperately hugged Aruda's legs and said, "Don't be rash, don't be rash. Let Dida Suffering and Aruda Nana fight until both sides are injured, then you can go and clean up the mess. King, Xianxia is extremely cunning. Be careful that he has a trap." The 3 women were sobbing. Chang Emperor Aluda kicked out with both his legs, sending the 3 Su family beauties flying. "Haha, you people of the Su family have always been as cowardly as mice. You caused me to be mocked by the Baldi of the Great Tribulation Temple. Don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. Your Su family wants the fake King Aruda Nana to die in the hands of Dida Suffering. That way, I won't be able to be the king of the Chang country. God is guiding me. My plan to rule the world will rise in the Great Tribulation Temple. Kill, kill, kill. As Emperor Xianxia gave the order, the army under him crazily charged towards the Great Tribulation Temple at the top of the mountain. There were so many of them that they could not be counted. As they were not far from the Great Tribulation Temple at the top of the mountain, the road was much wider. It was 3 to 4 meters wide, but it was also much steeper. Charge, charge, charge. The god is looking at us. Emperor Xianxia's army was densely packed. They were like a black dragon as they charged towards the top of the mountain. It still spread for a few miles. However, it was dense enough. Emperor Chang was at the front. He was still very far from the Great Tribulation Temple, but he could already feel the domineering aura. The god is looking at us. My plan to rule the world has begun. Kill Nana. Kill Xianxia. My army is about to sweep the entire state of Yu. I want the entire state of Yu to become my hunting ground. I want to kill their men and ravage their women. I want to make countless babies cry. I want countless children to become orphans. I want the entire state of Yu to tremble and kneel on the ground when they hear my name. The god is coming, right at that moment. Boom, 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 boom. A series of muffled sounds. It was a muffled sound, not a loud one. It was like the muffled sound of thunder in the sky. 100 meters away from the top of the mountain, more than a dozen gunpowder suddenly detonated. Instantly, the accumulated snow for hundreds and thousands of years exploded. Even the boulders deep in the snow were blasted out. The boulders and the accumulated snow rolled down crazily. It swept down. They were still a few hundred meters away from the top of the mountain. This avalanche was powerful enough. Thousands of years of accumulated snow burst apart crazily. It rolled down crazily. More and more, wider and wider. More and more shocking. At first, it was like a raging tide. Later, it was like a monstrous tsunami. It swept down crazily with an earth-shattering momentum. It was truly earth-shattering. It was truly earth-shattering. At first, it was only a few hundred meters wide. Later, it became thousands of meters wide. Later, the entire side of the snow mountain began to collapse. Boom, 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 boom. The entire Great Snow Mountain was shaking violently. Emperor Xianxia was completely stunned. The 20 to 30,000 soldiers under him were also stunned. They looked at this scene in disbelief. Countless waves of snow were like shocking beasts, as if they wanted to devour the entire world. Xianxia had worried too much. He was afraid that the avalanche would not be big enough and that he would have to gather Emperor Cheng's army. However, this avalanche was much bigger than he had imagined. Rumble, before the earth-shattering energy. Any struggle, any escape, was futile. Emperor Cheng's countless soldiers. Some knelt down and cried. Some ran frantically. The gods are angry, the gods are angry. Run. Kneel down and beg for God's forgiveness. Emperor Xianxia's army of tens of thousands completely collapsed. However, everything was meaningless. The earth-shattering avalanche swept over in a few seconds. It was like a raging wave. It was truly like God was angry. Then everything was gone. Emperor Xianxia's army of tens of thousands was completely annihilated. Note: today's 2 chapters cost 17,000. Brothers, I beg for monthly votes. I beg for support. Pastries are exploding every day. I beg for your mercy. Thank you Yanbao, Iron Palm Rock, and First Horizon for your 10,000 yuan tips. Please remember this book's domain name. Com Wonderful Bookhouse Mobile Version. Com Monthly votes are in danger. Double the monthly votes. I plead for everyone's help. Liizhou Archipelago, Tianfeng City. King Wu's cousin, Marquis Nankong, and Liizhou Archipelago's commander, Wu Mu, were playing chess. His opponent was his cousin, Wu Yu. Well, in fact, neither of them liked to play chess. But because King Wu liked to play chess, the entire upper echelons of Wu liked to play chess. He agreed? Wu Mu asked. Wu Yu nodded. Yes. Taking over Raging Tide City had been in the bag, but now it was in the bag. Are we really going to keep that trash, Qiu Hao? He betrayed Qiu Tianwei, then the state of Yu. He will betray us in the future. Wu Mu said, he's not easy to kill. If we kill him, who will dare to surrender to us in the future? The state of Yu doesn't have a navy. Although the king values the sea, the navy has just been established. We still have a lot of Qiu Hao on the sea. It's a pity Qiu Yao left, Wu Yu said. Fortunately she left, Wu Mu said. Yes, fortunately Qiu Yao left. Otherwise, the sea would forever be her world. She was invincible on horseback, on land, and in the sea. With her around, no one could even think of attacking Raging Tide City. Commander, will you really put Jin Shiying in an important position if he surrenders? Wu Mu said, what? Have you really fallen for him? Wu Yu said, he's the best man I could have picked. Do you believe it? He's almost 30 and has never touched a woman before. Wu Mu frowned. He was the proud Marquis Nankong and definitely wouldn't talk about relationships, especially in front of his cousin. If the Kim family wasn't in dire straits, he definitely wouldn't betray us, Wu Yu said. Don't let your emotions get the better of you. Be careful not to get blinded. The most important thing for us women is to marry a good man, and this man is someone you picked for me. If I don't throw myself in, why would he surrender? If he is loyal, I will put him in an important position and rely on him as a confidant. In the end, Wu country still needs to rely on the young, not those old fellows. This sentence completely described the conflict between the old and new factions in the Wu kingdom. This was normal. The previous king of Wu was traditional and conservative, so he only used conservative old ministers. On the other hand, the young king Wu had just ascended to the throne. He was determined to reform and dared to take risks. However, most of the officials in the court were conservative, and they were constantly dragging King Wu down. With no other choice, the young king of Wu could only use a large number of young officials to replace the old ones. And Wu Mu was one of them. Of course, he wasn't exactly young. He was already 29 years old. He was well versed in military books and was highly skilled in martial arts. Moreover, he had been in the army for more than 10 years, but he had only been in charge for a few years. It was also the time when he was thirsty for talents, so he was very eager to seek refuge with Jin Shiying. This battle for the Raging Tide City was also a battle of fate for Wu Mu. He had never commanded such a large military operation by himself. When Wu Qi was still the crown prince, he had already raised the issue of placing importance on the ocean, seizing the Liezhou archipelago, and encircling the state of Yu. But back then, the old King Wu didn't care much about the ocean. He only cared about land. King Wu used a lot of political resources to establish a new navy, and Wu Mu was the commander of this navy. After a few years of training, he finally managed to train a navy of 5,000 to 6,000 people. For the sake of secrecy, King Wu didn't even discuss the plan in court. Instead, he made the decision in a small meeting room. A few of the old officials objected at first. In the end, when they couldn't object, they suggested that King Wu use an old general. King Wu hesitated for a long time. He felt that the old general was too conservative and wasn't good at naval warfare. Although Wu Mu's navy hadn't fought in a real battle, it had been trained for a few years. Most importantly, Wu Mu was his direct descendant and represented the strength of the new generation. Thus, King Wu decided to give Wu Mu a chance. He let the 29-year-old Wu Mu be the commander of the southern expedition against the Raging Tide City. A warrior would die for his confidant. Wu Mu naturally shed tears of gratitude and gave his all for the southern expedition. This battle didn't just represent his own future, but also the king's reputation. If he lost this battle, not only would Wu Mu's future be over, but even the king would have to face the retaliation of the old conservative officials in court. In fact, Wu Mu had been doing very well up until now. Even though he was young, he could be said to be careful at every step. He dared to play it safe, but he was also cautious. A few months ago, he had set up a honey trap to deal with Jin Shiying. And the woman he chose wasn't a promiscuous vixen, but his pure and beautiful cousin, Wu Yu. Not only that, but he also had Wu Yu dressed like Jin Mulan. After a few months, he had finally taken down Jin Shiying. From the start, he had determined that he couldn't use money to entice someone like Jin Shiying. He had to use emotion to move her. Bitter joy to assassinate Jin Zhua. Persuading Qiu Hao to rebel. And now Jin Shiying had surrendered, Even though he was a young commander, he was even more cautious than the old generals when it came to planning. Now, everything was ready. The battle at the Raging Tide City was 90% successful. Has the fog outside dispersed? Wumu asked. The warrior said, it's gradually dispersing, Marquis. Wumu said, it's clearly summer, why is there so much fog? Wuyu said, the weather here is like this. In autumn and winter, the fog gets thicker, and it will only disperse at noon. This game of chess couldn't be finished. That's it, Wumu threw away the chess piece in his hand and walked out of the castle. On the surface of the sea, more than 100 ships of various types were neatly lined up on the sea. Almost half of the fog had already dispersed. It was summer, after all. The sea was only foggy in the morning, and it would disperse soon after the sun came out. Wuyu suddenly said, Jin Shuring asked us to let the Kim family go. Wumu said indifferently, it's better to kill them all. This way, he will have no one to rely on, and his emotional dependence on you will increase. Wuyu said, then what about Jin Mulan? Wumu said, after capturing him, cripple his meridians and martial arts, hand him over to the Yinyuan Association, and have them deliver him to the Crown Prince of the State of Yu, Ming Yi. He walked to the dock. Someone beside him handed him a helmet. Wumu put on the helmet and cloak, and slowly walked onto the flagship. Let's go. Disembark at Raging Tide City. Now is the time to build a career. Instantly, more than 100 ships sailed south, pouncing towards Raging Tide City that was 100 miles away. There was not a single ship on the entire sea. Because the control of the sea was completely controlled by Cho Hao. Bang, 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 bang. Deafening drumming came from the ships beside. This was Cho Hao's fleet sucking up to him. Rest assured, Marquis Nankong. The sea is unimpeded. Your humble servant Cho Hao wishes Marquis Nankong a victory and eternal merit. Wumu said loudly, thank you, General Zhenhai. Then, he looked away. He didn't like Cho Hao at all. He was too vulgar, had no sense of honor, and was a cruel and unscrupulous person. Although Jin Shuring was the adopted son of a noble, he was full of noble spirit. Wumu knelt towards the northwest and said, Your Majesty, I will not let you down. This battle will be a success, and I will seize Raging Tide City and the entire Liezhou archipelago for you. White Knight Prefecture City, the war had already entered the 7th day. It had already become an azure hell. Now, all the young generals knew that Zhang Chong was lying. On the first day of the war, the generals were shocked by the intensity of the battle. Because the offensive of the Su clan's army was too fierce. Many of the young generals suspected that the city would fall on the first day. Zhang Chong comforted them and said that only the first day would be so fierce and unbearable. The young generals were relieved. In the end, in comparison, the first day was the easiest. Following that, each day became more and more difficult, more and more tragic. Because the enemy had nearly 20,000 people. They could continuously send fresh troops to attack the city. And the defending army in the city was less than 4,000 people. There was almost no replacement. The second day, the third day, the fourth day was really more difficult to bear, as if they could collapse and die at any time. Then, they gradually got better. It wasn't that the situation became optimistic, but because their nerves were finally numb. And the first young scholar who asked Zhang Chong was already dead. Of the 10 outstanding young scholars, 3 were already dead. 1/3 of the 4,000 people were also dead. Of course, the defending army in the city was still 4,000 people. The gold coins were moving. Zhang Chong used a lot of gold coins to recruit desperados in the city. As the new people continued to join the defending army, the combat effectiveness was actually declining. Every day after dark, whether it was Zhang Chong or these young generals, they couldn't believe it. It ended again today, they actually defended it again, the city still hadn't been broken. How was this possible? Almost from the first day, they felt that they couldn't hold on. They were fighting with their lives on the line, using all their willpower to fight. Originally, they thought that they couldn't hold on for a day, but they didn't expect to hold on for 7 days. Zhang Chong led the medical team, comforted the wounded one by one, personally bandaged everyone's wounds, and even learned to suture the wounds. Sucking the pus for the soldiers? That was also what he had to do. In short, everything that a commander should do, everything that he could do, Zhang Chong had done. At this time, it was useless to speak heroically. The most important thing was to lead by example and appear in front of all the soldiers at all times. The state of Yu still has a bright future, Zhang Chong couldn't help but say. An important indicator of whether a country had hope or not was that its army had not rotted away. Whether it was in Nujiang Commandery or today's battle in Day-Night Commandery. Zhang Chong clearly felt that although the state of Yu was old, the state of Yu's army was very new. Although it was a little immature, it was like a newborn tiger, full of vigor. After Ning Yuanxian took the throne, he purged the generals in the country and promoted new generals. Not only that, but he also put a lot of martial scholars and martial examiners in important positions. This made the state of Yu's army look new. After this battle, this group of young elites had truly become masters of hundreds of battles. Unfortunately, he didn't know how many of these 3,000 people would survive. Maybe, they would all be wiped out. Zhang Chong couldn't help but look in the direction of the Great Snow Mountain. Shen, how are things on your side? If you don't succeed, it's a small matter if my army is wiped out, or if I, Zhang Chong, die. But if we lose Day-Night Commandery and cause the whole situation to collapse, that's a big deal. We will become the eternal sinners of the state of Yu. Shen Lang asked him to defend for a month, and only 7 days had passed. Of course, Shen Lang's words had to be taken at a discount. He asked Zhang Chong to defend for a month, which was actually half a month. But the Su clan's army was like a rainbow, and every day was like the end of the world. Could they defend for half a month? It was really as difficult as ascending to heaven. The monarch pinned their hopes on Count Jingtua. But Zhang Chong knew that Jingtua could hope, but he couldn't count on him, because Jingtua had been in the Western army for too long. He had already been contaminated by the Zhong family's warlord aura. He always treated the soldiers of the state of Yu as his own army, and would feel distressed if one of them died. So he might go south to Day-Night Gate and rush to Zhang Chong's aid. But he definitely wouldn't go all out, and he would definitely be stopped by Xueliang City. Zhang Chong hated this kind of bad habit. His goal was to become a minister, and he knew how harmful the warlord aura was to the country. He, Zhang Chong, could only count on Shen Lang. Shen was still the best. 1,000,000 gold coins was nothing in his eyes. An army of tens of thousands was nothing in his eyes. Fame and fortune were all fleeting clouds in his eyes. All he wanted in life was to be happy. Who on earth gave birth to such a person? Zhang Chong looked in the direction of the Great Snow Mountain and said, Shen, hurry up, I can't hold on much longer. In the camp outside Day-Night City, Su Quan's face was frosty. He had secretly issued a military order to the Lord to take down Day-Night City within 3 days. But 7 days had passed, they still hadn't taken it. Zhang Chong only had 3,000 to 4,000 soldiers. But Su Quan had nearly 20,000 soldiers. Generally speaking, in a siege, the attacking side had twice as many soldiers as the defending side, and 3 times as many was relatively sufficient. Su Quan's army was 5 to 6 times as many as Zhang Chong's, and its combat power was very strong. Under such circumstances, they should have taken it long ago. In the end, they couldn't take it down. Su Nan was a little anxious, but he was not angry. Instead, he advised Su Quan to maintain the offensive and avoid arrogance and rashness. Because the current situation was extremely favorable to the Su clan. The Chu army and the Zhong family were in full swing in the northwest, and Jingtuo's army had no intention of going south. It could be said that in the entire Tiannam province, the Su clan's army had no opponents. But Su Quan was determined. No matter the cost, he must take down Day-Night City within 3 days. Otherwise, how could he, Su Quan, keep his face? Marshal, the army has been assembled. Su Quan put on his helmet and slashed the table in front of him, shouting, Go all out, this marshal will personally supervise the battle. Su Quan personally ascended the high platform and shouted, Attack the city, attack the city. Suddenly, the Su clan's army was like a tide, crazily attacking Day-Night City, fierce and intense. For Zhang Chong's army, a difficult day like hell was about to begin. They really treated every day as the end of the world. Great Snow Mountain, before the avalanche, the battle at Great Calamity Palace was in full swing. Arunana and Shen Lang's army were fighting against the monk soldiers of Great Calamity Temple. Arunana, Wu Lai, and Yin Yang were fighting against monk suffering. Grandmaster Ban Rua was fighting against Sword King Li Xianxia. She was not Li Xianxia's opponent, just a little bit weaker. But the two of them fought for hundreds of rounds, but there was no result. Why? Sword King Li Xianxia could not kill her. Because he felt guilty. It was Sword Island who had let her down. Every generation of South Sea Sword King had a different personality. The previous South Sea Sword King was Li Xianxia's father-in-law. How should one describe him? Of course, Li Xianxia loved him and treated him like a father. But in terms of character, his father-in-law was a scumbag. After having a loving wife, he still had affairs outside. But starting from his father-in-law, Li Xianxia decided that Sword Island could not rely on meteor fall and needed to learn other sword techniques. Hence, the previous Sword King searched everywhere for secret manuals and set his eyes on the two super powerful secret manuals of Demon Cliff Dao Palace. The Demon Cliff Dao Palace had the advantage of numbers, and they could not openly snatch them. What could they do? They could only use the honey trap to snatch them. Hence, the previous Sword King used his charm and made the Demon Cliff Dao Palace Lord fall head over heels for him. He even slept with her and cheated the two secret manuals of Demon Cliff Dao Palace. At that time, he said that he wanted to divorce his wife and marry the Demon Cliff Dao Palace Lord. The Demon Cliff Dao Palace Lord even wanted to resign from her position as the sect master and be with the previous Sword King. What kind of pressure did she have to bear? She was condemned by the entire martial arts world for being shameless. Not only did she ruin the reputation of a monk, but she also ruined her family. In the end, after Li Xianxia's father-in-law obtained the secret manuals, he immediately changed. He tactfully said, "Dear, after thinking about it, I still can't let go of my wife. Why don't we continue our relationship as lovers? If we love each other for a long time, why would we stay together day and night?" Then, the Demon Cliff Dao Palace Lord chased after that scumbag for more than 20 years. In the end, she failed to kill him and was even slept with a few more times. Not long after the previous Sword King's death, the Demon Cliff Dao Palace Lord also died of depression. Before she died, she held the hand of the new sect master, Ban Rua, and said that she had to avenge her humiliation. Under such circumstances, could the Sword King, Li Xianxia, kill Grandmaster Ban Rua? Absolutely not. Not only had her father-in-law cheated her master of her feelings, body, secret manuals, and dignity. After a few hundred rounds, Grandmaster Ban Rua was completely helpless. She really wasn't Li Xianxia's match. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Why do you have to put on an act? You're a grandmaster, so why are you pretending to be an old farmer? Ban Rua raged. Li Xianxia said helplessly, "Junior sister Ban Rua, my imposing appearance is just an act. This old farmer appearance is my true self." Ban Rua felt even more disdain. How handsome was the previous South Sea Sword King? This Li Xianxia in front of her was just a farmer most of the time. He was a disgrace to the name of a grandmaster and was not fit to be grandmaster's successor. Eh? Why did I call that scumbag grandmaster? Li Xianxia said, "Junior sister Ban Rua, when are you going to stop?" Ban Rua replied, "When you die, of course I will stop." Li Xianxia said, "I can't die yet. How about this? After Shen treats my wife, I will personally go to the Demon Cliff Dao Palace. At that time, you can do whatever you want to me. How about that?" Li Xianxia was pretending. But Shen Lang was fighting for real. The Great Tribulation Monastery's monk soldiers were too fanatical. Every move they made was suicidal. Even though Shen Lang's side had the advantage in numbers, their morale was being suppressed and their casualties were increasing. Especially the suffering Duda. Previously, he was so cunning and afraid of death. But when he arrived at the Great Tribulation Palace, it was as though he was protected by a godly technique. He fought against 3 experts alone and still looked majestic. It was as though the Great Tribulation Palace had a god protecting these monk soldiers. This aura was so shocking that it could not be any more shocking. The allied army of Shen Lang and Aru Nana was actually going to suffer a huge loss. It was at this moment. Gunpowder exploded like thunder. Then, an avalanche occurred. It was earth-shattering, as though the mountains were collapsing. Of course, the Great Tribulation Palace was located at the top of the mountain, so it would not encounter an avalanche. but the entire ground was trembling violently. In that instant, the entire mountain was shaking. A series of loud sounds could be heard, as though an earth dragon was turning over. Then, the remaining half of the Great Calamity Palace started to collapse. Bang, 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 the remaining half of the Great Tribulation Palace was now in ruins. Instantly, the Great Tribulation Temple's monk soldiers were stunned, the suffering Buddha was stunned too. Why was this happening? Could it be that the gods were really angry? Did I encounter a heavenly mode in the Great Tribulation Palace today? Heavens, what order do you have? Tell me, tell me. At that moment, the morale of the Great Tribulation Temple's monk soldiers plummeted. It was as if someone had poked a hole in an inflatable toy, causing the air within to leak out. They were completely devoid of energy. However, Xianxia and Arunana's allied forces were unstoppable as they fought back in a frenzy. The situation was flipped. It became a one-sided massacre. The Great Tribulation Temple's monk soldiers all died. At this moment, their hearts were filled with despair and fear. They had lost all will to fight. After a short massacre, the remaining monk soldiers all fled. Rumble, the avalanche continued. It was like countless waves sweeping towards the bottom of the mountain. The entire Great Snow Mountain was still shaking. This avalanche was getting bigger and bigger. However, the avalanche that belonged to Emperor Chang'e had ended. His martial arts were too powerful. Even when the avalanche rolled down, his body was still pinned to the ground. Then, he was filled with fear, as if the world was ending. Anyone would be afraid when faced with such power, especially barbarians like the Chang Kingdom. Even Alutai was no exception. After a long time, everything was finally over. His vision became bright again. The end of the world was over, the collapse of the world was over, the Great Snow Mountain was still here. Even Alutai was still here, when he opened his eyes again. The scene in front of him had completely changed. The snow in front of him had almost all disappeared. Because he was on the mountain, all the snow had rolled down the mountain. The original Great Snow Mountain was so beautiful, like a fairy standing in the palace of the world. Now that all the snow had fallen off, the entire mountain was covered in sinister-looking brown rocks. It was as if someone had taken off his clothes and revealed his old body. Where was his army? They had disappeared. The entire army of 30 to 40,000 had almost disappeared. All of them had been washed away by the snow. But there were still a few thousand people left. They had survived not because they were too powerful, but because they were too lucky. When the avalanche happened, they had been hiding in a corner. When the snow had swept down, they had been saved by some boulder or ravine. But even though they had survived, they had lost all their will to fight. The heavenly god was angry. The heavenly god was angry. The few thousand Chang soldiers knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Heavenly God, I was wrong, I was wrong. Heavenly God, please don't be angry. Right at that moment, groups after groups of monk soldiers fled down the mountain, scattering like birds and beasts. The suffering monk had also fled. His entire world was about to be overturned. All he wanted to do was return to the Great Tribulation Temple and restore its former glory. But the heavenly God did not seem to welcome them. The suffering monk only wanted to leave this place and find a quiet place to comprehend and gather his shattered soul. Seeing the Great Tribulation Temple's monk soldiers flee, the Chang Kingdom's warriors also fled in all directions. Right at that moment, a loud roar came from the mountain. Where do you think you're going? Kneel and don't move. The voice had actually come from the big fool. But after being amplified by the metal loudspeaker and the mountain, it sounded like the heavenly God was speaking. The heavenly God has spoken. The heavenly God has decreed. Instantly, the few thousand surviving Chang soldiers knelt on the ground. Do you know why you angered the heavenly God? The big fool followed Xianxia's instructions and held his throat. But there was still no power to speak of. Fortunately, the mountain echoed. Arunana is the only queen of the Chang Kingdom. Lutai is the fake queen, but you dared to follow the fake queen and hunt down the real queen. That's why the heavenly God is so angry. Lutai, I'll give you a chance now. Fight Arunana to the death. The winner will be the real queen of the Chang Kingdom. The loser will die. As soon as he said that, Aruta was shocked. Was the heavenly God still going to give him a chance? At that moment, Su Jianting rushed forward and said, "Your Majesty, this is Shenlang's plot. This is Shenlang's plot. Let's hurry down the mountain and surround them at the foot of the mountain. Arunana and Shenlang won't be here for long. They'll definitely come down the mountain, and then we can kill them all." The voice from above sounded once more. "Lu Tai, I'll give you another chance. Do you want to prove that you're not the only queen of the Chang kingdom? Come up and fight Arunana. The winner is the king." Instantly, the few thousand soldiers kneeling on the ground looked at Lu Tai. The meaning of their gazes was clear. This was the heavenly god's decree. Were you not going to go? If you dared to retreat, then what right do you have to be the king of the Chang kingdom? If you didn't dare to go, everyone would look down on you. Su Jianting said loudly, "Your Majesty, you can't go, you can't go." Is this Shenlang's plot? One of the three beauties of the Sus had already disappeared, leaving only Su Mo and Su Ting. The two women came up again and hugged Lu Tai's thighs, saying, "Your Majesty, you can't go, you can't go. This must be Shenlang's plot. Let's hurry down the mountain. We'll block the exit at the foot of the mountain and kill Shenlang and Arunana." The few thousand Chang soldiers looked at the Sus in disgust, their gazes fixed on Lu Tai. If he didn't go, then he wasn't fit to be the king. Lu Tai's hands trembled as he said, Where's the cigarette?" For the past few months, he couldn't live without the cigarettes that Shenlang had given him. A cigarette before the wedding was ferocious and boundless. After the wedding, a cigarette was better than living as a god. He smoked dozens of cigarettes a day, almost one after another. Moreover, this cigarette was amazing. After smoking one, he would be excited, as if the whole world was in his hands. If he didn't smoke for half a day, he would be dispirited and his limbs would turn to jelly. Sometimes, he would even shed tears and snot. "Where's my cigarette?" Lu Tai asked again. "It's gone," someone beside him said. How could it be gone? No matter where Lu Tai went, he would always bring his precious cigarettes with him. Even if he didn't eat, he would still smoke them. And just now, the avalanche and the rolling snow had swept away all the supplies, including several boxes of cigarettes. At this moment, the voice in the sky rang out again. "Lu Tai, don't you want the chance I'm giving you? Do you want to make the god angry again?" Rumble rumble, then, a muffled sound like thunder came from the mountain. But it seemed more like a warning. The landslide did not happen. But the remaining few thousand Chang soldiers were so scared that they almost wet their pants. They knelt on the ground and did not move. "Calm down, God, calm down. Your Majesty, go quickly, or the god will be angry." Su Jianting knelt and shouted, "Your Majesty, you can't go, you can't go." The two Sus women hugged Lu Tai's thighs and wailed, "Your Majesty, you can't go, this is Shenlang's plot, you can't go." Chang King Aluda kicked the two women away. He had no other choice. If he did not dare to fight Arunana, he would be abandoned by the rest of the Chang soldiers. Aruda roared, "Do you mean what you say? If I defeat Arunana, I will be the king of Chang kingdom?" The voice in the sky said, "Yes." Lu Tai said, "Arunana and I, duel one-on-one?" The voice in the sky said, "Yes." Lu Tai said, "The god is my witness. The god is my witness." Then, Lu Tai said, "Everyone, get up and follow me to the great robbery palace. I will duel with Arunana. Whoever wins will be the king of Chang kingdom. The god is my witness, and the people are my witness." Immediately, Lu Tai led the remaining few thousand Chang kingdom warriors up the mountain. Su Mo and Su Pa said in a trembling voice, "What should we do next? What do we do?" There was no way to stop Lu Tai. Su Jianting's first reaction was to leave the great snow mountain and report to his father. But there was still hope in his heart. Lu Tai's martial arts were extremely powerful. Although he was not as good as his father, he was more than enough to defeat Arunana. The Sus rebellion was inseparable from the main force of Chang kingdom. "Su Jianting, your martial arts are good and your lightness skill is also good. Go down the mountain and report to your father." Su Jianting said, "Aunt Su Mo, you and I will go up and support the king. If Shenlang has any tricks up his sleeves, we will be able to see through them." "All right." Su Pa ran down the mountain with her long legs. Su Mo and Su Jianting quickly followed Lu Tai's footsteps and went up to the Great Robbery Palace. Everyone knew that Lu Tai's martial arts were better than Arunana's. Therefore, he should be able to win this battle. The square of the ruins of the Great Robbery Palace was especially quiet. The 3,000 warriors on Xianlang's side were sitting on the ground. The 4,000 to 5,000 warriors on Lu Tai's side were also sitting on the ground. There were only 3 people standing in the square, Arunana, Lu Tai, and Grandmaster Ban Rua. Why was Grandmaster Ban Rua here? Because she was the judge of this battle. I'm here to kill Li Xianxia. How did I become the judge? However, it was not a wasted trip. They had seen the ruins of the Great Robbery Palace and an avalanche. It could be considered a vacation. Lu Tai, Arunana, fight to the death. The winner will be king, and the loser will die. Heaven and earth will be our witness, and the people will be our witness. Ban Rua shouted solemnly. Lu Tai said, Heaven and earth will be our witness. Arunana said, Heaven and earth will be our witness. All the spectators shouted, Heaven and earth will be our witness. Su Jianting and Su Mo sat at the furthest corner, almost unable to breathe. Chong Emperor Lu Tai could die, but he definitely could not die now. If he died now, it would be a disaster for the Sus. They would definitely win. Lu Tai's martial arts skills were much better than Arunana's. Moreover, they could not play any tricks under the watchful eyes of the crowd. After heaven and earth had been their witness, Grandmaster Ban Rua stepped back and gave the dueling ground to Lu Tai and Arunana. The entire dueling ground was about 1,000 square meters. Lu Tai and Arunana slowly moved apart and stopped 30 meters apart. Their weapons were almost exactly the same. They were both using the green dragon crescent blade. They walked in a circle and stared at each other. Arunana entered a state of selflessness. Even though I was pregnant, and I was no match for Aruda. But I am not afraid of Arunana. Xianlang, the fool, said that I would win. His boasting came true. The big fool believes in him. Master believes in him. Then I, Arunana, believe in him too. Lu Tai stared at his sister. Although she is very powerful, she is definitely no match for me. He let out a long breath. This breath was like white frost, like a sword. Grandmaster Ban Rua shouted crisply, begin. This voice caused Xianlang to be distracted. That nice? Then, Xianlang instinctively looked at Ban Rua's waist. Grandmaster Ban Rua's waist was really thin. Scum. Ban Rua noticed Xianlang's gaze immediately. Kill. In the dueling ground. Arunana roared. Arunana roared. Both of them were like wild beasts, wildly waving their green dragon crescent blades as they charged forward. With amazing momentum, with amazing power. As fast as lightning. The two figures crossed each other. In an instant, the two people's green dragon crescent blades slashed wildly at each other. This was a duel of fate, this was a duel between the kings of the Chong kingdom. Begin, then, it was over. Arunana instinctively slashed with all her strength. She thought that she would vomit blood and that the blade would break. Because she knew that her martial arts were not as good as Arunana's. But, Arunana's blade broke. Arunana's body flew out, blood spurting out. How did this happen? Arunana was stunned. Arunana vomited blood in the air, shocked and in complete disbelief. How did this happen? My martial arts are clearly much better than Arunana's. Why did it deteriorate so much? However, he could not get the answer. Arunana's second slash came with the force of thunder. Swoosh, in an instant, Arunana was cut into two at the waist, blood spurted out. This ambitious new Chong king had just ascended to the throne a few months ago. He died immediately. Everyone was shocked. Meanwhile, Xianlang roared, Arunana is dead. From now on, Arunana is the only king of the Chong kingdom. Capture the traitor Su Jianting. Capture the traitor Su Mo. Xianlang pointed at Su Jianting and Su Mo. In an instant, both of them were scared out of their wits. Note, the first update is here. Dear sirs, is it because I usually update too much? Even 18,000 words is not considered explosive? I really don't have the strength to beg for monthly votes. Please help me, sirs, thank you for giving me her 10,000 coins. Give me the double monthly tickets, sob sob sob. Su Jianting's intestines were about to burst with regret. He should have known that Xianlang was extremely cunning. If he wasn't confident, why would he let Aruda and Aruda duel? However, he couldn't accept it. He could have escaped just now, but he still followed Aruda. In the end, Aruda was killed by Aruda in just 2 moves. What? What is going on? What the hell is going on? However, he couldn't care less now. He had to run for his life. He pulled out his sword and retreated like a bolt of lightning. However, Xianlang gave the order. Thousands of people rushed towards Su Jianting. The most enthusiastic were the generals of Cheng country. Thousands of people chased after him. He, who didn't know much about martial arts, was left on the spot. Su Jianting's martial arts and lightness skills were excellent. In the blink of an eye, he was already hundreds of meters away. Aruta Nana was furious. She picked up her saber and chased after him. Xianlang said, "Sister-in-law, don't chase after him. You're King Cheng." King of Swords Li Xianxia didn't chase after him either. Wu Lai, Eagle Yang, and Big Fool quickly chased after him. Enough. Everyone else, stay. Xianlang said. If it were any other place, he might have been able to escape. However, it would be a miracle if Su Jianting could escape in this godforsaken place. There was only one path, and it was more than 100 kilometers from the ground. Because of the avalanche, much of the path might have been buried. Su Jianting's speed was extremely fast. Once his internal force and genuine qi were used up, he would become a weakling. In the ruins of the Great Robbery Palace, Xianlang searched for a long time before he found a decent chair. He couldn't move it, but the female warrior easily lifted it up and placed it on the steps of the square. Aru Nana sat on the mighty stone chair. Xianlang took the crown from Aruda's head and put it on Aruda's head. "Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty." Not only did the warriors who followed Aruda kneel, but all the warriors of Cheng country also knelt down and kowtowed. This included the Cheng kingdom's 4 great guardians and 8 great generals. He didn't go against his heart at all, as if everything was as it should be. The Cheng kingdom only followed the strong. Previously, old Cheng King Arugan was such a powerful person, but after he died, no one cared about him. Even now, the cause of his death was unknown. It was the same with Aluta now. After being cut in half, the corpse froze, and the blood froze into ice. No one cared about his corpse, and no one was curious as to why his martial arts had deteriorated so much that he was no longer able to defeat Aru Nana. This was a cold allegiance. However, the more than 2,000 warriors who had originally followed Aru Nana were extremely fanatical. Their queen was indeed protected by the heavens. At the critical moment, the gods were enraged and wiped out Aruda's army of tens of thousands. "God bless my queen! God bless my queen!" More than 2,000 warriors cheered wildly. The warriors who were originally loyal to Aluta were also strangely influenced. The scene of the heavenly gods' rage just now was unforgettable. He had thought that the heavenly gods were fake, but he didn't expect that they really existed. And the heavenly god was actually on the queen's side. Now, they were also on the queen's side, and they were also protected by the heavenly god. "God bless my queen! God bless my queen!" Nearly 10,000 people shouted loudly, prostrating themselves on the ground, and madly kowtowed. From now on, Queen Aru Nana would be covered in a golden light. The legend of the heavenly god's protection would instantly spread throughout the Cheng kingdom, and everyone would believe in it. Not only that. Next, the leaders of the various tribes of the Cheng kingdom would come one by one to kowtow and pledge their loyalty. Aru Nana would become the only queen of the entire Cheng kingdom. She was supreme. After all, this was a country full of superstitions. After all, she was the first king to be protected by the heavenly god. The beautiful queen of the Cheng kingdom, Su Mo, was trembling all over. She squatted in front of Aluta's corpse, puzzled. Aluta's martial arts were very powerful. He was only second to Arugan, and should have surpassed Aru Nana. Why did he lose so badly? He was usually very brave, so why did his martial arts deteriorate so quickly? Aluta probably wanted to know the answer himself. Before he died, his eyes were wide open, filled with confusion. Xianxia walked over and squatted in front of Suemo. Why? Suemo asked. Xianxia said, no reason. Suemo said, there's something wrong with the cigarettes you gave him. It weakened his martial arts unknowingly. That was inevitable. Even a body made of iron could not withstand Xianxia's specially fortified cigarettes. Moreover, Aluda had been smoking for a few months. He did not realize it usually because he smoked continuously, and before he could get addicted, he would start smoking again. You're so vicious, really vicious. Suemo said, you set all this up a few months ago. You were the one who killed Arugan. You were also the one who weakened Aluda, and the avalanche just now was also part of your scheme. Xianxia did not say anything. Suemo said, you're the most vicious person I've ever met, and also the most powerful person I've ever met. Xianxia said, your brother Sunan is no less vicious than me, and he's also extremely smart. Suemo said, but he's too greedy, isn't he? You don't have any selfish desires, and he wants too much. Xianxia said, and I only have one goal, which is to wipe out the entire Sus. Sumo's tears fell, and he slowly closed Aluda's eyes with a hint of infatuation in his eyes. Xianxia said, a person like you can't possibly have true feelings for him, right? Suemo said, Aluda is a bastard, but Arugan is a demon. When you follow a demon for too long, and then follow a bastard, you'll feel like you're in heaven, from hell to heaven. That made sense. Suemo said, you won't let me live, right? Xianxia nodded and said, yes. Suemo said, can you let me end my own life? Xianxia said, sure. Suemo suddenly rushed out of the square and jumped down. After a while, there was a muffled sound. It was her body that fell to the ground. The queen of the Chang country, Suemo, was dead. Xianxia didn't look at the body, but the people next to him looked at it and grinned. The tourist, Grandmaster Ban Rua, walked among the ruins of the Great Calamity Palace. Her bag was filled with all kinds of stone carvings, and it weighed about 50 kilograms. However, it was as light as a feather in her hand. Xianxia was also observing the stone carvings of the Great Calamity Palace. In a sense, this was definitely an art treasure. It was so lifelike that it was comparable to the stone carvings of the temples in Yin. The stone carvings of the Great Calamity Palace were even more mysterious, and even filled with a sense of history. Xianxia found that these stone carvings were actually from the post-Archean times before the Great Calamity Palace was destroyed. He couldn't help but be shocked. Were the post-Archean stories told on the stone carvings real, or were the monks of the Great Calamity Temple making wild guesses? This was simply unimaginable. What kind of civilization was the post-Archean world? It was mysterious and powerful, far beyond Xianxia's imagination. At first, he was just casually looking. He wouldn't admit that he was attracted by the intertwining of the androgynous humans on the stone carvings. However, the more he looked, the more shocked he became. Therefore, he quickly used the intelligent brain to send them down. Previously, he had heard more than once that the Sky Sea Pavilion Master, Zhou Ci, had brought his disciple, Ning Han, to excavate the post-Archean ruins overseas. At that time, Xianxia had even mocked him for being pretentious. Wasn't the so-called post-Archean ruins just a few secret manuals? Now, he realized that it might really be amazing. It was completely excavating the traces of the post-Archean civilization. When one really delved in, one would be completely addicted to it and lose interest in everything around them. After all, he had only just discovered a few scales, and he already felt the power and mystery of the post-Archean civilization. As Xianxia continued to explore, he suddenly realized that there was someone beside him. He couldn't help but look up. Grandmaster Ban Rua. Then, his eyes involuntarily looked down at her waist. Grandmaster Ban Rua's butt was so beautiful. Scum. Grandmaster Ban Rua said coldly, and then continued to squat down to study the stone carvings. No wonder he felt that the air around him had changed. It turned out that the scum was beside him. Embarrassed, Xianxia retreated. He couldn't not tell the truth, could he? Before he left, Xianxia turned around to take another look. Grandmaster Ban Rua had a willow-like figure. When she stood, she was slim and slender, but when she squatted down, the curve of her waist was also exaggerated. Peach shape? Scum. As expected of a grandmaster, he seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. Su Jianting's intestines were about to break. If he had known this would happen, he would never have run. There was only one path in this big snow mountain. How could he run to the sky? It was like a marathon. At first, Su Jianting used his inner strength and lightness skill to run very fast. After all, he was a noble prince, and he had learned the best inner strength secret manuals. Wu Lai and Yin Yang's martial arts were actually not inferior to his, but they were trained in the slave fighting arena, so their true chi and lightness skill were not as good as his. Big Fool did not know lightness skill, so he could only run with his legs. At first, Su Jianting ran far ahead. But as his true chi was consumed, he became slower and slower. And Big Fool's speed was always so fast. After running for dozens of miles, he was caught up by Big Fool. Then, he suddenly stabbed at Big Fool with his sword. Su Jianting's martial arts were really strong, and his sword was super fast. But now his true chi was almost exhausted. Moreover, Big Fool, can't block the sword of a grandmaster, not even Su Quan's sword. But can't I block Su Jianting's sword? I block. I block. I block. Su Jianting stabbed more than 100 times, and directly stabbed himself until the web between his thumb and index finger burst open, and he vomited blood. Because every time Big Fool blocked the sword, the power was so amazing that it directly injured his internal organs. After more than 100 strikes, Su Jianting already felt that the tendons and veins in his hands seemed to be breaking inch by inch. He had never been so desperate in his life. His true chi was completely consumed. Then, Big Fool grabbed his neck and carried him up the mountain like a kitten. At this time, he was even more desperate. Because Big Fool went up the mountain as fast as he went down. Just now, he ran for dozens of miles and blocked more than 100 swords. For him, it was as easy as taking a piss. He just shivered a little. It was really humiliating. His martial arts were obviously stronger than Big Fool's, but he was abused like this. What was the point of practicing martial arts? What the hell was there to practice? Smack. Su Jianting was directly thrown in front of Xianlang. Xianlang squatted down and said, "Brother Su, when you went to Xianwu Mansion to show off with Mulan, did you think that today would come?" Really not. At that time, Su Jianting didn't care about Xianlang at all. He was like a speck of dust. Xianlang said again, "During the Battle of Jinshan Island, when you lent the masters to the Tang family and slaughtered the warriors of my Kim family in the military battle, did you think that today would come?" Of course not. Xianlang said again, "That day, when my father-in-law and I were not at home, you led the masters of the western regions into my Xianwu mansion and started a massacre, killing hundreds of innocent people and stabbing my mother-in-law in the back. Did you think that today would come?" Su Jianting raised his head and looked at Xianlang. "Every man for himself, and heaven and earth destroy him. Since we have decided to be enemies, of course, we must kill them all and cut the weeds by the roots." Well said, well said. Xianlang clapped his hands and said, "Speaking of cutting the weeds by the roots, I think of the ginseng fruit tree in Journey to the West. It was uprooted and smashed to pieces by Sun Wukong. In the end, it was saved by Guanyin." In the second half of the year, Su Jianting was stunned. "What are you talking about?" Then, he suddenly felt a chill down below, then he looked down, and Su Jianting was shocked to find that blood was spurting from the middle of his thigh, and there was a lump on the ground. His family jewels were gone. Su Jianting couldn't bear it anymore and screamed. Xianlang actually castrated him. He was the dignified heir of Marquis Zhen Yuan. Although he was not as good as Zhu Hongxue, he was still a famous young talent. Xianlang actually castrated him like a pig. "Xianlang, kill me, kill me!" Su Jianting shouted. Xianlang lit 3 cigarettes, then put them in Su Jianting's mouth and said, "Don't shout, don't shout. It won't hurt if you smoke. It won't hurt if you smoke." Su Jianting instinctively took a few puffs. Then, he found that it really didn't hurt anymore. Grand Robbery Palace Square, nearly 10,000 warriors were neatly assembled in a line. Aru Nana ordered, "Go down the mountain." In the heavy snow, nearly 10,000 warriors marched down the mountain in a mighty formation. Xianlang looked in the direction of the north. Everything in his field of vision was white, and he couldn't see anything. After vaguely determining the direction of Day-Night City, Xianxia said, "Grandpa Zhang, hang in there. I will lead the army to save you." After that, Xianxia and the others left without a trace. The entire Grand Robbery Palace Square fell silent. Grandmaster Ban Rua, who was studying the reliefs of the Grand Robbery Palace Square, was stunned. Why was it suddenly so quiet? Looking back, there was not a single person in the Great Calamity Palace Square. Looking at the side, there was a sleeping bag, an iron pot, and some food and meat. But what were these things? It was soap and shampoo, but they were frozen into a ball. Beside them was a line of words, "Grandmaster Ban Rua, welcome to my home in Xuanwu City." Scum. Grandmaster Ban Rua continued to immerse herself in the reliefs. Sword Kingly Xianxia had left, so she could only pretend that she didn't know. What else could she do? She couldn't beat him. "Master, I've tried my best. Marquis Sunan, I'll just return the ancient secret manual that you've given me. Taking money without doing anything is not the style of the demonic Cliff Palace." However, Grandmaster Ban Rua decided to wait half a month before leaving the mountain. Since these reliefs were so interesting, it was normal to study them for half a month. Perhaps when he left the mountain, he wouldn't even need to return the ancient secret manual. At the eastern beach of Raging Tide City, the Wu Nation's 30,000-strong army landed here. Of course, Raging Tide City had a deep-water pier, but Wumu wouldn't land there. That was too dangerous. Qiuhuo's fleet had already swept through this region. Wumu originally thought that there would be a battle when they landed. This was the best opportunity to intercept them. However, the army didn't meet any obstacles. Qiuhuo's 2,000 pirates had already landed and established a beachhead. It took more than 2 hours. The Wu Nation's 30,000-strong army had landed, however, the sun was already setting. Wumu ordered, "Gather the army and enter the White Castle on the eastern side of Raging Tide City. We will rest for the night and fight tomorrow morning." The Wu Nation's army entered Raging Tide City majestically. They entered the White Castle where Qiu Yaoer had once stayed, which was also the castle where Zhang Jin had fallen to his death. The Wu Nation's army simply had too many soldiers. This White Castle wasn't big enough to hold so many soldiers. The army surrounded the White Castle, establishing lines of defense and setting up camp. During this entire process, the Kim family didn't seem to react at all. The army was completely holed up in the large castle, with the thick gates tightly shut. The Kim family's choice was exactly the same as Qiu Yaoer's. They gave up on defending Raging Tide City and went straight to the large castle. The next morning, General Wumu gave the order. The 30,000-strong army marched towards the center of Raging Tide City. Surround the castle. The 30,000-strong army surrounded the entire castle. When Wumu saw the castle, he couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. Even if he knew that this castle was large and sturdy. But seeing it for himself still made him feel shocked. However, so what if it was large and sturdy? The Kim family was already leaderless, and with Jin Shuriying as his spy, he would definitely win this battle. General Wumu lifted his helmet and slowly walked up the platform. Immediately, a few hundred warriors gathered around him, protecting him from all angles. "Is Miss Jean Milan here?" Wumu asked loudly. A few moments later, a female general appeared on top of the castle wall. It was the peerlessly beautiful Jean Milan. She really is beautiful. Wumu thought about her in his mind and felt that she was probably the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. As Wu Wang's cousin, he had seen who knows how many world-famous beauties, but most of them only had a halo around them. In terms of appearance, almost none of them could surpass Jean Milan. No wonder the state of Yu's crown prince coveted her so much and was determined to have her. The tall Jin Shuriying was standing next to Jean Milan. Wumu thought that as long as Jin Shuriying could cut off Jean Milan's head, this battle would be over. "General Jean Milan, you have no hope in this battle, how about surrendering?" Wumu said, "I can let you go and give you a boat to return to the Xuanwu Marquis mansion to reunite with your mother and husband." Jean Milan said, "As long as the castle lives, I will live, as long as the castle dies, I will die." Wumu nodded. Suddenly, he waved his hand. "Attack the castle." Immediately, dozens of large trebuchets were suddenly fired. Whoosh 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 whoosh, dozens of boulders flew towards the big castle. They slammed into the wall of the big castle. A series of loud noises. The air was trembling, the ground was trembling, and the whole big castle was trembling. The Battle of Raging Tide City officially began. The 8th day, the 9th day, the 10th day, the 14th day, the Battle of White Night City had lasted for 14 days. The whole city seemed to have turned into sheer hell. White Night City was not big, and the city walls were not high or thick. In these 10 days, the city had been bombarded by at least tens of thousands of boulders. Every day, dozens of large trebuchets bombarded the city. The whole city wall was scarred, and even cracked in some places. The city wall was full of black blood. All the houses near the city wall had been turned into ruins. 1/3 of the houses in the whole city had been demolished. This was because the defenders had run out of rolling logs and stones. Xianxia's strongmen even wanted to smash the boulders that the trebuchets had thrown in and use them to defend the city. All the oil in the city had been used up. Whether it was fish oil, lard, or tung oil, they were all requisitioned by Xianxia. In these few days of battle, at least 100,000 kilograms of boiling oil had been poured down. Hundreds of thousands of kilograms of gold juice, that is, feces and urine. Tens of millions of rolling logs had been smashed down. In order to requisition these materials, Xianxia had spent almost all the hundreds of thousands of gold coins left by Shenlang. In these 10 days, more than 4,000 defenders in the city had died. In the beginning, the number of people who died could be temporarily recruited. Later, the number of people recruited was far less than the number of people who died. Of the 10 Wu Jinshi who came with Xianxia, only 4 were left now, and the rest were all dead. The 3,000 elites who came with Xianxia were now less than 1,000, and the rest were all dead. The tragedy of this battle had far exceeded anyone's imagination. Under the whole city wall, the corpses were piled up like a mountain. And everywhere was filled with the smell of feces, the stench, and the smell of blood. More than 4,000 defenders in the city had died. How many casualties did the Su clan's coalition army have? More than 10,000. Commander Su Quan's scalp was numb. He thought it would be easy to take down the city. After all, Day-Night City was different from the cities in the east, and it was far from being strong. He set a deadline of 3 days. In the end, another 3 days passed, and another 3 days passed. After 14 days, they still hadn't taken it down. During this period, Sunan had twice increased the number of troops. The highest number of people on the battlefield in Day-Night City had exceeded 33,000. The Su clan's foundation was really deep and frightening. Even when the Kim family was at its craziest, the number of troops they sent out did not exceed 6,000 or 7,000. And the Su clan's troops on the entire battlefield were as high as 40,000. Of course, more than 10,000 of them were mercenaries and monk soldiers of the Great Tribulation Temple. But it could be seen that the Su clan's preparation for rebellion was not just a year or two, but more than a decade, or even decades. The most critical time of the battlefield in Day-Night City was on the 10th day. At that time, Sunan sent troops for the second time, and the army attacked the city with great momentum. The city was about to be breached, although it was defended in the end. Because the so-called reinforcements had arrived, a scout cavalry of Count Xianxia passed through the layers of defense of the Su clan's army, rushed to the Day-Night City and shouted, "Count Xianxia has gone south! Count Xianxia has gone south!" Then, the cavalry scouts were quickly annihilated. But it still gave the defenders in the city a shot of adrenaline. Using the last of their strength, they drove the Su clan's coalition army off the city wall. So, did Count Xianxia's army really go south? They did go south. After receiving the monarch's decree, he personally led 8,000 troops south to Day-Night Pass and killed his way to the battlefield. However, it was just as Xianxia expected. His army was quickly stopped under Xiueliang City. At this time, it was Su Nan's younger brother, Su Zhan, who was guarding Xiueliang City with 8,000 troops. Xianxia only had 8,000 soldiers on hand. The fierce battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Xianxia's army could not advance even half a step and was firmly trapped under Xiueliang City. So, did Count Xianxia try his best? No, he had 20,000 troops under his command. But this time, he only led 8,000 troops. But you can't say that he did not try his best. He couldn't possibly bring all his troops here and abandon White Night Pass. Sunan, the tiger, had not made a move yet. If day-night pass fell, the Su clan and the Chu clan's army attacked Zhong clan from the north and south, it would be a disaster. And how hard did Jingtuo's army kill? Every time, he personally went into battle, killing until he was riddled with scars. Sunan glanced at the battle report and suddenly sneered. This Count Jingtuo of Pingxi was acting. His younger brother, Su Zhan, was also very smart, and played along with him. Every day, there were earth-shattering killings. But there were not many real casualties. Monarch's kindness to Jingtuo could be said to be as heavy as a mountain, allowing him to take charge of an army in Tianqi province, monitor Zhong clan in the north, and restrain Su clan in the south. Ning Yuanxian's plan was indeed very good. Jingtuo was indeed like a nail, firmly stuck in Tianqi province. But the atmosphere of warlords in the Western army was too strong. Even a person without ambition would become ambitious in such an atmosphere. Moreover, Jingtuo was not without ambition. Over time, he also became a small warlord, and treated the army of the state of Yu as his own. But Sunan felt that Jingtuo's thinking was not wrong. How many soldiers did Jingtuo have on hand? If he was truly loyal enough to lead over 10,000 soldiers south to support Zhang Chong, what would the result be? Jingtuo and Zhang Chong only had 20,000 troops. But the Su clan's army had nearly 40,000. Moreover, the main force of the Chong kingdom had not arrived yet. Once the Su clan and Chong kingdom joined forces, they would have 80,000 troops. At that time, who knew how many of Jingtuo's own troops would be buried? Now that the state of Yu was about to be destroyed, loyalty to the king should be put aside for now. Preserving one's own strength was the most important thing. It's good to be smart. I like smart people. Sunan laughed. I thought Zhang Chong was a smart person, but I didn't expect him to be a fool. Those who are loyal to the king are fools. Is a cruel and ungrateful king like Ning Yuanxian worth your loyalty? But Zhang Chong was indeed powerful, he only had a mere 3,000 troops at hand. And after the Su clan increased their troops twice, it was nearly 10 times. In the end, they still managed to defend for 14 days. The troops at hand were almost all dead. Now Zhang Chong's troops should not exceed 2,000 to 3,000, and most of them were newly recruited soldiers. The reason why the people in the city supported Zhang Chong was because of two reasons. First, because he was too generous with gold coins. And the most important was the sentence that Su Quan shouted. After the city is breached, you will be free to roam. These words were too frightening. This meant that once the Su clan breached White Night City, killing and looting would be completely prohibited. This way, the people in the city and Zhang Chong would share the same hatred against the enemy. And Zhang Chong announced almost every day that once the Su clan breached the city, they would slaughter the city. It was impossible to slaughter the city. But looting was certain. Because Zhang Chong gave hundreds of thousands of gold coins to the people in the city. Sunan hired a lot of Western region's warriors, as well as the monk soldiers of the Great Tribulation Temple, which all cost money. The Su clan had just lost an astronomical amount of gold coins. Of course, they had to make up for it from these untouchables. Perhaps some people would say that the Su clan was plotting a rebellion, so they must buy people's hearts. This was dogmatic. They could buy people's hearts while looting. Zhang Chong, you are really amazing. You are obviously a civil official, but you did what a general should do to the extreme. Amazing, but it's useless no matter how amazing you are. Tomorrow, White Night City will be breached, and Zhang Chong will be defeated. Bring them in. Following Su Yang's order, 2 people were pushed in. One was Zhang Chong's second son, Zhang Sun, and the other was Zhang Chong's grandson, who was only 5 years old. This was just kidnapped by the experts of the Su clan from the capital. They paid the price of more than a dozen lives because the monarch had ordered the Black Water Platform warriors to protect Zhang Sun's family. Sunan reached out and pinched the face of Zhang Chong's grandson and said, "Child, how old is he?" "Bah." Zhang Chong's grandson spat out a mouthful of saliva. Zhang Sun trembled with grief and indignation. "Sunan, don't you think there is no bottom line in doing this?" Sunan smiled and said, "I am a person who has no bottom line. Do you know this on the first day?" Then, Sunan said, "Send them to White Night City overnight. Be sure to let Zhang Chong see his son and grandson with his own eyes when the war starts tomorrow." After not seeing them for a few months, he should miss them very much. Yes. Zhang Sun and his 5-year-old son were squeezed into an iron cage and carried to a horse carriage, which galloped towards White Night City. Su Yong said, "Master, are we using these 2 people to force Zhang Chong to surrender?" "Surrender?" Su Nan said, "No, Zhang Chong will never surrender. Even if he did, I wouldn't dare to use him." Su Yong said, "Then what should we do?" Su Nan said, "Put a knife on his son and grandson's necks and force Zhang Chong to commit suicide in public. You, Zhang Chong, are powerful, but you can't be so heartless. You can't just watch your 5-year-old grandson be killed." Su Yong said, "Yes." "Then what should we do after Zhang Chong commits suicide?" Su Nan said, "Of course we cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Are we going to let this 5-year-old grow up to take revenge? He already knew how to spit at me just now. Kill him." "Yes." Su Yong said. It was the 15th day of the fierce battle in White Night City. A new day of hell was about to arrive. Zhang Chong's garrison was less than what Su Nan had estimated. There were less than 2,000, and 60% of them were new recruits. Zhang Chong was once again skin and bones. His eye sockets were sunken, like a skeleton. Moreover, he had a fever again. The wounds on his body were infected and inflamed, and he was dizzy. When he walked on the ground, he seemed to be floating, as if he would fall at any time. He desperately shook his head, as if doing so would make him feel better. Zheng Tuo deserved to die. Zheng Tuo was acting, although it was expected. Zhang Chong was still angry. A new day had arrived. The Su clan's army of nearly 20,000 gathered again. The crazy siege was about to begin again. Zhang Chong looked in the southwest direction and said to himself, "Shen, you're not here yet? This old man can't hold on any longer." At this time, dozens of miles away from White Night City, a cavalry of 10,000 people, each on 2 horses, was galloping madly. They were flying under the banner of Chongqing Arutai. "I am the army under Chongqing Arutai, no one is allowed to stop me. I am the army under Chongqing Arutai, no one is allowed to stop me." Shen Lang, Aru Nana, and the others were hidden in this cavalry. "Grandpa Zhang, you must hold on. My army will be here soon. We will attack from both inside and outside, and kill the Su clan's army. Su clan, your doomsday is here." Note, today's 2 chapters have reached 18,000. Dear bosses, monthly votes, support, and desserts, please dry your tears. Please remember this book's domain name. Com Wonderful Bookhouse mobile version. Com But seeing the monthly votes drop from 10th to 11th, 12th, 13th, my heart is bleeding. Sirs, it's the end of the month. Are you not going to give me the double monthly votes? Are you not going to give it to me? Are you not going to give it to me? Just give it to me. Sob 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 sob, I can cry all the way until New Year's Day. So, just give it to me. Begging for votes and support. The strongest son-in-law in history, sirs. I can cry all the way until New Year's Day. Currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Congratulations to Brother Lang's fan for becoming the new leader of this book. Please double the monthly votes. At the border of Wu and Yu, in King Wu's camp. Oppressive silence. It was as if one could hear a pin drop. Young King Wu held a blood-stained battle report in his hand, reading it over and over again. He still couldn't believe the contents. Bian Shao led less than 20,000 troops out of the Yenzhou defense line, bypassing several heavily defended cities on the western front, and directly into the heart of Wu. The Wu guards intercepted and chased after them. However, Bian Zhao's army was like a loach, slithering in and out of Wu. It was as if there was no one there. Of course, this was the result. Bian Shao was once a general of Wu, so he was probably more familiar with the geography of Wu than King Wu, or even many of the Wu generals. He knew where the valleys were, where the roads were, and where the rivers were. He knew them like the back of his hand. He knew where there might be an ambush, and where there could be an ambush. Just from the battle report, one couldn't tell how miserable the Wu territory was, or how powerful Bian Shao was. There was only one way to describe it. Nearly 100,000 troops had been dispatched to surround Bian Shao. However, these troops were already on the verge of collapse. It was a complete mess. When an army was exhausted, Bian Shao would strike like a venomous snake, killing people until their heads rolled on the ground. And Bian Shao almost didn't bring fodder or food. He went on a punitive expedition within Wu territory. Of course, this was a euphemism. To put it more bluntly, it was looting. He killed and looted along the way. The entire Wu territory was in chaos. Dozens of battle reports were sent a day, sometimes here, and sometimes there. Bian Shao was there. Even now, King Wu didn't know where Bian Shao was. However, at least 3 empty cities were plundered and burned to the ground. At least 20,000 to 30,000 troops were ambushed by Bian Shao, suffering heavy casualties. Young King Wu was slapped hard in the face. Not long ago, at the border hunt, he not only beat Ning Yuanxian in chess, but also won the duel between the two armies. Wu's momentum soared, and King Wu's reputation was like the sun in the sky. Almost everyone said that. Ning Yuanxian was like the sun in the west, and King Wu was like the rising sun. Because of this, young King Wu suppressed the conservative faction in the court and did his best. The true glory was about to descend. The reality was like a bolt from the blue. Now, he finally understood Ning Yuanxian's real plan. It was too crazy. Ning Yuanxian was a lunatic. In order to create an opportunity for Bian Shao to launch a surprise attack on the Wu kingdom, they actually staged such a big show. He borrowed a few million gold coins for military expenses, and he personally led the army to gather 110,000 soldiers at the border. Not only that, he did not hesitate to use himself as bait to transfer 30,000 troops away from the capital. Otherwise, Wu Qi wouldn't have mobilized another 30,000 troops from the Western Front. Because it was too tempting to defeat Ning Yuanxian in a head-on battle. As a result, the Western Front was left empty, allowing Bian Zhao's less than 20,000 cavalrymen to charge in and cause rivers of blood to flow within the borders of the Wu kingdom. If it were any other general, they might be a little merciful. But how ruthless was Bian Shao? He hated the Wu kingdom so much. How many people did he kill in this battle? How many towns and villages did he burn? Who knows? King Wu covered his forehead, sat back in his chair, and closed his eyes. Because this grievous news was too intense, he couldn't help but feel dizzy. His heart was dripping blood. Although Bian Shao didn't occupy a single city, the damage to the Wu kingdom's economy was indeed fatal. Destroying was much easier than occupying. Ning Yuanxian, you're crazy, crazy. Then King Wu realized that to a certain extent, he and Ning Yuanxian were the same. They both loved to take risks and were obsessed with one thing. Wu Qi led the army south and pretended to attack the state of Yu's Xianxia prefecture. This was all to cover up his strategic move to seize Raging Tide City. But Ning Yuanxian didn't notice. And Ning Yuanxian pretended to lead the army personally because of Bian Zhao's surprise attack. Wu Qi also didn't notice. Then what should he do next? Send more troops back to surround Bian Shao, end the show of two kings battle just like that, and King Wu retreated first? What face would he have left then? He was the one who led the army south in an imposing manner and pretended to attack the state of Yu. Now, he was also the one who retreated dejectedly. Governor Wu Ji said, "Your Majesty, the 30,000 soldiers from the west haven't reached our camp yet. Order them to go back and help surround Bian Shao." King Wu didn't say anything. Wu Ji said, "Your Majesty, every day that Bian Zhao's army wreaks havoc in the heart of our country is a day that our country's strength weakens." The furious King Wu gradually calmed down. He picked up a chess piece and began to place it on the chessboard. He was playing against himself. This way, his mind could quickly calm down. This country belongs to me. No matter what the consequences are, only I can bear it. The more dangerous the situation, the calmer one had to be. Every decision he made had to bear the corresponding responsibility. As a king, the greatest taboo was to be at a loss, to be frightened by the enemy. Any crisis was both a danger and an opportunity. Since the bad thing had already happened, how could he find an opportunity in this disaster, turn the situation around and even obtain a complete victory? Your Majesty, immediately send the army back to the west to surround Bian Shao. If we're too late, the consequences will be unimaginable. Your Majesty, issue the decree. Your Majesty, withdraw the army. Your Majesty, quickly negotiate with King Chu. Your Majesty, quickly negotiate and get Bian Shao to withdraw. The ministers present all knelt down and kowtowed, crying bitterly as if the country was about to fall. The young King Wu didn't seem to hear anything. He was wondering if Ning Yuanxian's situation was the same. Whenever the country encountered a crisis, a group of people would rush forward and cry, as if the country was going to die tomorrow. What was most heart-wrenching was that this group of people were even somewhat delighted and gloating in others' misfortune. On the surface, they were grieving, but in reality, they were laughing. Look, Your Majesty, you didn't listen to the old and now you're at a disadvantage. Now you know you're wrong. You're too young, too childish. How could governing a country be so easy? When Sunan killed his way out of the capital and slapped King Chu's face, the ministers of the state of Yu must have felt the same way. The ruler and the ministers were collaborators, but also eternal enemies. No wonder Ning Yuanxian killed his ministers as if they were chickens when he had the chance. After a while, King Wu said, Bian Shao only has 10,000 troops, and they're all light cavalry. Can he take down the city? That shouldn't be possible. King Wu continued, Bian Zhao's troops are so fast, and they're so familiar with the geography of the state of Wu. If he gets into the heart of the state of Wu, how many troops will it take to stop him? Back then, Principal Chang had mobilized nearly 1,000,000 troops, but still couldn't stop the tens of thousands of red troops. King Wu stood up and walked to the map. If a few villages and towns are burned, so be it. If food is stolen, so be it. People. Wu Qi didn't say this out loud. If people were killed, so be it. Although these words were sincere, they were too harsh. As a ruler, he couldn't say it out loud. King Wu said loudly, the key to solving Bian Zhao's crisis is not in the state of Wu, but in the state of Yu. The young King Wu pointed at the Liezhou archipelago. The Battle of Raging Tide has already begun. Taking down the entire Liezhou archipelago is just around the corner. This is a huge victory, enough to make up for the losses that Bian Shao brought to our country. It might even be more than that. This is a strategic victory. The ministers didn't pay much attention to the ocean. But King Wu kept talking about it, and they had a basic idea. After taking down the Liezhou archipelago, the annual tax would be hundreds of thousands of gold coins. This was a huge benefit. King Wu continued, Ning Yuanxian is a crazy gambler. I admit that I was tricked by him. I never thought that he would let Bian Shao attack the state of Wu. But, so what? Does he think this will give him the upper hand? Such a huge gamble will only leave him with nothing in the end. That's right. Bian Shao attacked the state of Wu and made me lose face. Moreover, Bian Shao won every battle, killing tens of thousands of our people. This is enough to shock the world. But has Ning Yuanxian solved the crisis? No. The state of Yu's crisis is still in the West Heaven province, and Sunan's rebellion. Zhang Chong is very powerful, but he has done his best. Day-Night City is about to fall. At that time, Sunan's army will sweep through the entire southern part of the West Heaven province. Once Sunan and Chang unite, they will have close to 100,000 soldiers. To the east, they can besiege the capital of the state of Yu. To the north, they can attack Zhongshi's army with Chu. To the south, they can attack Zhu Lin's main force with Prince Jin. Bian Zhao's army attacking the state of Yu is indeed painful and scary. But the eye of the storm is not in the state of Wu, but in the West Heaven province, in Day-Night City. Ning Yuanxian was wrong about one person. The state of Yu's Pingxi Earl, Xing Tua, was stingy and did not use his full strength. That is why Zhang Chong and the state of Yu met with disaster. Once Day-Night City falls, once the southern part of the West Heaven province falls, once Sunan and Chang unite, what will happen? The state of Yu will be dismembered and destroyed. Why did Ning Yuanxian let Bian Zhao's army attack the state of Wu? Not to attack the city, but to intimidate the state of Wu and the state of Chu. He wanted me to be scared out of my wits and take the initiative to negotiate with him. In this way, his army can focus on quelling Sunan's rebellion in the West Heaven province. He fought so that he wouldn't fight. Before Ning Yuanxian quelled Sunan's rebellion, he needs to bluff and roar like a tiger. Does he think that this will scare me? In his dreams. King Wu was in a frenzy. Does he think that Bian Shao can make me surrender by killing people in the state of Yu? In his dreams, King Wu suddenly pulled out his sword and shouted, "Not only have we not lost, but we are on the eve of a great victory. The crazier Ning Yuanxian is, the more guilty he is. Order all the cities in the state to be closed, and do not give Bian Shao any chance. The army will continue to surround Bian Shao, but do not attack. Before he is surrounded, do not go into battle. Bian Shao is too powerful, and no general in the state is his match. The 30,000 soldiers in the west must not stop or return to the western front. They must remain in my camp. My camp must maintain 150,000 soldiers to be a great deterrent to Ning Yuanxian. I will not take the initiative to negotiate with Ning Yuanxian. When Dainite Prefecture City falls, when Tianqi Province falls, the state of Yu will suffer a disaster, and that will be the day Ning Yuanxian takes the initiative to negotiate with me. At that time, Bian Shao will not only have to retreat, but he will also have to pay war reparations, acknowledge the state of Wu's sovereignty over the Liezhou Islands, and cede at least 2 prefectures to me. Not only will the state of Wu not lose, but we will also obtain an unprecedented victory. Ning Yuanxian wants to take the risk and blackmail me strategically? In his dreams, King Wu suddenly pulled out his sword. He originally wanted to split the whole table in half, but in the middle was his favorite chessboard, so he cut off the corner of the table. In the future, if anyone dares to ask me to take the initiative to negotiate with the king of Yu, don't blame me for being too sharp. Suddenly, the officials were silent. In Ning Yuanxian's camp, the monarch was in a state of ecstasy and anxiety. The battle report in his left hand made him excited. The battle report in his right hand made him furious. Bian Zhao's surprise attack on the state of Wu had been fruitful. He had burned down countless cities and unharvested farmlands. The 100,000 troops of the state of Yu could not stop Bian Shao at all. Instead, he had ambushed and killed 20 to 30,000 of them. Although my senior brother had not fought for a few years, he was invincible when he attacked. This was a surprise attack. Bian Shao had killed at least tens of thousands of people. Who knew how many heads had piled up? It was definitely enough to scare the state of Wu out of their wits. But the battle report in his right hand was simply a pile of sh*t Xianxia, the Count of Pingxi, you are indebted to me as much as a mountain. Is this how you repay me? You clearly have 20,000 troops under your command. If you go all out, it's impossible to defeat Sunan. However, it's entirely possible to restrain Sunan with Zhangchong. It's entirely possible to trap Sunan's rebel army in Dainite County for a month or 2. When that time comes, the state of Wu will be terrorized, and the king of Wu can only choose to compromise and negotiate. I will then focus on eliminating Sunan. And the result, Zhangchong's performance was far beyond the monarch's imagination. He had exerted 150% of his combat power. Ning Yuanxian was frightened to see this. He couldn't imagine how Zhangchong managed to survive. He was really the backbone of the country. Sure enough, he was the descendant of a valiant general. He was obviously a civil official, but he did the things of a general to the extreme. But Jingtua, he only exerted 30% of his strength. What did he mean by taking the lead? What did he mean by risking his life and being riddled with scars? Do you think I'm a fool? What about your 20,000 troops? Why did you only send 8,000? You also said that Dainite Pass was important and must not be lost, so the other half of the army stayed in Dainite Pass. Sunan must have lost his mind to attack Dainite Pass and provoke Zhongyao's army. You, Jingtua, are acting with the Su clan. Do you think I can't see it? You have ulterior motives, ulterior motives. You, Jingtua, are watching the destruction of Zhangchong, the fall of Dainite Prefecture, and the fall of Western Heaven Province. At that time, the whole state of Yu will be dismembered, and you, Jingtua, will be a rare commodity, right? Don't forget, the army under your command belongs to me, not you. This person deserves to die. Damn it, Ning Yuanxian, who was furious, felt dizzy. The situation was more complicated and dangerous than imagined. Eunuch Li Sun wrung a towel and put it on the monarch's forehead. What about Wu Qi? Eunuch Li Sun said, the spies in the north have just reported that the 30,000 troops of Wu State's western line have stopped in place and are ready to return to the western line to besiege Duke Bianxiao. But now, instead of going back, they continue to advance eastward and are going to enter King Wu's camp. Ning Yuanxian suddenly sat up. Then he came to the big map. At this moment, the two kings of Wu and Yu had more than 200,000 troops on the border defense line. King Wu had 150,000 troops, and King Yu had 80,000. The situation was a bit dangerous. I underestimated him. Ning Yuanxian said, although this cub is adventurous and reckless, and there are many conservative old ministers in the country to keep him in check, he is very courageous at the critical moment. Bian Zhao's surprise attack on the state of Yu did not scare him. Not only did he not let the Western troops return, but he is also going south to intimidate me. Impressive, I have finally met my match. Ning Yuanxian felt hot and dry, so he directly wrung the towel and poured cold water on his head. Once Day-Night City falls, the southern part of Western Heaven Province falls, and the Su and Chang unite, I will take the initiative to negotiate with Wu Qi. We will take the initiative to negotiate with Wu Qi. When the time comes, he will demand an exorbitant price. Not only will he demand the right to govern the Liezhou archipelago, he will even want us to cede several prefectures. What a ferocious tiger cub. Ning Yuanxian stared at the map and his eyes fell on the position of the Chang state. Where is that bastard Shenlang? Eunuch Li Sun said, according to the last information, he led 200 troops into the Chang state and entered Queen Arunanana's tribe. King Arunanana's 40,000 troops attacked Arunanana's tribe and won in just half a day. Arunanana's tribe no longer exists. Ning Yuanxian said, then Shenlang must have run away with Arunanana's army. How many troops does that so-called queen have? 3,000, Li Sun said. Only 3,000? Ning Yuanxian said. 3,000 people were definitely not enough to defeat Arunanana's 40,000 troops. Ning Yuanxian said, where did Shenlang escape to with Arunanana's army? Li Sun said, it should be the Great Calamity Palace. Is he crazy? That is a dead end, Ning Yuanxian said. Then, his eyes flickered. Shenlang is not that simple. He must have some tricks up his sleeves. Ning Yuanxian said, didn't Ning Jia's secret report say that Shenlang did not want to contain Sunan at all, but wanted to completely destroy the Su family and Sunan's army? Eunuch Li Sun said, he did say that. Ning Yuanxian's breathing quickened. At that time, he felt that it was ridiculous. You, Shenlang, want to destroy King Chang's 40,000 troops with only a few hundred people? Dream on. I asked you to contain Sunan's rebel army for a month or two, but you said that you want to destroy Sunan. Do you think everyone is 3 years old? But now, Ning Yuanxian's heart was beating wildly. He was unexpectedly full of inexplicable expectations for Shenlang. No, Shenlang is crazy, but I am not. How is that possible? Shenlang alone can destroy the Su family. How is that possible? I can't pin my hopes on him. But, no matter how capable Shenlang was, being able to escape from Chang Emperor Alutai's clutches was already an impressive feat. Want to rely on him to save Day-Night City and Western Heaven Province? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Don't even think about it, the monarch said. Order 3rd Prince Ning Qi to lead 30,000 troops to Lang County. He must block Sunan's rebel army west of Lang County. Yes. Eunuch Li Sun began to draft the decree. At this time, in the monarch's mind, most of the southern areas of Western Heaven Province had fallen, so he set the bottom line at Lang County. Xianxia, all the sins were because of Xianxia. The monarch said again, draft another decree, confer Zhang Chong with the title of Golden Ziguang Minister, and Zhang Sun with the title of Minister of Censorate. Because the Blackwater Bureau had reported that the Su family's experts had paid a huge price to kidnap Zhang Chong's son and grandson. At this time, the monarch felt that the 3 generations of Zhang Chong's family should not be able to live. The whole family was loyal, and all 3 of them died in national affairs. Ning Yuanxian sighed in his heart, I am ashamed of the Zhang family. It was Xianxia who caused the death of Zhang Chong. He was the hero of the country. Unfortunately, no one in the world could save Zhang Chong. Daybreak in the White Night City. Zhang Chong, who slept for less than an hour, woke up. His whole body was burning hot. The wound on his chest had already scabbed over. But because of the fierce fighting in the past 10 days, many old wounds had been added to his body, and the wound on his chest had once again burst open. He often did not sleep for several days and nights, and the longest he slept was no more than 4 hours. The body's immunity had dropped to the extreme, so the wound was infected again. The wound on his chest had once again festered. His high fever had once again exceeded 40 degrees. Of course, he did not know this concept. In this world, people with strong martial arts were not easy to get sick. But some diseases could not be resisted, such as intestinal blockage, such as inflammation. What could resist illness was the bloodline. For example, Qiu Yaoer, who had been poisoned by heavy metal for several years, and the concentration was so high that other people would have died 100 times. But she was not affected at all, except that her blood pressure was super high, and her internal organs were still healthy. Another example was the Big Fool. After his bloodline power was stimulated by Grandmaster Zhong Chuk, he never got sick again, and ordinary blood poisons were almost useless to him. At this time, even if Zhang Chong used all his spirit, his mind was still in chaos. He felt dizzy and light, his head heavy and his feet light. Walking on the road, his footsteps were light, as if he was stepping on cotton that could be picked off at any time. The old servant cried and begged, "Master, just drink your medicine and sleep a little longer." "Leave the battle to Princess Ningjie?" Zhang Chong shook his head and said, "No, if the soldiers can't see me, their morale will drop and the city will fall. There will be plenty of time to sleep after death, so it won't be in this hour and a half." Then, he struggled up the steps of the city wall. He actually couldn't climb up the first level. He suddenly lifted his foot, and his entire body seemed to be about to faint. Thus, he closed his eyes, wanting to steady himself. At this moment, a hand supported him from the side. It was eldest Princess Ningjie. "Master Zhang, why don't you go rest and leave the battlefield to me?" Zhang Chong shook his head. Then, with the help of eldest Princess Ningjie, he once again climbed up the city wall. Everywhere he went, all of the city guards looked at the skinny Zhang Chong with admiration and worship in their eyes. These soldiers were already riddled with wounds and exhausted. But every time he thought about how he could rest for 5 hours a day after the battle. And Lord Zhang Chong not only had to climb up the wall to fight personally, but he also had to organize supplies, recruit new soldiers, and so on. Everyone could rest, but he couldn't. This was no longer an Iron Man, but a lamp that had been lit after boiling himself. Lord Zhang Chong was a third-rank official. Such a big shot was working hard. What right did ordinary soldiers have to be lazy? It was precisely because Zhang Chong set an example and did everything in detail that the soldiers under his command were united and united. So, only then could he rely on 3,000 to 4,000 troops to defend against enemies nearly 10 times his number. He persisted for a full half a month. But now, he was really going to run out of oil. And once he fell. Perhaps it was the moment when White Night City fell. "No, I can't fall, I must not fall, I must wait until the moment Shen arrives. He is not Jing Tua. If he said he would come, he would definitely come." He walked to the top of the city wall. Zhang Chong said hoarsely, "Everyone, return to your positions and prepare for battle." However, at this time, the Su Clan coalition army did not immediately attack the city. Instead, they built a high platform. It was only 200 to 300 meters away from the city wall. This was not the commander's platform, it was like an execution platform. Because there were 2 grooves for beheading on it. Suddenly, Zhang Chong's heart trembled, and he had a bad premonition. Next, 2 people were tied up and pushed onto the execution platform. One was his son, Zhang Sun, and the other was his grandson, Zhang Yun. In an instant, Zhang Chong felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His whole body suddenly trembled, and his vision went black, and he completely fainted. "Zhang Gong." Eldest Princess Ningjie stepped forward and tried to press Zhang Chong's middle finger, and then applied the ointment prepared by Shen Lang on Zhang Chong's forehead and nostrils. After a while, Zhang Chong woke up, and he was already in tears. Family members should not be harmed. "Sunan, you're a beast. My grandson is not even 5 years old." The guards in White Night City were already extremely tired and felt completely powerless. At this time, seeing this scene, their eyes were about to crack, and their blood was boiling. Su Clan was too despicable, too shameless. How dare they lay their hands on a child less than 5 years old? Su Quan probably knew that this was not a glorious thing, so he did not show up at this time. Another general of the Su clan walked over. He was Su Nan's adopted son, Su Jianyin. He was also the person who brought people to the Jin clan's courtyard to capture Jinmu Satoshi and kill Lil Bing. Two executioners stepped forward and picked up the ghost head broadsword. Zhang Sun and his 5-year-old son, Zhang Yun, were forced to kneel on the ground. Su Jianyin said, "Zhang Chong, your third son, Zhang Jin, is dead. Your eldest son is in the South Kingdom battlefield, and may not be able to live in the future. Right now, your second son, Zhang Sun, and your grandson, Zhang Yun, are here. If you kill these two people, your Zhang family may be cut off, and your descendants will be cut off." Zhang Chong stood on top of the city wall, tears streaming down his face. Eldest Princess Ning Jia thought, Su Nan's move was extremely despicable, but he wanted Zhang Chong to surrender because of this. "Isn't this a little too whimsical?" Su Jianyin said, "Zhang Chong. We are not asking you to surrender. To be honest, even if a person like you surrenders, my Su clan does not need it." He suddenly raised his hand. Suddenly, the two executioners drank a mouthful of wine and sprayed it on the ghost head broadsword. Then, the two knives slashed at Zhang Sun and Zhang Yun's necks, to find a feeling. After finding the feeling, the ghost head broadsword was raised high. As long as it fell, two heads would fall to the ground. Su Jianting raised his hand high and said, "Zhang Chong, as long as my hand falls, your son, your grandson's head will fall to the ground. Do you want to watch your children and grandchildren in front of you? Your grandson is not even 5 years old, and he looks really smart. Zhang Chong, if you don't want your children and grandchildren to die, it's very simple. Just kill yourself in front of everyone." As soon as these words came out, the guards on the city wall were shocked. Eldest Princess Ning Jia trembled. Su clan was so vicious. It turned out to be forcing Zhang Chong to commit suicide. Did Su clan not want their reputation anymore, but looking at the Su clan's allied forces? Most of the soldiers felt that there was nothing wrong, and they did not feel guilty at all. Understood, the Su family was close to the western regions and the Chang country, and the people here did not have any sense of propriety or shame. Su Nan's actions were naturally condemned by the people of the eastern regions, but it was indeed common in the western regions. Su Nan was going to regard himself as the country of the western regions. "Zhang Chong, do you want to watch your children and grandchildren die? I count down from 5. If you don't commit suicide in front of everyone, your son and grandson will be beheaded. 5. 4. 3. Zhang Chong suddenly pulled out his sword and placed it across his neck. Eldest Princess Ning Jia shouted, "Zhang Gong, don't, even if you commit suicide, they will not let your son and grandson go." Of course, Zhang Chong knew. But to watch his children and grandchildren die in front of him and do nothing, this was completely against his scholarly ethics. Moreover, he felt that if he died, it would stimulate the morale of the defenders and make them fight to the death. Perhaps they could defend for a longer time. This way, they might be able to hold on until the arrival of the Shenlang army. If the White Knight County city does not fall, then I, Zhang Chong, will die a worthy death. Zhang Sun on the execution platform shouted, "Father, don't." Then, his whole body slammed into the ghost head blade to commit suicide. 5-year-old Zhang Yin cried, "Grandpa, don't." Princess Ning Jia used up almost all of her cultivation and rushed towards Zhang Chong. Clang! The hidden weapon in her hand flew out. The sharp sword in Zhang Chong's hand flew out. But the sharp sword still slashed across Zhang Chong's neck. Blood spurted out. Zhang Chong's thin body fell down. "No! No! No!" All the defenders shouted, tears gushing out like a spring. Eldest Princess Ning Jia rushed forward and helped Zhang Chong up. She pressed the wound on his neck, desperately trying to suppress the blood that gushed out. Fortunately, because her hidden weapon was fired in time. And Zhang Chong was so sick that he didn't even have the strength to commit suicide. This sword did not cut the main artery. And Su Jianyin, who was on the execution platform outside, also trembled, looking at all of this in disbelief. He hadn't finished counting down from 5 yet. Zhang Chong committed suicide just like that. At this time, Zhang Sun failed to commit suicide. He vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. The remaining 5-year-old Zhang Sun wailed. Grandpa, Sunan was famous, but Zhang Sun and Zhang Yun still had to be killed. However, they couldn't be killed in public, they had to be killed in secret. Su Jianyan looked at the defenders on the city wall, their eyes were red, and they were furious to the extreme, as if they were going to choose someone to devour. Zhang Cheng's suicide, on the contrary, made their morale soar. Wasn't this self-defeating? But Su Quan sneered disdainfully. How long could this kind of morale last? Eldest Princess Ningjia's martial arts were very high, but she couldn't lead the army in battle. With Zhang Cheng's death, the defenders in the city would be without a leader, and they would definitely be defeated. Suddenly, Su Quan appeared on the commander's platform and shouted, "Zhang Cheng is dead, the army is attacking the city." An earth-shattering war drum sounded. Kill! 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 More than 10,000 Su clan allied forces madly rushed towards White Night City. The craziest siege war began once again, although there were less than 2,000 defenders in the city. Because of Zhang Cheng's suicide, all of them were almost mad, and their morale soared. Revenge for Zhang Gong, revenge for Zhang Gong. Kill, kill, kill. Perish together with these bastards, perish together. A fierce battle broke out once again. The sound of killing shook the sky, blood and chi soared to the sky. General Su Quan stood on the high platform and let out a long breath. Don't look at how fierce the battle was now. The defenders were already unable to hold on, and when this gas was released, White Night City would fall. From now on, no one in the Western Heaven Province could stop the Su clan's army. My Su clan's Phoenix Nirvana is today, and at this moment, in the southwest direction, a shocking dust suddenly surged up. It was as if dark clouds were rolling in. Su Quan sneered, the Chang Kingdom's vanguard cavalry had finally arrived. Since yesterday, he had received urgent reports. Chang King Alutai continued to besiege Runana and the Shunlang allied forces. The great general of the Chang Kingdom, Shu Butai, led 10,000 troops into the Western Heaven Province and joined forces with the Su clan's army. More than one envoy had already verified that these were the Chang Kingdom's cavalry. Not only had General Shu Butai come, but a few other fierce generals from the Chang Kingdom had also come. They were all familiar faces of the Su clan. Because of this, Su Quankai decided to break into White Night City in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, the Chang Kingdom's army would come to snatch the fruits of victory and mock the Su family for being useless. They couldn't even take down a mere day-night city and needed the help of the Chang Kingdom's army. Su Quan roared, "Everyone, attack! Take day-night city! Take day-night city! We can't let our allies from the Chang Kingdom see through us. Take down day-night city!" Su Quan gave the order. Almost all of the Su clan's allied forces pressed forward, madly attacking the city. The entire day-night city was on the verge of collapse, and the killing was earth-shattering. Bang, 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 the 10,000 cavalrymen of the Chang Kingdom could already be vaguely seen. They began to charge. Su Quan couldn't help but sneer. You were so slow before, why are you in such a hurry now? Were they in a hurry to snatch the fruits of victory? Why were they charging so quickly and fiercely? Soon, the Chang Kingdom's 10,000 cavalrymen rushed into the battlefield. Not only did they not stop, but they charged even more fiercely. Su Quan couldn't help but be startled, and then he saw an old acquaintance, the Chang Kingdom's General Shu Butai. Great General, you're late. Su Quan laughed heartily. And at this moment, Shunlang suddenly lifted his cloak. Queen Arunana of the Chang Kingdom suddenly lifted her cloak. I am Shunlang. I am Queen Arunana of the Chang Kingdom. Save Day-Night City. Kill the Su clan's rebel army. There was a burst of shouting. More than 10,000 cavalrymen of the Chang Kingdom, with an astonishing momentum, fiercely charged from behind the Su clan's allied forces. They drowned them. Instantly, the Su clan's allied forces were defeated like a landslide, a one-sided massacre. Note, the first update has been sent, it's written with passion, Zhang Gong is so strong. Please support me, please monthly votes, thank you QTT, Shangwan Mingjian, Vinegar Benben, Shiyu 20170708233207754 for the 10,000 yuan tip. Congratulations to Qian Feixia for becoming the new leader of this book. Give me double the monthly votes. Su Quan swore to the heavens that he had never been so frightened before. Even when he heard about his son Su Lin's tragic death and the fall of Xianxia City, he was not even a tenth as shocked as he was now. The moment Xianlang lifted his cloak, Su Quan was almost scared out of his wits. He was trembling from his bones to his soul. It was as if a gust of cold air had been sucked from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. It was as if his entire body had been frozen in place, and he could not move at all. Oh my God, what had happened? Why was this happening? Why is that little bastard Xianlang still alive? Wasn't he surrounded by the Chang Emperor's army? Weren't Ban Ruo and the suffering monk from the Great Tribulation Temple chasing after him? Not only was he not dead, but he had returned with an army of tens of thousands. Su Quan was very familiar with the Chang Kingdom's general, Shubu Tai. He would recognize him even if he had been burnt to ashes. Su Quan also recognized the few fierce generals under him. They could not be impostors. Why were they all hanging out with Xianlang and Arunana? Shouldn't she be dead already? What about the Chang Emperor, Alutai? Could it be that both Alutai and the suffering monk were defeated, and the Chang Kingdom's army had pledged their loyalty to Arunana? Would the gods play such a joke? In fact, there was one person from the Su clan who had escaped in advance. That was Su Teng, and her martial arts were not bad. But it was a tragedy, because the avalanche had blocked all the paths down the mountain. It was easy to get lost in the vast snowy mountains. She could only escape with the monks from the Great Tribulation Temple. The suffering monk was very skilled in martial arts. Even if there was no path, he could still climb all the way down. But most of the soldier monks still had to clear the snow on the path and move forward with difficulty. After the big fool captured Su Jianting, Wu Lai and Ying Yang did not stop. They continued to chase after Su Teng and closely monitored her. By the time Xianlang led the army down the mountain, the soldier monks were still clearing the path. Arunana immediately led the army and charged forward, killing the hundreds of monk soldiers. Supa also became Xianlang's prisoner. Thus, not a single person from the Chang Kingdom or the Su clan managed to escape during the Battle of the Great Robbery Palace. Only did a coup escaped with a dozen experts of the Great Tribulation Temple. However, his 3 views had been overturned, and he wanted to return to the Great Tribulation Temple to meditate in seclusion at the first possible moment. How could he care about the life and death of the Su clan? The last time Xianxia City fell into enemy hands, ascetic hardship did not report back to Sunan in time, so it was even more impossible for him to do so this time. Thus, the Su family knew nothing about what had happened in the Great Calamity Palace. When Xianlang led the 10,000 soldiers down the mountain, it was very smooth but also very difficult. The reason it went smoothly was because he was prepared. He used the wood from the Great Tribulation Temple to make a snowboard. The road was blocked by snow, and it was impossible to dig a path in a short time by relying on manpower, so they could only ski down. However, no one had ever skated before, so there were some casualties due to collisions and falls. In addition, because of the avalanche, the snow was unstable, so it was still very difficult to go down the mountain. However, 4 days later, the 10,000 soldiers all went down the mountain. Then, without stopping at all, 1 man and 2 horses galloped straight towards Day-Night City. Because they carried the flag of the Chang Kingdom and had a few generals of the Chang Kingdom, not only were they not stopped along the way, but Qiming miraculously received a lot of gold coins and provisions. After a long while, Su Quan, the commander-in-chief of the Su clan's allied forces, finally reacted and shouted, "All troops, gather in formation, turn back, and meet the enemy, meet the enemy." However, the Su clan's allied forces had more than 10,000 people, and they were currently attacking the city in full swing. How could they gather in such a short time, and then form a formation to meet the enemy? How could this be possible? Besides, this area was flat, and there was no line of defense. Even if they gathered in formation, what could they do? Could they stop the cavalry's charge? It was simply a fool's dream. Kill, 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 roar, roar, roar. The 10,000 cavalrymen under Xianlang and Arunana entered the most frenzied state. Especially the warriors of the Chang Kingdom. This was what they loved the most. At least, they could charge and crush the enemy's infantry. The 10,000 cavalrymen spread out on the ground, almost endless. Just like that, they crushed all the way. They didn't even need to wield their swords. They just kept charging and charging. They held the scimitar in their hands diagonally, and just like that, they slashed forward crazily like plowing a field. It was a one-sided massacre. Even if the Sioux clan's allied forces were very elite, it was still a one-sided massacre. Originally, the Sioux clan also had cavalry. Sioux Quan had 2,000 cavalrymen under his command, and the Three-Eyed Evil had a few thousand mounted bandits under his command. However, in order to intimidate Xianxia, half of the cavalry was transferred to the battlefield in Xianxia City in the north. And there were only a little more than 1,000 cavalrymen left on the battlefield in Day-Night City. These more than 1,000 cavalrymen were scattered in several corners, and as the mobile force of the entire army, they didn't even have time to gather at this time, and directly scattered on the battlefield to fight. Bang, 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 tens of thousands of cavalrymen galloped, and the whole ground trembled violently. The whole battlefield was covered in dust, as if there was a sandstorm. Just like that, they kept crushing, crushing, crushing. The casualties of the Sioux clan's allied forces were innumerable. The guards in Day-Night City were in despair when they saw this tide-like cavalry army. Because this cavalry was flying the flag of the Chong kingdom. But then, they immediately fell into ecstasy, because this cavalry actually madly rushed towards the Sioux clan's allied forces. When they saw Xianlang's face, this group of people was ecstatic, because Xianlang was so handsome that everyone could remember him at a glance. This is Lord Xin. It's the reinforcements, it's the reinforcements. The reinforcements are here, we are saved. It's Xianlang, it's Lord Xianlang. Long live Lord Zhongchong. Long live Lord Zhongchong. Huh. It was clearly Xianlang who led the army to save the crisis, but this group of people shouted long live Lord Zhongchong. In this world, only the great Yan Empire can say long live, you can't shout like this. But no matter what, the morale of the Day-Night City's garrison was high. Kill, kill, kill these Sioux clan's beasts. So, the guards on the city wall seemed to be instantly revived, and fought crazily. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the bows and arrows in their hands shot out wildly. Of course, the arrows should have been used up long ago, but these arrows were all shot by the Sioux clan's allied forces. Those who didn't have bows and arrows picked up stones and smashed them. They picked up wood from the houses and smashed them. Eldest Princess Xianxia pressed the wound on Zhongchong's neck with all her might, trying her best to apply medicine to stop the bleeding. Even if she was a super cold person, at this moment, she felt hot and trembling all over. Listening to the sound of tens of thousands of horses galloping outside, listening to the sound of fighting. It was really like beautiful celestial music. The past half a month had been too difficult, every day was sacrifice, every day was despair. The first day was like entering hell, and every day after that was constantly sinking, as if they had entered the 18th level of hell. It gave people the feeling that they could no longer climb up and would be directly destroyed. However, they didn't expect that they would directly rise from hell to heaven, without any buffer, from despair to victory. This scumbag Xianlang actually did it. He actually used a few hundred people to destroy King Cheng's army of tens of thousands, and actually brought an army of tens of thousands back. This scumbag was really powerful. No wonder Zhongchong trusted him so much before. Xianxia couldn't help but cry tears of joy. Zhonggong, Zhonggong, we are going to win, open your eyes and take a look. Sometimes the war was very slow, and even lasted for a long time. But sometimes it would be very fast. For example, this time, in just about 2 hours, the battlefield in White Night City was almost over. Facing the high-speed cavalry from behind, the infantry had no ability to resist, not to mention a pincer attack from the inside and outside. The first to collapse of the Sioux clan's allied forces were the thousands of Western region's mercenaries, who frantically fled. Then came the monk soldiers of the Great Tribulation Temple, followed by the horse bandits of the Three-Eyed Demons. In the end, the Sioux family's private army also completely collapsed. In an instant, the entire battlefield was like a pot of porridge. Countless enemies fled in all directions. At that time, Sioux Quan couldn't catch the fleeing looters and mobs, and now Xianlang's cavalry naturally couldn't catch the fleeing army. But there was no need to catch them. He just needed to surround Sioux Quan. When the battle completely collapsed, more than 2,000 soldiers had already protected Sioux Quan and fled with all their might. But most of these 2,000 soldiers were heavily armored infantry, not cavalry. Sioux Quan could only escape with a few hundred light cavalry. But he was doomed to not be able to escape, because Shen Lang had already sent the Big Fool, Marshal Lai, Eagle, and 1,000 other cavalry to block his escape route. At this time, Su Quan and Su Jianyan had been surrounded, and there were less than 500 Su clan's troops around them. But Su Jianyan had hostages in his hands. Shen Lang, don't come over, or I will kill Zhang Chong's son and grandson. Su Jianyan roared, let me go, or I will kill them. This adopted son of Marquis Su Nan, at this time, seemed to be crazy, waving his knife wildly on the neck of 5-year-old Zhang Yun. Shen Lang said loudly, Su Jianyan, don't get excited, I will let you go, I will let you go. Su Jianyan trembled, really? Shen Lang, you are just a small character, you let go of Lord Zhang Chong's son and grandson. Su Jianyan roared, no, what if you go back on your word? Let us go first. Shen Lang, I can only let you go, Su Quan cannot go, you choose. Su Jianyan placed the knife on Zhang Yun's neck and roared, get out of the way, let, Sword King, Li Qianxiu stay far away, at least half a li away, or I will kill Zhang Chong's grandson. Shen Lang nodded. Sword King, Li Qianxiu quickly left, at least 300 to 400 meters away. Shen Lang, you can take Lord Zhang Chong's grandson as a hostage, but Zhang's son is an adult, he will only be a burden if you bring him along, let him go. Impossible, impossible. Su Jianyan said sternly, get out of the way, immediately, or I will kill this little bastard. His movements were crazy, and the knife even cut open the skin of 5-year-old Zhang Yun, causing blood to flow out. But at this moment, this 5-year-old child did not make a sound, only staring at his unconscious father with widened eyes. Shen Lang, if you don't let Zhang Sun go, I won't let you go. Think about it yourself. Su Jianyan gritted his teeth and tossed the unconscious Zhang Sun over. One hostage was enough. Zhang Yun was only 5 years old, and his body was very light, so he would not slow down the warhorse. A few warriors stepped forward and carried Zhang Sun away to protect him. Su Jianyan said, let me go, let me go. His dagger is directly pressed against Zhang Yun's neck artery. Shen Lang waved his hand. The encirclement opened up a gap. Su Jianyan held the 5-year-old Zhang Yun hostage and rushed out of the encirclement. As for Su Quan, he could not care less. In any case, it was enough as long as he could survive. As he rushed out of the encirclement, he discovered that there was a woman beside Shen Lang, Su Tong. Jianyan, save me, save me. The beautiful widow of the Su clan and Su Jianyan's lover. She was older than him by 3 years. This woman had lived as a widow in the Su clan since she was 19 years old. She could be considered Su Jianyan's first woman, the initiate. Even though Su Jianyan later married and had children, his wife paled in comparison to Su Ting. This woman had always been his most beloved. When Su Nan sent Su Ting to the Chong Emperor, Su Jianyan's heart was bleeding, but he could not disobey. Su Jianyan roared, Shen Lang, let Su Ting come over. Shen Lang was stunned. Su Jianyan said sternly, let Su Ting come over, or I'll chop off one of this little bastard's arms. Shen Lang's face twitched, and he waved his hand. In an instant, the beautiful widow of the Su clan was released from her bonds. The beautiful widow looked back in disbelief. Su Jianyan said, Sister Su Ting, come over, come over. Su Ting rode on the horse, and with a forceful kick, she rushed out of the encirclement and came to Su Jianyan's side. Su Jianyan looked at Su Ting with a fervent gaze, Sister Su Ting, I will never let you leave my side again. Then, Su Jianyan and Su Ting fled on horseback towards the Marquis' residence. As expected, Shen Lang did not send anyone to chase after them. Su Jianyan only slowed down when the warhorse ran out of energy. He looked behind him again, but there was no one chasing after them. Su Jianyan let out a long sigh of relief, and sneered, Shen Lang created a new phrase, idiot, and he himself is an idiot. He actually let me go, ha 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 ha, did he really think that I would let Zhang Chong's grandson go? Dream on, dream on. As long as we reach the Marquis' residence, I will kill this little bastard and let Shen Lang collect his corpse, ha ha ha. Su Jianyan then looked at Su Ting, Sister Su Ting, you have suffered these days. From today onwards, I will never let you leave my side. Su Ting smiled, all right. Then, she pressed a button in her sleeve. Swoosh, 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 instantly, countless fine needles that looked like burrs rained down on Su Jianyan's back. Torrential rain of rose flowers. Hundreds of poisonous needles pierced into Su Jianyan's back and neck. Ah! Su Jianyan screamed in disbelief. He desperately turned his head and asked in a hoarse voice, why? He barely managed to utter the last word. The poisonous needles were filled with neurotoxins. The neurotoxins that froze Grandmaster Xuan's body. After Xianlang began his research on the Stupa Mountain's parasites, these neurotoxins became his new weapon. Why? Su Ting replied, because I want to live. Xianlang has been experimenting on me, who knows how many things he has injected into my body. If I leave his side, I will definitely die. Su Ting took the child from Su Jianyan's arms. There were no poisonous needles on the 5-year-old Zhang Yun because Su Ting saw the opportunity and shot them at Su Jianyan's back. Su Jianyan, I am your first woman. I am the one who enlightened you on the relationship between a man and a woman, but you are only one of my men. Su Ting sneered. Then, Su Ting led Su Jianyan's warhorse and returned to Xianlang's army. Then, she obediently allowed herself to be tied up and became a prisoner. Su Jianyan was directly locked in an iron cage. At this time, Zhang Sun had already woken up. Seeing the child that he had lost and regained, he immediately hugged him, his body twitching. Only then did the 5-year-old Zhang Yun burst into tears. Inside the encirclement of the army. Xianlang, how did you do it? Su Quan trembled, where is Aluta? Where is Su Jianting? Xianlang smiled, is it still important? Su Quan heaved a sigh. Yes, none of this mattered. Su Quan said, Xianlang, you won in the battlefield of White Knight County. But you still can't destroy my Su family. Have you seen the castle of the Marquis of Xinyuan residence? It is built on a high mountain. One man can hold the pass against 10,000 enemies. Of course, Xianlang had seen it. The castle of the Su family was even bigger and stronger than the castle of Fury Tide City. It took the Su family hundreds of years to build the castle to such a huge scale. Su Quan said, the Lord's cleverness and cunning is not inferior to yours. The reason why he suffered so many losses was because he was too greedy and wanted too much. And now, once the Battle of White Knight County is lost, he only has one goal, and that is to protect the Su family. So you can't destroy the Su family. As long as the Lord is still alive, the Su family will not be destroyed. My Su family is still full of talents. My Su family's castle is impregnable. Not to mention your mere 10,000 troops, even if you had 30 or 50,000, you still wouldn't be able to break it. My Su family's castle is not lacking in fresh water or food. It can defend for a few years without a problem. You can't break it, you can't destroy the Su family. Su Nan roared. Xianlang still said, Su Quan, does all this still have anything to do with you? Su Quan laughed and said, how is it not related? How is it not related? As long as my Su family is not destroyed, there will be a day when we can make a comeback and wipe out your Kim family. Xianlang, if you want to commit suicide, hurry up. Don't dawdle. If you don't do it, I will order an attack. Su Quan was incomparably unwilling. Today, he was so close to victory. He was so close to taking down Day Night City. Just a little bit more and his army would have swept the entire southern part of the Western Heaven province. Unfortunately, it was ruined by this little bastard. Su Quan screamed in pain. Then, he suddenly pulled out his sword and placed it across his neck. He hesitated for 3 or 4 times. He really couldn't accept this. He really couldn't bear to die. Lord, little brother Sunan, avenge me. Xianlang, I will wait for you in hell. Su Quan fiercely gritted his teeth and killed himself. His tall body fell to the ground with a loud crash. Xianlang said loudly, Su clan's private army warriors? Your commander is dead, drop your weapons and surrender, I will let you live. After Su Quan died, the 300 Su clan warriors around him were extremely terrified. At this time, after hearing Xianlang's words, they could not help but tremble. Do you mean what you said? Xianlang said, I've already surrounded all of you, so how can I go back on my word? Then, Xianlang suddenly raised his hand and said, draw your bows and arrows. Suddenly, thousands of troops neatly drew their bows and arrows, aiming at the 300 Su clan private army in the encirclement. Shen Lang sneered, if you don't put down your weapons and surrender, I will order an arrow to shoot. Shen Lang, do you mean what you said? A general of the Su clan private army said, all brothers put down their weapons and surrender. Suddenly, the 300 Su clan private army in the encirclement threw down their weapons. Kneel down, put your hands on your head, and wait to be captured. Shen Lang ordered. The 300 Su clan private army knelt down and put their hands on their heads. Shen Lang smiled and said, alas, there is a good saying, kneel to live, stand to die. I just want to see you kneel to death, but you are really obedient, I said kneel, and you kneel. Then, his face suddenly changed, and he shouted, shoot to death. An order was given, suddenly, thousands of arrows were shot. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the 300 Su clan private army kneeling on the ground were instantly shot into hedgehogs and died miserably. Before dying, the Su clan private army only had one sentence in their hearts. Shen Lang, I'll fuck your mother. At this point, of the nearly 20,000 troops under Su Quan's command, except for a few thousand who fled, the rest were almost all killed. Not a single captive was taken. Inside White Knight County City, Shen Lang opened Zhang Cheng's clothes and suddenly frowned. There were at least dozens of wounds, and some of them were already inflamed. Especially the deep wound on his chest that was cut by Su Quan, which had seriously festered. No wonder the fever was so bad. Shen Lang picked up the scalpel and cut off all the festering parts of his body. Looking at the wound on Zhang Cheng's neck, it had already been stitched up. Who sewed it? Shen Lang asked. Eldest Princess Xianxia said, me, what's wrong? Shen Lang, the stitches are very good. Xianxia said, how is Zhang Gong? Previously, she had called him Lord Zhang Chong, but now she called him Zhang Gong. Shen Lang, because he cut his neck and let out a lot of blood, the fever dropped a little. After taking the medicine, the temperature did not rise again, which means that the inflammation is under control. Then, Shen Lang rubbed Zhang Yun's little head and said, besides, with my grandson by my side, I believe that Zhang Gong will wake up soon and get better. Then he squatted down and carefully examined the wound on the child's neck. Su Jianyan, that bastard, could even make a move on such a young child. He cut a few small wounds on the child's neck. However, there was no need for stitches. Shen Lang took out the iodine he had made, wet it with a cotton swab and said, little thing, it will hurt a little, don't cry. Then, he carefully smeared the iodine on the wound on Zhang Yun's neck. In the end, the child only grinned and twitched twice, but he didn't cry. Shen Lang, Zhang Sun, the people of your Zhang family are really amazing. Zhang Sun said with incomparable guilt, Zhang Sun is incompetent, not only did I implicate father, but I also almost implicated the war situation. I really can't blame myself for dying 10,000 times. Shen Lang didn't say anything, he just patted him on the shoulder. Take good care of Lord Zhang. Shen Lang said. Yes sir. A few of the accompanying doctors said. Shen Lang picked up the 5-year-old Zhang Yun and walked out. Zhang Sun stayed in the room to take care of his father, Zhang Chong. Princess Xianxia and Shen Lang strolled on the streets of White Knight City. Only 20 days had passed. The city had completely changed, and almost all the houses near the city walls had been turned into ruins. A third of the houses in the city had also been demolished. Almost half of the city had been destroyed. But at this time it was a rare peace. And from time to time, the sound of crying could be heard. Because many people had died in the city defense battle, Zhang Chong had recruited at least 3,000 to 4,000 new soldiers from the city. But the atmosphere in the city was still cheerful, full of the joy of surviving a disaster and the joy of a great victory. Moreover, the gazes of everyone in the city were filled with gratitude and intimacy when they looked at Shen Lang. Shen Lang, Master Zhang is amazing, in half a month of battle, the hearts of the army and the people are united. From now on, the hearts of the entire White Knight County belong to my state of you. Xianxia said, building is better than destroying. These words could be considered as a faint mockery of Shen Lang. Shen Lang had harmed several cities in White Knight County, and in just 10 days, the sky and earth had been turned upside down. In comparison, Zhang Chong had conquered the hearts of the people of the entire county, and it was indeed more amazing. Xianxia said, the battle in White Knight City is over, but there are still 8,000 troops of the Su family in Xueliang City. Aren't you going to seize the opportunity to lead the army north to destroy Su Zhan? Su Zhan, Su Nan's younger brother, was also a fierce general. The Su family was really full of talents. Shenlang, what's the hurry? Besides, my army is all cavalry, how can I use it to attack a city? Jing Tua count has been slacking off for more than half a month, acting for more than half a month, and now it's time to work hard. Grand Princess Xianxia said coldly, this person deserves to die. Shenlang smiled disdainfully, and no one knew who he was mocking. However, after the victory in White Knight City, the one under the most pressure was definitely Jing Tua count. He had thought that Zhang Chong would definitely die, and that White Knight City would definitely fall. Then, the entire southern part of Western Heaven Province would fall, and the entire state of Yu would face a disaster. So he chose to preserve his strength. Troubled times were coming, and those with soldiers would be the king of grass. How could he bear to waste his army in the war with the Su family? When the state of Yu underwent a drastic change, Jing Tuo's army of 20,000 would seem to be a rare commodity. But he didn't expect that White Knight City would actually win. This time, he was in an awkward situation. Or rather, he was in danger. Zhang Chong and Shenlang brought 3,000 troops, and in the end, they destroyed the main force of the Su family. And you, Jing Tua, had an army of 20,000, but in the end, you couldn't even destroy the 8,000 defenders of Xianxia City. It was really shameful and ridiculous. Xianxia asked, how did you do it? She asked how Shenlang defeated King Chong, Alutai, and helped Aru Nana onto the throne. Hee. Shenlang smiled insincerely. A strange woman who can't sleep with, no matter how beautiful she is, don't even think about wasting the slightest bit of Master Lang's expression. Since I can't sleep with you, what's the point of pleasing you? Xianxia City, the northernmost city of White Knight City, the city closest to White Knight Pass. Inside the camp outside the city, Pingxi Count Jing Tuo's body was wrapped up like a mummy. If he didn't do this, how could he look like he was covered in wounds, and how could he look like he was fighting with all his might? But now, these disguises had become a joke. In the past half a month, he had been acting with Su Zhan, and had never really fought a battle. The monarch reprimanded him. He kept saying that he was terrified and that he deserved to die, but when he turned around, he was still acting on the battlefield. After fighting for half a month, the real casualties did not exceed the previous ones. Now, he had received an urgent report from the battlefield of White Knight City. He read the battle report over and over again. He gritted his teeth in hatred, but also trembled in shock. He actually won. How did this pretty boy, Shenlang, do it? He actually relied on his own strength to reverse the entire situation. He actually killed King Chong, Alutai, and even turned the army of the Chong Kingdom into an ally. Now, White Knight City had achieved a complete victory. The main army led by Su Quan had been completely destroyed. What should he do? What should he do, Shenlang, you little thief, you've caused me, Jing Tua, to die. It was not easy for me to get to where I am today, and you are destroying me. You, Shenlang, made a great contribution, but you kicked me into the water. What should he do now? What should he do? There was no other way. Fight. Immediately, Jing Tua gave the order. Men, go to the White Knight Pass camp, let my son Jing Long lead 8,000 troops south. I want to fight to the death with Su Zhan. I swear I will not rest until I take back Xianxia City. Then, Jing Tua tore off the cloth wrapped around his body and shouted, beat the drums, gather the army, prepare for battle, prepare to attack the city. Once again appearing in front of the army, Jing Tua knelt towards the east and kowtowed, Your Majesty, you have done me a great favor, I will not be able to release it even if I die. If I cannot take back Xianxia City, I will bring my head to see you. An hour later, Jing Tua Count did not even have time to wait for his son Jing Long to lead the army south, and began to attack Xianxia City. At this time, Su Zhan, the defending general of Xianxia City, had already heard the news of the defeat of White Knight County, and knew that the main force of the Su clan was almost wiped out, so how could he be in the mood to fight? So he sent messengers to Jing Tua's camp, asking Jing Tua to continue acting, and after a few battles, let the Su clan's army go. Jing Tua was furious, and directly beheaded the Su clan's messenger. I, Xianxia, am a loyal and righteous man. How could I collude with your Su clan? Su Jian had no choice but to fight, but his troops also knew the news of the main force's defeat, and their morale was low. Su Jian knew that Xianxia City was in imminent danger. In the north, the army of White Knight Pass would immediately reinforce the south. In the south, the army of Shenlang and Zhangcheng could go north at any time. At that time, tens of thousands of troops of White Knight Pass and Shenlang would surround the small Xianxia city, and it would be broken. Besides, the main force of the Su clan had already lost, and occupying Xianxia city had no strategic significance. They had to take advantage of the fact that the enemy had not surrounded Xianxia city yet, and immediately break out of the encirclement, and bring the army back to Marquis Zhenyuan's mansion as soon as possible. Because the next big decisive battle would break out in the Su clan's castle. The allied forces of Shenlang, Zhangcheng, and Jingtua would reach 30,000 troops. 30,000 troops besieged the Su clan's castle. So, every soldier in Su Jian's hands was very precious, and he had to bring them back home as soon as possible. So, Su Jian took the lead, and bravely led 8,000 Su clan warriors to break out of the encirclement. Jingtua Count chased them all the way. After paying the price of more than 3,000 casualties, Su Jian led the remaining 5,000 troops and fled all the way back to Marquis Zhenyuan's mansion. Su Jianyan woke up, and his body regained consciousness. This neurotoxin would dissipate on its own after a few hours. At that time, the reason why Goddess Shuiyin was frozen was because the goo worms in her body were continuously releasing this toxin. Su Jianyan, who opened his eyes, suddenly found that his whole body was bare. There seemed to be a lot of eyes staring at him. And his 4 limbs were wide open, tied up by ropes, and suspended 3 feet above the ground. No, all 5 limbs were tied up, including his family jewels were tightly bound by iron wires. Shenlang stood in front of him. Su Jianyan's voice trembled. Shenlang, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? Shenlang, Su Jianyan, when we were in the capital, you led people to attack my Kim clan's courtyard, killed more than a dozen of my warriors, and burned down my Kim clan's courtyard. When I left the capital, I swore that I would take revenge for them. Su Jianyan said sternly, Shenlang, give me a quick death, give me a quick death. Shenlang, of course, I will definitely give you a quick death, I guarantee that you will die a quick death. Su Jianyan looked around. His soul flew away, and he peed and defecated. Because he knew what Shenlang's punishment for him was. Dismemberment by 5 horses, carnage. Shenlang, leave me a whole corpse, leave me a whole corpse, I beg you. Su Jianyan cried bitterly and begged. Shenlang, last night, when you laid your hands on 5-year-old little Zhang Yun, you were destined to end up like this. You are worse than a beast. Su Jianyan, you are just the beginning. After carnage, I will lead the army to attack your Su clan's Marquis of Zhenyuan residence. I will definitely kill every single one of your Su clan. That old bastard Su Nan, I'll try my best to tear him into pieces. Su Jianyan, you go first, soon the entire Su clan will go to hell to accompany you. Then, Shenlang suddenly gave the order. 5 horses galloped wildly, in an instant, there was an incomparably mournful howl. Su Jianyan died tragically, carnage and death. Note, today's update is nearly 18,000, and there is only tomorrow left for the last day of the month. Please give me monthly votes and support, I beg with tears streaming down my cheeks. Other people's 5-horse dismemberment would tie the large head, but Shenlang had tied the small head for Su Jianyan. The same car dismemberment should be called Shen's car dismemberment. Zhangcheng woke up. This time, he just grinned and patted his grandson's head. There was no need to thank him. Zhangcheng, who had once again escaped from the gates of hell, was as calm as still water. However, he was still extremely excited about this great victory. He had finally won, Shenlang had actually done it. It was truly breathtaking. From the beginning until now, Shenlang had never disappointed anyone, whether as an enemy or a comrade. He had done everything that he had promised. He had once again performed a heaven-defying miracle. However, Zhangcheng would not say any of this out loud. It was fine as long as he was overwhelmed with emotions. It would be meaningless to say it out loud. Shenlang said, Princess Royal, why don't you go out first? Princess Royal Ning Buqiang stared at Shen Lang, then held Zhang Yan's hand and walked out. What she said next was not suitable for Ning Buqiang to hear. Zhang Chong said, "Shen, what's your next plan?" Shen Lang said, "Kill the crown prince and the third prince." Zhang Sun, who was feeding medicine to his father, could not help but shiver. Should I go out too? If such a secret was heard, an ordinary person would probably kill him to keep it a secret. However, Shen, you are too awesome. You are really going against the heavens, the earth, and the air. First, you fought against the Tang family in Xuanwu City, and then you fought against my father, Zhang Chong. After winning, you entered the capital and fought against the Su family. Now that Sunan is not dead, you are preparing to kill the crown prince and the third prince, Shen Lang said. Only after I get rid of the crown prince and the third prince will my Kim clan be truly at peace for a long time. After that, I will retire and live like an immortal with my darling Mulan. Zhang Chong felt helpless because he was also part of the crown prince's faction. He was promoted by Governor Zhu Yong. After a long while, Zhang Chong said, although the crown prince has his flaws, he is still a formidable young lord. If he succeeds the throne, it will be beneficial to the state of Yu. Shen Lang, actually, what about the state of Yu? I don't really care. Ugh, yes, of course, Zhang Chong hoped that the state of Yu would be strong. That was why he came to Tianqi province and almost died in Day-Night City. However, everything that Shen Lang did was for a single goal. There was no enmity in the world. There wasn't a single enemy in the entire world, and everyone lived in harmony. How great would that be, because all of my enemies have been killed by me. Zhang Chong said, Shen, I know it's impossible to persuade you to swear loyalty to the crown prince. But the contradiction between you and the crown prince hasn't reached an irreconcilable point. Shen Lang, Grandpa Zhang, he wants to steal my wife. Isn't this a big contradiction? Let me tell you, it's because he is the crown prince. Otherwise, the corpses of his whole family would have been rotten. Zhang Chong said, of course, the crown prince's idea is wrong. But after the battle with Sunan, he should give up this unrealistic idea. After all, the monarch likes you very much. Coupled with your relationship with Princess Ning Yen, maybe you will be half a son-in-law to His Majesty in the future. Shen Lang, Grandpa Zhang, the crown prince has already made his move. Ku Tuhuan assassinated my father-in-law. As soon as this was said, Zhang Chong almost sat up from the bed. After a long while, he said, Ku Tuhuan is the crown prince's man? Shen Lang nodded in silence. Zhang Chong lay back down again. This contradiction was irreparable. It was absolutely irreconcilable. In this world, if there was one person who understood Shen Lang the most, it would be Zhang Chong. In Shen Lang's heart, there were only a few people. The rest were all pigs and dogs. And Jin Zhuo was not only Shen Lang's father-in-law, but also his family. The crown prince had ordered Ku Tuhuan to assassinate Jin Zhuo. Sigh. Zhang Chong sighed helplessly. He was on the crown prince's side. He belonged to the Zhu family. This mark could not be changed. But he absolutely did not want to be enemies with Shen Lang. Being enemies with someone like Shen Lang was a complete nightmare. Because he did not want anything. Power, status, official position, money, nothing. He was deliberately planning to kill you. How could he fight, for example, fighting Sunan this time? Shen Lang and Zhang Chong were just one of Sunan's opponents. Sunan's eyes were on the overall situation. He was looking at the Chu state, the state of Yu, the Wu state, the Chong state, and so on. He wanted money, soldiers, territory, and so on. And Shen Lang was focused on killing Sunan. Shen Lang said, Master Zhang, you have made a great contribution this time. His Majesty may directly confer you the title of the governor of Western Heaven Province. Previously, Zhang Chong only wanted to be the governor of Yanzhou. But this time, he had made such a great contribution. Plus, his reputation in White Knight County had reached its peak. He was the most suitable person to succeed as the governor of Western Heaven Province. As for the current governor, Liang Yongyan, he would definitely be finished. But once Zhang Chong took over as the governor of Western Heaven Province, the mark of the Crown Prince's faction on him would be even deeper. Want to stay out of trouble? It was almost impossible. But if he continued to stay in the Crown Prince's faction, he would definitely become Shenlang's enemy. It was taboo to be hesitant. If he wanted to stay in the Crown Prince's faction and not become Shenlang's enemy, that was absolutely impossible. So even though Sunan had not been destroyed, Zhang Chong still discussed this matter with Shenlang. But once he left the Crown Prince's faction, as a civil official, Zhang Chong would find it difficult to do anything. Of course, after this battle, the monarch would think highly of Zhang Chong. But if he wanted to make a difference in the officialdom, just relying on the monarch's regard was far from enough. Whether it was the governor or the governor, the most important thing was to build, not destroy. Shenlang's strategy of killing gods and Buddhas would not work with Zhang Chong. After a while, Zhang Chong said, "Duke Bian Shao, didn't you always want me to go to Yanzhou to be the governor? Then I'll go to Yanzhou." Shenlang said, "Yanzhou is only a special region after all. It only has 3 counties, and its area is less than half the size of Western Heaven Province. Also, the official rank there is 1 level lower." Zhang Chong said, "At least I don't have to be Shen's enemy. But this way, I will become a traitor of the Crown Prince's faction." He did not finish his words. The monarch would eventually grow old. If the Crown Prince succeeded the throne in the future, Zhang Chong, a traitor of the Crown Prince's faction, would have a hard time, or even be unable to live. Bian Shao would not be able to protect him forever. Even after Crown Prince Ningyi succeeded the throne, the Bian and Zhong clans would face drastic changes. And at this moment, a voice came from outside. "Lord Governor, the governor of Western Heaven Province, Lord Liang, is here." Shenlang and Zhang Chong looked at each other and exchanged a sarcastic look. Then, Zhang Chong struggled to get up and said, "Quick, help me up, I'm going to see Governor Liang." And at this moment, a voice of concern came from outside. "I don't dare, absolutely not. Lord Zhang is a meritorious minister of the country, and he is seriously injured, how can he get up?" Then the door opened and a tall figure walked in. This person was the governor of Western Heaven Province, Liang Yongyan. It was also the first time that Shenlang saw him. He really had a good look. He had a square face and a mighty beard, sword-like eyebrows, big eyes, and a high nose bridge. He looked even more upright than Jinzhou Count. If this person was in modern Earth, he would definitely play a decent character. Moreover, this person had an excellent background. His father was the confidant of Ning Yuanxian in the past and had made great contributions. After Ning Yuanxian ascended the throne, Liang Shi was also conferred the title of Count. Therefore, this Liang Yongyan could be said to be of good blood. Not only was he of noble birth, but he was also a second-rank scholar, an absolute talent in both literature and martial arts. But unexpectedly, even this thick-browed and big-eyed person had betrayed the Crown Prince and colluded with Sunan. In the past, Sunan had rebelled. It was as if the governor of the Western Heaven Province had disappeared. The monarch sent 3 decrees to him to lead the army to suppress the rebellion. As a result, Liang Yongyan was critically ill for 3 times. When Sunan's declaration was spread all over the world, it was pasted everywhere in the entire Western Heaven Province, even outside the governor's office. Liang Yongyan got angry a few times and ordered people to tear it up a few times. He also arrested a few people who posted the declaration, and then, it was left unsettled. The monarch repeatedly urged him to lead the army to suppress the rebellion. He was lying on the sickbed and dying, but he firmly said that once his body recovered, he would personally lead the army to suppress the rebellion, and then he stayed in bed without moving. So was this Liang Yongyan Sunan's lackey? He really couldn't be considered. He was indeed an official of the Su faction, and even had the posture of being the Su faction's head horse. After all, Sunan was previously a big shot in the court. But after Sunan and the monarch fell out, Liang Yongyan completely quieted down, and no longer said that he was the Su faction's head horse. But he and the Su clan absolutely could not be separated. The relationship of interests was too close, like 2 branches trapped together, and had already grown into each other's flesh. How could they be separated? All these cuts were drenched in blood. Liang Yongyan didn't want to. But he got this position, to a large extent, because of Sunan. After getting this position, he was also complacent, and felt that he could be on equal footing with the Su clan, so his attitude became more reserved. But he didn't expect that after coming to Western Heaven Province and becoming the governor, it was difficult to move an inch. In the north, there was Xianxia, the great Buddha, and in the south, there was the local snake, the Su clan. Liang Yongyan, the governor, was almost unable to breathe under the pressure of Xianxia, and had no power at all. As a last resort, he could only rely on the Su clan once again. With the help of the Su clan, he, the governor, had power, and the right to speak in the southern part of Western Heaven Province. Then, the Su clan continued to infiltrate. The slave trade, Yuchu smuggling prohibited goods, and so on, all had Liang Yongyan's share. He was completely dragged into the water by the Su clan. How could he cut this off? He had to walk this road to the end, so he hoped that Sunan could win a complete victory. In this way, he, Liang Yongyan, could also rise with the tide, and the title of Marquis was certain. However, he didn't expect that Shenlang and Zhang Chong would be so brave and fierce, and unexpectedly defeated the main force of the Su clan's allied forces. Truly, when a person is lying in bed, disaster falls from the sky. Liang Yongyan thought for a long time. Should he defect now, or should he save it? After thinking about it, he felt that he could still save it. So, his serious illness, which was on the verge of death, suddenly recovered, and he led 4,000 troops to kill them. Although he really hated Zhang Chong and Shenlang to death in his heart, his face was incomparably affectionate. Seeing that Zhang Chong was about to get up from the bed, he hurriedly stepped forward and pressed Zhang Chong down on the bed. Illness comes like a mountain collapsing, and illness goes away like silk. This governor has the most experience. Recently, I've been depressed for half a year, as if I've taken a trip to the gates of hell. Liang Yongyan held Zhang Chong's hand, and said with tears in his eyes, Zhang Gongzi, why are you like this? A few years ago, when I met you in the capital, you were still in your prime, but unexpectedly, you're so haggard. Come on, a few years ago, when you, Liang Yongyan, and Zhang Chong met in the capital, you were already the governor of Western Heaven Province, and Zhang Chong was only a small fifth-rank official in the imperial censorate. You didn't even glance at him from the corner of your eyes. Really, the river flows east for 10 years, the river flows west for 10 years. Now, Zhang Chong was going to prosper, and he, Liang Yongyan, was going to be finished. You must be Shen, right? Liang Yongyan said to Shenlang in a friendly manner. Shenlang put on a fake smile, and the corner of his mouth twitched, making him look extremely cold. Logically speaking, he, a mere castellan, did not even have a place to stand in front of a governor. But now, he was sitting there arrogantly, with no intention of getting up to greet him. He had always been like this, extremely utilitarian and practical. Liang Yongyan was annoyed that he got snubbed, and he was furious. This fellow, Shenlang, was really a vile person. However, the smile on his face did not diminish at all. Fortunately, Zhang Chong was still sensible and would not give him a hard time. Liang Yongyan said, when I heard that Sunan was plotting a rebellion, I was really horrified. I immediately put on my armor, mounted my horse, and prepared to gather troops to suppress the rebellion, and to support Zhang Gongzi. It's all my fault, this disappointing body of mine, I couldn't even stand and almost died on the sickbed. Now that my body is slightly better, I'll lead 4,000 troops to suppress the rebellion. Zhang Chong said, Governor, you are loyal and righteous. I feel that it's hard to do it alone, but since you're here, I'll leave the defense of Day-Night City to you. Governor Liang Yongyan said, Of course not, of course not. Every profession has its own specialization. Zhang Gongzi is a famous general, so of course the defense of Day-Night City will be handed over to you. The 5,000 troops I brought will all be handed over to Zhang Gongzi, and I'll only bring my ears, not my mouth. 5,000 troops? Let's not boast, even if you brought all the bailiffs, you won't have 5,000. Then, someone outside reported, the Count of Pingxi, Xingtua has arrived. The door suddenly opened, and a taller figure walked in with a majestic gait. He did not have Liang Yongyan's cautious attitude, and directly walked to the front of Zhang Chong's sickbed and said, Zhang Gongzi, why are you here? Zhang Chong grinned. Xingtua came in front of Shenlang, slapped him on the shoulder and said, Kid, you fought well in this battle, you didn't embarrass the Marquis of Xuanwu. F***CKU. This slap made half of Shenlang's shoulder go numb. Moreover, who are you pretending to be heroic and arrogant to? Who are you pretending to be an awesome elder? You're obviously guilty and scared, but you still want to pretend to be arrogant. Governor Liang is also here? Xing Tuo cupped his hands towards Liang Yongyan. Liang Yongyan returned the gesture. Xing Tuo directly sat down on a chair and said, "The battle just now was very exciting. I personally led the 16,000 troops and chased Su Zhan for hundreds of miles, killing him until he threw away his helmet and armor and howled like a ghost. Now the number of soldiers he brought back to the Marquis of Xinyuan's residence is no more than 3,000. Here comes another braggart, and he is claiming credit. Governor Liang, how many troops did you bring?" Xing Tuo asked. 5,000. Xing Tuo asked again, "Governor Zhang, how many troops do you have?" Zhang Chong said, 2,000, but at least 1,000 must stay to guard Day-Night City. Xing Tuo looked at Shen Lang and said, "Kid, how many troops do you have?" Shen Lang, 3 billion elite troops. Xing Tuo fiercely gritted his teeth and clenched his fists in his sleeves. He really wanted to punch this little bastard to death. "You're just a little son-in-law, so domineering. How did you survive until now?" Xing Tuo said. "In this way, we have a coalition of 30,000. Sunan's army should be less than 5,000 after this great defeat. But the Marquis' residence is impregnable, it's not easy to attack. How should we fight next? Let's discuss." Zhang Chong said, "Ping Shibo is a master of the art of war, you say it." Xing Tuo said, "Although the main force of Sunan's rebel army has been destroyed, their nest is still there. The last battle is crucial. A snake can't be without a head, so I think our coalition must first choose a commander." Shen Lang couldn't help but be stunned. "Is this Xing Tuo so domineering? Previously, you pretended to obey the king's decree but secretly disobeyed it. You accompanied Su Ji to put on a show and watched Zhang Chong die without saving him, almost causing the entire war situation to collapse and bringing disaster to the state of you. In order to get through this crisis, you should have begged me and Zhang Chong to help you with the great merit of suppressing Sunan's rebellion. Who would have thought that you would actually want to usurp the host's position, directly snatch the leadership, and snatch the power of the entire coalition army? Sure enough, you're the style of a warlord. When fighting, you hide like a tortoise, but when fighting for credit and fruits, you're fierce and fierce." After hearing Xing Tuo's words, Liang Yongyan couldn't help but be stunned, then said loudly, "Yes, yes, yes, if the name is not right, then it's not right. In this crucial battle to eliminate Sunan, our coalition needs to elect a commander." Xing Tuo said, "Lord Liang is the governor of Tianqi province, the highest official position and the highest title. I recommend Governor Liang to be the commander of the coalition." Liang Yongyan said, No, I'm a civil official, I've never fought in a war, how can I be the commander of the coalition? I recommend Xing Tuo to count, you've been through hundreds of battles, you're a famous general, and your military rank is the highest, you also have the most troops under your command, the position of the commander of the coalition must belong to you." Then, the two people suddenly quarreled. They both wanted to recommend the other as the commander, desperately saying that they couldn't do it. After arguing for half a quarter of an hour, there was no result. Finally, Liang Yongyan said, "Governor Zhang Chong, Governor Shen Lang, you two also have the right to speak. Great General Xing Tuo is the best in military affairs, the position of the commander of the coalition must belong to him, right?" Shen Lang shook his head, "I don't think so." Everyone looked at Shen Lang. Such a slap in the face in the officialdom? Is it suitable? Xing Tuo's expression suddenly became extremely ugly, he laughed loudly, "Young Master Shen Lang is right, I'm not suitable to be the commander of the coalition, it's better for Governor Liang to do it." These two people already had a tacit understanding. In the eyes of the monarch, both of them were sinners. So as long as they obtained the position of the commander of the coalition, it would be a great achievement to exterminate Sunan. "We've made a great contribution, if the monarch were to punish us, wouldn't he be an incapable ruler?" Xing Tuo was determined to obtain the position of commander, but if he couldn't, it didn't matter if Liang Yongyan got it. This was because Liang Yongyan's sin in the eyes of the monarch was greater. Shen Lang shook his head, "I don't think Lord Liang Yongyan is suitable either." Instantly, Liang Yongyan and Xing Tuo's expressions became very ugly. Liang Yongyan said, "Lord Zhang Chong fought this battle beautifully, although his rank is slightly lower, it's not impossible for him to be the commander. It's just that Lord Zhang is sick in bed, he still needs to recuperate." Xianlang said, I think I'm suitable to be the commander of the coalition. Pfft. Zhang Chong was drinking medicine, he suddenly spat it out. Xianlang looked at him resentfully, Lord Zhang, we're on the same side, is it appropriate for you to undermine me like this? Zhang Chong really didn't do it on purpose, it was too sudden, he couldn't hold it in. Jing Tua and Liang Yongyan were stunned. How did Xianlang, this little son-in-law, survive until now? They had never seen such a shameless person in the officialdom. How could he recommend himself? How old is Xianlang? What rank are you? What position do you have? The Lord of Jingyuan City is just a 6th rank official. I, Jing Tua, am a count, Liang Yongyan is also a count. Zhang Chong is the governor of Dainite County, and also the commander of Tianqi Province, a 3rd rank official. But in front of me and Liang Yongyan, his official position is not even worth mentioning. You're just a 6th rank official, and you want to be the commander of the coalition. Liang Yongyan and I don't dare to recommend ourselves, and you, Xianlang, dare to talk big? Xianlang was stunned. Why? Can't I be the commander? Faced with such a shameless person, Jing Tua and Liang Yongyan really couldn't find the words to refute. Suddenly, Jing Tua said coldly, Governor Zhang Chong, what do you think? His eyes were like lightning, staring at Zhang Chong. As long as more than half of the 4 people present, the position of commander could be decided. Zhang Chong still wanted his face. Zhang Chong's scalp tingled. Sigh, Zhang Chong's reputation in the officialdom is going to be ruined. Then I also support young Master Xianlang to be the commander. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Chong wanted to cover his face. It was too shameful. As soon as these words came out, Jing Tua and Liang Yongyan couldn't help but be stunned. This? Can't you be more shameless, Zhang Chong? You've always been serious and solemn, how could you say such absurd words? Aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock if it gets out? But in this way, you've completely shed all pretense of cordiality. What do you, Zhang Chong, mean? Isn't it good to be in harmony? Isn't it good to make contributions together? Do you want to put me and Liang Yongyan to death? This is not what you're doing. Suddenly, Liang Yongyan's face turned gloomy. Governor Zhang Chong, is suppressing Sunan's rebellion child's play in your eyes? Liang Yongyan said coldly, I recommend Count Jing Tua to be the commander of the allied forces, leading the battle to eliminate Sunan. Count Jing Tua gritted his teeth, then I also recommend myself as the commander of the allied forces. The monarch's decree is also very clear. I'll be the commander of the White Knight Prefecture, and Zhang Chong will be my assistant. That's right, it's true. But you've been refusing to take action, allowing Sunan's army to sweep White Knight Prefecture, watching as Zhang Chong perished, reaping the spoils from the sidelines. At this moment, Jing Tua hated Xianlang to the extreme. I, Jing Tua, was someone who cared about my reputation, but now you've forced me to be shameless, and I have to recommend myself. Liang Yongyan said, out of the 4 of us, 2 of us recommend Count Jing Tua to be the commander, and the 2 of us have higher ranks. This matter is decided. From now on, the battle to eliminate Sunan will be completely commanded by Count Jing Tua. This time, these 2 people directly took away the authority of command. Jing Tua said, in the face of national affairs, I will not pass on this responsibility. He suddenly sat up straight, and his face became dignified and inviolable. Governor of Jingyuan City, Xianlang, listen up, I order your army to be the vanguard, and you can immediately set off to conquer the Marquis of Jingyuan residence. Xianlang, I'm not going. As soon as this was said, Count Jing Tua said coldly, Xianlang, military orders must be obeyed, do you really think I can't kill you? In the face of the army, killing you will be in vain. Xianlang sighed in his heart. This Jing Tua was Jing Hongxian's father, and he had some fate with the Marquis of Xuanwu residence, and Xianlang had originally planned to use him. But now he no longer needed him. I, Xianlang, am very broad-minded, but since you, Jing Tua, said the word kill me, then I won't rest until you die. Xianlang, first, I don't even have a single soldier, how can I lead the army as the vanguard? Count Jing Tua said coldly, your army of more than 10,000, is that not an army? Xianlang, that's Chongqing Aru Nana's army, I can't command it. Why don't you, Count Jing Tua, go and try? Jing Tua said coldly, what about the 200 soldiers with you? 200 soldiers are also an army, they can also be the vanguard. 200 soldiers as the vanguard. Do you want me to not die, Shenlang? Those 200 soldiers are not mine, they are the guards of 3rd Princess Ningyan, I can't command them either. As the governor, I am a commander without an army, I don't have a single soldier with me. Also, I am sick, very sick. By the way, Lord Liang Yongyan, what illness do you have? Can you let me have it once? As soon as these words came out, Governor Liang Yongyan's expression changed drastically. If you want to hit someone, don't hit their face. Shenlang, you're not just hitting my face, you're practically tearing off my face. Ha 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 ha. Count Xianxia suddenly laughed out loud. Lord Liang, can you tell? They're afraid that we'll fight for the credit, they want to take the credit for destroying Sunan for themselves. For their own greed, they've actually thrown the important affairs of the country aside. The Sunan rebels have not been destroyed yet they're already having internal strife and fighting for power. What a joke. Liang Yongyan said coldly, isn't that so? The world is really full of strange things. A mere 6th rank official actually wants to suppress us two high-ranking officials of the imperial court. Xianxia sneered, Shenlang, you're acting so recklessly just because you have some credit. Do you really think that destroying Sunan would not be possible without you? What a joke, Lord Liang Yongyan, the two of us will go and destroy Sunan. Liang Yongyan nodded and said, we must let His Majesty know who is truly loyal to the nation's affairs, and who is the greedy and treacherous official who completely treats the nation's affairs as child's play. Shenlang, just you wait. Since you're sick, you should rest well. You don't have to participate in the upcoming battle, and you don't have to be the governor of Jinyuan City for the time being. Shenlang smiled, all right. Liang Yongyan said, Zhang Chong will be guarding, you should also rest well. Then, Governor Liang Yongyan and pacifying General Xianxia left in anger. From then on, these two men took away the military authority of pacifying the rebellion in Western Heaven Province, and Zhang Chong and Shenlang were rightfully tossed aside. And from an official point of view, there was no problem at all. After Liang Yongyan and Xianxia left, Zhang Chong smiled and said, interesting, right? Shenlang, amazing, there are always people who keep refreshing my understanding of shamelessness. It's really hard to survive in this officialdom without being shameless. Zhang San said, there's another layer of heart destruction in these two people. Shenlang, destroy Sunan, occupy the Marquis of Jinyuan's residence, and take over as a deterrent to the monarch. Zhang Chong nodded. Both Liang Yongyan and Xianxia were unwilling to sit and wait for death. If they wanted to save themselves, it might not be enough to just destroy Sunan, because the monarch already hated these two men. There was only one thing that could make the monarch bow their heads. That was military power and territory. Seeing that Sunan's rebellion was about to be quelled, the western side of the state of Yu was about to calm down. In order to save their lives, Xianxia and Liang Yongyan had to let this chaos continue. After destroying Sunan, we will occupy the impregnable fortress of the Marquis of Jinyuan's residence, and maintain a faint separatist attitude. Wu and Chu saw that the western side of the state of Yu had not been pacified yet, then let's continue to tear and fight. At that time, Xianxia and Liang Yongyan could wait for the right price. So never underestimate the madness of a warlord. In the face of danger, Xianxia not only wanted to survive, but also wanted to reverse the situation and take the opportunity to rise, replacing the Su family. But from a certain point of view, this was also like the heavens making people crazy in order to destroy them. Zhang Ji said, fortunately, young Master Shen has cut ties with them. Otherwise, I'm afraid that our army would have been destroyed by them. Shenlang, these two lunatics will definitely seize every second to attack the Marquis' residence. Let's watch a good show, then stew them in a pot. I was worried that the turtle shell of the Marquis' residence would not be easy to bite. Zhang Chong, even if their army is 4 to 5 times that of Sunan's, they will definitely suffer a great loss. Shenlang and Zhang Chong guessed correctly. Liang Yongyan and Xianxia felt a fatal crisis and had to survive. Now that Shenlang had won, the news of Sunan's main force being destroyed had not spread. So there was still time. They really had to seize every second to eliminate Sunan in the shortest time possible, occupy the Marquis' residence, and replace it. This way, they still had a chance to survive, and could even take the opportunity to expand. If the news completely spread, Chu state and Wu state retreated. The consequences would be unimaginable. The monarch's thunderous rage would pour down on these people. When that time came, it would be a disaster. Putting himself in a hopeless situation and coming back to life, General Ping, Xianxia, was really bold, after leaving White Knight City. Xianxia took away all the troops of White Knight Pass, a total of 20,000 troops, not a single one was left. Liang Yongnian led 5,000 troops, the two allied forces of 25,000 people rushed south at full speed, madly rushing towards the Marquis's residence. They had to race against time. Back to 1 day ago, Sunan was in charge of the Marquis's residence. When the Chang Kingdom's 10,000 cavalry entered the Western Heaven province, he received the report immediately. Chang King Alutai was still encircling Shenlang and Aru Nana in the Great Robbery Palace, and sent General Shu Butai to lead 10,000 troops into the Western Heaven province to join forces with the Su clan. After receiving this news, Sunan was of course overjoyed. Chang King Alutai finally couldn't stand it anymore. He was afraid that the entire southern part of the Western Heaven province would be occupied by the Su clan, so he couldn't wait to grab the territory. Therefore, Sunan did not stop him, and instead sent people to send gold, silver, and provisions to Shu Butai. But for some reason, Sunan always felt that something was wrong. Very uneasy. But he couldn't find the source. Even though there was a handwritten letter from his son, Su Jianting. But it still made him uneasy. Chang King Alutai was addicted to military power. He didn't divide his troops before, so why did he do it now? Most importantly, why didn't anyone from the Su clan report on such a big matter? 2 days later, he received a normal report from the border guards. There seemed to be an earthquake in the Great Snowy Mountain. Because they only felt the tremors, but didn't see the avalanche. Suddenly, Sunan's scalp went numb. He immediately felt that something was wrong. He immediately ordered to stop the Chang Kingdom's cavalry led by Shu Butai. Not only that. He also sent Su Yong to lead 2,000 cavalry to chase after Shu Butai's cavalry. Sunan wasn't sure what had happened in the Chang Kingdom, but he instinctively felt uneasy. Then, he entered a state of waiting that felt like a year. He even prayed in his heart. Please don't, God bless my Su clan, the most terrible situation must not happen, God bless me. Then, Sunan didn't sleep for the whole night. He just waited anxiously. Full of fear. But also full of anticipation. He hoped that it was just a false alarm. However, in the middle of the night, Su Yong led a dozen cavalry and rushed into the Marquis of Xinyuan's residence. In the light of the fire, Sunan could see the panic on the other party's face from afar. In an instant, Sunan's scalp went numb, and he felt cold all over. What had happened? Please don't let it be bad news. Because once it was bad news, it would be a disaster. At this time, the arrogant Sunan also began to beg the gods in his heart. God bless the Su clan. Please don't let it be bad news, please don't let it be bad news. The panicked Su Yong rushed in and almost fell to the ground. My lord, bad news, bad news. Great changes have happened in the Chang Kingdom, and Aru Nana has become the queen of the Chang Kingdom. The 10,000 cavalry that entered the Tianqi province are the enemy, brought by Shenlang. General Su Quan's army is attacking the Day-Night prefecture with all their strength and is about to take it. In the end, Shenlang led the 10,000 cavalry to attack from behind, completely catching Su Quan's army off guard. The main force of the Su clan's coalition army was almost completely destroyed. General Su Quan also committed suicide. We lost the battle of the Day-Night prefecture. At the end, Su Yong's voice was already hoarse, and he knelt on the ground and wailed. In an instant, like a bolt of lightning, it fiercely struck Sunan's head. He was scared out of his wits. There was no temperature in his body at all. There was a burst of darkness in front of him. The true chi in his chest and abdomen was rampaging. A breath could not be suppressed at all, crazily running around. Then, there was a sharp pain, then, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Sunan's vision went black, and he completely fell to the ground. Note, the first chapter is here. Please give me monthly votes, please give me support. I'm going to eat something and then continue writing. Everyone, give me strength. Thank you to Upwind Han Ming, Quick Accurate Fierce Brother Yun, Vinegar Stupid, Vanishing and the others for the 10,000 coins. After more than an hour, Sunan woke up Yu. He saw a group of people kneeling in front of his bed, their faces filled with fear. In the hearts of the Su clan, Sunan was like a god, undefeatable. Even when he had the upper hand against the monarch several times. Especially when Emperor Cheng died not long ago, it was a disaster for the Su clan. But under Sunan's leadership, the crisis was averted. Sunan only had a few hundred people, but he openly killed his way out of the capital of the state of Yu and turned the entire country upside down. How awe-inspiring was that? He directly tore apart the powerful mask of the state of Yu, causing Wu and Chu to crazily pounce and bite. It could be said that the state of Yu was in danger, and the situation of being besieged by the whole world was directed by Sunan. Sunan was the soul of the Su clan. And now, the soul of the Su clan actually vomited blood and collapsed. How could this not make the people of the Su clan panic? Sunan abruptly lifted his blanket and stood up from the bed. "I'm not dead yet, why are you crying?" This angry rebuke made everyone quiet down. It was as if the invincible patriarch had returned. Everyone looked at Sunan with admiration, filled with longing and hope. Previously, the patriarch was able to lead the Su clan through crisis after crisis. He would definitely be able to do it this time. "Everyone get out, my Su clan will not be destroyed. Go do what you need to do." Sunan said, "The few of you, follow me to the study." Everyone retreated. Sunan stepped into the study, and a few direct descendants of the Su clan also entered. In the study, Sunan stared at a mirror in a daze. This mirror was bought by the Su clan at a great cost from the Heavenly Association's auction. It really showed every detail. "I actually have wrinkles?" Sunan sighed. He was the best at maintaining his appearance. Although he was already 60 years old, he looked at most 40 years old, like he was in the prime of his life. Previously, when he was in the capital, he liked to pretend to be old. He was obviously 60 years old, but he pretended to be 80 years old. Now, he really was a little old. Rebellion was too torturous. It was as if he was suffering with blood and sweat every day. It had only been a month or two, but he had actually aged nearly 10 years. All of his grand ambitions had gone down the drain. The Su clan's main force had been destroyed, and the Chang kingdom's forces had also changed. "What's going on with the Chang kingdom?" Sunan asked. Su Yong said, "There's still no news, but someone saw Su Er being captured." Sunan sighed and said, "Aluda is probably dead, killed by Shenlang." "What's with the earthquake at the Great Snow Mountain?" "Avalanche." Su Yong said, "Our warriors went to investigate. An entire side of the snowy mountain was covered in avalanches. The tens of thousands of Emperor Chang Alutai's army might have been buried in this great avalanche." Sunan inhaled a mouthful of cold air. "Shenlang is so cruel, this avalanche was easier said than done." "How did he do it?" "He actually used the power of heaven and earth to destroy his enemies." This child was truly terrifying. Aru Nana had become Emperor Chang, and even a powerful general like Shu Butai had submitted to her. There was no hope for the Chang kingdom. The main force of the Su clan was also gone. "Su Shaowan, how many troops do we have left?" Su Zhan replied, "About 5,000. Only 5,000 left. When the Su clan was at its peak, including the mercenaries and reinforcements from the Great Tribulation Temple, they had more than 40,000. Now there were only 5,000 left. It was laughable to say that the Su clan was at its peak just half a month ago. The speed at which they fell from heaven to hell was really fast. Grand hegemony was in vain. Thinking of this, Sunan felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if he was about to spit out another mouthful of blood. He quickly held it in and let out a long sigh. "How did my Su clan provoke Shenlang? If it wasn't for him, my great cause would have been accomplished by now. My army would have already swept through the entire Western Heaven province and merged with the Su clan." Yes, it was that secret letter. Someone sent a top-secret report saying that the Kim family did not destroy the secret letter from old Marquis Su Jian, calling on the Kim family to rely on Ning Yuanwu. But Jin Zhua kept saying that he had already destroyed it. Sunan originally did not believe that person's report. He still had a lot of trust in Jin Zhua's character, but the other party had completely repeated the contents of the secret letter. At that time, Sunan's hair stood on end. His layout had not yet been completed. If this secret letter were to be leaked, although it would not be a disaster, it would still be a big disaster. So at that time, Sunan concluded that the Kim family harbored evil intentions towards the Su clan. Then of course, he had to make the first move to gain the upper hand, so the Su clan had repeatedly harmed the Kim family. The news that the Kim family did not destroy the secret letter, who leaked it to him, Sunan, Inyuan Association. Yes, it was the Inyuan Association. Count Jinxua had already destroyed the secret letter, so how did the Inyuan Association still know the contents of the secret letter? This was unknown. But from that time on, the two families had formed a deadly enmity that would not rest until one of them died. That was why Xianlang would frantically retaliate against the Su clan. A few months ago, when Xianlang had just entered the capital and clamored to destroy the Su clan, everyone laughed and thought that it was completely a rabid dog barking at the sun, nothing more than a jumping clown. Even Sunan thought so too. He did not expect that in just a few months, Xianlang had actually harmed the Su clan to such a state. However, all of this was not important anymore. It had already happened. The most critical moment for the Su clan had arrived. As long as they took a step forward, the Su clan that had existed for hundreds of years would be annihilated. What should they do? How should they get through this fatal crisis? The situation in front of them seemed to be a dead end for the Su clan. Sunan's mind was spinning quickly. My lord, our family's castle has been built for hundreds of years. It stands on a high mountain and is impregnable. Su Yong said, moreover, there is only one road to the castle. The castle is surrounded by cliffs, so it is impossible to besiege it. Su Zhan said, that's right. Our castle does not lack fresh water or food. It will not be a problem to defend it for a few years. Although 5,000 guards are not much, it is more than enough to defend for a few years. One man guarding the pass will not be able to break through 10,000. Even if tens of thousands of enemies come, they will not be able to break through our castle. These words were not wrong at all. The Su clan's castle was extremely precipitous. It was easier to defend and harder to attack than the castle of Raging Tide City. Attacking such a castle was simply a nightmare. Sunan said lightly, what if the enemy only blocks and does not attack? Ning Yuanxian will send an army to sweep through all the Su clan's territories and occupy the entire Day-Night County. Without food and taxes, our Su clan will become rootless. At that time, what's the use of guarding this castle? As soon as these words came out, the whole place was silent. The state of you really did not need to attack the castle. It was enough to block it. Sunan said, when the general situation is with me, the sturdiness of the castle is like adding wings to a tiger. But when the general situation is not with me, no matter how sturdy the castle is, it is useless. There is no castle in this world that will not fall. Qiu Tianwei's castle is sturdy enough, but it still fell. Sunan closed his eyes. The castle of the Marquis of Jinyuan's mansion was impregnable, but it was also like a boiling iron cauldron, a safe trap. The Su clan felt that with the protection of such a castle, they would hide inside and defend it. If that was the case, they would be like a boiled frog, and they would definitely die. Sunan repeated again, when the general situation is not with us, no matter how sturdy the castle is, it is useless. His footsteps became faster and faster, and his breathing became more rapid. This was because he had to make a decision, an unprecedented and shocking decision. This decision was too difficult, almost like a hero breaking his arm. But this decision had to be made. He closed his eyes and took deep breaths. Have I thought it through? Have I thought it through? I've thought it through, then, it's decided. Sunan said, we will abandon the castle and retreat as soon as possible. The entire clan will leave the state of Yu, pass through the Chang kingdom, and enter the western region. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked and did not dare to believe it. What, abandon the castle? Had the patriarch gone mad? This castle was so sturdy that it was impossible for the enemy to attack it. It would not be a problem to defend it for a few years. But now they were taking the initiative to give it up. Wasn't this the same as giving away 100 years of foundation? People were cheap when they left home. The Su clan did not want to stay in the castle, but wanted to leave for the western region. Wasn't this a narrow escape? Sunan said resolutely, if we abandon the castle and the Su clan escapes, we still have a chance of survival. If we are trapped in the castle, we will definitely die. Su Zhan said, brother, with this castle, we can at least defend it for a few more years. Sunan shook his head. We won't be able to defend it. Once we are trapped in this castle, we will lose all our territory. The hearts of the people will be in chaos, and the castle will collapse on its own. All fortresses are breached from the inside. Su Yong said, will the Su clan's army be loyal? Sunan said, impossible. There is no army in this world that is absolutely loyal. When they see no hope, their hearts will change, and that will be the end of the Su clan. This castle cannot be defended for a few years, or even half a year. Even if we have enough food for 2 to 3 years, the hearts of the people are weak, and we will not be able to defend for half a year. Sunan's words completely exposed the truth. The hearts of people were like water, and they were the most unreliable. When you are in a favorable position, of course, the hearts of the people will follow. However, when you are in a disadvantageous position, anyone can betray or step on you. Su Zhan said, brother, lead the men to defend the castle. I will lead the men to the western region and make a name for myself. Sunan said, this is even more meaningless. At such a crucial time, the Su clan cannot be divided. How many times do I have to say it before you understand that the Su clan's 100 years of foundation is this territory at the foot of the mountain, and not this castle? When we win, this castle will be the palace. When we lose, this castle will become our prison. We must not let ourselves be imprisoned here. Only by jumping out of this prison will we have a chance of survival. Su Yong cried, whatever the Lord says. No matter where the Lord goes, this old servant will always follow. But we can go to Chu. The western region is barbaric, and the Lord will be looked down upon there. If we go to Chu, the Lord can still be made a marquis. Sunan shook his head. Chu is the same as us, and the Su clan is too easy to blend in. So once I lead the army to join Chu, of course I will be made a marquis, and then we will be defeated one by one, and the Su clan will be completely disintegrated. Because we are of the same kind, the generals of our Su clan can join other influential officials without any pressure. This kind of situation will definitely happen. My Su clan fled to Chu country like a stray dog. The loyalty of my clan's generals may be able to last for a few months or half a year, but as time passes, they will definitely seek refuge with someone stronger. Chu is a civilized country, and the original order is too tight. Relying on the remaining strength of our Su clan, it will be very difficult to break through, and it will be very difficult to obtain a place. But the western region is different. There are crooks and dragons mixed together, and it is still a chaotic world, which is suitable for our survival. Moreover, there are people of other races there. If my Su clan goes there, we will certainly be ostracized, but it is precisely because of this that the Su clan's soldiers will tightly unite by my side. It is impossible to bribe them, because if they are not of my race, their hearts will be different. Sunan's words once again spoke the truth. For example, a group of people in a certain country may have conflicts with each other in their hometown, and fight until their heads bleed. But after going abroad, they are unfamiliar with the people and the place, and when they look up and see that they are all foreigners, they will instinctively hug each other for warmth. So when Sunan goes there, not only will his position as a leader not weaken, but it will also become more united. My lord, after we go to the western region, will we come back in the future? Sunan, come back, of course we will come back. At most 10 years, we will be able to kill our way back, because at that time, the state of Yu will definitely be in chaos. Ning Yuanxian likes to play with fire too much, and likes to gamble too much. One day, he will mess up. The battle for the throne between the third prince and the crown prince is an unresolvable situation. When the state of Yu is in chaos, it will be the time for us to make a comeback. Su Zhan, my lord, but right now the state of Yu is also in chaos. The two kings of Wu and Yu have over 200,000 troops stationed at the border. In the west, Chu and the Zhong family are in full swing, and we can completely take advantage of the chaos to survive. Sunan shook her head, fake, it is all fake. Whether it is Chu or Wu, it is not the time for a decisive battle with the state of Yu, so it is impossible for them to really fight. Only one battle is real, and that is the battle of Raging Tide City. The other battles are just opportunistic actions caused by our Su clan's rebellion, trying to see if we can cut a piece of meat from the state of you. Now that our Su clan has been defeated, Chu will soon retreat, and the Wu king will soon compromise. This person was the soul of the Su clan. Only he could see the entire strategic situation clearly. No matter how real the acting, it is still fake. If we, the main characters, have to leave, how can the other supporting characters continue acting? Sunan, we might not even need 10 years to make a comeback, because of the appearance of an ambitious and ruthless person like Prince Jean. He will use the War of the Southern Kingdom to unify the entire Sand Barbaric tribe. Once he succeeds in becoming the king of the Sand Barbaric tribe, the southern part of the state of Yu will fall apart. At that time, it will also be the most intense time for the Crown Prince and the Third Prince to fight for the throne. Perhaps in 3 to 5 years, we will be able to kill our way back, make a comeback, and regain our glory. Let's go quickly. Sunan suddenly shouted, our Su clan is going to abandon the castle and flee far away. No one will be able to guess this, so time is in our favor. When the enemy's army arrives, it will be too late even if we want to leave. Hurry up and pack up everything. Except for the children of the direct line of descent, don't bring the old, the weak, the women, and the children. Not only that, keep it a secret from everyone. Don't tell our army that we are leaving, just like when we go on a normal expedition. Get ready immediately, leave at dawn, don't waste even a moment. You guys leave for a few hours first, I will continue to stay in the castle. After half a day, I will secretly meet up with you. In short, except for the few people present, no one else is allowed to know about this great retreat. Did you hear that? Everyone present was shocked. This was equivalent to abandoning almost all the old, weak, women, and children in the castle. This was equivalent to sending them to their deaths. Because the enemy would soon rush into the castle. If there were guards, this castle would be impregnable, and could still be defended, even if there were only a few thousand guards. But it was impossible to rely on thousands of old, weak, women, and children to defend. The master was too cruel. Not only did he abandon the castle, he also abandoned the thousands of people. Quick, we must be quick. If I'm not wrong, Xianxia and Liang Yongyan, these two bastards who can't wait to hit us when we are down will soon bring their troops to kill us. On the other hand, Shen Lang had just accomplished a great feat, so he should be at his most complacent. When a person is at their most complacent, it's easy for them to forget themselves. Hence, he would never have imagined that we would abandon the castle and evacuate the entire clan. He must be thinking of letting us and Jingtua both suffer heavy losses before he comes out to reap the benefits. But Shen Lang is extremely cunning, he may wake up soon, we must be quick. Su Zhan said, my lord, then are we just going to hand over this castle to them so easily? Sunan closed his eyes. Logically, from the perspective of benefits, he knew that he should hand over the castle to Jingtua and Liang Yongyan. This way, these two thieves will replace the Su family, and vaguely have the momentum of an independent state, which is most disadvantageous to the state of Yu. But, Sunan was really unwilling. What people hate the most is not their enemies, but their own people who hit them when they are down. Jingtua and I were acting, we were not allies, but like allies. Liang Yongyan was my Su family's lackey. But when my Su family was down, Shen Lang had not even pounced on us, but you two could not wait. You want me to hand over the castle to you so easily, and let you succeed? I'm really unwilling. Do we still have the smallpox poison we prepared? Sunan asked coldly. What was? Smallpox poison, it was the pus and skin of smallpox patients. The Chong kingdom had planted vaccinia on a large scale, and the Su family immediately followed suit, completely defending against smallpox. Without the threat of smallpox, Sunan immediately had a vicious heart. He sent people to capture a large number of smallpox patients, and collected a large amount of smallpox poison. At this time, there were still many smallpox patients in the dungeon, and countless corpses. Originally, he planned to use the smallpox virus when the situation was unfavorable. But he did not expect that before he could use it, the Su family's army was defeated. Then, he would use it on Jingtua and Liang Yongyan's army. These two people's army had not had the time to plant vaccinia, and could not defend against smallpox. Yes, there is a lot. Su Zhan said. Su Nan said, then throw the smallpox poison into the well water, and into all the food. Yes. Su Zhan said. Su Nan said coldly, before I leave, I want to go on a killing spree, and let Jing Tua and Jing Yongnian have a taste of hell. The next morning, the Su family's remaining 5,000 soldiers turned out in full force, and left the Jinyuan castellan's residence. Moreover, these soldiers did not know where they were going, and only obeyed orders, as if they were going on a normal expedition. The Su family was instantly in chaos. The remaining 5,000 soldiers actually left, who would guard the castle, but then everyone felt at ease, because the patriarch, Su Nan, was still in the castle. As long as he was there, the Jinyuan Marquis's residence would not fall, and the Su family would not fall. But, more than 4 hours later, Su Nan disappeared from the castle, and secretly caught up with the Su family's 5,000 soldiers. All the direct descendants of the Su family, all the soldiers, used the fastest speed to escape, and rushed to the western region, incomparably decisive, incomparably fast. It completely caught everyone off guard. At this time, Jing Tua and Liang Yongnian's 25,000 soldiers were still a few hundred miles away, ferociously charging towards the Jinyuan Marquis's residence. Just as Su Nan expected, Shen Lang had just experienced an incomparably huge victory. Purely in terms of scale, this victory was even greater than the Battle of Raging Tide City. It was even more thrilling. At this time, Shen Lang was still basking in the aftertaste of victory, and felt a little lightheaded, coupled with the fact that he had successfully separated himself from Jing Tua and Liang Yongnian, he felt even more pleased. In order to save their lives, Jing Tua and Liang Yongnian would definitely attack the Jinyuan Marquis's residence like crazy. Sitting on top of the mountain and watching the tigers fight was the best. When Jing Tua and Su Nan fought to the death, only then would Shen Lang lead the army to clean up the mess. It was simply wonderful. But for some reason, when Jing Tua and Liang Yongnian's army headed south, Shen Lang felt inexplicably uneasy. But he couldn't tell why. Zhang Chong looked for Shen Lang to play chess. Shen Lang was a little puzzled. Can't we play chess at any time, Grandpa Zhang? I'm afraid you're still extremely weak and dizzy right now, yet you can't wait to play chess with me? Shen, you were really decisive in giving up Jinshan Island and Wanya Island. Zhang Chong said, does that count as cutting off one's wrist? Shen Lang was stunned, not really. It's all worth it to win over Raging Tide City. If we can't get through the crisis of the new policy, what's the use of my Kim family getting Jinshan Island? Only by jumping out of the chess game and becoming the king across the sea can my Kim family completely get rid of the new policy. As soon as Shen Lang said this, his expression changed. Oh no, Su Nan wants to run, Su Nan that old thief wants to run. Then, Shen Lang said, Grandpa Zhang, at this time, why don't you tell me directly? Why do you have to beat around the bush? I'm not a monarch. Zhang Chong said, I just thought of it, but I'm not sure, so I can only guide your state of mind and trigger your instinctive judgment. Shen Lang's face was a little pale. He quickly closed his eyes and used the substitution method. If I were Su Nan, what would I do? Marquis Jinyuan's mansion was impregnable. Even if 30,000 enemies attacked, it would be useless. But, once they lost their fief in White Knight County, Marquis Jinyuan's mansion was just a gorgeous prison. There was no fortress in the world that could not be broken. If I were Su Nan, I would definitely run. I, Shen Lang, know that the way to survive is outside the chess game. I know that I'm jumping to Raging Tide City to solve the crisis of the new policy. But can't Su Nan see it? Su Nan's weakness was greed. When he had a good hand, he would want to kill 3 birds with 1 stone because of greed, resulting in mistakes. But if he had no cards in his hand, he would be very decisive and wise. This could be seen in the capital. When he used Ho Tsai's case to frame Shen Lang, Su Nan had the upper hand, but Shen Lang turned the tables. But when King Chang died suddenly and the monarch ordered Su Nan's arrest, he performed amazingly and decisively. Not only did he not lose his footing, but he also turned the capital upside down before he left, tearing apart the powerful face of the state of Yu and igniting the crisis of the state of Yu. This person's performance in a desperate situation was very amazing. And at this moment, Su Nan was in a desperate situation. Shen Lang slapped his head hard. I've been too arrogant. If it wasn't for Zhang Cheng's reminder, he would have almost made a big mistake and missed a good opportunity. Su Nan's martial arts were strong, his mind was vicious, and his methods were superb. Once he escaped, yes, he would escape to the western region. He would not go to the state of Chu. Once he escaped to the western region, he would be like a fish in water. A few years later, he might come back with an army of tens of thousands. This kind of powerful person, if he was not killed in one shot, there would be endless troubles in the future. Moreover, Shenlang realized that he had made the same mistake as Sunan. Too greedy, he wanted to use Jingtua to kill Sunan and cause both sides to suffer. What was the difference between this and Sunan wanting to kill 3 birds with 1 stone? One must be careful when one is complacent. One must not be arrogant. Otherwise, there might be a disaster. Shenlang stood up and said, "Farewell, Sir Zhang." Then, he left in a hurry. He led 10,000 cavalrymen in pursuit. He must not let Sunan escape. He must not let the Su family escape. Raging Tide City, the big castle had been in a fierce battle for a few days and nights. This castle was like a tortoise shell, it was too difficult to attack. Wumu had 30,000 troops, 6 times that of the Kim family. Moreover, he had many fierce generals under him, far surpassing the Kim family. But after a few days of crazy attacks, they still could not take it down. This castle was too big, and the walls were too thick and too high. As a last resort, he had ordered Cho Ho's army to land in Raging Tide City and join the siege of the castle. This time, his army reached 35,000, 7 times that of the Kim family. 5 days after the battle, Wumu's army suffered heavy casualties, reaching as high as 7,000. But the Kim family's casualties should also reach about 2,000. This battle was different from the White Knight's city. This castle was sturdier, easier to defend and harder to attack. However, Zhang Chong could continuously recruit new soldiers in the White Knight's city. In Raging Tide City, 1 casualty of the Kim family meant 1 less fighting force. Although Wumu was extremely tired at this time, he had confidence in his heart. There was no castle in the world that could not be broken. Even the tortoise shell of Raging Tide City was no exception. Because people's energy was limited, the same was true for the Kim family's army. The Wu country's army could take turns to attack, 1 army at a time. But the Kim family's army couldn't do that. They needed to fight from morning to night, but they were not made of iron. The moment they crumbled would be the moment the castle fell into enemy hands. Therefore, Wumu used the tactic of fighting in turns to exhaust the Kim family's army. Every day, from morning to night, he attacked without stopping. It simply exhausted the family's army, and the castle was also on the verge of collapse. Although Wumu was young and it was his first time commanding an army in battle, he was indeed an excellent commander. However, he was indeed an outstanding commander. His performance in this battle was impeccable. Boom. Boom. Boom, the Wu army was still attacking the big castle of Raging Tide City. General Wu Mu seized the time to eat and drink a cup of tea. Jean Mulan is amazing. As a woman, she actually lasted until now. She hasn't slept for almost 5 days and 5 nights, and she has always been on the battlefield. Wu Yu turned a deaf ear. She was haggard and her soul had flown away. Why hasn't Jean Shuring made a move yet? Is he lying to me? Her voice was almost trembling. Wu Mu said, "No, he has no chance to make a move. Because Jean Mulan hasn't rested for even a moment. She has a firm grasp on the military power in the castle. As the #1 general, Jean Shuring is fighting beside her at all times. There is no chance at all." Wu Yu said, "Really?" Wu Mu said, "Now I believe that Jean Shuring will betray us. So we need to create an opportunity for him to open the castle gates and let us in. The castle will collapse on its own." Wu Yu said, "How do we create an opportunity?" Wu Mu said, "We attacked the castle crazily for days and nights, so that Jean Mulan couldn't rest. Even if she was made of iron, she wouldn't be able to hold on. Then one night, we pretended that we couldn't hold on any longer and temporarily stopped attacking. This way, Jean Mulan would seize this precious time to rest. And once she rested, the command would naturally be given to the castle's second-in-command, Jean Shuring. At that time, Jean Shuring could easily open the gates and let us in." Wu Yu rubbed her belly and said, He will. Even if he doesn't do it for me, he will do it for the child in our womb." Next, Wu Mu's army attacked the castle even more crazily. they attacked day and night, as if they didn't care about the casualties. They attacked for 2 days and 2 nights, then, the armies on both sides were almost collapsing. Even if it was a battle of attrition, Wu Mu's army was still the one attacking the castle. And the Kim family's army in the castle was even more exhausted and could collapse at any time. Baby Mulan persevered on the battlefield for 7 days and 7 nights. Her eyes were sunken and bloodshot, which made people's hearts ache. Then, on the evening of the 8th day, Wu Mu announced a temporary truce and a retreat. Immediately, the 2 armies inside and outside the castle went limp at the same time. They couldn't raise their weapons anymore. Jean Mulan was still worried and stayed on the castle walls for 4 hours. But she found that the army outside the castle was sleeping soundly. She finally couldn't hold on anymore. "Brother, I'll leave the defense to you. I'm going to sleep for a while," Jean Mulan said. Jean Shuying said, "Don't worry, I'm here." Jean Mulan went to sleep. The defense of the entire castle suddenly fell into the hands of Jean Shuying. At this time, Wu Mu had 6,000 elites under his command. They hadn't participated in the battle for the past few days. They were like fierce tigers that were about to come out of the cage. Their combat effectiveness was bursting. At this moment, Wu Mu led these 6,000 elites to ambush in the barracks, waiting quietly. This army was his strongest fighting force. If he guessed correctly, Jean Shuying would open the gate of the castle late at night when everyone was sleeping soundly. Wu Yu said in a trembling voice, "General, will Jean Shuying open the gate of the castle? Will he betray the Kim family?" "He definitely will, he definitely will." Wu Yu kept talking to himself. "He will never leave me and the child. He will know how to choose. I gave him a bright future. I gave him a home. No one wants to be a servant for a lifetime. He will open the gate and will not let me down." Wu Mu sighed. Love was a double-edged sword. It could hurt others and hurt oneself. Immediately, Wu Mu patted his cousin's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, Jean Shuying is a smart person. He won't let you down." And at this moment, the general beside him said in surprise, "General, the gate of the castle is open, it's open." His voice was almost trembling. It really wasn't easy. The gate of this impregnable castle was finally open. General Wu Mu looked up at the sky and sighed, trembling with excitement. "Jean Shuying, you really didn't let me down, you really didn't let me down. I finally succeeded. I am finally going to take down Raging Tide City. I am finally going to make an immortal contribution. Your Majesty, I am going to succeed." Then, General Wu Mu said, "Now is the time to make a contribution. Attack the castle and take down Raging Tide City." Following Wu Mu's order, the 6,000 elites under his command rushed into the castle like a black tide. Now was the time to make a contribution. The Kim family was annihilated. Now was the time. At this moment, the one who personally opened the gate of the castle was Jean Shuying himself. Marquis Jinge was godson, the nominal Raging Tide City lord. Seeing the Wu elites rush into the castle like a tide, Jean Shuying was trembling with excitement. "Master, son-in-law Shenlang, I said I wouldn't let you down. Now is the time to defeat the Wu army." Note, today, there are still 17,000 updates. Please support, please monthly votes. Tomorrow is New Year's Day. I won't rest. I will try to get more updates. Please guarantee monthly votes tomorrow. I am really kowtowing to my brothers. Please remember this book's domain name. Com Wonderful Bookhouse mobile version. Com. The second month after it was published had passed. I let out a long sigh of relief. I updated 500,000 words in November. At that time, I was in tears and felt that it wasn't easy. I planned to take a break in December and adjust, but in the end, I updated 537,000 words this month. It was simply, why was it that when I wrote 530,000 words, I didn't feel proud, but sad? Zhang Chong guarded White Knight City for half a month. He felt that every day was extremely difficult, as if he couldn't even last the first day. And I was almost the same. I endured day by day, and before I knew it, this month was over. Then, I was completely exhausted. Today is the New Year's Day, and 2019 is here. However, I didn't even rest during the Spring Festival, let alone New Year's Day. Tonight, my wife took the baby out for dinner, and I didn't go. Even the small crucian carp that she brought for me was still on the table. I didn't have time to eat it, and I had a bowl of 8 treasures porridge in the evening. I still can't go out tomorrow, because I promised everyone that I would release more chapters, then I will continue to stay at home and write, continue to do it. Last month, I lost the first place in the monthly votes for the new books in the last 2 days. This month's overall top 10 was also lost in the last 2 or 3 days. What a tragedy, but I know that everyone has been very supportive of me, and I am inexplicably grateful. A new month has arrived. This month has nothing to say. I will still work hard to fight to the end, but the guaranteed monthly votes, please give it to me. The monthly votes are really important to me. The only thing I can do in return is to do my best. I will sleep for a few hours tonight. Tomorrow is a new month, a new year, and I will continue to work hard. Because of exhaustion, I can't be impassioned in asking for votes. I can only bow deeply. I beg for everyone's support. I beg for monthly votes. Finally, I wish everyone good luck in 2019. Good luck, good health, family is safe, everything goes according to your wishes. Remember the website of this site, for convenience next time, or Baidu XS52, and you can enter this site. Double monthly votes are terrible. Please vote for me. There was no absolute loyalty in this world. When the price of loyalty far exceeded the price of betrayal, almost no one could maintain loyalty. There was no absolute loyalty, but the bargaining chip of betrayal was not high enough. The so-called bargaining chip here did not simply refer to money and power, but also life and emotion. So Xianxia was no exception. He was indeed very loyal to the Kim family, and he never thought of betraying them. So was he willing to die for the Kim family? Maybe yes. Because this was the family he grew up in, and it was his psychological support. But if he had another family, a woman who loved him very much, a bright future, and even a child, he would not be able to do anything about it. Would he still be willing to die for the Kim family? Not necessarily. Therefore, Wu Mu's scheme against him was absolutely ruthless and effective. If he didn't take precautions in advance. Xianxia was best at thinking from the enemy's point of view. So he often thought, if I were the crown prince, how should I find a way to destroy the Kim family? If I were the Wu state, how should I destroy the Kim family and seize the Fury Tide? If I were the third prince, how should I destroy the Kim family and seize the Fury Tide? In the end, almost all the answers pointed to one person. The nominal lord of the Fury Tide, Xianxia. After Xianxia left, this person became the second in command of the Marquis Xuanwu's mansion and the second in command of the Fury Tide. But his identity and position did not match at all. Although he was the highest general of the entire Marquis Xuanwu's private army, he did not have a real official position in the imperial court. To some extent, he was a servant of the Kim family. Ning Yuanxian conferred him the title of Fury Tide, but this official position was nominal, and anyone would have a psychological gap. No matter who the enemy was, if they wanted to annihilate the Kim family and seize the raging Tide City, then they would definitely keep an eye on Xianxia. They would treat him as the biggest flaw, the biggest breakthrough point to destroy the Kim family. So what was the best strategy to use to deal with a person like Xianxia? Money? No, he was raised by Marquis Xianxia, so he had a very upright view of the world and was relatively indifferent to money. Official position and power, this kind of thing couldn't be felt until it was in hand. All it could give was a promise. This thing was not lethal, at least it couldn't make Kim Xianxia betray the Kim family. Then it was women, feelings, and family. Xianxia was already 30 years old. Because she had always had a crush on Jean Mulan, she had never had a woman and was still single. After Mulan married Xianxia, he fell out of love. Is this how to treat a broken heart? Of course, it was to start a new relationship. For a man of his age who had never been in love, once he fell in love, it would be fatal, and he would even be willing to sacrifice everything for it. Therefore, if Xianxia wanted to break through Xianxia, he would use a honey trap with true feelings. If the enemy was smart enough, they would also use a honey trap. It wasn't that Xianxia and the enemy were on the same wavelength, but that this method was the most effective. Then what should he do? He wanted to give Xianxia a heads up first. She wanted him to be vigilant and not fall into the enemy's emotional trap unknowingly, and not fall into the enemy's honey trap. This was not enough, he still needed to rehearse. Therefore, before Wu Yu, Jin Shuring had already encountered 2 honey traps. One after another, 2 completely different types of beauties tried all kinds of ways to get close to him and capture him with their feelings. These 2 honey traps were very tempting, but they weren't very clever. In the end, they were exposed. Moreover, when they were exposed, they were cold, ugly, and explicit. Xianxia wasn't sure if the enemy would use a honey trap to deal with Jin Shuring. Rather than stubbornly defending, it was better to take the initiative to attack. Something like a cold couldn't be cured. Even if you had to walk outside every day, you still couldn't prevent it. So, he would let you catch 2 colds first. When the 3rd cold virus came, you might already have antibodies. Therefore, after experiencing 2 honey traps, he had been seduced and destroyed. Jin Shuring's heart hardened, and he was full of vigilance. He was full of doubts about any woman who appeared around him. As for these 2 honey traps, they were both carried out by people sent by Xianxia. There were many such beauties in Tiandao. The best thing was that these 2 beauties didn't even know that they were acting. They really thought that Tiandao would send them to seduce Jin Shuring. But the seduction script was indeed designed by Xianxia. Therefore, when it was exposed, it was especially ugly and chilling. After 2 honey traps in a short period of time, Jin Shuring's heart instantly became incomparably cold, and she had a heart of stone. And at this time, Wu Guo finally made his move. He sent Wu Yu to seduce Jin Shuring. This honey trap was really powerful, and it was even a little unsolvable. If it was before, Jin Shuring might really have fallen. But at this time, Jin Shuring was like someone who had just recovered from a cold. Her body was full of antibodies. Wu Yu seduced her to the end, and she herself was really in love. But in Jin Shuring's eyes, everything was an act. Everything was a fake deception. In addition, he knew that Marquis Jin Shuo wasn't dead at all. Plus, he was skilled in scheming against Xianxia. Therefore, he didn't have any intention of betrayal. Therefore, Wu Guo's honey trap was all for naught. It had to be said that Xianxia's ability to read people's minds was amazing. When he decided to deal with someone, there was basically no way to escape. Was this fair to Jin Shuring? Not really. Was it cruel to Jin Shuring? No, it wasn't cruel at all. The real cruelty was to kill the person prematurely out of fear of betrayal. Or to bury his head in the ground like an ostrich and wait for the person to betray him to exclaim that the human heart was not what it used to be. It would be a true mercy to eliminate this kind of betrayal before it could sprout. As for being unfair to Jin Shuring, he would hide it from him for the rest of his life. As the commander-in-chief, Wu Mu also wanted to personally lead the army into the big castle. But he knew that wouldn't do. The commander-in-chief had to stay in the safest place. Wu Yu, who had suffered for the past few days, also wanted to enter the castle and be with Jin Shuring. But that wouldn't do, she was already pregnant. She had to protect the child in her womb. The 6,000 elites of the Wu army moved quickly. In a short while, they had all entered the big castle and disappeared from sight. Jin Shuring stood at the door and glanced at Wu Mu and Wu Yu outside. Even though it was dark, Wu Yu still felt Jin Shuring's gaze. She pouted and kissed him in the air. Jin Shuring smiled with a complicated expression. Then, he disappeared into the castle. Wu Yu suddenly said, "Commander-in-chief, isn't it too smooth?" Wu Mu said, "What are you trying to say?" Wu Yu said, "Even though it's dark, and even though our 6,000 elites didn't wear armor and wore straw sandals in order to be stealthy, they didn't cause any alarm when they entered the castle. Isn't that a little abnormal?" Wu Mu said, "Look at the top of the castle." Wu Yu looked at the top of the big castle. The Kim family's army was still patrolling as usual. And the soldiers on the top of the castle were still vigilantly watching the ground. They had even placed the reflective searchlight of the sea lighthouse on the top of the castle. They would sweep the ground from time to see if the enemy was attacking. Everything was normal. Wu Mu said, because Jin Shuring was the one who opened the gate. Jin Milan went to rest. He is now the highest-ranking general in the castle. He knows when the best time to open the gate is. Our soldiers followed the moat to the gate. The moat was covered with planks. How could they have been discovered? Wu Yu smiled and said, "That makes sense. I was too paranoid." It was at this moment. A loud gong suddenly sounded inside the castle. Enemy sneak attack. Enemy sneak attack. The enemy has entered the castle. The enemy has entered the castle. The voice was extremely sharp. Then, the entire castle seemed to boil. Then, countless lights lit up on the top of the castle. Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle. The whole castle was in chaos. Then, the sound of fighting came from inside. Wumu let out a long sigh of relief. It's a success. Our 6,000 elites have entered the castle. The Kim family has no chance. Wu Yu said, they are indeed finished. There are less than 3,000 soldiers left in the castle, and they are extremely tired. If it weren't for this castle being so sturdy, they would have lost long ago. Now that the castle gate has been opened, they have no chance. It's a foregone conclusion that we will take Raging Tide City. Commander, Jin Shuring has taken the lead this time. Wumu laughed and said, don't worry, he did a lot of work. The sounds of fighting inside the castle became more and more intense. Then, the castle gate slowly closed again. Commander, they're closing the gate. Wumu's eyelids twitched. He was faced with a decision. Should he leave the battle to Wu Lian's 6,000 elites, or should he send more troops in? If he sent more troops, they would be exhausted after fighting for days and nights. After a moment's hesitation, Wumu decided to be conservative and send more troops. Lian Zhan, Tan Xiong, you two lead 4,000 soldiers into the castle to support Wu Lian. Within an hour, you must take the entire castle and wipe out the Kim family's army. Yes. Immediately, two of Wu Mu's generals led the assembled 4,000 elites into the castle. At this moment, there were 10,000 Wu soldiers in the castle. The Kim family only had 2,000 to 3,000 soldiers at most. This battle was in the bag. Even though Wu Mu was nervous, he still picked up a pot of tea and slowly sipped it. The outcome was decided. The Kim family's destruction and the change of ownership of Raging Tide City were a foregone conclusion. Wu Mu let out a long sigh of relief. This battle was a success. Next, taking down Wangya Island and Jinshan Island would be a piece of cake. It was time to consider how to govern the Liezhou Islands. Your Majesty, I did not disappoint you. Inside the castle, the 10,000 Wu soldiers were indeed invincible. They didn't meet any decent resistance. At the start, they were fighting fiercely. Because most of the Kim family's warriors were on the walls, there weren't many soldiers inside the castle. A moment later, Jean Mulan's voice came from inside the castle. A traitor has opened the door. Leave a small number of soldiers on the walls. The rest of the soldiers are to gather in the main hall. Following Jean Mulan's order, the entire castle's army retreated to the main hall. Jin Shuring led the way. Behind her, 10,000 Wu soldiers surged into the main hall like a tide. General Wu Lian, after passing through this training ground, we will reach the main hall. Jean Mulan is currently leading the remaining soldiers to put up a final resistance. As long as we take the main hall and capture Mulan, the rest of the Kim family's army will definitely surrender, and the Battle of Raging Tide City will be over. Qiu Tianwei's castle was built without any sense of beauty. There were no gardens or ponds inside the castle. It was all cold rock. The main hall in the middle was where he usually conducted his business. In front of the main hall was a huge training ground. It was tens of thousands of square meters in size and could accommodate 10,000 soldiers. Qiu Tianwei often liked to stand on the high balcony of the main castle, watching his army practice martial arts below. At this moment, the 10,000 Wu soldiers rushed into the training ground in front of the main hall. Although the training ground was large, it was still crowded with 10,000 soldiers. Assemble, line up, line up. Wu Lian roared. Immediately, 10,000 soldiers of the Wu kingdom lined up in the training field inside the castle, surrounding the main hall in front of the castle so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. Jean Mulan was leading 2,000 to 3,000 soldiers in the main hall. Grand General Wu Lian said, Miss Jean Mulan, you have been surrounded by us. You have no way to defend yourself. Your destruction is a foregone conclusion. You might as well surrender now. Jean Mulan's voice came from the main hall. As long as the city lives, we live. If the city dies, we die. General Wu Lian sneered. Right now, he was only separated from Jean Moulin's army by a wall and a door. This wasn't a city wall or a gate. It would be easy to break through. And now, Jean Moulin was talking big. You want to die? Then I'll fulfill your wish, General Wu Lian roared, prepare to charge into the main hall and kill them all. Kill. 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 The 10,000 soldiers were filled with murderous intent. How could they not be excited that they were about to make a name for themselves? This city would soon belong to the state of Wu. Moreover, General Wu Mu had promised that as long as they took Raging Tide, all the gold coins in the Kim clan's castle would belong to them. Since the Kim clan is putting up a stubborn resistance, then I'll annihilate them completely. Wait. Jean Shuying said, I'll go in and persuade them to surrender. I'll go in alone. Wu Lian was taken aback. Jean Shuying, if you go in, you might be torn to pieces. Jean Shuying said, but I can't just watch as the last of the Kim clan's troops are killed. I'll go in and persuade them to surrender. Wu Lian sneered inwardly. Jean Shuying, you're really a whore but still want to maintain a chastity. You've clearly betrayed them, but you still act like you're loyal to your old master and can't bear to see them all die. However, this was in line with General Wu Mu's judgment of Jean Shuying. She wanted glory and wealth, but she still had to keep the bottom line of her character. What a joke to be so indecisive. However, Wu Lian couldn't wait for Jean Shuying to throw away her life. Because once Jean Shuying sided with Wu Mu, she would threaten Wu Lian's position. Since you've thought it through, then go, Wu Lian said. Don't blame me if you die inside. Jean Shuying raised her hands. Miss Moulin, it's me, Jean Shuying. I'm here to negotiate alone. Miss Moulin, there's no hope for us in this battle. Let's surrender. To preserve the last strength of the Kim family, you take this army back to your fief. Hearing these words, General Wu Lian sneered inwardly. Dream on, Jean Moulin would be captured, her martial arts and meridians would be destroyed, and then sent to Ning Yi, the crown prince of the state of Yu. The last army of the Kim family would either be captured or killed. It was absolutely impossible to let them go back. Jean Moulin said coldly, Jean Shuying, you traitor, you'd better think it through. You may be cut into pieces as soon as you walk in. Jean Shuying said, I'm alone. You can do whatever you want, but every word I say comes from the bottom of my heart. The Kim family has no chance. Surrender. Jean Shuying walked to the end of the steps in the main hall and opened a small door. Jean Shuying raised her hands and walked in. Jean Moulin's voice came from inside. Take her. Jean Shuying, who had just entered, was immediately caught. Bang. Then, the door was closed once again. Ha ha ha. General Wu Lian said, Jean Moulin is really funny. She doesn't even know she's about to die. She wants to block my 10,000 army with this thin door? Dream on. Jean Moulin, I'll count down from 5. If you don't open the door and surrender, I'll rush in and kill you all. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. The countdown ended, General Wu Lian roared, everyone, attack. And at this time, bang, 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 above his head, someone suddenly smashed down countless things. Bang, bang, bang. Then, all the doors around the courtyard of the martial arts practice field were closed. General Wu Lian was shocked. He looked up. He found that most of the area above the martial arts practice field was sealed by wooden boards. Is this crazy? Why is this open-air martial arts practice field half closed? And what is the Kim family sprinkling? Is it sprinkling poison? How can there be so many poisons in this world? How can there be a poison that can kill 10,000 people at once? It seems to be wheat flour. It's wheat, a Wu soldier licked his lips and said. Wu Lian reached out and picked it up, put it in the palm of his hand and smelled it. It was the smell of wheat. And it was fresh and dry. Isn't wheat used to make wine and wheat rice? Why is it used to grind? Ha ha ha. Is the Kim family crazy? How dare they sprinkle wheat flour all over the sky? Are they worried that we won't have food to eat? Or do they want to use a camouflage to artificially create white fog so that we can't see? Even if this wheat flour all over the sky obstructs our vision, it can't stop us from breaking through the hall in front of us. And it can't stop us from killing the remaining Kim family troops. Bang, 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 dozens of small catapults of the Kim family were throwing crazily. Hundreds of warriors were throwing crazily. In an instant, the entire semi-closed huge martial arts practice field was covered with wheat flour. More than thousands of bags of wheat flour, hundreds of thousands of kilograms, were crazily splashing in this area. In the entire martial arts practice field. It was a vast expanse of whiteness. Bah, bah, bah. Stop eating, charge, break through the hall, and kill all the remaining Kim family troops. As the order was given, 10,000 Wu soldiers were charging crazily. However, the Kim family stopped throwing wheat flour at this time. Only the dense sound of footsteps was heard, and they quickly retreated. Then, whoosh 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 whoosh, dozens of rockets suddenly shot over. General Wu Lian said in surprise, "Why are they shooting arrows?" The flames of dozens of rockets had just entered the wheat flour that was all over the sky. Then, the flames suddenly ignited all the flour in the air. Boom, 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 an earth-shattering explosion. In an instant, there was a skyrocketing fire. In an instant, the whole night sky was completely illuminated. The power of this explosion even exceeded that of Shen Lang's black gunpowder. The space within tens of thousands of square meters was instantly swallowed by the flames, an earth-shattering explosion. Boom, 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 then, there was a series of small explosions. One after another, flames suddenly rushed into the sky. In an instant, countless Wu soldiers, a small number of them suddenly exploded into the sky, and most of them were swept away like neat wheat fields, instantly falling to the ground. Bang, 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 the surrounding doors, unable to withstand the pressure of such a huge explosion, directly flew out. There had been many flour explosions on Earth, be it in our country or foreign countries, countless times. Several of the super-large explosions directly blew up a super-large grain depot of hundreds of thousands of square meters. The area was 10 times larger than the martial arts arena in the book. However, there was a characteristic of the flour factory explosion. The flames were shocking, and the range was shocking. But the fatality rate was not high, and it could not be like a real bomb that razed the entire building to the ground. Therefore, the flour explosion in the big castle was no exception. Within tens of thousands of square meters, and even within the surrounding area, there was a violent explosion, and shocking flames rose. However, there was not much damage to the wall. After all, this was only a semi-enclosed space, and the energy of the explosion could be emitted from the air. Moreover, the walls of this castle were too thick, too strong, and relying on the flour explosion could not cause fatal damage. In the martial arts arena in the main hall of the castle, tens of thousands of Wu soldiers were lying on the ground, dripping with blood, wailing. This scene was too horrible to look at. There was blood everywhere, and the smell of burning was everywhere. There were not many people who were killed in the explosion, only a little more than 100 people. But most of them were seriously burned. Also, because of the explosion, the brain concussions, and the pierced eardrums were the most fatal. They could not hear anything, and their bodies were burnt, and they were in extreme pain. They desperately rolled on the ground, screaming. General Wu Lian painfully crawled up from the ground. It was too tragic, this scene was too tragic. Looking at the main hall of the castle, several doors had been blown away. However, there was no one in the entire hall. Obviously, there was a huge underground defense in this hall. When the explosion occurred, Jean Mulan led all the remaining soldiers underground, so the explosion would not affect them at all. A conspiracy, everything was a conspiracy. Jean Shiriying's betrayal was fake. It was all to lure the main force of Wu Kingdom into the castle, and then kill them all in one fell swoop. General Wu Lian roared, "Brothers, get up and fight to the death." However, they could no longer stand up. Their bodies were burned by the fire, but they could still bear it. But because of the brain concussion caused by the explosion, their vestibular function was in chaos, and they could not stand up at all. Even lying on the ground, they felt dizzy, and almost vomited. Tens of thousands of people screamed and rolled on the ground. This scene was like a school of stranded fish. It was too tragic. And at this time, Jean Mulan led more than 2,000 Kim family warriors, and suddenly came out of the underground defense. They rushed out of the hall, and came to the training field outside. Their hands rose and fell, their hands rose and fell, their hands rose and fell. They had almost no power to resist. These Wu soldiers, who were lying on the ground and howling in pain, were easily killed, after killing a total of 3,000. Stop. Jean Mulan raised her hand and said, "They have lost the ability to fight, disarm them, tie them up, and capture them." Jean Shirring wanted to say something, but in the end, she did not speak. Originally, they should have been killed, but Miss said not to kill, so they did not kill. A moment later, the remaining thousands of Wu soldiers were all disarmed and captured. Before the big explosion, the commander of the Wu army, Wu Mu, heard the sounds of fighting in the castle getting softer and softer. He knew that the battle was about to end. At this time, the sky had already brightened. Everything was finally over. Next, he only needed to wait for Wu Lian's good news. Then, he set up the chessboard and played chess with Wu Yu. The 8 days and 8 nights battle of Raging Tide City was finally over. Are you and Jean Shiring's wedding going to be held in Raging Tide City or Wu country? Wu Mu said with a smile. Wu Yu said, "It's better to hold it in Raging Tide City, this is more like his home." Wu Mu said, "I am somewhat looking forward to meeting Jean Mulan now. I wonder what this extraordinary woman will say when she becomes my captive." And that Xianxia, he thought that he had a brilliant plan to bring peace to the world, but in the end, his wife fell into my hands. What a joke. When a person was the most complacent, it was the easiest to get carried away. Normally, Wu Mu would never say such words. But now that he was about to succeed, and he was about to obtain immortal merit, he could not hold it in any more. However, at this time, boom boom boom, suddenly, a violent explosion occurred in the large castle in front of him. The entire ground trembled. The chess pieces on the chessboard in front of Wu Mu suddenly jumped up, then, flames suddenly rose from the center of the castle into the sky, and in an instant, the entire sky was illuminated. Wu Mu suddenly jumped up, he said in shock, "What happened? What happened? Quick, enter the castle, enter the castle." Right after the order was given, Wu Mu changed his order, "No, don't enter the castle. All troops, stand by, prepare for battle, prepare for battle." At this time, the army he used to surround Raging Tide City's large castle still had more than 10,000 people. Immediately, more than 10,000 troops woke up from their sleep and entered a state of combat readiness. Boom boom boom, another series of explosions came from inside the castle. More balls of flames appeared. Wu Mu's face was pale, and his body trembled. A terrifying thought came to his mind. I've fallen into a trap, I've fallen into a trap. Jean Shiring's betrayal was fake. Her goal was to lure the main force of the Wu army into the castle and capture them in one fell swoop. But, what caused this big explosion? What was it? Did the Kim family have such a weapon? Why didn't they use it in the previous battle? Of course, he did not know that the flower explosion required a unique environment. It could not be said to be completely enclosed, but at least most of it was enclosed. At this time, Wu Yu's face was pale. He lied to me, then, everything went black. The woman fainted and fell to the ground. Xianxia led 10,000 cavalrymen in pursuit. A day later, he received information. Sun An had led his entire clan to escape from the state of Yu 3 days ago. They left 48 hours earlier than Xianxia, and all of them were cavalrymen. He had run for 48 hours. Xianxia felt dizzy. 48 hours, they had run at least 400 miles. It was impossible to catch up, absolutely impossible. 3 or 4 days later, Sun An's entire clan would enter the west region. At that time, it would be like a dragon entering the sea. No one would be able to catch him, and no one would be able to kill him. Xianxia gritted his teeth. It was all his fault for being too arrogant, for being too greedy, for wanting Jing Tua and Sun An to kill each other. That was why Sun An had escaped 48 hours earlier. Was he supposed to let Sun An escape and make a comeback a few years later? No, absolutely not. He must exterminate Sun An's entire clan. Think about it, what should he do? What should he do? Xianxia closed his eyes and calmed his mind. No, there's still a chance. There's still a chance. Then, Xianxia shouted, "All troops, go south, don't go west." Wu Lai was stunned when he said that. Sun An is running west. If we go south, we'll only get further away. Shenlang said, we won't be able to catch up if we go west. Let's go south, then go around to the front to stop him. Wu Lai said, that's even more impossible. We won't be able to catch up if we go straight, let alone go around in a big circle. Shenlang said, no, if we chase after him, Sunan will always be in a tense state and run for his life. However, if we go south, his scouts will realize that no one is chasing after them and he will relax instead. Once he relaxes, he will be greedy. When we pass by the Chang Palace, there's an astronomical amount of gold there. It was plundered by the previous Chang kings and poured into the palace. Sunan needs a lot of money to go to the western region, and he's in dire need of gold now. There's almost no one guarding the Chang Palace now, so it'll be easy for him to steal the gold. He definitely won't give up on this fat piece of meat. If we chase after him relentlessly, he'll give up on the gold and escape into the western region. We won't be able to catch up then. If we don't chase after him, but go around to the south and stop him in front, he'll think that no one is chasing after him and go to the Chang Palace to steal the gold. This person is very powerful and decisive at the most critical moment. However, once the situation is relaxed, he won't be able to control his greed. Shenlang's mind was currently in a state of absolute wisdom. Immediately send 2,000 troops and pretend to attack the Marquis of Jinyuan's residence. The other 8,000 cavalrymen will enter the Chang kingdom at night and go around to the south. Don't let Sunan's scouts find out. If I'm not wrong, we'll be fighting Sunan at the Chang Palace in 4 days. And we'll kill Sunan's entire clan. This was the ultimate showdown between Shenlang and Sunan. Let's put an end to this once and for all. Note, the first chapter has been uploaded. Today, I'll upload the third chapter no matter how late it is. The monthly votes list has gone crazy. The same votes from last month's top 10 are now in this month's top 20. Pastries are begging for help. Thank you for the attack of misfortune. Book friend 20180818930147005. Sunlight in a bottle. My old eyes are blurry, causing book shortage. 10,000 coins tip. Please remember this book's domain name. Wonderful book mobile version website. Some bad news was bound to come. The only difference was whether it was bad news or worse news. However, the Wu army's commander received even worse news. After a series of explosions in the castle, Wu Mu wanted to send the last of his troops into the castle. But as conservative as he was, he gave up. Just like that, it was dawn, then the Kim family's troops appeared on top of the castle wall again. Jin Mulan appeared. Jin Shuriying appeared. Finally, Jin Zhua also appeared. Xuanwu Marquis Jin Zhua, everyone exclaimed. Wasn't Marquis Jin Zhua dead? Not only had he not appeared for a long time, but many signals had confirmed that he was dead. At this time, he appeared on top of the castle wall. This was a huge blow to the morale of the Wu army outside the castle. Wu Mu's vision darkened, as if he was about to faint. At this time, Jin Shuriying stepped forward and threw a head down. It was Wu Mu's trusted general, Wu Lian. Bang 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 bang, then thousands of heads were thrown down. It was as if it was raining human heads. These were the heads of the Wu army. Each one was in pain, and they had died miserably. Their skin was charred. Jin Shuriying said coldly, Wu Mu, the 10,000 troops you sent into the castle have been wiped out. They were supposed to be killed, but the master was merciful and captured the remaining 7,000. At this time, Wu Yu woke up. Seeing Jin Shuriying on top of the castle wall, she almost fainted again. Jin Shuriying, you lied. To me, you lied to me. Wu Yu screamed and almost vomited a mouthful of blood. Jin Shuriying looked at her and didn't say anything. Wu Yu was about to rush forward. General Wu Mu grabbed her and said loudly, don't do that. You look weak. She took a deep breath. Wu Mu said, Marquis Xuanwu, everyone says you are honest, but it seems that is not the case. Jin Zhua said, Marquis Wu, you are mistaken. Honesty is honesty, not stupidity. Marquis Xuanwu's honesty came from his heart and bones, not from fishing for fame. He did things based on his heart, not for fame. Wu Ho, do you still want to continue? Wu Mu looked behind him. There were about 17,000 troops, but 5,000 of them were vengeful hell pirates. But look at the top of the city wall, the Kim family gained another 2,000 samurai. These 2,000 warriors had never appeared before. Even when the battle was at its most intense, they did not move. They didn't belong to the Kim family, but were warriors of the Heavenly Law Association. Now, the number of Wu Jun's soldiers was still 4 times that of the Kim family. However, Wu Mu knew that he could no longer take down this turtle shell-like castle. This was a kind of power. Wu Jun had already used all his strength. Last night was his final attack. Last night, not only did they fail to take it down, they even lost 10,000 of their main forces. Then there would be no more chances. He had brought 30,000 soldiers, but only 12,000 were left. This loss was enough to make one vomit blood. In the end, he still didn't gain anything. Marquis Xianxia said, "Marquis Wu, do we still fight?" The big castle in front of him was definitely unbreakable. What should he do next? Continue to besiege this big castle, or should they retreat to the other 2 castles of the Raging Tide City, or should they completely retreat to Tianfeng City? At this moment, Marquis Xianxia said, "Marquis Wu, we still have 7,000 captives. Do you want them?" Hearing this, Wu Mu trembled. The Kim family hadn't killed all 10,000 of them? And even captured 7,000? Of course, these were 7,000 people, and almost all of them were under Wu Mu's command. Their injuries could be treated. As long as they were alive, it was fine. Of course he wanted them, Xianxia said, "Marquis Wu, these 7,000 captives are locked up in the dungeon. Every one of them has burns on their bodies and needs treatment as soon as possible. If you want these 7,000 captives, you have to hurry. Otherwise, they will all die in a few days." Wu Mu said loudly, "Marquis Xuanwu, you think you are a noble person. Are you just going to watch as my 7,000 captives die?" Xianxia said, "I have never thought I was a noble person. I can't decide what others think of me. But to be kind to your enemy is to be cruel to yourself. I understand this principle." Xianxia stood up and said, "Marquis Wu, do you want to take back these 7,000 captives? Then let's make a deal. You can exchange one head for these 7,000 captives. It's a very good deal." Hearing this, one of the soldiers was scared out of his wits. Pirate King Chou Tianwei's adopted son, Tianfeng City Lord Chou Hao. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely shout that Marquis Wu must not do such a thing. But Chou Hao was a pirate leader and was naturally suspicious. After hearing Xianxia's words, he immediately retreated. Xianxia said, "Marquis Wu Mu, as long as you kill Chou Hao, we will return the 7,000 captives to you. It's a huge profit." Chou Hao's expression changed drastically. Go, go, go. Retreat back to Tianfeng Island." He didn't give Wu Mu any chance and immediately led his 5,000 troops to retreat. Wu Mu was shocked and shouted, "General Xianhai, please wait. General Xianhai, please wait. I, Wu Mu, will never do such a thing." As he caught up, the army behind him also caught up. Chou Hao was shocked. He suddenly pulled out his saber and shouted, "Marquis Wu, in order to not cause a misunderstanding, your army must not come up again. Otherwise, we will meet on the battlefield." Wu Mu was furious. This Chou Hao was really a dog, turning hostile at any time. The key was that he really didn't want to kill Chou Hao. Although he wanted the 7,000 captives back, he definitely wouldn't use Chou Hao's head to exchange for them. He didn't like Chou Hao, but he also knew that he couldn't kill Chou Hao. Otherwise, who would dare to rely on him in the future? Most importantly, once Chou Hao died, what would happen to the control of the sea? But Chou Hao didn't think so. He had the heart of a villain. He felt that Wu Mu would definitely kill him in exchange for the 7,000 captives and annex his fleet. He definitely wouldn't take the risk. Seeing Chou Hao's army pull out their swords, Wu Mu hurriedly stopped and continued to shout, "General Chou Hao, you must not leave. How about this, you stay in the west castle of Raging Tide City. That castle originally belonged to you, and I will stay in the east castle of Raging Tide City. Our 2 families will form a triangle and continue to surround the big castle of the Kim family. The Battle of Raging Tide City hasn't reached the point of despair yet. I will immediately write to His Majesty and ask him to send more troops." Chou Hao's eyes flickered. He was quite tempted by Wu Mu's proposal. At this moment, Anxietian suddenly laughed out loud. Cho Hao, you fool. Wu Mu definitely can't take down Raging Tide City, so he wants you to stay here and restrain the Kim family. Meanwhile, the state of Wu will settle for the next best thing, which is to seize your Wind Island. This way, it won't be a total loss. As soon as this was said, Cho Hao's expression changed drastically. He felt that this was very reasonable. The state of Wu had paid such a huge price, so they couldn't come here for nothing. Therefore, they would definitely seize his Wind Island. Let's go back to Wine City. Wu Ho, I'm afraid that something will happen to Wind Island. I'll take my leave first. Then, he led the 5,000 troops and quickly retreated, running toward the seaside pier. Wu Mu chased after him again. General Cho Hao, don't fall for it, don't fall for it. General Cho Hao, don't you want your position as a count anymore? Cho Hao immediately stopped in his tracks and sneered, of course I want my position as a count, but I also need my life. These days, everything else is fake. Only the territory and the troops in my hands are real. Then, Cho Hao's troops retreated cleanly. He boarded the ship and returned to Heavenly Wind Island without looking back. Stupid, greedy, despicable, lowly, Wu Mu was furious, cursing Cho Hao with all his might. You pirate, can't you have a little more trust in me? At this critical moment, as the commander, how can I have an internal conflict with you? I am the dignified Wu Ho, the cousin of the king, and I have a distinguished status. What I want is the entire Liezhou archipelago, what I want is the Raging Tide City. If I can't get the Raging Tide City, what's the point of having Wind Island? But for a pirate like Cho Hao, even if you tried to reason with him, it would be useless. He was naturally suspicious and cunning, and there was no way to reason with him. Therefore, whenever Zhang Chong dealt with Cho Hao, he would always put on an attitude of entrusting his life to him. Every time, he would only bring a few people on Cho Hao's ships. Even in Wind Island, Zhang Chong's troops would definitely be much smaller than Cho Hao's, and Cho Hao would definitely not feel the slightest bit uneasy. But Wu Mu was too young to notice this. Zhang Chong could handle a suspicious and cunning pirate like Cho Hao, but Wu Mu was still lacking. Wu Mu returned to the front of the Raging Tide City's castle. Jinzhua said, Wu Ho, do we still fight? Wu Mu was in great pain. He had not expected that once the situation collapsed, it would be so thorough. Even if the main force of 10,000 had been destroyed, he and Cho Hao still had 17,000 troops, still 4 times that of the Kim family. He led the army to Cho Yaoer's castle, while Cho Hao led the army to the east castle of the Raging Tide City. This way, they could still surround the Kim family. And the Kim family continued to be locked down on the sea. Although they couldn't directly take down the Raging Tide City, they could still maintain the strategic initiative. Then, the Wu state would send 10,000 reinforcements south to attack the Raging Tide City's castle again. This time, they didn't expect anyone to open the castle gate. They would take it down even if they had to sacrifice their lives. Therefore, although he lost this battle, but he didn't lose. But Cho Hao's departure left Wu Mu's 12,000 troops here. Of course, this was still 3 times that of the Kim family. But what was the use? He had lost control of the sea, as long as Cho Hao retreated to Wind Island. The Kim family's fleet would definitely regain control of the sea in this area again. At that time, it would be Wu Mu's 12,000 troops who would be trapped in the city. What should he do next, to leave or to stay? He needed to make a decision as soon as possible. Wu Mu racked his brains. He didn't want to retreat just like that. He wasn't willing to, he clearly still had 12,000 soldiers. He could send 4,000 sailors to the surface of the sea to control the sea. The remaining 8,000 could occupy the east and west castles of the Raging Tide City and continue to surround the Raging Tide City's castle. This wasn't enough. As long as they didn't attack, they should be able to hold on. But what about food? The food they brought was limited and would be used up. Once the army ran out of food, the consequences would be unimaginable. But the Kim family didn't have any food shortage crisis. Who knew how much food was stored in his castle? Enough to last them for several years. It would take at least a month and a half for the Wu state to send reinforcements south to attack the Raging Tide City again. Could Wu Mu's food last until then? No, transporting food from the Wu state, that would take a long time. Should he directly buy food in the Raging Tide City or just rob it? Even worse, the merchants in the Raging Tide City all had armed guards. Now that the Wu state and the Kim family were at war, they closed their doors and remained neutral. And once the Wu army robbed them of their food, this group of people would immediately stand on the side of the Jin family and attack them together. At that time, Wu Mu would really be in a sea of merchants. He racked his brains but couldn't come up with a perfect plan. This was the enemy's territory, the home ground of the Kim family. Moreover, even if the Kim family's navy couldn't beat Cho Ho's fleet, couldn't they beat Wu Mu's fleet? They were all rookies on the sea. Once he lost control of the sea, it would be wishful thinking for him to escape back to the Wu state. What was the use of having 3 times the number of troops? He couldn't stay, but he didn't want to retreat. For a moment, Wu Mu felt incomparable pain. Plus he hadn't slept for several days, he felt dizzy and fainted. More than an hour later, Wu Mu woke up. Yu. Looking up, he saw a dozen pairs of anxious eyes. What's wrong? What happened this time? The general said, the Kim family sent out all 7,000 of our captives. Wu Mu was stunned. Wasn't it better to return the captives? One of the generals said, every one of these 7,000 people is severely injured and has a fever. We need to treat them quickly, otherwise, they will all die. Wu Mu understood. These 7,000 captives were actually a burden. A burden that would drag down his 12,000 troops to death. If they continued to stay in Raging Tide City, these 7,000 injured captives would all die. Also, 70% of our rations were burned. Wu Yu said. What? Wu Mu exclaimed, how did this happen? Our rations were so well guarded, with buckets of water on all sides, ready to put out the fire at any time. Why were they still burned? Wu Yu said, the Kim family used some kind of weapon, but when it came into contact with our rations, it ignited a green will-o'-the-wisp. Even water couldn't extinguish it, and it even burned on the water surface. It really was a case of when it rains. Wu Mu, who had just woken up, felt a sharp pain in his chest. He didn't spit out blood, but he vomited a mouthful of phlegm with traces of blood. Now he could finally make up his mind. Retreat, retreat, the general under his command said, retreat? Where are we going? Wu Mu's tears flowed down, return to the Wu state. The general said, aren't we returning to Wind City? We can destroy Cho Hell and take Wind Island. Wu Mu shook his head and sighed, if we can't take Raging Tide City, what's the point of taking Wind Island? It's more useful in the hands of that scoundrel Cho Hell than in our hands. At this moment, Wu Mu was reflecting. He was still too inexperienced. From the start of the war, he actually didn't make any mistakes. He even fell for the Kim family's evil scheme, causing the deaths of 10,000 elites. This was just a matter of being inferior, not a mistake. But if he was an experienced commander, after 10,000 elites were destroyed, he would have thought of Cho Hell as a variable. Either he appeased him immediately, or he killed him decisively and seized his fleet. Instead of waiting for the Kim family to pierce through this layer of paper and drive a wedge between him and Cho Hell. Retreat, retreat, Wu Mu ordered with tears streaming down his face. Wu Yu suddenly said, Grand Marshal, we have 7,000 injured captives, and it'll be extremely troublesome to retreat. It'll even affect the speed of the entire army boarding the ships. This is the moment when we're at our weakest. Will the Kim clan seize this opportunity to launch a sneak attack? Wu Mu shook his head, no, they won't. After the experience of this battle. At least he understood some things. If there were no 7,000 captives, the Kim family might take advantage of their boarding time to attack. But with 7,000 seriously injured captives, the Kim family would not launch a sneak attack. Because Kim Cho's moral character was indeed very high. A few hours later, Wu Mu's army of 12,000 retreated to the north in dozens of ships. More than half a month ago, he led an army of 30,000 to the south in a mighty manner. How majestic and how fierce he was. He felt that a great achievement was right in front of him, but now, he fled with his tail between his legs, like a stray dog. In just half a month, the situation was like heaven and hell. Wu Mu lay on the deck, looking at the sky in pain, watching the setting sun in the west. In this battle, he had learned a lot. But did he still have a chance to correct it? After such a great defeat, did he still have a chance to make a comeback? Your Majesty, I failed. I failed to live up to your trust. I deserved to die 10,000 times. His defeat did not matter, and even his own future did not matter. The key was, what kind of blow would His Majesty suffer? What kind of counterattack would the conservative old officials in the court do? What kind of damage would it do to His Majesty's prestige? Thinking of this, Wu Mu felt his heart wrench again. Your Majesty, I deserve to die 10,000 times. I deserve to die 10,000 times. Wu Mu, who had suffered 2 huge blows before, did not vomit blood. But when he thought of what kind of blow King Wu would suffer, he could not help but vomit a mouthful of blood. In the Chang Kingdom, 7 days had passed since Sunan's escape. They were almost 1,800 kilometers away from the Marquis of Xianyuan's residence. In these 7 days, the entire Su clan practically didn't stop to rest. They traveled day and night without rest. In these 7 days, people could go hungry, but horses had to eat well. People could not rest, but horses had to rest. The 8th day, at this time, they were already 2,000 kilometers away from the Marquis of Xianyuan's residence. They were less than 1,300 kilometers away from the western region. Sunan had sent scouts in all 4 directions to monitor every movement within a 200-kilometer radius. The scouts behind them were especially far away. If there were enemies chasing after them, his scouts would immediately rush over to report to him. Even if the enemies were 400 or 500 kilometers behind them, Sunan would immediately know. My lord, there are no enemies in front, on the left, or on the right. My lord, there are no enemies 400 or 500 kilometers behind us. Sunan could not help but heave a long sigh of relief when he heard these reports. The entire Su family was safe, be it Jingtua or Shenlang, neither of them could catch up. Most of the Chang Kingdom's main cavalry had died in the Great Robbery Palace, and the rest were in Shenlang's hands. They were still in the state of Yu. In a few days, the entire Su family would enter the western region. They were finally safe. Fortunately, he had been decisive. After the news of the main force's defeat had spread, he had only delayed it for 1 night before leading the entire family to escape. Otherwise, the Su family might have been surrounded by tens of thousands of soldiers by now, and the destruction of the entire family would have been right in front of him. My lord, the morale of the army is very low. The further we are from home, the lower the morale. Many soldiers have already guessed that we are going to escape. The warriors are unwilling to leave their homes, and are complaining in private. That was for sure. At first, the thousands of soldiers had thought that it was just an ordinary expedition, but now they were getting further and further away from the state of Yu, heading west. Even an idiot could guess that the Su family was going to escape. And they were not going to Chu. If they were going to Chu, they should be heading north, not west. Therefore, they were going to the western region. The Su family's private army could still accept escaping to Chu. After all, it was a civilized country, and their lord could be made a marquis there. However, once they went to the western region, that was a barbarian land, extremely chaotic. Once they went there, they might have to fight again, and they would have to fight for territory again. Sunan was far-sighted, but the troops below him were not like that. What they wanted was a comfortable life, a sturdy castle. They were not willing to go to the western region, where there were foreigners everywhere. Sunan said lightly, do you see that? This is the human heart. But don't worry, as long as they reach the western region, they will have no choice but to stay by my side and be more loyal to me. Even if they complain, it's only 1,000 miles away. Su Zhan said, give them some gold to stimulate their morale. Gold was useful at any time. Su Yong said, we don't have much gold left. Sunan asked, how much? Su Wu said, only 400,000. Sunan's eyes narrowed. So little? It was actually quite a lot. However, for this battle, Sunan had already paid too much gold coins. He hired the monk soldiers of the Great Tribulation Temple, hired mercenaries from the western region, and bribed King Chong. Especially when Sunan's army attacked the White Knight Prefecture, the gold they spent every day was an astronomical figure. Moreover, the most important thing in a war was food, so Sunan had exchanged a large amount of gold into food and hoarded it in the marquis residence. And most of the food couldn't be taken away. Sunan only had 5,000 people in his hands. After going to the western region, he couldn't use force to open the way, so he had to use gold. The people of the western region were more greedy than the people of the east. These 40 or so gold coins were too much for him to handle. If he had a large amount of gold, Sunan was confident that he could open up the situation in the western region in a short time and occupy a territory. Moreover, he and Suagwa were in-laws. Suyong suddenly said, "My lord, there is a lot of gold in the Chang palace. Aragon has plundered for decades and poured all the gold into his palace. The roof is gold, the ground is also gold, it's worth at least 2 million gold." Sunan's eyes narrowed when he heard this. He knew better than Suyong how many gold coins there were in the Chang palace. Aragon was such a madman that he didn't spend the gold coins he robbed and used them all to build the palace. His palace, a mere barbarian king, was more magnificent than King Chu and King Yu. But his aesthetic was extremely crude and had no artistic beauty at all. He directly melted the gold and smeared it on the walls, roof, and ground, therefore, the surface of his palace was covered in gold. But these days, he deliberately didn't think about the gold. Because he knew his shortcoming, he was too greedy. Once greed was aroused, it couldn't be suppressed. Immediately, Sunan fell into a difficult decision and torment. No, he couldn't go to the Chang palace. He couldn't be greedy. Hadn't the previous lesson been cruel enough, but the Su clan was too short of gold. With the gold from the Chang palace, he could save at least 2 to 3 years of hard work in the western region. 2 to 3 years, how precious was that? I, Sunan, am already 60 years old. How many more years can I have? Crown Prince Su Jianting might already be dead. Next, his most outstanding son, Su Jianzhong, was only 18 this year. I need to build a foundation in a few years, then spend a few more years to nurture Su Jianzhong. My time is really tight. I need this gold too much. Chang King Aragon's decades of accumulation and the Chang Kingdom's 100 years of plundering. It's almost 2 million gold coins. It's even more than the state of Yu's annual taxes. Do I just give up like this? For a moment, Sunan couldn't make a decision. Reason told him that he should focus on escaping to the western region. He couldn't stop for any food, even if it was 2 million gold coins. But his impulse made him want to get the gold coins. The Chang Palace was less than 200 miles away from here. The gold coins were easily within his reach. It was like a piece of juicy meat in his mouth. Wouldn't he eat it? This was like a man with strong needs. When he was being chased by hoodlums, he wouldn't stop even if there was a naked beauty by the side of the road. But once he escaped, he would be able to leave the hooligans several days behind. At this time, a drunken beauty appeared beside him and was constantly teasing him. How could he still hold himself back? Absolutely not. Where are the scouts? Are there any enemies behind us? My lord, there are no enemies within 500 miles behind us. Su Zhan trembled. Brother, go and snatch it. Once we get the gold, our brothers won't complain and won't cause trouble. Su Yong said, My lord, once we get the gold coins, we'll be able to expand our influence in the western region. In a short time, we'll be able to make a name for ourselves. With enough gold coins, the king of the Sua kingdom can even make you the governor of a province. This was true. In the countries of the western region, anything could be bought with money, even an official position. Sunan gritted his teeth. No, we won't go to the Chang Palace. Don't waste any time. The most important thing now is to go to the western region. Then, Sunan ordered loudly, We've rested enough. Continue our journey, all the way west, all the way west. Perhaps the lesson from last time was too deep. Sunan resolutely gave the order not to go to the Chang Palace to snatch the gold. But only. The heavens knew that when he gave the order, he used up almost all of his strength. The astronomical amount of gold coins in the Chang Palace was more tempting to him than anyone else. Sunan had already given the order. No matter how unwilling Su Zhan and Su Yong were, they could only carry out the order. But, the Su clan's army was unwilling to leave. They were unwilling to continue westward. Sunan was furious. Why are they unwilling to leave? It's only been a few days. Are these people going to disobey orders? Su Yong said, Many of our brothers know that there's gold in the Chang Palace. They want to take it before leaving. Sunan walked out. Immediately, thousands of Su clan's private army knelt down. My lord, there are no pursuers for a few hundred li. The Chang Palace is less than 200 li away from us. My lord, we know that we have to go to the western region. But our brothers are worried that they have nothing. With the gold, our brothers will be able to eat and drink in the western region. My lord, the Chang Palace is only 200 li away. A few million gold coins are right in front of us. Are we not going to take it? My lord, after we get the gold, our brothers will only take 1/10 of it. The rest will be given to you for your development. My lord, please have mercy. My lord, please have mercy. More than 4,000 private soldiers knelt down and begged Sunan to show mercy. In the face of the astronomical amount of gold, no one could resist the temptation. Sunan's balance, which was already on the verge of collapse, shifted completely at this moment. All the troops under him requested to take the gold. This time, they had no choice but to take it. Sunan said angrily, You guys. Then, he ordered, everyone, head south. Use the fastest speed to snatch the gold from the Chang Palace, then immediately head west. Yes. Long live the Lord. Long live the Lord. The morale of the Su clan's private army, which was originally low, suddenly rose. Then, Sunan quickly led 5,000 people south and rushed to the Chang Palace to snatch the gold. Many results were inevitable, especially human nature. The situation was indeed not out of Xianxia's expectations. After Sunan escaped from the hopeless situation, he finally entered hell again. The Chang Palace was filled with gold, but for the Su clan, it was hell, the hell that Xianxia had set up an inescapable net. Note, the second update has been sent. It already has 16,000 words. I will continue writing the third update. Begging for monthly votes. Urgent, brothers, pull me up, thank you Tingyu for your reward of 10,000. Xianxia didn't lead the army very quickly, but he could send a few highly skilled martial artists to rush to the Chang Palace. They arrived 2 or 3 days earlier than Sunan. Now that Aru Nana was the queen of the Chang kingdom, the palace naturally belonged to her. Even though the queen herself hadn't arrived yet, the eunuchs and guards in the palace had already pledged their loyalty to the queen. The eunuchs, in particular, had set a rule that they had to pray for the queen at least 10 times a day. Why would they send people to the Chang Palace, to poison the gold in the entire palace? That was impossible. Even though the Chang Palace wasn't as big as the State of Yu's palaces, it still occupied more than 100 acres. The ground and roof were all covered in gold. Poisons were very rare in this world. Who knew how much poison it would take to cover the entire palace? Also, if one applied poison in advance, it wouldn't escape everyone's notice. Therefore, he changed his way of thinking. Soon, the queen would be here. Would the palace undergo a great purge? Shouldn't the walls, roof, and ground be cleaned? This was very normal. What kind of water should be used to clean the palace? Many people had died in the Chang kingdom, especially during the smallpox outbreak a few months ago. Many people didn't even have time to burn the corpses. They just dug a pit and threw the corpses into it. The corpses were all rotten now. The people that Xianxia sent over carried the gas masks that he had made and scooped up dozens of buckets of water from the bottom of the pit of 10,000 corpses before diluting them. They used the water to clean the gold coating on the surface of the palace. The smallpox virus was definitely gone. It was long dead, however, this water was probably the dirtiest water there was. Who knew how many microorganisms and Western soldiers were in it? If one were to ingest even a little of it, they would not die, but they would definitely suffer from diarrhea. There was also a high chance that they would get malaria. After all, there were malaria parasite eggs on the grasslands of the Chang kingdom. Not only that, Wu Lai added dozens of kilograms of arsenic to the buckets of water. This was all the arsenic Xianxia had collected. According to the lethal dose, these dozens of kilograms of arsenic were enough to kill tens of thousands of people. But that was not the case. These dozens of kilograms of arsenic were dissolved in nearly 10,000 kilograms of water and then brushed on the surface of the gold. Even if one ate it, it wouldn't be fatal. After everything was done, Wu Lai led his men away. Then, the entire palace suddenly looked brand new, shining with golden light. They welcomed the newcomers. 2 flowers bloom. Zheng Tuo and Liang Yongnian were also in a state of ecstasy and disbelief. In order to save themselves, the two of them led an army of 25,000 men and charged toward the residence of the Marquis of Xianxia. He thought that he would experience a crazy and bloody battle. After all, the Marquis of Xianxia's residence was known to be extremely dangerous. It was definitely easy to defend and difficult to attack. However, when the vanguard army rushed to the Marquis of Xianxia's residence, they were completely stunned. The entire castle seemed to have no guards. Moreover, it was a complete mess inside. Everyone was in a constant state of anxiety. Sunan had disappeared. The entire Su clan's direct line of descent had disappeared. All the troops had disappeared. Of course, the old, the young, the women and the children in the castle knew that something was amiss. They knew that the entire Su clan had escaped. Thus, a portion of them escaped from the castle, but most of them still held on to the illusion and stayed in the castle. These people felt that the castle was safer than the outside. Xianxia and Liang Yongyan's first reaction when faced with a completely empty marquis residence was to run. An empty fort stratagem, there must be a conspiracy behind this. Everyone knew how terrifying that old thief Sunan was. Would he leave an empty castle for everyone? There must be a trap inside. But they couldn't be scared away just because the castle was empty. Therefore, Xianxia sent a suicide squad to try to attack the marquis residence. However, with a light hit, it was taken down. This was even more frightening for Silver. The marquis residence was one of the most difficult castles to attack in the entire state of Yu. It was much more difficult to attack than the White Knight City. Under normal circumstances, tens of thousands of troops would not be able to take it down without a few months. Xianxia only sent a few hundred people and took it down in less than a quarter of an hour. There must be a conspiracy behind this. Xianxia did not run, but Liang Yongyan really ran and retreated a few miles away. Because Sunan was too powerful and left a deep impression on them. Xianxia certainly did not dare to go in. His army would not go in either. He sent a few thousand suicide squads to enter the castle to check. In the huge castle, they checked again and again. The suicide squad reported to Count Xianxia that the residence of Marquis of Xianxia was really empty. Sunan had escaped with his entire clan and thousands of troops. Xianxia still did not enter the castle, but sent his son in first. A few hours later, his son came out to report that there were no traps in the marquis residence. There were only 1,000 old, weak, women, and children left. Xianxia and Liang Yongyan were sure that Sunan had run away. Suddenly, the two of them were full of admiration. Sunan was indeed Sunan. He was really amazing. Such a big castle was lost just like that. He led his entire clan to the western region, which was tantamount to starting over and building a new foundation. If it were someone else, they would definitely be reluctant. Sunan was really too courageous. Apart from admiration, Xianxia and Liang Yongyan were ecstatic. They originally thought that they would have to pay a huge price to take down the marquis residence, but they did not expect it to be so easy. Ha 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 ha, the heavens have truly blessed the two of us, allowing us to accomplish a great deed. Shenlang and Zhang Chong only defended Day-Night City, but the two of us destroyed Sunan's main force and took down the marquis residence. Compared to our contributions, what is Shenlang's contribution? Shenlang, you idiot, a complete idiot. You want to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, you want me and Sunan to both suffer, and then reap the benefits? Dream on. Who would have thought that Sunan would give up the entire castle and let the two of us easily take down the marquis residence? The great contribution of destroying the Su family and quelling Sunan's rebellion belongs to the two of us. What did Shenlang say before? Sunan's ingenious plan to bring peace to the world, he suffered a double loss. It's just right to use it on him now. Isn't that right? The Wu Kingdom's army attacked the Fury Tide City, the Kim family's destruction is a foregone conclusion, and Jean Mulan's martial arts will be crippled and sent to the Crown Prince's bed. Now that the great contribution of destroying Sunan belongs to us, Shenlang suffered a double loss. He still thinks he's so smart, but he doesn't know that he's just a clown. If he's so capable, he should go kill Sunan and take his head, then the great contribution of destroying Sunan will belong to him. But Sunan has long run away, maybe he's already in the western region. Ha ha ha. In the Chong Kingdom. Go. Go. Sunan led the 5,000 troops westward, turned south, and ran toward the Chang Palace. When they were still a few dozen miles away from the palace, all of them had fled without a trace. All the eunuchs and guards in the palace had run away. Should they just wait for death? Not only did the people in the palace run away, but even the tribes around the palace had also run away. It took them less than a day to cover a distance of 200 miles. Sunan's 5,000 troops easily occupied the entire Chang Palace. While they were still on horseback, Sunan ordered, "Send out 100 scouts to be on guard in all 4 directions. Make sure that within a radius of 100 miles, you have to know everything." Yes. 100 scouts rushed out. Then, Sunan ordered, "Half of the troops, dismount and cut the gold. Be fast. No one is allowed to hide anything. Hand over all the gold you cut, and then we'll distribute it. The other half of the troops, get into position and prepare for battle." As soon as Sunan's order was given, the 4,000 troops responded excitedly. Yes. Then, the 2,000 warriors pulled out their sharp blades and charged toward the Chang Palace. It looked like a butcher's knife was being used to slaughter cattle and sheep. The other 2,000 warriors started to build a simple line of defense and set up their defenses. Cutting gold, that was too exciting. The harvest was always joyous. Even if it was just harvesting food or fruits, it would bring great joy. Not to mention gold, these 2,000 people each took a corner and started to cut the gold with their blades. That was because gold was much softer than iron. Half an hour passed. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. There was more and more gold being harvested. However, the 2,000 warriors who were cutting the gold realized that it was not as enjoyable as they had imagined. That was because the gold was painted. The entire roof, floor, and even some walls were made of gold. When all the areas painted with gold were spread out, they covered an area of hundreds of thousands of square meters. In other words, each person had to cut a few hundred square meters. Moreover, the amount of gold that looked dazzling was indeed huge. It was at least a few 100,000 caddies. However, when spread out over hundreds of thousands of square meters, it was really just a thin layer. Although gold was soft, it was only relatively speaking. Moreover, the walls and stones were very hard. It was not easy to cut even a small piece, and the blades soon became blunt. After cutting for 3 hours, the 2,000 people could not stand it anymore. It was too uncomfortable to squat in this position, and it was too glaring. It was still summer. The sun was scorching them, and they were sweating profusely. Therefore, Sunan ordered the 2 armies to switch. Those who cut the gold went to set up defenses, and those who set up defenses went to cut the gold. Instantly, everyone was happy. Just like that, the gold was cut from day to night. Countless people complained about the Chang king, Aragang. "Are you crazy? Why do you have to melt the gold that you stole and then smear it on the palace? Can't you make it into gold bricks and put it in the cellar for us to carry? How refreshing would that be?" Cutting the gold was really hard work. When would they have to cut it? When night fell, Sunan was especially nervous. He even jumped to a high place in the palace and looked around. He pricked up his ears to see if there were any enemies. Still nothing. Then, Sunan strolled around the palace. The amount of gold that was cut increased. It was about to pile up into a small mountain. A big stove was burning at the side. The gold that was cut was all melted and turned into gold bricks that weighed 10 caddies. Sunan picked up a gold brick. Under the light of the fire, it looked especially attractive. "My lord, the amount of gold is more than we thought. After conversion, it should be more than 2 million gold coins. With this batch of gold, my lord will be able to quickly gain a foothold in the western region and obtain the position of provincial governor. In a few years, my Sioux family will be able to prosper again. When the state of Yu is in chaos, we will kill our way back and take back the country that belongs to us. And we will exterminate Shenlang and the Kim family. Exterminate them all. Long live my lord. Long live the Sioux family." To a certain extent, gold was indeed omnipotent. They had not even reached the western region, but seeing the countless pieces of gold had already raised their morale. It was dark. The cutting of the gold continued. Sunan patrolled around and cared about every soldier. "Be careful. Don't drop it. Don't put the torch too close. Be careful not to burn your hair. Sunan was still very good at this kind of trick to buy people's hearts. He made sure that everyone felt that the Lord was concerned about them. Many people's first reaction after cutting the gold was to bite into their mouths. This was inevitable because it was soft. Sunan said gently, "This gold is not clean after being exposed to the wind and sun outside. Don't eat the dirty things into your stomach." However, it did not stop these details. Because it could not be stopped at all. Many people touched the gold and then picked up the sesame seed cake and stuffed it into their mouth. Wu Lai and the others brushed the dirtiest corpse pit water on the gold. It was unknown how many bacteria were in it, and they also dissolved dozens of kilograms of arsenic in more than 100 buckets of water. Although it was very small, as long as one came into contact with gold, it was inevitable that they would eat it more or less into their stomach. The amount of work to cut the gold was really too much. Sunan's army stayed in the Chang Palace for a few days. Even so, the gold in the Chang Palace was still not completely cut. Even so, the gold that was cut was no less than 150,000 kilograms, which already exceeded 2 million gold coins. They made a fortune. It was enough for the Su family to quickly make a comeback in the western region. And within a radius of 100 miles, there were still no enemy troops. The entire Su army gradually calmed down. But there was a small haze. Because there were gradually people in the Su army who had diarrhea. In fact, it started in the middle of the night on the first day. However, everyone did not care at first. After all, in the wilderness, and in the hot summer, it was normal for people to have diarrhea. But more and more soldiers broke out. And the diarrhea was getting worse and worse. This was not malaria, as the incubation period of malaria was even longer. This was just the outbreak of other bacteria and viruses. Finally, one day, the Su army ushered in a major outbreak of illness. Many Su warriors fell ill. It was clearly a hot summer, but they were shivering from the cold. But the temperature of their bodies was frighteningly high. The diarrhea became more and more serious. Dozens, hundreds of people, in the end, most of the soldiers began to vomit and have diarrhea. In the end, they even pooped out blood. Seeing this scene, Sunan's entire body was ice cold. Not good, this gold was not clean. The surface must have been smeared with something. Whose plan was this? It must be Shenlang, it must be Shenlang, but this was not the scariest part. Since Shenlang had tampered with the gold in the Chang Palace, it meant that he must have calculated that the Su army would come to the Chang Palace. This meant that the Chang army was not far away. Not good, not good. Shenlang's army is coming. How many would there be? 10,000 cavalry? No, it was more than that. Aru Nana had already become the new queen of the Chang kingdom. Wherever she went, the tribal cavalry would follow. The Chang kingdom cavalry would be more than 20,000. Sunan looked at the soldiers rolling on the ground with diarrhea. These people were weak from the diarrhea. How could they have the strength to fight? They would probably be wiped out in just a few charges. Sunan was so regretful that he almost vomited blood. Greed had blinded him. Why? I clearly knew that I should have been heading west and not be distracted by anything, even if it was 2 million gold coins. Why did I still become greedy? Sunan let out a series of roars. He slapped his head hard. Shenlang was really vicious. Although he had gotten carried away for a day or two, he quickly came to his senses and set up a trap in the Chang Palace. I clearly knew that he was vicious. I clearly knew that he had no other plans. Why did I make such a mistake? Su Yong trembled. Your Highness, even if Shenlang's army catches up, they won't be fast. We haven't seen any large armies for a few hundred miles. If there were, the scouts would have reported it long ago. They will need at least a few days to catch up. We can still escape. Su Zhan said, No, stop cutting the gold now. Everyone, get on your horses and run. Go. Sunan gave the order. Everyone got on their horses, regardless of whether they were sick or not. They did not bother cutting the remaining gold. Carrying the gold that they had already obtained, the 5,000 people ran west. The entire journey was filled with a foul stench. More and more people were suffering from diarrhea on horseback. It had been 2 days since Sunan escaped from the Chang Palace. Although they were on a flat grassland, they had traveled less than 200 miles in 2 days. The army was too sick, more and more people fell ill in Sunan's army. In the end, half of them fell ill. Then, terrifying news came from the scouts. They found a large group of Chang Kingdom cavalry coming from the south, not from the back, but from the south. Sunan trembled. Sure enough, Xianlang had taken a detour to the south to chase after them. Now that all his troops had fallen ill, how could they fight? Su Zhan slapped his own face and kowtowed. Your Highness, it's all my fault. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have been greedy. If I hadn't mentioned the gold, today's disaster wouldn't have happened. Su Yong kowtowed until his head bled. He was the one who mentioned the gold in the Chang Palace. Sunan felt a splitting headache. However, he once again fell into a state of absolute calmness. Once again, the Su clan faced another calamity of annihilation. What should I do? What should I do, Sunan? If we can't get through this, the Su clan will be destroyed. Greed is killing me. Greed blinded me. What should I do? The Su clan cannot be destroyed like this. There must be a way. There must be a way. Su Zhan said, Brother, take a few hundred people and escape to the western region as quickly as possible. I will stay behind to cover the retreat. I caused this disaster, so I will use my death to make up for it. Su Yong said, Your Highness, I will also stay behind to cover the retreat. Take the young master and leave quickly. Sunan shook his head. No, no. Xianlang should have an ambush in the west. He should have guessed that I am going to the western region. We have been delayed at the Chang Palace for a few days. He must have sent his elite cavalry ahead of us and is waiting for us to walk right into his trap. Sunan said calmly, Su Yong, are you willing to die for me? Su Yong kowtowed. I am willing, I am willing. Sunan said, Wear my robe and hold my flag. Continue to the west and forward to attract Xianlang's main force. The Chang Kingdom has to pass through the mountains and valleys to get to the western region. This is the only direct route. Xianlang will definitely set up an ambush there. You will be the bait, while I will take a few hundred people and head north. Su Yong said, Head north to Chu? Sunan said, No, we will just pass through Chu and head to the western region. Su Yong kowtowed. Yes, Your Highness. Sunan patted his shoulder. Su Yong, it has been hard on you. Su Yong sobbed. It is my honor to die for you, Your Highness. A quarter of an hour later, Su Yong disguised himself as Sunan and led a few thousand Su clan troops toward the west to attract the Chang Kingdom's cavalry. Sunan disguised himself as an ordinary warrior and led a few hundred trusted subordinates and a portion of the gold. He used the cover of the night to run north. Sunan was ruthless enough to cut off an arm to survive once again. Half a day later, the several hundred direct descendants of the Su clan were madly dashing towards the north. They did not hold back at all. After a few hours, they ran for more than 50 kilometers. They should have escaped. Su Yong led a few thousand people toward the west. It looked like he was the main force. This time, he should have deceived Xianlang by cutting off an arm to survive. Although they would have to travel a few thousand li to enter the western regions through Chu, they would have to travel a few thousand li. They might have lost a few thousand people. But with a few hundred people and a large amount of gold, they should be able to make a comeback. My Su clan will never perish. Absolutely not. I, Sunan, have 9 lives. It is impossible for Xianlang to kill me. Absolutely impossible, as long as I live. My Su clan will be able to rise again. One day, I will be able to kill my way back to the state of Yu and establish a dynasty that belongs to the Su clan. One day, I will be able to exterminate the Kim family and tear you, Xianlang, into pieces, tear into pieces. However, at this moment, a faint voice came from the air. Uncle Sunan, why are you in such a hurry? Are you going north to Chu and take a detour to the western region? Suddenly, Sunan, who was dressed as an ordinary warrior, trembled. He was scared out of his wits. He stared at everything in disbelief. Then, from the darkness, a few thousand warriors appeared and quickly surrounded them. Sunan and a few hundred people were fleeing in a hurry. They had no time to send scouts to scout ahead. Uncle Sunan, I have been waiting for you here for a long time. I had already anticipated that you would slip away like a cicada slipping out of its shell. You must have had someone pretend to be you, and led the main force of the Su clan's army towards the west to deceive people. Moreover, you brought a few people to quietly head north. How cunning! A moment later, a few thousand warriors surrounded Su Nan and a few hundred people, almost all of the direct descendants of the Su clan were here, Xianxia said indifferently. Uncle Su Nan, the Su clan will be completely exterminated today. Kill. Xianxia gave the order. Suddenly, a few thousand warriors madly shot their crossbows. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The few hundred people of the Su clan fell to the ground one after another. Blood spurted out. Note, today's third update has nearly 22,000. Crazily seeking support, crazily seeking monthly votes. Today is New Year's Day. I've been writing for more than 10 hours. Other than going to the toilet, I haven't left the computer. Today seems to be the day I've updated the most. I've been writing like crazy. However, this month's monthly ticket ranking is also crazy. According to the number of votes we have today, last month we would have been in the top 10. But this month, we can only be in the top 20. The sales ranking is also crazy. This book used to sell more than 10,000 copies a day, and it was always in the top 10. These 2 days, it sold more, but it fell out of the top 10. So many books, it's so cute. It's making me tremble. Such a crazy monthly ticket ranking, such a crazy sales ranking. It's simply driving a poor person like me, who has been immersed in writing, into a corner. Sob sob sob. Brothers, do you still have monthly tickets? For the past 7 days, it's been double. I hate the double monthly tickets. It's too tragic. Brothers, help me. Please, please, I'm so grateful. Once again, I wish brothers a happy new year. The strongest son-in-law in history has been written at 22,000 for 3 chapters. It's crazy. But the monthly ticket ranking is even crazier. Currently typing, please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Su Nan took off his cloak. This was the first time Xianxia had seen his true face. He had always pretended to be old when he saw him before. But now, he didn't look very young either. His face was old, and there were wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. Not only that, but his hair wasn't completely black, but a patch of white. Sword King Xianxia glanced at him and was slightly startled. In just a month or two, Su Nan's appearance had changed. He had aged more than 10 years. The last time he tried to assassinate Su Nan at the inn in the west of Lang County, he was so young, so heroic, and so imposing. But today, he was so dejected. Thousands of Xianxia's warriors shot arrows at the same time. Su Zhan and the three-eyed heretic immediately rushed forward to protect Su Nan and Su Jianzhong. The three-eyed heretic was still wearing his black armor, and there was an eye painted on his forehead. At this time, Su Nan was left with 2 powerful direct descendants. Master, we will protect you and kill our way out. Yes, brother, we will protect you and the crown prince. We still have the strength to fight. The three-eyed heretic and Su Zhan suddenly pulled out their swords and shouted, "Everyone, pull out your swords and kill our way out. Die for the master, die for the Su clan." Then, the remaining hundreds of warriors suddenly pulled out their swords and formed a sword shape. Stop! Su Nan roared. Su Zhan and the three-eyed heretic immediately stopped their charge. Su Nan looked at Xianxia. Xianxia, I didn't expect it to fall into your hands in the end. Ha, Su Nan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. A bad character is really enough to ruin a person's life. Su Nan said, I was ruined by greed. The situation in my hands was clearly good, but I wanted more and better. If it weren't for my greed, wanting to get the gold coins from the mob, wanting to kill you, and wanting to legitimately take over the Day-Night City, wanting to kill 3 birds with 1 stone, you wouldn't even be able to fight in the Battle of Day-Night City. This was true. Some people had a super good hand and could obviously win, but they wanted to win. They wanted to level up and get 300 points, and they wanted to play landlord 16 times. In the end, not only did he not win, he lost. This time, it was also because of our greed. We wanted the gold in the Chongqing Palace. That's why our clan was in danger of being exterminated. Su Nan's tears flowed freely. Su Zhan shouted, "Brother, stop it, stop it. It's all because of me, it's all because of me. You obviously didn't want the gold and went straight to the western region." Sunan shook his head and said, "No, ultimately, it's because I want this gold. I, Sunan, have always prided myself on my intelligence. I am not inferior to the heroes of the world." Sunan sighed, "How many heroes are there in this world?" King Wu, King Yu, Zhong Yao, Bian Shao, Ning Yi, Ning Qi, Zhang Chong, Shui Che, Yan Nanfei, Yan Yi, and of course, there's also a superhero, Prince Jin, who's about to overthrow half the world. Shen Lang said, "Sunan, do you still want to comment on the heroes of the world before you die?" Sunan, Shen Lang, do you know who I'm most optimistic about among these people? Shen Lang, I'd like to hear the details. Sunan, Prince Jin, just you wait. Perhaps one day, he'll take over the entire south and control the civilized world with one hand and the barbarians with the other. He'll become the new overlord of the generation. Shen Lang, Su Gong, since you've commented on the heroes of the world, you should also comment on me. Sunan glanced at Shen Lang and said, "Shen Lang, you're extremely intelligent, almost demon-like. Most of the time, it's hopeless to be your enemy. But do you know what your weakness is?" Shen Lang, please enlighten me. Sunan, your arrogance, you're too arrogant. You don't care about 1,000,000 gold coins, you don't care about high positions and generous salaries, you don't care about the millions of people in the world, you can just scam them to death. Your eyes grow in the sky, other than the few people around you, the rest of the world are pigs and dogs. How high and mighty are you? Shen Lang asked doubtfully, "Is that so?" Sunan, your eyes grow in the sky, you treat people like pigs and dogs. Apart from revenge, you have no other desires. You'll suffer a great loss like this. Maybe you'll die because of it. Shen Lang smiled disdainfully. Sunan, finally, I want to ask, did Jin Shui burn the secret letter that my father wrote to the Kim family? Shen Lang, he burned it, but I made a few copies. Of course, they didn't use it. That thing isn't very useful. Sure enough, he burned it. I should have trusted Jin Shui's character. Sunan, at that time, I received a secret report saying that the Kim family didn't burn the secret letter. I didn't believe it, but the other party completely repeated the contents of the secret letter, and the contents were accurate. Shen Lang, if it's not the Yin Yuan Association, then it's the Shui family, because Count Jinyu treated these two families as absolute allies. Nothing matters anymore, nothing matters anymore. Sunan heaved a long sigh of relief and shook his spear violently. In that instant, the awe-inspiring Sunan in the capital seemed to have returned. Even though there were wrinkles on his face, even though his hair had turned white. But the domineering Sunan seemed to have returned. Sword King Xianxia, you failed to assassinate me last time and were intimidated by my aura. You must be feeling uneasy, right? Sunan roared. How about we fight again this time? Sword King Xianxia, how about we fight to the death again? Sword King Xianxia stared at Sunan for a long time. Your martial arts and aura have deteriorated greatly. Ha ha ha. Sunan, martial arts are like alcohol tolerance. When one's aura is at its peak, of course it's high. When one is like a stray dog, one will naturally be depressed. I'm coming. Sunan roared. He spurred his horse and charged toward Sword King Xianxia. Madly accelerating. Yaya yaya, from his mouth, he continued to shout out thunderously. However, that sentence was gone. Xianxia, are you courting death? Sunan was no longer able to shout this sentence. The babbling that came out of his mouth was also filled with determination and solemnity. Kill. Sunan thrust his spear at Sword King Xianxia. Sword King Xianxia lightly swung his sword, two figures crossed each other in an instant. Swoosh, in an instant, the spear in Sunan's hand was sliced into two. A bloody wound appeared on his chest. Huff, 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 Sunan panted with difficulty, but every time he breathed, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels had already been sliced open by Xianxia's sharp sword. I won't live for long, Sunan turned his horse around and returned to the encirclement. At this moment, his entire body was bent and could no longer stand straight. Fresh blood gushed out from his chest and the corner of his mouth. Shenlang, you won't let any of my family members off, right? Sunan asked. Shenlang nodded. I heard you destroyed Su Jianyan's chariot. Shenlang nodded. My son, Su Jianzhong, 18 years old, can't live either? Shenlang shook his head. You said you'll kill my entire family, and you really did it. How ruthless. That's fine. Sunan walked in front of his son, Su Jianzhong. His son was young, smart, and a little frivolous, but he was indeed outstanding. If Su Jianting had died, he could have inherited the family business. His hope, the hope of the family. I'm sorry, I won't be able to see you grow up. Sunan reached out and caressed his son Su Jianzhong's face. Then, with a sudden thrust, he pierced his son's heart. Instant death, instantly, Shenlang's body trembled violently. Sunan continued to mutter to himself. My grand ambitions are all for naught. All for naught. My Su clan's hundreds of years of foundation has come to an end. What a pity. Sunan walked in front of his younger brother and hammered his chest with his fist. I'm sorry, little brother. You, as a valiant general, were never able to shine. It's all because I'm useless. I wasn't able to lead you. Su Zhan cried and shook his head desperately, but he could not speak. Then, Sunan stabbed his younger brother, Su Zhan, in the chest with his sword. General Su Zhan died. Before he died, he did not let out a scream and did not put up any resistance. 100 years of foundation has been reduced to ashes. Sunan coughed and spat blood as he muttered to himself. But this is nothing. The winner is king, and the loser is a bandit. It's very fair. Sunan walked in front of the three-eyed evil. You were originally a war refugee of China and grew up in my home. You couldn't show your face for the rest of your life. It's been hard on you, it's been hard on you. The bandit, the three-eyed evil, trembled but did not cry out. Master, Sunan stabbed his sword into the three-eyed evil's heart. The three-eyed evil called out Master again, and then closed his eyes and died. Then, Sunan walked in front of his wife. The woman burst into tears. Why did you do this, husband, why did you do this? The woman wailed loudly. We lost money in business, of course we have to go bankrupt. The rebellion failed, of course we have to kill everyone. Sunan's sword pierced through his wife's chest. You, a graceful and luxurious woman, died tragically on the spot. Then, Sunan's sword moved like lightning. The remaining more than 100 direct descendants of the Su family were all killed. At this point, the Su family was completely wiped out. Cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. It was just that Sunan did it himself and killed them one by one. The Su family of hundreds of years has vanished into thin air. Ashes and smoke. Sunan grinned and said, Shenlang, you have to remember what happened today. Don't let your Kim family follow in their footsteps. Shenlang, thank you for your teachings, Master Su. Sunan, Shenlang, is the hatred between our two families settled now? Shenlang said, just a little bit more and it would have ended. I understand, I understand. Sunan, Shenlang, your literary talent is very good, and your poetic talent is at the peak. Seeing my Su clan's tragic situation, can you compose a poem? Just 2 lines will do. Shenlang thought for a while and said, the surging angry river flows east, the waves take out all the heroes. Sunan was stunned, you actually wrote it so well? It's really good, a classic poem that only appears once in 100 years. No wonder Ning Yuanxian likes you, you are too exquisite, your talent is too amazing. For thousands of years, who knows how many heroes have died, who knows how many prominent families have been annihilated. Today's destruction of my Su family, in this year's perspective, is certainly shocking. But in 100 years of history, it is not worth mentioning. In millions of years of history, it is simply like a drop in the ocean. It is said that heroes are like the stars in the sky, but there are so many stars in the sky. Today one is destroyed, tomorrow another is destroyed, who will notice? Sunan has no face to see the ancestors. Sunan has no face to see the ancestors. Shenlang, the enmity between our clans shall be settled. Then, Sunan raised his palms and slapped his head. Bang! In an instant, his exquisite and luxurious head exploded like a watermelon. Sunan died tragically, just like what he said, he had no face to see the ancestors. Therefore, his face and head were directly blown apart. The remaining hundreds of Su family warriors stared blankly at all this. They looked at Xianxia. Their meaning was clear. Are you going to send us off, or are we going to go by ourselves? Xianxia, you guys go by yourselves. Then, the remaining hundreds of warriors held their swords across their necks and lightly swiped. All of them committed suicide. At the same time, in the west, Su Yong, wearing Su Nan's clothes and holding Su Nan's flag, led thousands of people to the valley leading to the western regions. He had already seen it. The entire valley was densely packed with ambushes, and they were looking down from a high position. Su Yong's eyes were brimming with tears. Kill! 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 The Su family will never perish. The Lord is immortal. The thousands of Su family's remnant army fiercely rushed towards the valley. Suddenly, thousands of arrows were fired. Countless boulders rolled down from the mountain. In a short half an hour, the thousands of Su family's army led by Su Yong were completely annihilated. Before Su Yong died, he felt that he had saved the Lord and could rest in peace. Xianxia frowned as he looked at the corpses all over the ground. Xianxia looked at this scene and felt a myriad of emotions. But after pondering for a long time, he choked out a sentence. I feel that being a farmer is pretty good, and Sword Island is also pretty good. What he meant was that these big shots were indeed glorious, but when they really died, it was also very tragic. Xianxia sighed. Su Nan is a powerful person, very powerful. If he could get rid of his greedy shortcoming, Zhang Gongzhen and I might not be his match. Xianxia said, Shen, how does it feel to have your revenge? Very satisfying. Xianxia said, but Su Nan is too **ket up. Before he died, he actually made me not hate him, and not hate the Su family anymore. Damn it, I was the one who wanted to take revenge, but in the end, he killed the entire Su family himself. Awesome. Arriving in front of a few carriages, he opened them and saw that they were all shining with gold. Gold bricks that weighed 10 caddies each. Gold could move one's soul, not to mention this much gold. However, Xianxia and Xianxia did not move at all. Even though Xianxia's assets did not exceed 300 gold coins, he regarded money as dirt. Even if he had money, he did not know how to spend it. Buy luxurious cars and mansions? Or marry multiple wives and concubines? Only a vulgar person like Xianxia would do such a thing. And Xianxia already had all these things. But this batch of gold was an astronomical figure. Lulu, this batch of gold was plundered by your father, so it belongs to your family. Return it to its rightful owner, Xianxia said. Princess Arunana glanced at him. She had no interest in gold, and it could not be eaten or drunk. Do you want it? If you want it, you can take it all. This prodigal queen was rather generous. Xianxia shook his head. When he needed money, he would directly stretch out his hands. He would ask for it from his wife and the Heavenly Association. But he still had to bring his own gold and take care of it. It was too troublesome. I don't want it. Xianxia said, how about this? Bring the gold back to the Chongqing's palace, find a basement, melt all the gold, and pour it on the ground. This way, no one can steal it. Okay. Arunana said, let me know when you want it. Xianxia said, thank you, sister-in-law. This astronomical amount of gold could really be useful to him in the future. Big fool, I'll give you one night. We'll leave early tomorrow morning. That night, Xianxia could not take it anymore and fled to a place a kilometer away to sleep. The big fool and Arunana were too good at making trouble. No, to be more accurate, Arunana was too good at making trouble. Until now. The big fool had never taken the initiative before. He was too shy and felt that doing such things was too embarrassing. He had always laid there passively. After that, he did not dare to see anyone for about 20 hours. There was actually such a shameful thing in this world, but it was also so interesting. It was more fun than anything else. The big fool had opened the door to a new world, but he did not dare to indulge in it. He did not dare to take the initiative. The next morning, Xianxia led the big fool and the others to say goodbye to Queen Arunana of Chong. The queen was going to lead the cavalry back to the palace. Xinlang led the big fool, Wu Lai, and the others back to the state of Yu. Aru Nana sent 2,000 cavalry to escort Xinlang back to the country. The group walked for a few days and finally left the Chang kingdom. They returned to the snowy mountains and the border of Yueqiang. At this moment, Xinlang saw a familiar face. Grandmaster Ban Ruo was leading a white bull that carried many stone reliefs of the Great Calamity Palace. Grandmaster Ban Ruo's clothes were her new lovers. It was rare for her to be wearing riding clothes. Xinlang could not help but look at her thighs. Her curves were not bad. Trigonometry was even better. Scum. Ban Ruo cursed, then walked away as if there was no one else around. She walked in the direction of the Chu kingdom. Life was truly unpredictable. He had originally wanted to return the secret manual to the Xianxia Marquis residence, but he had heard that the residence had been occupied by Jingtua. There was nothing he could do about it then. It's not that I don't want to return it, but that I can't find the owner. Ban Ruo had walked quite a distance away, but Xinlang was still looking back at her back. What a wonderful butt. Li Qianqiu could not help but ask, in terms of looks, Princess Xianxia is not inferior to junior sister Ban Ruo. Why do you never look at her, but instead tease Ban Ruo? Xinlang replied, Xianxia has seen too much darkness. Her heart and soul are already tainted by it. Grandmaster Ban Ruo, on the other hand, looks cold and aloof, but she is actually pure and innocent. She's even a little flirtatious on the outside. It's very interesting to tease her. Li Qianqiu could not understand the mental world of scum. Xinlang replied, besides, I don't have any intentions of doing anything to her. I'm just looking at her with admiration. Li Qianqiu replied, then if you cure my wife in the future, she's also very beautiful. I hope you won't look at her with such admiration. Xinlang was taken aback, then felt extremely awkward. How could that be? How could that be? Am I that kind of person? I never hook up with a married woman. Oh, I never hook up with a normal married woman. Then, Xinlang led the team into the state of Yu. Grandmaster Ban Ruo led the yak and walked casually. I have to return to the Demon Cliff Palace and face those disciples again. I'm so bored. What reason should I come out next time? Should I come back to annihilate the traitor Lin Shang's Snow Mountain Palace? No, her Snow Mountain Palace only has 19 people left. If I annihilate them again, there will be no one left. Although Lin Shang is ugly and bad-tempered, she is still my senior sister. I can't catch her and bully her alone. What reason do I have not to return to the Demon Cliff Palace? No matter how he thought about it, he could not find a reason. So annoying, my Demon Cliff Palace has so few enemies. There are only two, Li Qianqiu and Lin Shang. Otherwise, I can play outside every day in the name of revenge. That scum, Xinlang, has so many enemies that he can play outside every day in the name of revenge. How did he do it? Why don't I not go back and find an excuse to play outside for a few more days? The war with the Sand Barbarian tribe in the Southern Kingdom is in full swing. There must be many people who have lost their homes. As a Grandmaster, I have the responsibility and obligation to protect the innocent people there. No, I am not Goddess Xuan. I have never done anything to save the people. I have never committed a crime in my life, and I don't need forgiveness. So boring. Grandmaster Ban Ruo could only return to the Demon Cliff Palace with his tail between his legs. Which powerful disciple is there? Hurry up and grow up. I am tired of being the sect leader. At the same time, a white-haired, hunchbacked old herdsman dressed in fur was leading a flock of sheep south. He was walking in the direction of the Sand Barbarian tribe. Sigh. Ashes to ashes. Dust to dust. Glory and wealth are like passing clouds. Then, he opened his mouth and sang the Chang Kingdom's tune. Sister, don't sit on my bull. You are so big that the bull can't walk. You taste too much. Let the bull hit the ground. Inside the Xianxia Marquis' residence, Zhengtua and Liang Yongnian were like rats that had fallen into a honey pot. They could enjoy endless glory and wealth. There were countless rations and beauties in this castle. Zhengtua was very careful. At first, he only ate the rations and drank the water he had brought. He had also checked every bag of rations and every piece of meat with a silver needle. There was no poison at all. But he was still worried about eating. He let the old, weak, women, and children of the Xianxia Marquis residents eat. They were fine after eating for 2 days. Only then did he feel relieved to eat. Good wine, good food, too beautiful to behold. This was the day when nobles were more noble than nobles. At first, his army restrained themselves from harming the family in the Xianxia Marquis residence. But a few days later, they couldn't help it anymore, so, the women in the Xianxia Marquis residence suffered. Zheng Tuo and Liang Yongnian's army lived an unrestrained life in the Xianxia Marquis residence. A few days ago, at the border of Wuyue, this place had entered the most dangerous period. There was still no news from the White Knight County battlefield. The air in Ning Yuanxian's camp seemed to have frozen. The young King Wu was too difficult to fight. Bian Shao had already killed so many people in the Wu kingdom, but this King Wu still didn't compromise. Instead, he sent 150,000 soldiers. King Wu only had 80,000, and the distance between the two armies was only a few hundred meters. Ning Yuanxian was under a lot of pressure. Even the slightest sound would make him think that King Wu's 150,000 soldiers were coming. 150,000 against 80,000, he had a huge advantage in terms of military strength. But the state of Yu was a defensive force, and there were 2 cities on the entire defensive line, which could offset this advantage. King Yu was suffering every day. It was brave of him to be the bait, but it was also a terrible risk. A gentleman would not stand on a collapsing wall, let alone a king. Bad news came one after another. The Chu Kingdom's army attacked the Zhongyao line of defense frantically, and had seized more than a dozen fortresses, directly pushing the border 3 or 4 miles. The 30,000 troops of the Wu Kingdom were also frantically attacking the New Tiao city. Jin Zhuo was assassinated, and the fall of the New Tiao city was destined to be a foregone conclusion. And the biggest bad news came from the White Knight County battlefield. The last secret report sent by Princess Royal Ning Jia. Shen Lang still didn't appear. Sun An sent more troops again, and Zhang Chong was seriously ill. The White Knight County really couldn't hold on any longer, or it would fall the next day. Although Ning Yuanxian had already prepared for the worst, sending the third prince Ning Qi to lead 30,000 troops to Lang County, which also meant giving up most of the southern Tianxi province. It really felt like a year. Ning Yuanxian looked in the mirror, and he could even feel that he was getting more haggard and older every day. But he had been waiting for a piece of news. Either it was the best news. Either that or the worst news of all. The bad news was naturally the death of Zhang Chong, the fall of the White Knight County, and Sun An's army swept through the entire southern Tianxi province. Once this bad news came, then, as the king of Yu, he could only negotiate with King Wu. At that time, he would really be blackmailed by this King Wu. Ceding 2 counties, a large amount of war reparations was certain. But such a big price must be paid. To resist foreign aggression, one must first settle the internal affairs. But once the situation developed to that point, it would be a fatal blow to his prestige as the king of Yu. And it was an irreparable blow. From now on, the state of Yu would fall from the position of the overlord of the south and be replaced by the state of Wu. But, there was always a hope in Ning Yuanxian's heart. A very slim hope. Shen Lang once again created a miracle. Last time, the Kim family faced a more dangerous crisis, but Shen Lang seized the Fury Tide city like a stroke of genius, and won an instant victory. Zheng Tuo was unreliable. The only hope was Shen Lang. But Ning Yuanxian didn't dare to have too much hope, because the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. It was too slim. How could Shen Lang kill King Chong with just a few hundred people? How could he turn the tide? During this period, Ning Yuanxian didn't show up, staying in the camp and waiting quietly. The army of the state of Yu didn't provoke them in the slightest, completely holing up in their barracks. On the contrary, the army of the state of Yu began to provoke them crazily, even creating military conflicts again and again. The morale of the Yu army dropped. The Wu army was full of fighting spirit. However, King Wu was also extremely anxious at this time. Bian Shao went on a killing spree in the territory of the state of Wu. Every day, the state of Wu was bleeding and suffering huge losses. The results of the Fury Tide City had not come yet. The final information was still about the fierce battle. But Wu Mu's secret letter said that he was determined to win this battle. Therefore, King Wu wasn't worried about the results of the Fury Tide City battle, and felt that it was in the bag. What he was waiting for was the battle situation in the west of the state of Yu. Waiting for the results of the Battle of White Night City. That was the eye of the storm of the whole world. As long as Zhang Chong died, White Night City would fall, and Sun Nan's army would sweep through the Tiannan province. At that time, Ning Yuanxian would have to beg for mercy, and Bian Shao would have to retreat. At that time, it would be the time for King Wu to get what he wanted. It would be the time for King Wu to wash away his shame. The young King Wu didn't pay attention to the Fury Tide City battle, waiting anxiously every day. He asked dozens of times a day. Was there any news from the White Night City battle? Was there any news from the White Night City battle? Ning Yuanxian sat quietly on the couch, reading Buddhist scriptures in his hand. Only in this way could he calm down a little. At this time, although it wasn't a matter of life and death, it was definitely on the verge of death. If there was good news from the Western Heaven battlefield, he would go straight to heaven. If there was bad news, he would go to hell. There was no middle ground. If it wasn't the best result, it would be the worst result. But Ning Yuanxian didn't know how to pray, even the gods and Buddhas were useless. If prayer was useful, Emperor Jiangli wouldn't have died that day, and the great Qian kingdom wouldn't have been defeated. In the whole world, how many people were fanatical admirers of Emperor Jiangli? How many people prayed for him? In the end, this unparalleled hero suddenly died. Ning Yuanxian gradually calmed down. He had already mentally prepared himself and was waiting for the worst result to occur. He had begun to conceive the negotiation with King Wu. If it was time to compromise, then compromise. If it was time to compromise, then compromise. If it was time to compensate, then compensate. If it was time to cede, then cede. I'm ready for everything. The worst news, you can come now, and at this time, eunuch Shaoli, Li En, rushed in. Your Majesty, rejoice, rejoice. Good news, great news. Young Master Shenlang killed King Cheng, supported Queen Arunana, led 10,000 cavalry into the Western Heaven battlefield, and attacked Lord Zhangcheng from both inside and outside, and won a great victory. The main force of the Su clan's rebel army was almost wiped out. Note, the first update has been sent. My neck hurts very much. Go and massage it before writing. I'm begging brothers for monthly votes. It's very urgent, kowtow and beg, thank you for the 10,000 coins of the book shortage. Congratulations to Punished Tree for becoming the first silver leaguer in this book. Thank you very much. After hearing this great news, monarch Ning Yuanxian was stunned for a long time. It turned out that too much of a shock and too much of a surprise caused the same reaction. But when he was shocked, his whole body seemed to be struck by lightning, and he didn't move at all. But when he was surprised, his whole body would twitch a little, and then he would have a slight urge to pee. But his mind would turn white in an instant, and then he would be completely stunned. Ning Yuanxian was a delicate person, and never used vulgarities. He didn't even like it when people used vulgarities. After a few minutes, he said something. Damn, as soon as he said this, he quickly came to his senses and looked at everyone present like lightning. Everyone looked down, as if they didn't hear anything. Only the young historian was in a difficult position. He was in charge of recording everything the monarch said, and not a single word could be missed in public. As a historian, I must have integrity. Even if I die, I must record the monarch's every word and action. Using history as a mirror, one can see the rise and fall. So, he wrote 2 words on the parchment, I will. Look, I have integrity as a historian. Monarch Ning Yuanxian's eyes were red, and his face was red. He suddenly snatched Princess Ning Jia's secret memorial. It was only 100 words, but he read it over and over again. Shenlang led the Chang kingdom's cavalry to attack from behind, and the Su clan's main force was almost wiped out. A complete victory, a complete victory. So satisfying, Monarch wanted to burn this news, then turn it into smoke and sniff it. He was excited for a full 15 minutes, then Ning Yuanxian entered an even more excited state. But the excitement just now was on the surface, and now it was on the inside. He threw the Buddhist scripture in his hand away. What the hell was he looking at? It was pointless. Serve wine, serve wine, serve wine. Important things had to be repeated 3 times. Eunuch Li Sun had already appeared in front of him with wine. Before the monarch said anything about serving wine, he had already prepared it. Monarch narrowed his eyes and pointed at Li Sunday. You old dog, you dare to be a roundworm in my stomach? Be careful that I don't kill you. After saying that, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then, he took the wine pot and poured himself a drink. It was too beautiful. What kind of wine was this? How could it taste so good? In fact, it was still the same wine, but it tasted like horse piss last night. As he drank the wine, he read the report again. He felt like he was floating in the air. I want to compose a poem. Guaran is in a good mood. I want to take this opportunity to compose a good poem that is rarely seen in 100 years. Then, Ning Yuanxian began to prepare. Even after mulling over it for a few minutes, he still couldn't utter a single word. Forget it. I'm in such a good mood, why the hell would I compose a poem? In one breath, he finished more than half of the wine. The monarch was half lying on the couch, panting slightly. He had drunk a little too much. Amazing, 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 amazing. More important things have to be said 4 times. Xianxia is too amazing. I only had a little bit of hope in him. I didn't expect him to actually succeed. He took a few hundred people to eliminate the Chang king and help Daruna ascend the throne. From now on, the Chang kingdom will be an ally of the state of Yu. The western border will be safe for the next few decades. The mission that I gave him was really to restrain Sunan for a month or 2, but he actually destroyed Sunan's main force. This power is boundless. This kid, this bastard, is it really a gift from the heavens? As expected of me liking him. Old dog, don't you think this Xianxia is a bit like me? Zhang Chong is also amazing. Zhang Chong is also amazing. This is really strange. Back then, Xianxia brought a few hundred people and said that he was going to eliminate the Chang king, Alutai. Ning Jia wrote thousands of words to complain. No one in the world believed her, but in the end, Zhang Chong actually believed her and entrusted his life to her. These 2 former rivals have actually become close friends. Interesting, interesting. I won, I won. When the monarch said this, his voice was choked with sobs, and the corners of his eyes were wet. The person who felt the most pressure during this period of time was not Zhang Chong, nor was it Xianxia, but Ning Yuanxian. At worst, Zhang Chong would die, and at worst, Xianxia would fail. Only he, Ning Yuanxian, had to bear the responsibility for the success or failure of the entire country. Every day felt like a year. Every day, he prepared for the worst and woke up from nightmares countless times. Now, he finally won. A complete victory. He won. After Ning Yuanxian finished speaking, the wine glass in his hand slipped to the ground. He fell into a deep sleep. The great eunuch Li Sun stepped forward and covered the monarch with a thin silk blanket with extremely subtle movements. The last time he failed to hunt at the border, the monarch did not sleep for 4 days and 3 nights. But this time, on the surface, he seemed to be sleeping every night, but in reality, he could not sleep at all. Every day, he became haggard, and his hair fell out in handfuls. He had even prepared for the worst. He even thought of the words to beg for mercy to Wu Wang, and which county to cede. Once the worst happened, then Ning Yuanxian's reputation for the rest of his life would be ruined. Li Sun mouthed to Lian, "You keep an eye on him, I'm going to sleep for a while." The great eunuch Li Sun really could not bear it anymore. He was a truly loyal servant. When the master was anxious, he was more anxious than the master. When the master was happy, he was happier than the master. During this time, he did not sleep at all. Ning Yuanxian did not pray, but he, Li Sun, had prayed to all the gods. At this time, when the good news came, Li Sun's whole person seemed to be weak. Although he was happy, his whole body had no strength. Inside Wu Wang's camp, the young Wu Qi was still pacing. Why hasn't the news come yet? The battle report of Western Heaven Province should have arrived by now. The last intelligence sent by Su clan said that Zhang Chong had fallen ill, and that Su clan had kidnapped Zhang Chong's son and grandson. Therefore, the Battle of Western Heaven Province White Knight County should have ended. The battle report should have arrived by now. Wu Ji said, "Your Majesty, don't worry, the result has been decided." Marshal Wu Ji, Wu Wang's uncle, the Crown Prince's grand tutor, and the privy envoy. He was actually a conservative old minister, but after all, he was the king's uncle, and his heart was on his nephew's side. Many times, although he did not agree with Wu Wang's ideas and practices, he would firmly stand on his side. Wu Qi nodded repeatedly. Yes, the result has been decided. Zhang Chong will definitely perish, and Sunan will definitely sweep the entire Western Heaven province. This time, my Wu state will definitely wash away the shame. Report. Report. Urgent. 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 Suddenly, there was a hurried voice outside. Wu Wang suddenly stood up and rushed out. A warrior of Wu State's black water platform rushed in, knelt in front of Wu Qi and said in a trembling voice, "Your Majesty, the battle report of Raging Tide City." Wu Wang was stunned. Not the battle report of Western Heaven Province? What's so good about the battle report of Raging Tide City? Didn't they say that Jin Shiying betrayed the Kim clan, so Raging Tide City will definitely be taken? Humans are like this, they are no longer surprised by what already belongs to them. A pleasant surprise is a pleasant surprise. Sunan sweeping the Western Heaven Province, and the state of Yu being defeated in the West, this was a pleasant surprise for Wu Wang. However, it's always good to have good news. Wu Wang took the report and found that there were 3 crow feathers stuck on it. He couldn't help but frown. Wu Mu is still too young. Although taking Raging Tide City is significant, it's already in the bag, using 3 crow feathers is a bit overkill. He opened the report. The first line read, "Your Majesty, the subject is guilty, the Battle of Raging Tide City was lost." Instantly, Wu Wang felt like he was struck by lightning. He stood still, but his hands were trembling. The words on the report in his hand suddenly started to move, as if he couldn't recognize a single word. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Wu Wang closed his eyes to be able to stand still. He took a deep breath and opened his eyes after a while. Then, he continued to read Wu Mu's report. The report was very detailed, with at least 1,000 words. Wu Mu didn't hide anything about the Battle of Raging Tide City. He wrote everything that was his fault, and everything that wasn't his fault. From the lines, Wu Wang could clearly see that his cousin's organs were on fire, and he couldn't wait to die. "Uncle Wang, take a look." Wu Wang handed the report to Wu Mu. Then, he hobbled back to his seat and sat down. The Battle of Raging Tide City was lost, Liuzhou Island's strategy failed. How much did he pay? As a monarch, he personally led tens of thousands of troops south, approaching the borders of the state of Yu, just to seize Raging Tide City and deceive the public. This was his first major operation after succeeding the throne. Now, he actually lost. Jin Shiying, Wu Wang gritted his teeth and shouted these 3 words. If not for him, how could the state of Wu lose so badly this time? My state of Wu used a honey trap, and you used a sowing tactic. How could you make me lose so badly? Out of the 30,000 troops, 18,000 were lost. That wasn't all. The key was that they wouldn't be able to take Raging Tide City for a long time. Also, their relationship with the Inyuan Association would immediately deteriorate. If they lost this battle, the advance of the Inyuan Association of 1,000,000 gold coins would be gone. Wu Ji felt a chill run down his spine after reading the report. But he was an old minister, and he had to hold on at this crucial moment. "Your Majesty, you must pull yourself together," Wu Ji said. "The situation isn't at its worst yet. The battle report from Western Heaven Province will arrive soon. Once Zhangchong is destroyed, Sunan will sweep through the entire Western Heaven Province. Ningyuan Xian will definitely compromise and take the initiative to negotiate with us. When that time comes, we can still take back at least 3 counties. This battle will still be a great victory. Your Majesty, what you lose at sunrise, you gain at sunrise." Hearing this, Wu Wang immediately pulled himself together. "That's right, the situation isn't at its worst yet. Our state of Wu failed to take Raging Tide City. It was only a partial loss, and we only lost a few troops. But the state of Yu is facing the fate of destruction and dismemberment. Our state of Wu hasn't lost yet. As long as the result of the battle in Western Heaven Province is out, Ning Yuanxian will definitely compromise. Then, Wu Wang straightened up and said, Uncle Wang, let's wait together. Wait for the battle report from Western Heaven Province, wait for Ning Yuanxian to take the initiative to beg for mercy and negotiate. I haven't lost yet, I haven't lost yet. And at this moment, there was a rush of hooves coming from outside. Urgent report, the secret agent came to the front of the camp, directly rolled down from the warhorse, and quickly rushed into Wu Wang's camp. Your Majesty, the battle in White Knight Province is over, the Su clan's army was defeated, and almost wiped out. A burst of thunder seemed to ring out of nowhere. Wu Wang felt that he was hallucinating. What? What did you say? Your Majesty, the Su clan's main force was defeated, and almost the entire army was wiped out. Wu Wang's eyes instantly turned red, and all the hair on his body suddenly stood up. He shouted loudly, how is this possible? How is this possible? Didn't the Su clan's secret report clearly state that Zhang Chong is seriously ill and is about to die? And they also captured Zhang Chong's son and grandson? Didn't they say that the capture of White Knight Province was already a foregone conclusion? What's going on? What happened? The secret agent said, Shenlang suddenly led the Chong Kingdom's cavalry to attack from behind, and the Su clan's main force was caught off guard. In less than half a day, they were completely defeated. Wu Wang suddenly staggered. Shenlang, it's Shenlang again. Then, his legs became a little weak, and he found that he could not stand at all. He kept retreating, and directly fell on the chair. The worst news. And there were two of them, I lost, and I lost miserably. The Battle of Raging Tide City was lost. Bian Shao rushed into the Wu Kingdom and started a massacre, but they still could not stop him. Now Ning Yuanxian had won a complete victory in Western Heaven Province, and the Su clan's main force was destroyed. After a glorious victory, Ning Yuanxian directly went from hell to heaven. And he, Wu Qi, directly fell from heaven to hell. Why is this happening? What did I, Wu Qi, do wrong? Why did the heavens do this to me? Wu Wang's tears fell from the corner of his eyes. Wu Qi felt that his body did not have the slightest bit of warmth, and he could not even feel a little bit. What consequences will I face next? How will Bian Shao retreat? How will Ning Yuanxian demand an exorbitant price? Will he cede another province? I, Wu Qi, have just ascended the throne, and I have to humiliate my country like this? Wu Wang said with a trembling voice, Uncle, am I really not good enough? Am I not suitable to sit on this throne? As soon as these words came out, Wu Ji suddenly knelt on the ground and said loudly, Your Majesty is heroic and courageous. If you are not suitable to be the king, who else in the world is worthy to be the king of the Wu Kingdom? Wu Qi said, Then why did I suffer such a great defeat not long after I ascended the throne? Wu Ji said, Your Majesty, sometimes victory and defeat can only be determined by the heavens. A king would only gradually become wise and farsighted through setbacks and tribulations. His Majesty must not lose his edge because of this setback. An official can be moderate and conservative, but a king cannot be mediocre. Previously, Your Majesty was very sharp, and I was afraid that you would show off too much, so I often advised you to be more conservative. But your sharpness is what I want the most, and I must not shrink back because of this defeat. Wu Ji knelt a few steps and cried loudly, If I may be so bold, I will say a few more words. Although Wu Mu lost this time, he did not do badly. It is just that his opponent was too strong, and after this tempering, he will become a famous general. But you are all his confidants, and if you continue to be dispirited, then the whole new faction will collapse in an instant. Your Majesty, my Majesty. To be frank, you performed very well in the battle with Ning Yuanxian this time. I think the only mistake you made was that you could not resist the temptation of defeating Ning Yuanxian, so you forgot the original intention of your strategy, and kept transferring troops from the west, trying to make the battle between the two kings real. You were blinded by greed, which led to the emptiness of the west, and Bian Zhao's cavalry rushed into the heart of our state of you, burning, killing, and plundering. But since then, you performed very well. Not only did you not let the 30,000 troops in the west go back to besiege Bian Shao, but you let them continue to join the main camp, so that they can keep the pressure on Ning Yuanxian. This is what a wise king should do. Most of the time, success or failure is God's will. Your Majesty, you must not blame yourself too much, and you must not doubt yourself. As for the Counterattack of the old conservative officials? Your Majesty, please rest assured. As long as I am here, whoever dares to open his eyes, I will kill his whole family. Your Majesty, you must pull yourself together. In the next negotiation with Ming Yuanxian, we still have to rely on your Majesty, and no one can replace you. Wu Ji's words came from the bottom of his heart, and they struck King Wu's heart. His ice-cold body gradually warmed up. His ice-cold heart gradually became boiling hot. The will that was a little scattered just now, once again condensed. Yes, I can't fall. I am King Wu, any consequences, any responsibility, can only be borne by me alone. I still have to negotiate with Ming Yuanxian. My battle is not over yet, but it has just begun. Inside the Marquis of Jinyuan's mansion, Jing Tua slept with all of Su Nan's beautiful wives and concubines, and then slept with all of Su Jianting's wives and concubines. It was really like heaven. After a few days of debauchery, it was time to get down to business. It was time to send a new memorial to the monarch. When he had just taken down the Marquis of Jinyuan's mansion, why didn't he send the news of victory to the monarch? Because he couldn't. The time interval between that and the news of victory in White Knight City was too short. Many people would suspect that it was too easy for him to take down the castle of the Marquis of Jinyuan's mansion. You almost immediately took it down as soon as the army arrived. So in a few days, he had to pretend to fight for a few days and nights. Not only that. He also had to make the walls of the Marquis of Jinyuan's mansion covered with blood. There were also many corpses piled up. In short, he had to make it look like the battle was tragic. Jing Tua was a military general, so his memorial did not need to be written in parallel. He had to pretend that he had never read a book. After the battle in White Knight City, I led the army day and night to attack the Marquis of Jinyuan's mansion. We fought fiercely for 5 days and 5 nights, suffered more than 10,000 casualties, killed 8,000 of Su Nan's rebel army, and finally seized the Su clan's castle, completely quelling Su Nan's rebellion. But the old thief Su Nan was too cunning. He led a few of his trusted subordinates to escape, causing us to be unable to take full credit. Please forgive us, Your Majesty. After the two finished writing the memorial, they sent 2 teams of cavalry to send it to the monarch and the crown prince at once. Marquis Jing Tua said, not only do we have to send it to the monarch and the crown prince, we also have to send more than a dozen teams of people to spread the news everywhere and make public the news of victory. We have to let the whole world know that Jing Tua and Liang Yongyan have wiped out Su Nan's rebel army, quelled the rebellion in the western part of the state of Yu, turned the tide, and helped the building to collapse. Liang Yongyan could not help but nod. Jing Tua said, Lord Liang, congratulations on making a great contribution. From now on, you are the pillar of the state of Yu. Liang Yongyan said, I dare not, I dare not. The main credit in wiping out Su Nan's rebel army belongs to Jing Tua. You are the pillar of the state of Yu. Then, Liang Yongyan frowned and said, but Your Majesty should still know that it was Shen Lang and Zhang Chong who wiped out Su Nan's main army. Jing Tua sneered, what army did Shen Lang use to wipe out Su Nan's main army? The Chong Kingdom's cavalry led the barbarians into the country. How is this different from Su Nan's? His disloyalty is clear on the paper. He is planning to rebel. The disaster of the barbarians entering the country 100 years ago is still fresh in our minds. Liang Yongyan said, yes, yes. Moreover, he took advantage of the fact that he had the Chong Kingdom's cavalry to back him up. Not only did he disobey orders to attack the Marquis of Jinyuan's residence, but he also obstructed us in many ways and ordered Su Nan to escape. Jing Tua said, not only that, he also allowed the Chong Kingdom's cavalry to kill and loot within our borders. So even though he did contribute in this battle, his transgressions were even greater. Liang Yongyan was stunned. There really was no such thing. Jing Tua said, he didn't do it, but we can do it in his place. Liang Yongyan understood after hearing this. First, he pretended to be the Chong Kingdom's cavalry and looted everywhere, killing innocent people to take credit, then he could frame Shen Lang. Wouldn't that be great? At the crucial moment, he had to be ruthless and decisive. 2 days later, a group of Chong Kingdom's cavalry appeared in Day-Night City, killing and looting everywhere. They killed city after city. Other than Jinyuan City and Day-Night City, the other cities were all looted and killed. The day-night prefecture was really unlucky to have been plundered twice. However, the first time, Xianxia and his men had looted the western region's merchants. This time, it was the civilians who suffered. Heads rolled on the ground, carts after carts of heads were sent out, countless houses were burned down. Countless gold and silver were looted. Every time the Qing kingdom's cavalry came to a city to loot, they would shout that they were under Xianxia's orders to loot. Xianxia borrowed 10,000 soldiers from the Qing kingdom's queen, but he didn't have the money. The Qing kingdom's cavalry helped Xianxia defeat Sunan's army, but we didn't get a single gold coin in return. So Xianxia agreed to let them loot as much as they wanted in Day-Night City. No matter how much they looted, it would be considered military expenses and rewards. How could the civilians tell this apart? They only knew that it was the Qing kingdom's cavalry who were wearing the Qing kingdom's Sirius Eagle flag. Moreover, Xianxia had indeed defeated the Su clan's army with the Qing kingdom's cavalry. Instantly, countless civilians in Day-Night City cursed Xianxia. That pretty boy city lord will die a horrible death. Fortunately, I said good things about him before, because he only looted merchants from the western region and never touched civilians. Now that he has no money, he's actually looting us ordinary civilians. God, why don't you open your eyes and strike Xianxia dead with lightning? God damn it. Xianxia and Liang Yongnian were too ruthless. Almost every village in Day-Night City held a funeral, and mourning clothes were everywhere. Then, someone secretly contacted Xianxia, saying that he had killed innocent people and committed a heinous crime. Immediately, groups of people went everywhere to complain. Some went to Day-Night City to complain to Taisho Prefecture. Some went to Lang County to complain to the Third Prince. Some went to Jinyuan Marquis residence to complain to Count Xingtua. There was even a retired official who brought hundreds of scholars to the capital to complain to the emperor. The Day-Night City that had just calmed down was once again in turmoil. Now, Xingtua was stationed at Jinyuan Marquis residence, while Liang Yongnian was stationed at Jinyuan City. The registrar of Jinyuan City also temporarily became the governor's office. Every day, countless people knelt in front of Liang Yongnian, wailing bitterly. Commander-in-Chief, please uphold justice for this commoner. My parents were all killed by the Qing kingdom's rebels, and my wife was also harmed by these beasts. Governor, please help this commoner. My entire family was killed by the Qing kingdom's rebels, and my house was burned. Now I have no home to return to. That thief Xianxia allowed the barbarians to cause trouble. Please punish him, governor. Thousands of people knelt outside Liang Yongnian's governor's office, wailing miserably. The governor of Western Heaven Province, Liang Yongnian, was trembling from head to toe. Tears streamed down his face as he roared, "Traitor Xianxia, you actually led a barbarian army into my country to burn, kill, and plunder. You killed my people, which is equivalent to killing my parents. This hatred is irreconcilable. Scoundrel Xianxia, you really have a vicious heart." Sunan rebelled, but what crime did the people of Day-Night City commit? You actually allowed the Qing kingdom's cavalry to kill 9 out of 10 people. You have committed a heinous crime, a heinous crime. Everyone, don't worry. I, Liang Yongnian, will definitely seek justice for you even if I have to give up my official position. This thief Xianxia cannot be tolerated by the heavens. In an instant, thousands of people knelt down and cried. My lord, my lord. Following that, Xingtua and Liang Yongnian mobilized all their forces to write memorials to impeach Xianxia. Impeachment memorials came one after another, surging towards the capital like a tidal wave, luring the barbarians into the country. Such a disaster had happened 100 years ago, and the result was tragic. Now that it had happened again, it would definitely stab the extremely fragile nerves of the people of the state of Yu. Liang Yongnian laughed. In this way, the great merit of that thief Xianxia will be gone. However, Ningjia might not be able to fool the monarch in Day-Night City. Xingtua said, there's no need to lie to the monarch. Just lie to the people of the world and the officials of the court. Moreover, the people who burned, killed, and looted in Day-Night City must be the barbarians of the Qing kingdom. It can't be the army of the state of Yu. Of course, it can't be our army, because we represent the court of the state of Yu. Moreover, Xianxia has led the mob to plunder before. This time, it's just right to splash the dirty water on him. Xianxia has just made a great contribution. I'm afraid he's getting carried away now. This basin of dirty water should be enough to scatter his soul, ha 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 ha. Under the protection of more than 2,000 Chang Kingdom's cavalry, escorting a few carts of human heads, Xianlang entered the territory of the State of Yu in a mighty manner. However, not long after entering the territory of Day-Night City, the scouts reported that they had found the enemy. Xianlang was stunned. Enemy situation. A moment later, countless people came beating drums and gongs. An army of more than 5,000 people stood in front of Xianlang. It was the army of Liang Yongyan, the commander-in-chief of the Western Heaven province. Behind him were thousands of people, and they were the ones beating drums and gongs. Don't run away, Xianlang. Goddamn Xianlang, return my family's lives. Cut Xianlang into 1,000 pieces. Commander-in-chief, kill these Chang Kingdom bastards. Kill Xianlang and seek justice for us. These thousands of people were incomparably angry. They looked at Xianlang with eyes full of deep-seated hatred, as if they wanted to skin him alive. Bang, 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 a fierce sound of war drums rang out. A valiant man in full military uniform rushed out. It was the commander-in-chief of the Western Heaven province, Liang Yongyan. Xianlang, do you know your crime? Liang Yongyan roared. Xianlang narrowed his eyes, spread his hands, and shrugged. Liang Yongyan said, 100 years ago, the barbarians invaded our state of Yu, burning, killing, and looting. More than 100,000 people were killed, and it seems like it happened just yesterday. Now, you've once again lured the Chang Kingdom's cavalry into our state of Yu. You can't afford to hire them, so you let them loot the civilians. These days, the Chang Kingdom's cavalry has been burning, killing, and looting in several cities in Day-Night County. Xianlang, these civilians are innocent. What does Sunan's rebellion have to do with them? You're worse than a beast. Liang Yongyan roared, my fellow villagers, look carefully. Did these Chang Kingdom's cavalry burn and loot your homes? The crowd looked carefully for a while, then said loudly, that's right, it's them. It's these clothes, these flags. The Chang Kingdom's flags were too obvious. Serious vultures, Xianlang quickly understood. Liang Yongyan and Jing Tua were ruthless. They had actually done something that even Sunan had not done. They had impersonated the Chang Kingdom's cavalry and looted everywhere. Not only had they made a fortune, but they had also killed innocent people to claim credit. Moreover, they had even framed Xianlang. How many people had they killed? Then, a few carriages rushed out and flipped over. Instantly, countless heads rolled out of the carriages. There were at least a few thousand of them. This is only a small portion. Liang Yongyan wept blood. Xianlang, do you still have any humanity left? It's fine if you let the Chang Kingdom's cavalry loot, but why did you have to go on a killing spree? This is inhumane. Xianlang sighed in amazement. He had not expected Jing Tua and Liang Yongyan to be so ruthless. In order to seize credit, frame Xianlang, and cause chaos in Day-Night County, they had killed more than 10,000 people. This was no less than the butchers Liangyu at the end of the Ming dynasty. Awesome, awesome, Liang Yongyan suddenly drew his sword and roared, my fellow villagers, the culprit is right in front of you. I will support you and avenge your families. Avenge them. All troops, prepare for battle and protect the people. Xianlang, surrender immediately and hand over the Chang Kingdom's culprit. The few thousand people felt that they had the support of the 5,000 troops. Coupled with the fact that they were furious, they immediately charged forward and surrounded Xianlang's 2,000 cavalry from both sides. However, they did not dare to get too close, so they shouted from a dozen meters away. Then, they picked up the stones on the ground and threw them at Xianlang. Goddamn Xianlang, give me back my family. Goddamn bastard, you deserve to die. Seeing that Xianlang's troops did not respond, they moved closer again. More and more stones were thrown, and they were spitting and cursing. Liang Yongyan felt extremely sinister and delighted when he saw this. Xianlang, you won't be able to clear your name even if you jump into the raging river now. You're still too inexperienced to fight us. Xianlang licked his lips and scratched his nose. Liang Yongyan, are you stupid? Do you think I care about this dirty water? Framing me for arson and robbery? Killing the innocent? Whatever. It's so boring if it's fake. Let's play it for real. Liang Yongnian, I originally wanted to let the monarch take care of you, but there's no need for that now. I will skin you alive and tear you into pieces. I said I would kill your entire family, so I will definitely kill your entire family. Then, Shenlang's expression turned cold as he roared, kill this army in front of us. Anyone who dares to come within 10 feet of my troops, regardless of whether they are civilians or innocent, will be treated as a traitor and will be killed. Kill. Instantly, 2,000 Chang Kingdom cavalry charged forward like a tidal wave, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. They started a massacre as if they were chopping vegetables. Note, 16,000 new votes today. I really need monthly votes. Please help me, please, thank you, Dark Tone Memories, for your 10,000 yuan tip. Please remember this book's domain name, .com. Wonderful Bookhouse mobile version.com. Who were the so-called 5,000 soldiers brought by the governor of Western Heaven Province? The 3,000 soldiers were the provincial garrisons. They were absolutely a second-line army. Moreover, they had been corrupted by the Su clan to the point that they were completely useless. The remaining 2,000 were temporarily recruited by Liang Yongnian. They were made up of bailiffs, militia, and thugs. Ning Yuanxian had never counted on Liang Yongnian's 5,000 sh*t army when the battle was at its most dangerous. Sunan would rather spend a huge sum of money to hire the monk soldiers of the Great Tribulation Temple and the mercenaries of the West region than to hire Liang Yongnian's 5,000 soldiers. Too useless. Worse than Italy in World War II. Shenlang only had 2,000 Chang cavalrymen under his command. However, the people on horseback were not just empty words. When it came to killing people, it was like a crazy wild dog. He couldn't even block it. Against Liang Yongnian's trash army, it was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. It was a one-sided massacre. In just a short period of time, over 1,000 people had been killed. Liang Yongnian's scalp went numb. Shenlang, are you crazy? I'm also part of the imperial army. At the very least, I'm carrying the flag of the Western Heaven Province's governor's office. You led the Chang Kingdom's cavalry to kill the State of Yu's army, you. If this isn't rebellion, what is it? Shenlang, you're rebelling. Following that, Liang Yongnian shouted, fellow villagers, look. The Chang Kingdom cavalry has killed someone. He is your enemy. Go and take revenge. But how would these thousands of people dare to approach? They only dared to come and seek justice because they had the support of Liang Yongnian's army. Who would have thought that Shenlang would not listen to reason at all and would immediately turn hostile and kill him, so they quickly retreated to the sides and watched from afar. Liang Yongnian's 5,000 soldiers were instantly slaughtered until they wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves as they ran for their lives. But most of them were infantry, and there was not much cavalry. 2 legs cannot outrun 4 legs. The cavalry from the Chang Kingdom chased after them one by one. Liang Yongnian's 5,000 soldiers were either trampled to death or hacked to death. There was no use kneeling on the ground. The Chang Kingdom's warrior, who had gone berserk, swung his saber and chopped off his head. Liang Yongnian frantically ran for his life. Shenlang was crazy. He was a madman. He was a madman who didn't care about politics at all. But how could he possibly escape? Wu Lai led dozens of fighting slaves and chased after them. After killing all of Liang Yongnian's remaining warriors, he grabbed Liang Yongnian by the neck. He pinned him to the ground. Liang Yongnian's body trembled. He had led 5,000 soldiers and a few thousand civilians to surround Shenlang. He really wanted to create chaos and have these civilians attack Shenlang, so that the Chang Kingdom's cavalry would be unable to resist killing the citizens of the state of Yu. In this way, everything became an established fact. In front of everyone, Shenlang led the barbarians into his territory and slaughtered innocent people. In that case, the previous 10,000 people were killed by him. He did not expect Shenlang to be so vicious, killing almost all of his troops in one go. The hundreds of civilians who had rushed up were also killed. Shenlang, you're crazy. Shenlang looked at Liang Yongnian and said, what do you want? Let me ask you, what do you want to do? Liang Yongnian said loudly, get rid of evil for the people. F***ck, Shenlang took a dagger and directly cut off Liang Yongnian's ear. Speak human language, speak human language. Shenlang roared. Liang Yongnian only felt heat, blood gushed out, and one of his ears was gone. Suddenly, he let out a miserable scream. Shen Lang, Liang Yongnian, can't you speak like a human? F*CKU, you want me to speak like a human, why did you cut off my ear? You want me to speak like a human, not listen to a human. Shen Lang, you muddied the waters of White Knight County, turning me from a meritorious deed to a crime, and then you and Jingtua took the credit for destroying the Su clan. You? Liang Yongnian, you want to frame me for slaughtering innocent people? You want to slander me? It doesn't matter, I killed them. Shen Lang waved his hand, and 2 warriors carried a man from White Knight County up. Shen Lang, where are you from? The man said, Snow Ridge City. Shen Lang, have you made a fortune with me? People who have looted have characteristics, just like people who have eaten human flesh. When they look at people, their eyes are red. Therefore, Shen Lang was able to recognize this person at a glance. This person should have been with his team when they raided before. The man's face twitched. Shen Lang asked. Since you have made a fortune and escaped the Su clan's pursuit, why don't you go and live a good life, but instead come to make trouble? The man's face twitched. Did someone hire you? Shen Lang asked. No. Shen Lang, then why? The man's eyes showed a hint of fierceness, but he did not answer. Shen Lang, I understand, they want to find trouble with me, to find me for revenge, right? That's right, at that time, Shen Lang took them to loot and made a fortune. At the critical moment, he left them outside White Knight City and let them be chased by the Su clan's army. Although it was the Su clan who killed them, they hated Shen Lang very much. They hated Shen Lang for deceiving them and using them, not opening the city gate to let them enter White Knight City to loot. That's right, they didn't hate the Su clan, but they hated Shen Lang who made them rich. Shen Lang recognized them. Those who had rushed to the front and thrown stones at him were the lucky survivors of the previous looters. Now there were hundreds of people who were caught. Shen Lang opened their clothes and found daggers, blow darts, and arsenic inside. They came prepared. They really wanted to kill Shen Lang. Shen Lang smiled and said, Awesome, awesome. Do you really want to come to me for revenge? Welcome, welcome. Since you are here for revenge, then you have to bear the consequences of failure. You are here to kill me, so I have to pay you back. I can't let you go just because you are a commoner, right? Then, Shen Lang ordered, kill them all. As the order was given, the Cheng warriors raised their knives and were about to kill the hundreds of looters. Let's do it. Slave Xian and the other female warriors stepped forward and raised their knives. In an instant, the hundreds of rioters were killed. Many people present wet their pants. They didn't expect Shen Lang to kill people in public. Although these people used to be looters, at least they were now, the thousands of people present felt a chill on their necks. Shen Lang looked at the thousands of people and said slowly, White Knight City was looted, and more than 10,000 people were killed. Did you see it with your own eyes? Was it done by the Cheng warriors? The thousands of people didn't dare to answer. Tell me, Shen Lang said. It was done by the Cheng warriors. We saw it clearly. One of them shouted, You led the Cheng army into the country and defeated the Su clan's army. You couldn't afford to pay them, so you let them loot and kill everywhere. Shen Lang waved his hand and said, Come out. That person shrank into the crowd. What do you want? I am a commoner. I dare to do it, but I don't dare to let people talk about it. Shen Lang waved his hand. Wu Lai quickly rushed forward and pulled that person out. It was a scholar. Shen Lang said, A scholar? Do you have any scholarly honors? The scholar said, I was mediocre, but I was able to obtain the scholarly honor of a scholar. He said this proudly, because Shen Lang didn't have any real scholarly honors. He wasn't even a scholar. His high scholar status was a gift from the government. Shen Lang said, Then open your dog eyes and take a good look. What do the Cheng warriors look like? Are they from the Cheng jest? Because they're flying the Sirius vulture flag? Take a good look. Actually, it was very easy to tell the Cheng people from the state of Yu. The Cheng people lived on the highlands, and they were herders, so their skin was red and black. Even their facial features were very different. You can tell, right? Shenlang said, take a good look. These are the Chang warriors. They're all black and red, strong, short, ugly, and bow-legged. As soon as he said this, the Chang warriors glared at him angrily. Damn, what do you mean by this, you pretty boy? We fought for you, and you're going to humiliate us like this? Shenlang swept his gaze across them. Immediately, the Chang warriors shrank back. That's right, we're all black and red, strong, short, ugly, and bow-legged. This pretty boy in front of them was someone who could incur the wrath of the gods and kill tens of thousands of Chang warriors. He was the one who had killed the Chang emperor, Alutai. They couldn't afford to offend him. Shenlang turned to the scholar and said, can you tell? Think back carefully. Were the Chang soldiers who killed and looted real or fake? The scholar closed his eyes and remained silent. Shenlang said, tell me, were the Chang soldiers that we killed and looted real or fake? The scholar said, who knows? Now that the butcher's knife is in your hands, you can say whatever you want. Shenlang narrowed his eyes. So you know, but you're pretending not to know. You're trying to pin the blame on me. Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. In order to prove that you're right, I have no choice but to do this. Shenlang's dagger pierced through the scholar's chest. The crowd gasped in shock. Blood spurted out of the scholar's mouth as he stared at Shenlang in disbelief. Was he crazy? Shenlang said, I can kill as many of the Su clan members as you want. Shenlang looked at the crowd and smiled. Some of you are really stupid, some of you are pretending to be stupid, and some of you are just trying to fish in troubled waters. Then let me say it again. The Chang Kingdom's warriors burned and looted the 4 cities, killing tens of thousands of people. This has nothing to do with me. Someone pretended to be a Chang Kingdom warrior and looted and killed. It has nothing to do with me. Do you hear me? Shenlang shouted. Suddenly, someone in the crowd said darkly, what proof do you have? What proof do you have that has nothing to do with you? You were the one who did it. It's too late to quibble now. Shenlang pointed and said, the person who spoke, come out. At that moment, the thousands of people fell silent. That person hid in the crowd and did not make a sound, laughing coldly in his heart. I'm hiding in the crowd. What can you do? The law doesn't punish the masses. Are you going to make a move, stupid, pretty boy? Shenlang pointed in a certain direction in the crowd and said, that person is in that area. If anyone wants to report him, point him out. No one pointed him out. Instead, the crowd became even tighter, blocking that person in the middle. Interesting, interesting. Shenlang smiled. Even if you know that I have nothing to do with the looting and looting, you still want to be my enemy and see me as your enemy? Because you need an outlet to vent your hatred, right? Alright, if you don't want to report him, capture everyone in that area. Capture them. Shenlang ordered. Hundreds of warriors rushed in and captured the dozens of people in that area. In an instant, the crowd wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves. Kill them all. That's right. Shenlang said, kill them all. As soon as those words came out, suddenly, dozens of people pointed at one person. It's him, the one who just spoke was him. He was immediately reported out. That person was immediately captured. Shenlang said, Liang Yonian's people? Shimtuo's people? Su Clan's people? Fanning the flames here? But it doesn't matter. Chop him up. A moment later, that person was cut in half at the waist. Several people in the crowd were so scared that they pissed their pants. Shenlang looked at the dozens of people who were caught. He took a ruler and whipped each person's face. Pa 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 pa, everyone was bleeding from the corner of their mouth. Now, no one is going to interrupt me, right? No one is going to act weird now, right? Shenlang asked. Thousands of people bowed their heads, not daring to speak. When I said that the Chang soldiers burning and looting had nothing to do with me, you thought I was defending myself, trying to escape punishment. Wrong. This is because I didn't do it, and no one can blame it on me. I didn't do it before, but I did it today. Not only did I kill your people, but I also beat them into remnants of the Su clan. They say that if an official doesn't make decisions for the people, you might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. Shenlang took out his official seal, fiddling with it. But I don't have to be an official. I don't care about the bullshit hearts of the people. I don't care about the lives of you people. You idiots can do whatever you want. It doesn't matter if you go to the capital and file a complaint. I came to the Western Heaven province to take revenge, to destroy the Su clan. What justice? What justice? What justice for the people? What turning the tide? What meritorious service? I don't care about any of that. You curse me in your hearts? No matter. But whoever dares to provoke me, I don't care who you are, I don't care how pitiful you are, I will kill you all, and then beat you into remnants of the Su clan. Since the people of Xianxia City have fought side by side with me, I will treat them a little better. As for you, I won't frown even if you all die. My name is Shenlang, the son-in-law of Marquis Xuanwu. If your neck is tough enough, you're welcome to seek revenge. If you don't want to die, please get out of the way. Otherwise, don't blame me for adding a few more remnants of the Su clan to my list if you're trampled to death. 3, 2, 1. At these words, the thousands of people silently retreated. Idiot. Shenlang flipped back onto his horse and scolded in disdain. He completely ignored the thousands of eyes that were filled with hostility. Shenlang turned to the governor of Western Sky Province, Liang Yongyan. Lord Liang, let's go back. Liang Yongyan covered his ears and pointed at Shenlang. Shenlang, you're finished, you're finished. You led the Chang Kingdom's cavalry to attack the State of Yu's army, which is tantamount to treason. You're finished. Then, Liang Yongyan trembled. Shenlang, what are you doing? Shenlang replied, nothing much, I was just worried that you wouldn't be able to walk fast, so I helped you. Liang Yongyan was horrified to find that a rope had been tied around his neck. The other end of the rope was in Shenlang's hand. He led Liang Yongyan along like he was walking a dog. At first, his speed wasn't fast, and Liang Yongyan could barely catch up. But later on, Shenlang's speed became faster and faster. Liang Yongyan could no longer catch up. He fell to the ground and was dragged along. Go, go, go. Shenlang urged his horse with all his might. The governor of Western Sky Province, Liang Yongyan's body was dragged along the ground. Soon, his clothes were worn out, and his flesh was torn and bloody. Liang Yongyan let out a blood-curdling howl as he was scared out of his wits. Shenlang, please spare me, please spare me. I confess, I confess. It was Jingtuo. Jingtuo's cavalry disguised themselves as soldiers of the Chang Kingdom and went around killing and pillaging. He also killed more than 10,000 innocent civilians and took credit for his crimes. Because we easily took over the Marquis of Xianxia and didn't fight at all, we had to pretend that. There was a fierce battle. We reported that we killed 8,000 soldiers of the Su clan's army, so we needed a large number of heads. That's why we killed innocent civilians and took credit for our crimes, then blamed it on you. Liang Yongyan yelled very loudly in order to survive. Shenlang stopped his horse and said to the thousands of people behind him, did you hear me now? They all heard him, the truth had been revealed. The one who had killed innocent civilians was Jingtuo, not Shenlang. However, the thousands of people were still looking at Shenlang with hatred, a deep-rooted hatred. Shenlang knew that this would be the result. Most of the time, the people didn't need the truth. They just needed a target to vent their hatred on. Liang Yongyan had been kind to them, but they had never seen Jingtuo before. In order to win their hearts, Jingtuo had even given some of the food from the Marquis of Xianxuan's residence to the people of Day-Night County. But they had seen Shenlang. Moreover, Shenlang was incomparably arrogant and haughty, and this completely hurt their self-esteem. So even though Liang Yongyan had confessed that he and Jingtuo were the ones who had killed innocent civilians and taken credit for their crimes, but in their hearts, they would still put the blame on Shenlang. There was no reason. It was because they hated Shenlang. That was the human heart. In the hearts of these people, whoever was nice to them was a good person. Shenlang, on the other hand, had an arrogant, cold, and merciless look on his face. He was definitely a bad person, a bad official. Shenlang had long seen through this, so he had no interest in becoming an official. This kind of tiring work should be left to people like Xianxia to do. Idiot. Shen Lang cursed again. Then he sped up. Liang Yongnian's miserable screams could be heard again. Dozens of kilometers later, Liang Yongnian could no longer scream, because everything below his thigh had been ground away. An hour later, Shen Lang's 2,000 cavalrymen charged into Xianxia city. By this time everything below Liang Yongnian's waist had been ground away. He had long since stopped breathing. Shen Lang asked, "Is Liang Wanyan's family in Xianxia city?" Wu Lai replied, "Yes, 2 sons, 1 brother, and 8 nephews." Shen Lang asked, "Do they have any evil deeds?" Wu Lai said, "They are simply evil. These fake cavalrymen from the Chang kingdom burned, killed, and pillaged. These people are all involved." Shen Lang said, "Then kill them all and send their corpses to the Marquis' residence for Xianxia." Yes. An hour later, all of Liang Yongnian's family members in Xianxia city had been killed. Together with the corpses of Liang Yongnian's several thousand soldiers, they filled up several carriages and were sent to the Marquis' residence. Shen Lang said, "The army will rest and reorganize, then we will attack the Marquis' residence." Wu Lai asked in a trembling voice, "Young master, are we going to attack the Marquis' residence?" Shen Lang nodded. "Yes." Wu Lai said, "But we have already wiped out Su Nan's entire family." Shen Lang said, "I didn't want to bother with Xianxia at first. His daughter, Xianxia, is Jin Hui's wife after all, so the monarch will deal with him. But I didn't provoke him, but he took the initiative to provoke me. He is forcing me to wipe out his entire army and his entire family. If Grandmaster Ban Ruo was here, she would definitely know why Shen Lang had so many enemies." Wu Lai said, "Young master, but Xianxia has 20,000 soldiers, and the Marquis' residence is extremely dangerous and impregnable." Shen Lang said, "Don't worry, when have I ever fought a battle that I have no confidence in winning? I said I will wipe out Xianxia, so I will. Since we are going to Pingtian West Province, we might as well clean it up thoroughly." Inside the Marquis' residence, Xianxia was completely stunned. In front of him, there were thousands of corpses. Among them was Western Heaven Province's Governor Liang Wanyan and his entire family. Liang Wanyan died a horrible death, everything below his waist was ground away. He was dragged to his death. Xianxia could not help but feel his scalp go numb. Is Shen Lang a madman? A madman? He was the governor of Western Heaven Province, yet he killed him just like that. Such a high-ranking official, even if he had colluded with Su Nan, he was not deemed a traitor. Not to mention a small official like Shen Lang, even Zhang Chong or the monarch's son would not dare to kill him so easily. Only the monarch could kill an official of Liang Wanyan's rank. In the end, Shen Lang dragged him to death. Not only that, but he also killed almost all of Liang Yongnian's army. Leading the Chang Kingdom's army to slaughter the state of Yu's army? What was going on? Was he crazy? That was equivalent to treason. Was there such a crazy person in this world? In Jing Tuo's opinion, Shen Lang had made a great contribution, so he would definitely want to cling on to it. Therefore, once he was slandered, his first reaction was to immediately go to the capital to defend himself against the monarch, desperately trying to prove his innocence. However, there was no way he could prove his innocence, not even jumping into the river. He did not expect that Shen Lang would not immediately go to the capital to defend himself, but instead go on a killing spree. Was he a mad dog with a disease? Xianxia could not help but ask, why? Why did he do this? He was framed by me, so he should have gone to the capital to use his connections to clear his name. Shen Lang was also puzzled. Father, isn't this just right? The more Shen Lang seeks death, the better it is for us. That was true. Shen Lang had courted death so crazily that there was simply no cure for him. Xianxia had originally thought that he would be in big trouble this time. After all, when the Sus had rebelled, he had not put in all his effort to quell the rebellion. Instead, he had cooperated with the Sus and almost killed Zhang Chong. Moreover, Shen Lang had annihilated the main force of the Sus and made a great contribution. However, Shen Lang had actually taken the initiative to seek death and committed a great crime. Now, the main credit for annihilating the Sus would belong to Xianxia alone. Ha ha ha, I really have to thank Shen Lang. Not only did he not make a contribution, but he also committed a great crime. The Chang Kingdom's army burned and looted in the Dainite region, slaughtering tens of thousands of people. He originally had room to defend himself. Now, he has openly killed people, openly attacked the state of Yu's army, and publicly killed the governor of the Western Heaven province. No one can clear his name. He's done for. Just wait and see. He'll be drowned in a snowstorm of impeachment memorials, and all the civil and military officials in the court will skin him alive. Little thief Xianxia, thank you for your help. To think that this unparalleled merit would belong to me, Xianxia. Zhenglong said, Father, Xianxia has thrown so many corpses in front of us. Isn't this a provocation? He only has 2,000 men, while we have 20,000. We might as well go all out and kill him. Zhengtuo's eyes flashed. He seemed very tempted. His army was 10 times that of Xianxia's, so attacking Jinyuan city should not be a problem. Xianxia's Chang army is plotting a rebellion, and we, the Western Count, can use this opportunity to destroy them. This is a very good opportunity. Killing this little bastard will relieve my hatred. But after hesitating for a while, Zhengtuo shook his head and rejected this very tempting proposal. The Chang kingdom was too close. If Xianxia died, the queen of the Chang kingdom might lead an army of tens of thousands to seek revenge. Moreover, the 20,000 soldiers in Zhengtuo's hands were extremely precious. They were the foundation of his survival. Both the crown prince and the third prince will be happy with Xianxia. All the civil and military officials in the court will be calling for Xianxia's death. We won't have to do it. Let's just sit back and watch that little bastard Xianxia bring about his own destruction. Zhengtuo walked to the window and gazed out at Jinyuan city. The Marquis of Jinyuan's residence was too good. It was high above the masses and looked down on them. Sunan, thank you for your castle. From now on, I will replace it. This castle belongs to me, Zhengtuo, and the land beneath it belongs to me as well. However, the next morning, Zhengtuo received a shocking piece of news. Xianxia had led 2,000 cavalrymen to attack the Marquis of Jinyuan's residence. Zhengtuo was about to go crazy. He thought he was hearing things. Am I crazy? Or has Xianxia gone crazy? Or has the world gone crazy? Xianxia had just killed the governor of Western Heaven province, Liang Wanyan, and killed thousands of soldiers. Now, he actually came to attack the Marquis of Jinyuan's residence, using 2,000 cavalrymen to attack. I, Zhengtuo, have an army of 20,000 in this castle. Moreover, the entire castle towered over the mountain, impregnable, easy to defend and difficult to attack. Are you, Xianxia, out of your mind? Are you courting death? Is Xianxia an idiot? There was a road to heaven, but you didn't take it. There was no door to hell, but you wanted to barge in. Xianxia, you little bastard, since you want to die, then I will fulfill your wish. The capital was going crazy. First came the shocking news of victory. The crown prince received the news that the main force of the Su clan was completely destroyed, and Xianxia had made a great contribution. But the crown prince did not send it, but sent it to the northern defense line, to the monarch. But then came Zhengtuo's report. Zhengtuo and Liang Yongyan had unexpectedly attacked the Marquis of Jinyuan's residence, and Sunan had fled to the western regions. In other words, the earth-shattering rebellion of the Su clan had been completely quelled. Zhengtuo and Liang Yongyan also sent secret letters to the crown prince, expressing their loyalty. But the crown prince still did not send it, and sent it to the monarch in the north. But it was useless for the crown prince to not send it. Zhengtuo and Liang Yongyan sent more than a dozen troops, and frantically spread the news everywhere. Great victory in Western Heaven province. Zhengtuo and Liang Yongyan's army had broken through the Marquis of Jinyuan's residence, and the Su clan's rebellion had been completely quelled. Zhengtuo Count and Sunan had fought for several days and nights, and had beheaded more than 10,000. Zhengtuo Count had worked his heart out, and took the lead to finally quell the Su clan's rebellion within a month, and had made such a great contribution. Zhengtuo Count's army numbered 70 to 80,000, and Zhengtuo had only 20,000 troops. Zhengtuo Count was outnumbered, and had actually won a great victory. Zhengtuo Count really deserved to be the military god of our state of Yu, under the push of people with intentions. The entire capital was completely boiling. Countless people went to the streets to celebrate this great victory. Many taverns also joined in the fun, and sold free alcohol for half a day. The students of the Imperial College and the Imperial College all came out, and came to the palace to ask for Xianxia Count's credit. Under the push of people with intentions, Xianxia became the pillar that quelled the rebellion, and became the pillar of the state of Yu that turned the tide. Countless poems and songs emerged. Almost all the courtesans were reciting poems praising the military god Xianxia. On the other hand, Shenlang and Zhang Chong, who had truly rendered the greatest meritorious service, were completely neglected by everyone. Why did this happen? The guidance of people with intentions was one thing, but not the main reason. Xianxia did not have such a big thing in the capital. The key was the blind obedience of the people. And a group of scholars were naive and childish. Plus a group of courtesans who wanted to be famous every day, wanted to join in the fun, and wanted exposure. Most of these so-called courtesans were not whores, but more like whores. Every day they racked their brains to become famous, and absolutely refused to let go of any opportunity. This group of people stirred things up. What could the people know? Of course, they followed suit, and suddenly praised Xianxia and Liang Yongyan to the heavens. So Xianxia suddenly became the military god of the state of Yu, and the greatest contributor to quelling the Su clan's rebellion. Of course, there was also a key reason. The crown prince just sat back and watched. He did not push, but he also did not suppress Xianxia's hype. It was better to give this credit to Xianxia than to give it to Shenlang. Then, another even more explosive piece of news came. Shenlang led the Chang troops into the country, burning and looting the people of Dainite County, slaughtering over 10,000 people. Heads rolled, and the entire Dainite County was empty. Countless children lost their mothers. Many parents lost their children. Every family in Dainite County was holding funerals, and every family was crying in despair. This scene was too horrible to look at. Suddenly, the public was angry. Countless people shouted at Shenlang to kill him. Traitor of the country, traitor of the country. The biggest traitor of all, however, the capital was destined to not be peaceful. Next, even more explosive news came. Shenlang cruelly killed Liang Wanyan, the governor of Tianqi province, and led the Chang troops to slaughter the soldiers of Tianqi province. All of a sudden, the entire capital was dumbfounded. Was Shenlang rebelling? Was he crazy? This matter had pierced the heavens. It was beyond the crown prince's jurisdiction. He hurriedly sent the countless impeachment memorials to the north, letting the monarch decide. The northern defense line, Ming Yuanxian, received one memorial after another. Sunan escaped. Xianxia and Liang Wanyan fought fiercely for several days and nights, taking down the marquis's residence. Shenlang led the Chang troops to slaughter the people. Shenlang killed Liang Wanyan, and slaughtered thousands of soldiers of Tianqi province. Monarch Ming Yuanxian's head was about to explode. He was about to negotiate with King Wu, and it was the most critical moment. Now, so many things had happened. Because the main force of the Su clan had been destroyed, the Chu army had immediately stopped fighting. But now, Tianqi province and Dainite County were in chaos. So the Chu army was ready to move again, and a few small-scale battles broke out with the Xianxia Western Army. The young censors of the censorate felt their blood boil. The crown prince did not care. They went to the northern palace and stood in front of the monarch. They knelt outside the palace, kowtowing and shouting. Your Majesty, I impeach Shenlang. Your Majesty, I impeach Shenlang for treason. Your Majesty, Shenlang has committed 13 grave crimes. Your Majesty, Shenlang led the Chang troops into the state of Yu, burning, killing, and robbing the people, committing heinous crimes. He innocently killed the governor of Tianqi province, and slaughtered the soldiers of the state of Yu. This is tantamount to treason. This subject requests Your Majesty to immediately dispatch the Black Water platform to capture Shenlang and publicly execute him by 1,000 cuts. Your Majesty, if we don't kill Shenlang, it will not be enough to appease the anger of the people. Your Majesty, on behalf of the people, Shenlang must be killed. Finally, Monarch Ming Yuanxian was furious. He roared, Old dog, go kill those people outside for me, kill them. Beat them to death. Kill them all. If they don't die, I will hold you responsible. Note, the first update has been sent. I'm so hungry, I'm going to eat, then continue writing. Brothers, you must give me your monthly tickets, I beg you. Thank you, Limitless Sun, for your 10,000 coins. Regardless of whether it was the state of Wu or the state of Yu, no one would be punished for their words. One could still remember the fearless deputy imperial censor who had publicly exposed the affair between Xinlang and Princess Ningyan, causing Princess Ningyan to be placed under house arrest in the imperial clan temple. Even now, she had not been released. This was a huge slap to the face of the royal family. And this deputy imperial censor had not been punished in public. Instead, he had been punished for corruption. It was as if the imperial censors had been born with the power to scold people. If you were to be flogged because of your scolding, and if you didn't die or become disabled, then congratulations, you'd become famous, you'd become an idol in the bureaucracy. Perhaps this group of young imperial censors was filled with resentment and grief over the deaths of tens of thousands of people. But most of them just wanted to be famous. They wanted to fight for the throne. From their point of view, there was no risk at all. Xinlang had committed a heinous crime. Although he had made a great contribution and destroyed the main force of the Su clan's rebel army, he had led the Chong Kingdom's cavalry into the country. However, he had led the Chong Kingdom's cavalry into their territory, which was a grave crime. The disaster from 100 years ago was still fresh in his mind. Furthermore, the rebellion in the Western Heaven province had already been quelled. It was time to get rid of the donkey after it had outlived its usefulness. That idiot Xinlang had publicly killed the governor of the Western Heaven province and attacked the imperial army. Wasn't he seeking his own death? Xinlang had put his head in front of him. How could they not kill him? Therefore, these young imperial censors rushed to the imperial residence in the north, determined to kill Xinlang, but at this moment, a group of ferocious warriors rushed out and pinned these young censors down, pulling off their pants. They raised the wooden plank and were about to start the beating. The young censor was shocked, then shouted, "Your Majesty, we are pleading on behalf of the people. Your Majesty, you must not trust a traitor. Colleagues, we have studied for 10 years just for this day. We would rather die than kill the traitor Xinlang. For the peace of the world, for the justice of the people." The group of censors thought that it was just a wooden plank or a wooden plank, so they took the opportunity to shout their slogans. But unexpectedly, the moment the wooden plank came down, something was wrong. Crack, the staff came down. His entire pelvis was instantly crushed. The second strike broke his thigh bone. After the third strike, his lumbar vertebra broke, and he lost all feeling below his waist. In an instant, the group of young imperial censors were scared out of their wits. "Your Majesty, spare my life. Your Majesty, spare me, Your Majesty, we were wrong." The great eunuch Li Sun was indifferent as he flipped his palm. A few of the warriors immediately swung their wooden staffs at the heads of these young censors. Instant death, the whole place was silent. Li Sun waved his hand and the corpses of the 4 young imperial censors were dragged out like dead dogs. "Your Majesty, he's dead." Ning Yuanxian held a bowl of glutinous rice balls and ate them carefully. After the 4 young censors were killed, he was no longer as angry as before. He seemed to have calmed down. As an emperor, he had seen too many of such things. The entire imperial court, even the entire world, was like this. Most people were fools who were blinded by greed. It was just that their acting was too clumsy, which infuriated him. That bastard Xinlang deserved to be beaten, he deserved to be beaten. Monarch Ning Yuanxian said, he was too arrogant. What was the word he used? Was it used to describe a fool? Li Sun waved his hand. The censor retreated because it was a private conversation, not a public place. Li Sun said, "That word was a fool." "Yes, that's the word." Monarch said, "That bastard Xinlang was too arrogant. Liang Wanyan was an idiot who deserved to die, but couldn't you tolerate him a little? Why did you kill him in public? And you even killed Liang Wanyan's army of a few thousand. When someone framed him, he didn't even bother to refute and killed them directly. He even acted like I did it, so what? That bastard was too arrogant." Li Sun smiled, "But this also solved a problem for your Majesty. Your Majesty won't have to worry about how to kill Liang Wanyan anymore. Ning Yuanxian sneered, I'll worry about him? I can kill a bastard like Liang Wanyan with my eyes closed. Then, Ning Yuanxian ate a few more mouthfuls of glutinous rice balls. Now it's all right. I wanted to reward that bastard, but I don't have to. When he comes back, I'll give him a few lashes. It's a great sin to kill a governor without my permission. Ning Yuanxian said, go, and give him a new edict. Just say that Liang Wanyan was killed under my order. Li Sun bowed and said, yes. Ning Yuanxian said, but that bastard probably won't be grateful to me. He doesn't want any reward at all. Li Sun replied, that should be the case. His words were very clear. He went to the West Heaven province to seek revenge, to destroy the Su clan, and not to establish a career. Bastard, what a bastard. Ning Yuanxian put the bowl of glutinous rice balls on the table and said, he doesn't care about my reward at all. That's amazing. Speaking of this, Ning Yuanxian couldn't help but get angry. For a genius like Xianxia, the only thing that drove him was actually revenge. Fame and fortune couldn't attract him in the slightest. Being the son-in-law of the Black Tortoise Marquis Manor, Xianxia didn't seem to have any desire to improve himself. Li Sun said, Your Majesty, there are still rumors that Su Nan had monopolized the Chang Kingdom's diplomacy and rebelled. Now, Xianxia has not only monopolized the Chang Kingdom's diplomacy, but also the entire Chang Kingdom's army. I'm afraid his ambition is even greater. Ha ha ha. Ning Yuanxian laughed as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke in the world. His words were not worth refuting. It's good that this bastard is ambitious. I'm afraid of others, but this bastard doesn't live up to my expectations, Ning Yuanxian said. Order the bastard to come back as soon as possible. Don't provoke Xianxia for now. This is not Liang Wanyan. Xianxia has already occupied the Marquis of Xinyuan Manor and has 20,000 soldiers. It's not easy to deal with him. I need to plan slowly. The most important thing now is to pacify the Western Heaven province and make Chu Kingdom lose all hope. Then, we can negotiate with Wu Kingdom. Ask the bastard Xianxia to come back as soon as possible. Don't let him suffer. Li Sun said, what about his reputation? Xianxia's reputation was now widely condemned, and countless people wanted to kill him. Ning Yuanxian said, does this bastard care about his reputation? Li Sun nodded in response. A cowardly scumbag who went to a brothel in order to deceive people, and who was regarded as incompetent in bed, would care about his reputation. No way, his skin was thicker than the city wall. Ning Yuanxian suddenly said, Li Sun, what do you think if Ning Yan marries Xianxia after the divorce? The eunuch Li Sun immediately lowered his head and said, I don't dare to say. Ning Yuanxian waved his hand and said, forget it. Let's not talk about this. Order the bastard Xianxia to come back as soon as possible and leave Xianxia to me. Yes. Li Sun said. At this moment, a black water platform warrior rushed in. Your Majesty, Princess Ningjia's secret report. The monarch was startled. Why was there another secret report? And there were two of them. He opened the first one. The monarch was shocked and looked at the contents in disbelief. On the second day after the defeat of the main force of the Su clan, Su Nan led the entire clan to flee to the western regions. 25 hours later, Xianxia led the Chang Kingdom's cavalry to chase after them, but they couldn't catch up. However, Xianxia took advantage of Su Nan's greed and used the gold of the Chang Kingdom as bait. The Su clan was killed by Xianxia, and their heads had been transported here. The Su clan was exterminated, he read it over and over again. The monarch was truly shocked. Su Nan had escaped. Of course, he felt regretful. Moreover, he was well aware of Su Nan's capabilities. If he was allowed to rise in the western regions, he would be in big trouble in the future. However, the countries of the western regions were completely out of his reach. Who would have thought that the entire Su clan would be exterminated by Xianxia? The monarch could hardly imagine what the final showdown between Xianxia and Su Nan would be like. But it would definitely be spectacular. All this while, bad news had been coming one after another. Good news was hard to string together. He hadn't expected to receive two pieces of great news in just a few days. Xianxia, that little bastard. It was truly powerful, to the point where it was boundlessly powerful. Ning Yuanxian then opened the other secret report. This time, he trembled in fear. Shen Lang had led 2,000 Chang Kingdom cavalry to attack the Marquis of Jinggyuan and Jingtua. Ning Yuanxian's scalp went numb. Was that little bastard crazy? The Marquis of Jinggyuan's residence was impregnable. Jingtua had an army of 20,000 inside. Jingtua wasn't a piece of trash like Liang Yongyan. While his current position was inseparable from Ning Yuanxian's promotion, he had also fought his way to this position. Moreover, the troops under his command were the true elites of the Western Army. They couldn't be compared to Liang Yongyan's useless army. With Jingtua guarding the Marquis of Jinggyuan's residence, not even 20,000, 50,000, or even 80,000 people would be able to take it down. The castle of the Marquis of Jinggyuan's residence was one of the most difficult to take down. Shen Lang's attack with 2,000 soldiers was suicidal no matter how one looked at it. That bastard was crazy. That bastard was really useful, but he couldn't control him at all. That little bastard, can't you let me rest for a few days? I've said that I'll deal with Jingtua, Ning Yuanxian said angrily. Li Sun couldn't help but glance at him, and then he said, Your Majesty, perhaps young Master Shen wants to put an end to the chaos in Western Heaven Province once and for all. After Sun An's army is destroyed, Jingtua has become the only unstable factor. Ning Yuanxian said in a trembling voice, It's too risky, too risky. I had no choice but to take the risk. The key is that the outcome has been determined. Why take such a big risk? Jingtua will really kill him. Believe me, I'm ruthless. I'll definitely take the opportunity to kill him. Li Sun said, Your Majesty, you're too worried. Even Sun An couldn't kill Shen. No matter how powerful Jingtua is, he can't be compared to Sun An. Ning Yuanxian trembled with anger. The outcome had been determined, but now there was another problem. Issue an edict to Jingtua as soon as possible. Confer him the title of Earl of Jinggyuan. Ning Yuanxian said, Calm him down first, then ask Shen Lang to come back. There's no need to take such a risk. Li Sun shuddered. Earl of Jinggyuan would give Jingtua countless fantasies. Jingtua used to be the Earl of Pingxi, a new aristocrat. He didn't have a proper family fief or a proper private army. But Earl of Jinggyuan used to be Sun An's title, Marquis of Jinggyuan. Jingtua thought, What does the monarch mean by this? Does he want me to replace him and confer the former Su clan's fief to me? The key was that Jingtua was eager for this. Even if he knew Ning Yuanxian had other intentions, he would still take the bait, because this was the result he wanted the most. Li Sun said in a low voice, Your Majesty, it will take at least 5 days for the edict to reach the Marquis of Jinggyuan's mansion. It may be too late by then. Shen is powerful. He won't fight unprepared. Ning Yuanxian scolded angrily, Bastard. He could give me such a big surprise in a quarter of an hour, but in the next quarter of an hour, he can give me such a big fright. Why take the risk when the situation is so good? Why did he have to use 2,000 men to attack the Marquis of Jinggyuan's mansion? What if he loses? If he dies? Hurry up and send the edict, send the edict. Ning Yuanxian wrote the edict to confer the title of Earl of Jinggyuan to Jingtua. Then he wrote an edict to Shen Lang, with only 3 words, Get back here. Hurry up, send it to the Marquis of Jinggyuan's mansion as fast as possible. Send it there in 5 days. If you are 2 hours late, I will kill you. The warriors of the Blackwater platform kowtowed and said, Yes. Li Sun sealed the 2 secret edicts as fast as he could, stamped them with wax, and handed them to the warriors of the Blackwater platform. The warriors of the Blackwater platform dashed out. Next, the whole Blackwater platform would use all the manpower and force to send the edict as fast as possible. Ning Yuanxian was so angry that he smashed the unfinished glutinous rice ball and stomped on it several times. When the bastard Shen Lang comes back, lock him up for me, so that he won't make trouble for me. Where does he get his ability to make trouble? Nobody would believe that he is the son of a farmer. Damn Jingtua, damn it, damn it. Li Sun stepped forward and quietly cleaned up the broken bowls, he sighed inwardly. He knew his master's character very well. Although he was extremely loyal, to be honest, this emperor was really mean and ungrateful. He didn't even care about his own children, let alone others. The only people this monarch really loved were concubine Bian, the crown prince, the third prince, Princess Ning Han, and a few others. Princess Ning Yan also felt guilty in her heart, so she felt a little more pity for her. Right now, he was truly concerned about Shenlang. Otherwise, given his character, why would he give in to Jingtuo? He wanted nothing more than to tear Jingtuo into 1,000 pieces, but for Shenlang's sake, he had forcefully clenched his teeth and conferred Jingtuo the title of Count of Jingyuan, also that Jingtuo would not be able to kill Shenlang. Between people, it was really fate. If he liked him very much. If he hated him very much. Zhang Chong made such a great contribution, and the monarch was very touched. However, after the battle at White Cloud City, the monarch's concern for Zhang Chong suddenly faded. Although the decree still showed great concern for Zhang Chong, Li Sun could still sense the change in the monarch's mind. And Li Sun could see it too. His Majesty was really confused because of his concern. Young Master Shen was a cunning man. Why would he attack Jingtuo if he did not have full confidence? It sounded ridiculous. Shenlang had 2,000 men to attack Jingtuo's 20,000 men, and they even had the impregnable Marquis of Xinyuan's residence. But what else could an evil person like Shen not do? Note, something happened at home. It was an emotional impact between family members. My mind went blank, and I was so upset that I almost stopped updating. I tried my best to write this second chapter, and that's it for today. I'm sorry, everyone. Can I still ask for monthly votes? Please remember this book's domain name. Wonderful Bookhouse mobile version. End of chapter 280. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.